It's
You're a cool hill man.
The Greg Hill Show.
We're up and at it, Greg. Don't worry about that.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring the biggest foodie on the planet.
To me, food is the most important thing. White bread is succulent.
Greg Hill.
I have no problem farting. Like, I just am
Own it.
Let it fly.
Do you think
The
that's hot,
it's a
though,
complete-
for her?
Like I said to her, it's a natural thing. Everybody does it. Lindsay doesn't care.
I'm sure she does.
She says something about it, but she really doesn't care.
no, she cares.
I would say also 65% of the time, no smell. Sometimes I will crop dust her.
Oh,
What?
are you
Save that.
12?
Featuring the Parlay Playboy himself,
This tickles my fanny. Does that math make math? I did not know that.
Wiggy,
Great name for a spot. Lottie Dottie, Lottie
Lottie-dottie.
Dottie. We like to party. We don't cause trouble. We don't bother nobody.
Yes, no, we understand.
joined by Boston's #1 linguist,
Criminal mischief and arson have become this kind of tangent. Pete Buttigieg.
Courtney Cox.
Over to the Olympics where hockey, over to the Olympics in hockey. And I saw no evidence during my presidency that extraterrestrials.
And accompanied by two big brains behind the glass.
Don't put salmonella with your yams.
I'm on Shime Island.
Talk to me, Daddy.
You are both morons.
Curtis and Shime.
It appears that the man is indeed touching it after he's not supposed to be
He's
touching
giving it a little extra finger.
It was like one last touch after release.
He also is the releaser. There's the broomers are in front of him.
okay.
It's 2 on the stone and 1 on the broom.
Now,
Let's get down to business.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Martin.
Good hello, morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original,
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill, Greg Hill, Greg Hill, show. All right.
It's go time. Let the games begin.
Let's go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everyone?
Good morning.
What up? What up?
How you doing, Wiggy?
Man, slow motion.
Really?
I'm smooth, brother.
Why are you slow motion?
That means this is another day.
I understand.
Yeah.
Well, we are moving rapidly toward the weekend, and it helps when you start the week off with a day off. Curtis, what is the deal with the impending total and utter whiteout conditions? What's your modeling showing for Sunday and the Monday?
Mother Nature's been a bit of a bitch today.
Yeah.
She is taking the snow off the coast here a bit. It's not going to be nearly as much. Maybe a coating in Boston, if that.
Okay, because I see some of your weather brethren suggesting that there's a banger headed our way, like a blizzard banger.
Oh, over the weekend, Sunday into Monday.
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I said, Sunday into Monday.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the stuff that we had talked about tonight into tomorrow. I'm so sorry.
No.
Yeah.
I'm already thinking of the weekend and whether or not we can get out of here and go to Florida.
Right. This is
Monday.
like when Wiki asked Boomer about the Super Bowl in week 1. I'm kidding. But,
Yeah, well, then you should give us the further update. That's
right.
what we're asking for.
I got
Monday.
it, Wiggs. My bad entirely.
That's all right.
That looks like it's going to be, my guess, the kids of Boston and the state of Massachusetts will have an extended vacation after February break.
Wow.
Okay. So your modeling is saying the same thing as some of the doomsday models.
Yeah, and interestingly, we discuss AI often.
Yeah.
So far this year, the AI modeling has been far, far, far superior to all the others. Where
Really?
they take 100,000 different runs of different things, and they create what their best guess would be, and it's kicking the crap of Bouchard.
Okay, well, I saw in a couple of the models that are floating around 2 feet of snow
No.
for
God
Boston
damn.
Sunday into Monday.
Yeah.
So just a heads up.
Oh my God.
That's the
Hey,
early
Ken, I might
modeling,
need another
at least.
hotel room.
Right. And Ken may need to send you guys on, say, Friday afternoon.
Yeah,
I think
Friday,
Thursday, if we want to be safe.
That's what I would have done.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we should leave Friday and, see.
I guess I'll see you Tuesday because I got a doctor's appointment on Monday.
Oh, okay, we can move that. I mean,
No, it's surgery. Can't be moved.
Surgery?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Surgery got to be done on Monday.
What?
Asking a million questions. I can't get you all the
You're going to
details.
get surgery and then get on a flight?
Are you okay?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, is it cosmetic?
No,
Are you-
no
are you
cosmetic. No.
Doing something with
Is
the
it a
glutes, or
Nope.
what are you
No.
doing?
Is it a BBL?
Ab sculpting. Ooh. Ab sculpting.
Wait, you're not getting ab sculpt.
I am surgery. getting ab sculpted. I need some ab summer body.
You're not.
I am.
Are you doing like M sculpt or?
Hold on.
The fat sucked out ab sculpting.
There are so many.
What?
There are so many things that I want to discuss that fall under the category of sports. But first, I cannot let this pass.
Yeah.
You're how old are you?
51.
51-year-old man, and you're going in to get the fat sucked out and to have abs sculpted for you?
No, I'm just.
Oh,
playing.
okay.
It ain't
Oh, I would have gone with you for that.
No. I'm good. I like my little gut. I'll
right.
take it. I have abs if I put the right type of baby oil on top. You
Yeah,
can see them.
understand.
But surgery on Mondays.
Right.
That's all I can give you.
And isn't it normally Wesson oil that you're
No.
putting on your
No.
olive oil? That you're
Always palm is baby oil.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, Curtis will keep you up to date on what is going on with February Blizzard 2026 or whatever the name is that they are going to give to that. Not the best day yesterday for Tony Clark.
Holy guacamole.
Wow.
Now, the now former head of the Major League Baseball Players Association, who resigned yesterday somewhat in disgrace, was apparently involved in an extramarital affair with his sister-in-law. And I have been trying to figure this out because I think there's only two options, and I'm not sure which is worse. One would be his brother's wife. The other would be his wife's sister.
I did a deep dive on this.
Okay.
And it appears it is his brother Greg's wife, which
See,
I think is worse. No, I'm sorry. I think is better.
what?
What?
Yes.
No, bros before hoes.
Yes.
100%.
Especially like real bros.
Blood bros.
Yeah, blood bros before hoes.
I guess my mind goes to the wife of Tony. And not only are you getting absolutely screwed over and, cheated on by your husband, but your sister as well. At least this is his brother's wife, like your sister-in-law as well. To be a woman and find out that your husband's cheating on you with your sister,
Okay.
I think would be worse.
Well, you immediately go to how the
100%.
woman feels.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just feel like
Well, she has no siblings, so I can understand her
You also
point.
don't.
And I don't either.
Yes.
But I would imagine if I had a sibling, he would be or she would be the person that was there when we were kids that I would die for. You know
but
what I
maybe
mean?
he hates his brother.
No. I mean,
Could
it could be true. It could
now,
be true.
I think the issue with regard to the players union is that woman was hired by him
Correct.
Yeah.
That
to
is
work there, and
correct.
that's why he is out of a job. So
Also, it's not lost on me that Shime immediately goes to hating a sibling.
Yeah, that is true.
not forget.
Me and my brother have our differences, but I would never do that.
Your
to him.
brother's truthful.
Yeah, it was so shocking yesterday too because I just thought this was a move before the big battle over the salary cap was. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because initially a lot of the reporting was like this is a good sign because Tony Clark and Manfred didn't get along and all this stuff. And then that story,
he was expected to be very aggressive when working on behalf of the players,
Right.
and almost like a guaranteed work stoppage, essentially, right?
Meet fire with fire.
Right,
And then that story came out, and it was like, what in the? It was stranger than fiction. Like you read it, like you couldn't make this stuff up.
No.
It's unbelievable. Like,
No,
oh my god.
it's nuts.
Yeah,
Crazy.
he hired her back in 2023
Right.
too. So this may have been going on for.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just a one night thing that they just stumbled upon. You know, she just happened to be staying the night at the house.
Well,
Right.
thank you, Mom and Dad,
Grimy.
for not giving me
Grimy.
siblings.
Well, explains why she always got a second helping of turkey before everybody else at Thanksgiving. You know what I mean?
Is that code?
Yeah, I guess so.
Don't worry, I'll
All
drive
right.
my brother home. I know he's blackout drunk. I'll
Not-
make sure
not-
he gets home.
Not to critique Greg, but wouldn't you go with stuffing in that analogy? Or no?
Probably, yeah. Olympic officials are going to make a change when it comes to the color of the boards for Jeremy Swayman.
All right.
They are also, I thought this is weird, Jeremy Swayman also requested that the color of the puck be changed to neon orange so he can see it, but I guess that's a good thing. The boards there were turquoise in color, and so apparently it could be at times difficult to see the puck. So that change is being made, and the U.S. women are going for the gold. Is that today? Tomorrow at 3:10?
Yeah, men play today in the quarterfinals against Sweden.
All right, so quarterfinal game for the men today, this afternoon, which I can watch, and then the women go for the gold tomorrow.
Correct.
And we'll see where the U.S. ends up.
Good luck. Good luck.
On the show this morning, our leads in about 10 minutes, and then they set it at 7:20, and that includes what Tiger Woods said yesterday about returning to competitive golf. And interesting things from Tiger yesterday. Also said that he is considering accepting the Ryder Cup captainship, which I think would be extraordinary, not only for that team, but also for when it comes to attention on the Ryder Cup and the opportunity for the U.S. to avenge what happened here on our soil. So,
good for
I
Tiger.
mean, I don't know. Why would you not accept that? I guess maybe it's a time commitment or whatever, but it seems like I don't think he's worried about, like, if they don't win, I don't think it damages his legacy or anything like that.
Doesn't he just pick the guys, right?
Yeah, but not only do you pick the guys, but you participate in the when it comes to the golf course, like how they're gonna, the way in which they're gonna shave the greens and like all the
thickness of the rough,
all that stuff.
Oh, so you're almost like the coach.
Yeah.
Oh, you are the coach. Yeah.
You also set a lot of the pairings and stuff for the match play. So.
All right. I mean, so yeah.
Don't you think if he could go back, Keegan would turn it down? Like,
Yeah.
I do think it is a lot of stress, and I think Tiger's above it. Like, if they lose when Tiger's the coach or the captain, I don't think it's a big deal. But it is a lot of pressure because you really get recognized if you lose, and not so much if you win. But I think it'll be.
Yeah.
I think this is the perfect entry point for Tiger to do that.
Well, I think Keegan Bradley probably wishes that he played as opposed to being the captain, because things might have gone differently.
Because I remember at the time, weren't you really crapping on the guys who choked out there, not so much the captain? Wasn't there towards the end? So I feel like the captain's not going to get crapped on like in or the coach/captain in other sports.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like how Mike Vrabel has escaped all responsibility for the Super Bowl, and it's only on Will Campbell. It's it's kind of a very similar thing.
Gotta get a fall guy.
It's so true.
Can I ask you a question, Greg? I might do it as my lead, or might hear it and they said it, but does the Celtics stuff, like, where are you on the Tatum return, on the Jays, on the second half of the season? Where are you today?
I feel like somebody, I don't know if it's Jason Tatum or the Celtics or the league, is trying to manufacture massive drama over the return of Jason Tatum. I know we're going to get to, you mentioned they said it, we're going to get to one NBA insider who believes that Jason Tatum may not play at all this season. I think we, in the media, that we overblow the hate or the uncomfortability level between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. But I don't understand why, if he's ready to go, he's not back playing. Does that answer all those questions, Chris?
Well done.
Where are you going to do it for your lead? Or are you going to?
I could wait till they said it for the.
I'm curious.
I mean, I believe that the quote that Ramona Shelburne had on Jason Tatum is incredibly interesting. That, like, I feel like Jason Tatum's the last one who hasn't said he's coming back. Everybody else in the NBA has said Jason Tatum's coming back. It's going to be on Sunday night. They changed the game time for NBC. Like, all the writing's on the wall, and then here we are, and he's unsure. It's just like, to me, I read it. I know I'm crazy. I read it like, okay, well, if I feel like I'm wanted, I'm back.
See, I don't read it that way. I read it what he said on The Pivot, I believe, when he said, I don't want to come back and be the Jason Tatum that I used to be because of the health, right? I feel like he's only coming back if he feels like he is 100% going to be the same Jason Tatum that he was before the injury. And I don't think he's going to rush coming back and playing in a few games or maybe in the playoffs if he feels like he's going to go out there and not be the player he knows he can be, where he would just say, you know what, I'm going to put this thing on hold. So at the start of next season, when I do come back, I know I'm the Jason Tatum I was before I got hurt.
Kurt, you're suggesting that he is back to being perhaps the woman in your life who is always asking you how she looks in a dress,
right,
is what you're saying.
Well, or
so that you tell her you look fantastic. Really, honestly, you look beautiful.
I mean, I think that he does look great. And I think that he is the one who's been on the sideline telling everybody he's back and he's ready. So that kind of doesn't make sense that he doesn't want to come back until he's ready when we've used he
said it on the pivot, though.
I know, and what Ramona Shelburne said, that he hasn't made a decision to come back.
Well, no, that because on the pivot, he said he doesn't want to come back if he's not 100% healthy and feels like he could be the same Tatum that he was basketball-wise before the injury.
Well, I mean, technically,
one of the best basketball players in the world.
I mean, technically, he's only played in one scrimmage at practice. Like, that's all he's done. So
he hasn't done much.
I mean, you're talking about his return on that Sunday. That would be a week from this Sunday, right? March 1st. Is that correct, Curtis?
Yep.
Yeah. So you're talking about he would have to be back in just a little bit over a week.
Right.
Having only practiced once or whatever he gets in this week or whatever.
Right.
I also don't think he will know if he can be the same player until he's actually playing in a game. Like, playing in a scrimmage is one thing. Being in practice is another thing. Being able to dunk is a whole other thing that he's been able to do for the last couple of months. But to play in an actual game, Jason Tatum's not going to know that until he steps on the court.
Right.
Okay,
but
but for instance, is he going to be okay with coming off the bench?
He has to be.
But
that's the thing. He has to be okay with not playing as much time as he played before.
okay.
Like, they've got to ease him in some capacity.
Right.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Up until today, everybody said not if but when that Tatum's coming back.
Yeah.
Ramona Shelburne has a quote saying he hasn't made a decision of whether or not he's coming back, and everybody's like, "Yeah, we've known that for weeks."
No,
Well, he said that.
I'm saying, Curtis, I believe that he's coming back. I don't believe that what she is reporting is true. I believe Jason Tatum knows that he's coming back, and he's coming back on March 1st.
And then the question is, why then tell her that?
Yeah.
Did she say he told her that, or did she say this is what she's hearing?
She said she checked in with Jason Tatum.
Bang!
Okay. All right. Well, on the pivot, we kind of talked about him saying, oh, all of a sudden he might not come back, because those were his words, where he does like, I don't want to disrupt any chemistry.
But was his response to her, I'm not sure, watch my documentary to find out? Was that the response? That might have been what it was.
You got to join Hulu.
That might be what it is that he is trying to drum up eyeballs for his impending documentary on his recovery and his return. Maybe. I don't know.
And it's the Achilles injury, right? So when you look at the Achilles injury in basketball and you start to look at, he can push himself to the limit of the planting and going, because that's generally how you blow your Achilles out, right? It's not about contact with an injury where he's like, all right, I got to get that first contact to see what it feels like. It's about planting and going.
Do we have time for a call on this?
It's your show, brother.
Shime, do we have time for a call, or perhaps even two on this before we begin the show this morning?
Rip it, Greg.
This is Jim from Manchester, New Hampshire. Hello, Jim.
Hi, Greg. How you doing?
Fantastic.
I love your show. I love the whole cast.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I think Tatum's going to come back and he's going to be good. I mean, Durant did it.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It seems like everyone's trying to pit Tatum and Brown against each other. And I think they can come back and have some camaraderie.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the assumption is that Jaylen Brown has been carrying this team, and he is going to be somewhat bothered by the return of Jason Tatum and the focus that will be on that. And I don't know that that's true. That may be a media construct, Curtis.
Did the media have Jaylen Brown post that? Was that Adam Himmelsbach at gunpoint saying, please tweet this without context?
No.
And I'm sorry, that's where my mind goes. That's out there. All-Star Weekend happens. Then basketball's back. The next big story in the NBA is the return of Tatum. And he says he hadn't made up his mind if he's coming back this year. How is that not? I mean, I'm sorry. They're humans. That is related, in my view.
This is Jay from Portland, Maine. Hello, Jay.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Tatum, his personality, he has no problem with Jaylen Brown doing what he's doing right now. You guys are just going off on the whole who's the alpha dog, this, that, and the other. The alpha is Jaylen Brown. It has been from day one. And Jason Tatum has no problem being the man, but being second fiddle, in his mind, he doesn't think about that. And this situation is perfect, I think, with Jaylen Brown doing what he's been doing all year long, and with Jaylen Brown coming along as he has, and this timing couldn't be any more perfect. I think that if he comes off the bench, great. If he doesn't, that's fine too. I don't think Jaylen Brown has any Tatum has no problem doing what he has to do to make this team win. I really don't think it's that big of an issue. Yeah. But I know you guys have.
Well, I'm concerned that the 5-part documentary might end with him saying, "My bad. I'm not coming back this season. Sorry, I'll be back next season."
Joke's on you. Enjoy Paradise Season 2.
Oh, I can't wait till Paradise starts.
Very soon.
Cannot wait. It's Monday night, I think, is the premiere of Season 2 of Paradise.
I cannot
All
wait.
right. Well, we will get to that, among other things, during They Said It. News with Courtney coming up at 7:45. And a reminder that you can leave a Hill note for us at any time during the next 4 hours. Certainly one on the return of Jason Tatum or on any other topic. And you can leave it on the Odyssey app. And here to get us started this morning is Courtney with What is Trending.
WEEI Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson. Weekdays 2 to 6. Now, here's What's Trending on WEEI.
Trending now brought to you by Mario's Roofing. Let's start with the Pats. Mike Vrabel has reportedly removed the interim tag on defensive coordinator Zach Kerr, who took over for Terrell Williams, who's been battling prostate cancer for this entire season. So Vinny DePalma will reportedly be promoted to inside linebackers coach, but Zach Kerr will be the guy, and he should be.
How do we feel good about that?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he did a tremendous job. Yeah, so I was fine. The defense, showed that they were, the reason why you were able to get to where you were.
Is it like a Bill Belichick situation where Mike Vrabel he's a defensive guy and he runs the defense and you just need somebody to execute from a coordinator level? Or?
No, I don't think so. I think it's more, I think Mike has kind of delegated more to his offensive and defensive guys. I think he chimes in when he needs to chime in, but I think that Zach does, 90% of what needs to be done on that defense.
Okay.
Over to the Olympics. Men's hockey will face off today in the quarterfinals with Sweden in Milan. Puck drop is at 3:10 p.m. Eastern Time. In Mario's Roofing, we won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, they're honest, and they provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. That's what's trending. Coming up next, our leads.
WEEI.
still suffering a worldwide YouTube outage, or was that repaired overnight? Shime, any information on that?
Oh, I have none. I didn't even know we were experiencing an outage.
Yeah, I was trying to find a stuffed shell tutorial on YouTube last night, and I couldn't get on it.
Are you sure that wasn't user error?
No, I know it wasn't because I looked it up and it was worldwide outage. So
Looks like we're back and good to go. The YouTube stream for us is definitely up and running.
Okay, all right. So if you're unable to listen or you prefer a visual, you can watch this show today and every day on YouTube and on Twitch. And it is presented there by Springer's Jewelers. And they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And they have a wedding band event going on starting tomorrow through the weekend. And so if you are ready for your vows, then get ready for the bands that come along with it and go see our friends at Springer's. And you can watch this show every day on YouTube and on Twitch. And thank you to those who do. Weather permitting, we are off to Fort Myers, Florida next week, and we will have live shows at JetBlue Park on Tuesday through Friday of next week. Now, baseball on the radio for the first time this season, this Saturday. And I don't know if anybody is aware or not, but our fearless leader here, Len Laird, has Kim Jong-un himself into a play-by-play role on March 8th. Were you all aware of that or not?
I wasn't. Can I take a wild stab at who his color commentator is going to be?
His freaking twin.
Yes, you can.
Is it going to be my guy Rob Bradford?
Yes, it is.
Nailed it. Wow.
This is the biggest shiv I've ever been given in my life.
Wait, what?
He is dead to me. I'm never talking to him again.
He does have a good voice for that.
Oh, stop it.
He does.
Courtney, you have the job.
I know. That's like an old, the comeback. I'm being honest. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Why?
No,
I would love to do color commentary.
Yeah, so would I. Ken and I have talked about doing it together many times.
Oh, Curtis, that's not right.
That's not right, Curtis.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's not right. So.
And you are the savant. Like, you would have the color that nobody has.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, hey, ready? Here's Ken's call. Ground ball is short. Throws to first. One down.
That baby is Gonzo.
I did ask him, what time does he get in here? Normally
11, noon.
We had a discussion about this yesterday, and I asked him about his home run calls. So maybe, if he's willing, we'll find out where he's leaning when it comes to home run calls.
How does this happen?
When he gets in here.
What
What do you mean? He's the boss.
I know, but
he's the boss. That's hilarious.
Digger.
has he ever done it before?
No, I don't think so. Maybe in the minor league. Did he do some minor league hockey or something?
No, he did
Pittsburgh?
USFL, and he did, wow, what a career. And he did Northeastern Huskies baseball.
Oink, oink.
When it was when he went in the 80s.
All right. So,
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I put in an audition tape before.
You
you
have?
did?
Yeah, I have. You know, that was a while ago.
You ready for who he's going to blame? It rhymes with Sam. That he wanted me to do it, but the team has to have final say.
All right.
Unbelievable,
Him
Ken.
and Bradfo.
Yeah.
That's funny. That'd be
Imagine
funny.
if Wiggy did it though, and all the advancements that baseball has made when it comes to the speed of the game would be eliminated in one game of Wiggy doing play-by-play. Be a 5-hour broadcast.
Hey, Greg, I don't know.
Simple with
Call me crazy. How about Wiggy and you and Courtney? And we do it with people that would benefit from it because you could use the audio on the morning drive show.
You're blocked.
Literally any one of us would have been better.
Bradfo will do a good job.
Right.
Though, probably.
Hey guys, it's Rob Bradford.
He'll probably do a good job.
Okay. I mean,
Well, he does spring training games every year.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
at
he
least,
does? Okay.
Yeah, he
This
has
is
way
good.
more experience than
This
Ken,
is
I
Len
guess.
Laird's first go at it, though.
Correct.
Yeah.
You know what I
But,
think?
but being honest, like, Curtis knows so much history that
Yes.
that is what you want with color. Like, you want somebody who can just
Right.
pick out facts out of the blue to fill the air.
Right.
Right.
Like
And-
Tony Romo.
Yes. But way better, Curtis. Way better.
Thank you, Courtney. It's just like, honestly, Rob Bradford has done 500 spring training games, and he's great. We love Bradfo. Ken gets the gig, and he's like, instead of doing something funny, like we all compete for the role, we do our own call, like have some interesting creative idea for once in his life. He's like, Bradfo and I will do it. We'll talk about something fresh. Ready? Twin Peaks.
Wow.
All right. Well, might be a good topic for Hill Notes.
Got to tune in for that one.
Yeah.
So
Oh, my
you
God.
can leave a voice note on Len Laird and his first go at it when it comes to play-by-play on the radio station, on the Odyssey app. That will be on March 8th. So
I'm circling that.
yeah, circle that date.
And Curtis, he never gave you the heads up?
No.
First I heard about it. This reminds me of when we were negotiating as a duo years ago, and out of the blue I realized that he had already made an agreement without telling me. I should have known then, but now I know for sure. It's just,
Were you holding in, Curtis?
I believe me. I was trying to get the pants on.
All right. Speaking of that, we're up against it. I know. Later, unless it's somebody's lead, but we should talk about what you do about Steph Diggs if you're the Patriots. I want to talk about that. But go ahead. Let's get right to it, please.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
As railhead towns feel the steel mills rust, water froze.
Chime, I believe I'm struggling with this one.
Yeah.
I think that's The Clash.
You got it.
Okay.
Took you a minute, but you got there.
What is it's not Wrong Boyo. What is the title of
No,
that?
the title of this one, Greg, is Straight to Hell. And I bet Wiggy and Courtney were very familiar with the beginning of the song because it was sampled by MIA for Paper Planes.
Oh.
I saw clips of Pineapple Express, one of the great comedies of the early 2000s.
Love that movie.
Which features MIA in the trailer and in the movie. And so I played The Clash, the original version of that song.
Oh, well done, Chime. Is that Paper Planes? Is that the can we pretend that airplanes in the
No,
night
that's
sky?
Planes by B.O.B.
Okay.
Paper Planes
Is that from Slumdog Millionaire? That song?
I like paper, get high.
Can we
like
pretend that airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars?
Yeah, you're singing B.O.B.
I know. I love that song, though. I'm
Song's a
going to have
great
to have
song.
a rejoin from that this morning.
All right.
Didn't MIA only have that one hit, though?
That was like their main one.
Yeah, that was their main,
Good one,
main
though.
one, right. And then they kind of, was two girls, right?
I believe so, Wiggy, yes.
And Shime, you're spot on Pineapple Express. That was an excellent film.
So
They
good.
used to do, James Franco and Seth Rogen did the best movies until, you know, obviously.
Franco got canceled, I think.
Yeah, I think he's, you know, he's been canceled.
Right.
The brother's still out there, but those Pineapple Express, that This Is the End. Did you see that one?
Yes, the North Korean one?
Yeah.
that was.
No, the one when the world ends.
Oh.
The North Korean one was The Interview.
yes, the interview.
They
That
had
was-
like the
that was-
best.
You're talking about This Is the End, right? Wiggy?
Yes,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
said this is
I
the end.
missed that part.
Yeah,
Sorry.
This Is the End was when the end of the world, and then the interview was the North Korea where they go interview Kim
Right,
Jong-un.
which is excellent, too.
Which is a great one.
All right. Leads are brought to you today by the Subaru of New England, Washington's birthday sales event, which lasts all month long. You can find your Subaru when you go to SubaruofNewEngland.com. Hello, Shime.
Hey, Greg, good morning. All I can think about right now is the Michael Cera scene in the bathroom, Wiggy, from This Is the End right now. So thank you for that visual.
You got it.
But so ESPN did an article on the top 50 free agents and the 50 perfect NFL team fits. And spoiler alert, Pats fans, not many great fits for you with this list. There were 2 guys on the list that they believe are perfect fits for the New England Patriots. One is tight end Chig Okonkwo, who Mike Vrabel would know from his time with the Tennessee Titans, who's kind of like an athletic, younger tight end. That's fine. Okay. Like, pair him with Hunter Henry. Great. That's sure. And then the other one, number 47 on the list, would be safety Kobe Bryant, who played for the Seattle Seahawks. We just saw the Super Bowl to replace Jalen Hawkins. ESPN does not believe that any of the real top free agents are going to be a great fit for the New England Patriots, or believe that there's even really a strong chance that they end up with the Patriots. Guys like George Pickens, they think head back to Dallas. Trey Hendrickson to Indianapolis. Jalen Phillips stays with the Eagles. Alec Pierce goes to the Titans. Breece Hall stays with the Jets, and so on and so forth. So, I don't know. Look, this isn't necessarily an insider's list. This is their best 50 fits.
Right.
But if free agency comes and they don't make massive moves, just don't be surprised.
I mean, if you're the Patriots, you're going to have somewhere between $30 and $40 million in cap space.
Oh, at least. You now have 41, and if you restructure contracts like Stephon Diggs, you might even be able to create more.
Oh,
so
I can't
Diggs is due $26.5 million. Would you go to him and ask restructure and keep him around?
Well, yeah, because it's his the only guaranteed money on that is like 1.5. So if you cut him,
but it counts 26.5 on the cap. I know
if
Curtis
he stays on the roster. Yeah,
correct.
so that's why you restructure it. You give him more guaranteed money. You bring down the cap number.
I can't. That's why I can't wait to get to my lead, because I got the perfect fit for the Patriots.
Oh, you do?
I have the perfect fit for the Patriots.
Okay.
Well, you can leapfrog if you'd like.
It's up to you, Greg.
Well, we're kind of up against it.
Whatever you want to do.
Okay, we'll hang. Just hang for a minute.
I'll hang for a minute.
Okay, speaking of hanging, we have 2 hangouts while we are in Florida next week. And the first one is on Tuesday night at the Margaritaville Resort, Fort Myers Beach, 5 to 7. Love to see you there for some kind of an umbrella drink and a conch fritter. Ooh. And then on Wednesday, we will be at Ore and Iron in Fort Myers, which is right over near the Top Golf, I am told. And we will be there from 5 to 7. So cannot wait to hang out with you Florida people next week when we head to Fort Myers. We are back with more leads next.
The Fort Myers First Pitch, 3 days.
Shine, we may have an unsatisfied customer who is listening to the show this morning.
Oh, no.
I'm going through the Twitch chat right now, and I see Nikki423 who says, "Oh my," the rejoins this morning. So I don't know if it's an issue with the Beatles or with that guy, Bruce Springsteen, but maybe we'll mix it up a little bit for Nikki.
I don't know. I think we've been crushing it so far, Greg. But
By the way,
what do I know?
Or maybe she was saying, "Oh my, the rejoins this morning."
Maybe.
Right.
Could be.
You got to throw in a
tone.
fire
Yeah,
emoji.
could be.
Do you think "Oh my" will be Ken's home run call?
Bruce doing a mini tour, and we'll be at the TD Garden on the 24th of May. So,
Are you gonna go?
I would love to, but that is my daughter Julia's birthday weekend, and we generally go away for her birthday, so I don't think I will be available. First time I will not see Bruce since 1947, so I'm very upset about
Have
that.
no fear, 18,000 people that look just like Greg will be there.
You don't think he has a diverse fan base, Curtis?
It's basically you and Pete Abe.
All right. We are going to get to They Said It coming up at 7:20, so about a half an hour from now. And is Jason Tatum whispering that he may not, in fact, come back? One NBA insider says yes. So we'll hear that and other things coming up. But we have leads left this morning. Hello, Curtis.
Hello, Greg. Tom, we have that cut ready to go. All right. So over the weekend, Adam Silver was in L.A. for the All-Star game, and he was discussing his inability to stop tanking across the NBA.
So I think we're coming at it in two ways. One is, again, focusing on the here and now, the behavior we're seeing from our teams, and doing whatever we can to remind them of what their obligation is to the fans and to their partner teams. But number two, as I also said in that statement, the competition committee started earlier this year re-examining the whole approach to how the draft lottery works, and ultimately any changes will require a vote of the Board of Governors, so then we'll need to go in front of the board. But there have been lots of different ideas out there over the years, not just necessarily changing the draft lottery odds yet once again, but looking at whether there's a better system here to try to align incentives. I think when the point about this year, when you look at the totality of the circumstances, I mean, of course, I'm paying attention to what's happening.
Okay, thank you, Adam. So the league fined the Jazz $500,000 for conduct detrimental to the league because they were sitting stars consecutive games in the fourth quarter. My issue with Adam Silver and the NBA Players Union is that they are drunk off of previous success. They just got a phenomenal 10-year rights package with NBA. They are printing cash, as you've seen with the Celtics and the Lakers. The valuations of these franchises is causing Major League Baseball to panic. All of that has been great for the sport. But the future is what almost every league fails to understand and grasp the necessity to fix. And if they don't get tanking, and if they don't get the star players not playing right, the next TV deal will be nowhere near where the current one is. And I've heard a million ideas, whether it's like they have a tankathon where you play to get the number one pick. You do like a tournament that goes against the NBA playoff, like a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. That's the best one I've heard.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Where you have guys, so your teams are incentivized to play well.
Right.
And the winner, it's like the Bills-Patriots game, but in reverse in the final week of that NFL season. Like, the winner of the game gets the pick, not the loser.
Right.
Everything else gives you something you don't want, which is teams trying to lose and be rewarded.
You see and it's 10 teams at the end, at the bottom 5, and you see them based on how they win.
Right.
And the top team, like you said, gets the number 1 overall pick.
Exactly, Wiggs. Perfectly said. Yeah, so the team that loses to the team that gets the 1 gets the 2. So you're able to really have actual, and that would, I think, do great numbers. Like, if the Celtics are trying to get the first pick of the draft, you're going to watch that.
Right.
There's some speculation that Adam Silver issued this penalty and others to those that were tanking at the behest of DraftKings and other legalized sports books. Do you have an issue with that, if that's where that came from?
I can't have an issue with it because the NBA is in bed with them. So if
Okay.
you have a business partner they're bringing to you their concerns, I think that the concern for DraftKings is also the concern of sports fans, right? Like, you want to see a game where your best player's playing in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And so they do have to do something about it. The salaries are great. They figured out the structure. Wiggy says it all the time. Big money for your prime, not 10 years where you're paying a guy who's $200 million because it's just not good business.
Yeah.
And if you're going to pay a guy $80 million a year, like $65 million, I don't think it's too much to ask for 82 games.
Yeah, no, and also I think with the amount of money that fans are paying to go, you ought to be able to have a good chance of seeing your stars playing a considerable amount of time.
Well, 65 is the number.
Yeah.
Because if you don't play games or more, you are not eligible to get MVP, first team, all NBA,
that stuff. Yeah.
all that stuff, right? So 65 is the number. But and I know I've heard this before, and I think Carmelo talked about it. If you had 65, and that puts you at how many games left over? Maybe
17.
Yeah, so 17. So maybe you shorten the season and you shorten it to a 70-game season.
Yeah,
and
then,
you still leave that 65 number as
right.
what you
There's
need.
5 games that you can be load management.
Right,
and
you're
other
right.
than that,
and then the other amount would be able to kind of what Curtis is talking about, his lead. Now those last 10 games or whatever would be the playing tournament, the losers tournament, and then the other regular tournament would be your playing round and then your playoffs, and then you'd kind of be able to avoid any tanking, like Curtis said, where the winner of that tournament gets the number 1 overall pick.
All right. Load management also was apparently Tony Clark's incident problem. Yeah, I think. All right, we are going to get to the rest of the leads next.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show on WEEI.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't...
Have you figured out what music you're going to have Baby Bois listen to?
We're doing a lot of Taylor Swift on the belly right now. Some Luke Combs.
Please don't.
Noah Kahan.
But don't usher in another hypnotized T Swift devotee into the world. Let the
you
boy
want him to listen to Usher? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm just taking a page out of Curtis's book, and I've been told that James loves watching Eras Tour. I heard a lot of young men and women, babies, enjoy Taylor Swift. So I would rather listen to that than Baby Shark.
James is the biggest Taylor Swift fan in the world, so it helps out. He's also brilliant. So
true.
Less than a month till the due date, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Could happen at any moment.
It could. I was feeling a little cramp earlier. I got nervous, but we're fine.
Uh-oh.
We are fine.
Get the go bag.
Push.
All right. No, don't tell her to push. No, not in the studio, please. I don't want to be around when that occurs. It might make
I also don't want you to be around when that occurs.
One of the great Office scenes is when they're trying to slow the delivery so Pam can get go to the hospital after a certain time, because then she gets an extra day, and they read what you do to induce it. And so Kevin says you have to do the opposite. So they said, eat spicy foods.
Yes.
And Kevin says, put spicy foods up her butt.
Well, I think there are things, and a lot of that stuff is just old wives' tales, I believe. But there was also for a while that everybody was saying, if you want to induce labor, you eat Chinese food.
Interesting.
So I don't know if that's accurate or not, or if it has something.
I've been eating like 6 dates a day. That one is important that people say.
Yeah. Oh, really? That helps induce it? Because you want the baby out at this point.
Yeah, I'm ready.
So you would like to go now,
yes,
if you could.
Yes, I'm ready for him.
All right.
Chinese! Chinese, kid!
Could we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis? So just get today out of the way, and then I want to know more on the impending total and utter whiteout conditions of the blizzard on Sunday and Monday.
Just a quick aside, I feel like the Chinese food to induce is another case for guys just making it about them. They want Chinese food.
They just want Chinese, so they're like, honey, let's get some Chinese.
You need those raviolis. Peking, let's do it. 31 degrees, cloudy right now. Afternoon high of 39. A little bit of rain this afternoon. Not much accumulating snow, if any. Had thought 2 to 4 inches. That is out the door. Okay. Sunday into Monday is where the rubber meets the road. Perfect conditions for a classic nor'easter up the coast is forming. There is not an alignment on the modeling. However, AI modeling is suggesting over a foot of snow is possible in Boston. Could be more. Obviously, could go out to sea, but my feeling is you're going to have no school in the city of Boston the Monday after February vacation.
Okay.
All right.
And this is Sunday into Monday, you
said?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like we should leave early for Fort Myers because that broadcast is very important.
I have an idea, Greg. We fly out Friday so that we can do the game Saturday at JetBlue Park, and we get there ahead of the snow.
I mean, we probably should get down there and experience Margaritaville as opposed to getting stuck here in the airport on Monday, which would be a real problem for the Tuesday show. And we have broadcast partners that are involved. I feel like we need to leave maybe Saturday.
Yeah.
I think you guys need to get settled. Like, God forbid the flights get delayed on Monday. You get it late.
All right. You get a whole house full of windows installed for $99 a month. No money down when you visit Window World of Boston. Go to windowworldofboston.com. We have leads left. Hello, Courtney.
Oh, hello. Good morning, everybody. I don't know what your Brees, Julia, Wiggy, your 3 kids, we're all doing when they were 11 years old. Like, what were their interests? What were their hobbies?
Well, Brees went through famously because we used to have him face off against the listeners on the old show. He went through a WWE phase, and then he went through a Star Wars phase. But at age 11, he was playing a little Pop Warner football and a little Little League baseball, I believe.
What grade is 11 years old?
Oh, gosh. Third, fourth?
Third or fourth,
All right, maybe like Fortnite. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. All right. Well, I asked that because the Philadelphia Phillies have reached a pre-agreement with Venezuelan shortstop David Basabe, who is 11 years old.
Wow.
This deal is $1.8 million.
Wow.
Well, it's $1 million bonus.
Yeah.
So, or $1.8 bonus. That's him if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube right now.
Yeah.
He's just 11. Like I said, that makes him the youngest player in history to secure a pre-agreement with major league organization. Now, he's like 2031 is when they would be able to actually sign a contract with him.
All right.
But we're talking about $1.8 million bonus
Kid
for
must be
an
good.
11-year-old. If you watch, we can't play the video. If you watch, he looks like he's pretty good.
Okay,
But at
he's
this,
he's 11.
exactly.
Right.
But wait, do we buy that he's actually 11, or is he 21 or 22 years old?
No,
I'm
he
looking.
looks 11.
He looks 11.
Yeah.
That
He
is an
looks 11.
11-year-old.
We should have that guy back in about buying stock in guys.
But like, you think that you've got an athlete growing up, like, I see videos all the time, but to have a kid who the Phillies are interested in at just 11 years old,
Right.
insane. I had to make sure that this wasn't AI, that this wasn't, I wasn't getting the wool pulled over my eyes.
Right.
Unbelievable job by this kid.
That's what a lot of them are doing right now. There was an agent I talked to, and he does a lot of NIL deals. And, he'd like to do something with us segment-wise during football season. But he says he starts looking at these kids, sophomores in high school.
But this is an 11-year-old.
Well, I understand that it's 11 years old. But,
that's
but you got to
very
understand, you said
different.
it Venezuela, right?
Yeah.
It's different down there in South America. And, a lot of those countries down there, they start getting them at young age, especially like, what does a lot of that? And I'm not sure if they give them contracts, but a lot of those European soccer academies snatch those kids up when they're very, very, like, I think Cristiano Ronaldo was like young. So down there in these other countries, they, the money's not going to kick in until he's obviously at a certain age where they believe he's going to be what they're projecting.
Well, but he gets the $1.8 million now.
No, she said he doesn't get it till 2031.
No. $1.8 million bonus. I'm saying they can't sign a contract with him until
Yeah, he gets
2031.
he's 11 years old. He's
so
getting
he'll get
bonus.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
All right.
$1.8 million
It's insane.
now.
Wow,
As
that
an
is-
11-year-old.
that
Wiggy is
really
right,
good.
though. It happens a lot in soccer. I mean, if you remember, American sensation Freddie Adu signed
Yes.
with an MLS team at like 14.
Yeah.
Correct.
Good for
A
him.
local fella.
That's right.
Was he not?
No.
Maryland.
think so.
No, he was from Maryland.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was from Maryland.
Oh, well, there was a local kid who the Revs signed very, very young.
Yeah, they snatched him up
Yeah.
early.
Okay. All right, Courtney,
Crazy.
thank you. Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. So Shime was talking a little bit about football and the free agents things, and I have the perfect guy for the Patriots to go after. We kind of, talked about it. Tyreek Hill, what do the Patriots need? And I know from sitting next to Mike Vrabel for I don't know how many weeks it was, he would always talk about one area where the offense needed to do better. And that area was in the red zone. So when I look at the free agents that are available that you might be able to get on a short price, and people are like, who should they go after? There is one name on that list that would make this team better in that area, and that is Mike Evans. Reasoning why.
We talked about this yesterday.
No, but we didn't
He's
get
ancient.
You know who they thought was ancient? Devontae Adams. You know how many touchdowns Devontae Adams this year had? 14. You know where 90% of those touchdowns came from? Inside the red zone. He had 60 catches for 789 yards. Not a lot, but he had 14 touchdowns. And when you look at this football team, Mike Vrabel, the head coach of this team, and we seen it talked about their inability to score when they get in the red zone. What does Mike Evans do? And what was he always been known for? He's been a red zone nightmare when it comes to defenses and his ability to score touchdowns. So when you look at what you'd have to pay him, probably wouldn't be a lot of money. Would you rather Tyreek Hill or Mike Evans?
Well, if you give me those two choices and that's it, I
All
would
right.
take Mike Evans.
Right.
But his agent says he is indeed going to play for a 13th season. That is news today, I guess. And so you would
So all right, let me ask you this then. If you all right, would you rather Mike Evans or let's say because you can have him, Mike
You're
Evans
keeping in this scenario. You're keeping Steph Diggs.
keeping Steph Diggs.
Restructuring his deal.
Yeah,
or
you
whatever.
figure it out with him. Would you rather have Mike Evans or Christian Kirk? He's a free agent.
I guess I probably would prefer Mike Evans.
Would you rather
I guess.
have Mike Evans or Deebo Samuel? He's a free agent.
I don't like any of these
Yeah.
guys.
Right, but when
You don't have to sign one of these guys.
Yeah, you don't have to do it.
No, but where are you missing out with this team? Your inability to score in the red zone.
Yeah.
So you're going to go after who then? David Njoku? Tight ends?
I love you, Wiggy, and you know far more about this than I do, so you're probably right. But watching a lot of Mike Evans, I don't think it's going to be a fit here. Also, I don't think this is going to be a place he wants to go. I think you're going to get the same issue you got with Godwin.
I'm not saying
with
that
Mike Evans because of the taxes here, all that stuff.
Curtis, I also don't think he's even leaving Tampa.
I'm not saying he's coming here, but I'm just saying for the guys that are available, right? So you got to pry out A.J. Brown. You got to pry away George Pickens from Dallas. And I'm not saying these are just the guys that are available.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see what those who are listening to the show think about that strategy.
All right.
Excellent lead. Thank you.
You got it, brother.
Real quick, my lead this morning. Find someone who loves you like Hillary Clinton loves Bill Clinton. And I just want to play some.
I don't know where we're going here, but I'm set.
Want to play some audio yesterday. I have been somewhat interested in the release of the Epstein files. There are characters from both political parties who appear in the documents. Their names appear in the documents. I make no judgment until I have actual factual things in front of me about those that appear in the documents. However, there is this photo that has been floating around of former President Bill Clinton reclining in a hot tub with some ladies. And Hillary Clinton, Shime, you have that audio that Tom put in for me. Hillary Clinton was asked about that particular photo yesterday, and here's what she said.
What was your reaction when you saw some of the material that has been released? I'm thinking, for example, of images of your husband apparently in a hot tub in a swimming pool on Epstein's plane. What was your reaction to that? And do you know the context surrounding some of those images?
Absolutely. And it wasn't a hot tub on a plane. It was one of the stops they made to look at philanthropic and charitable work that my husband has done, saving literally millions of lives around the world. It turned out that was done long before there was any public awareness and certainly any conviction of any crime by Jeffrey Epstein. So it was a short period of time that was in pursuit of charitable philanthropic work. A lot of people were traveling at the same time, many staff members, guests, other supporters of the foundation. If Bill and I had a penny for every person we've taken pictures with, we would be extremely rich today.
Okay, so it was a charity event in a hot tub. And
philanthropic.
For one, a philanthropic. And you know what? This is what we call loyalty. Like that is somebody who is standing by their man, and we don't have enough of this in this country.
You couldn't pay me to stand by that man.
You could. Like if there were photos of Santo in a hot tub with ladies,
well,
you'd have some questions.
I mean, I'm saying there was a whole nother issue with Bill Clinton back in the day that she stood by. Yes. So there's no this woman is going to stand by him till she is on the other side.
Can I just ask? So. I know there's big weddings, small weddings. Courtney had a great wedding, all of that. If you invite Ghislaine Maxwell, or if Ghislaine Maxwell is at your only child's wedding, how in any world can you act like you have no idea who that person is?
I don't know.
Later in that interview, she was like, lots of people with the Clinton Initiative. It's like, no. Your daughter's wedding. She is on the aisle. She is captured right as your husband and daughter are walking down the aisle. And they act like you have no idea who this person was.
Bigger hot tub guy, Wiggy or Bill Clinton? Probably Wiggy.
I was just going to get into that.
You love the hot tubs.
I love a good hot tub. So he was in the hot tub with adult women?
Yeah, it was a charity event.
All right.
I think it was actually, I'm being told it was called Jets for Pets.
But Courtney, you're spot on. The Monica Lewinsky thing.
It was a charity event.
Yeah.
Hey, now we're gonna raffle off one of my bathing suits. I'm gonna take it off. Whoops! My bathing suit actually accidentally came off. All right. Well, that is my lead on loyalty. No political kind of statement there. Nope. There's people are. President Trump's in the files a lot.
She a rider.
So a lot of people in those files. All right, let's get to Courtney and to what is trending.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now brought to you by Shaw's. We'll start with the Pats. Mike Vrabel has reportedly removed the interim tag on defensive coordinator Zach Kerr, who took over for Terrell Williams, who's been battling prostate cancer. Vinny DePalma will reportedly be promoted to inside linebackers coach to replace him. Speaking of interim head coaches, Ernie Adams has reportedly been named the interim guy in charge at Phillips Academy, Andover.
Okay.
Yeah, Phillips
All right.
will open their search for a coach after the 2026 season.
All right. I kind of like this.
Me too.
Probably has a lot of film, I'm guessing, on the opponents already assembled in the library.
Yep.
I would
What's
gather.
his personality?
With the youngins, too.
Well, I mean, he's always lurking in the corner like a serial killer. I don't know how he's going to be able to engage. Oh, yeah, just engage with high schoolers. Like, you know, be interesting.
Oh, wait a minute. I feel like there's a little jealousy.
No.
Somebody is not wishing luck on a high school coach.
No, his football acumen is succeeds
Okay.
so many. I'm just, Ernie's a very, very quiet type of guy.
Is he in the union?
Oh, he doesn't have to be at a school like Phillips Academy. Yeah, if it's a public school, believe me, they would have been all over. How'd this guy get a job?
The Bruins that are not at the Olympics right now are back at practice today, 11 a.m. for morning skate over at Warrior. Some baseball news yesterday as MLBPA Executive Director Tony Clark has stepped down. Clark did not provide a statement in the press release. He has held the role since 2013, but according to multiple sources, he resigned after an internal investigation revealed he had an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law, who he hired to work for the Players Union back in 2023. And over to the Olympics, men's hockey will face off today in the quarterfinals with Sweden in Milan. Puck drop is set for 3:10. And that was brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Shaw's and Star Market make grocery shopping easy. Just order online or on the app, and they'll have your groceries ready for you curbside or delivered to your door. Visit shaws.com or starmarket.com. Choose free curbside pickup or delivery.
I want some of that gas that's everybody smoking that don't want Mike Evans. Other than last year, the guy has had 1,000 yards in every single year he's been in the NFL. He's 32 years old. You want guys like Tyreek Hill, who knee and leg was facing in a different direction.
Yeah. No, you might be spot on. You might be spot on.
I love you. I watched him for 3 years when Brady was there.
Yeah.
He's not someone that I think that can really help this team right now. I really don't.
And when he was with Brady, he was spectacular.
I also don't think he's ever going to leave Tampa.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, it's not about him leaving. I'm like, man, people that are like, oh, I don't want Mike Evans. He's washed. Like, what have you been watching? He got hurt last year. He dealt with some injuries. Prior to that, he had 1,000 yards. Look at what Devontae Adams did for that L.A. Rams team. Yeah. And Mike Evans.
Yeah, but Devontae Adams is better than Mike Evans.
What?
Yes. Wait.
And stop it.
Wait.
Stop it. Go look at their numbers. Look at their numbers in their career.
Okay.
Look at the quarterbacks that have been throwing to Mike Evans versus Devontae Adams in the last several years.
Yeah.
He had, when
Devontae Adams had those years with the Raiders, he was getting passes from like
Derek
Jimmy
Carr.
Garoppolo, Derek Carr, and
but he was
Aiden
also
O'Connell.
getting passes from what? Aaron Rodgers for most of his career.
Right, but Aaron had just gotten married. He was distracted.
You know?
Good point. Well, we can talk about that and more, but coming up next after the break, we have They Said It.
Jones and Keefe.
Fangraphs also has the Red Sox projected for 90 wins. You can make a case they're better.
No clouds in my stones. Let it rain, I hydroplane in the bank, coming down like a Dow Jones. When the clouds come, we gone. We Rockefellers, we fly higher than weather, and cheap vibes are better. You know me, in anticipation for precipitation, stack chips with a rainy day. Jay, Rain Man is back with Little Miss Sunshine. Rihanna, where you at?
You have my heart, and we'll never be worlds apart. Maybe in magazines, but you still be my star. Baby, 'cause in the dark, you can't see shiny cars. And that's when you need me there. With you, I'll always share. Because when the sunshine, we shine together. Told you I'll be here forever. Said I'll always be your friend. Took an oath, I'ma stick it out to the end. Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we'll still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella.
The news with Courtney coming up in about 15 minutes, and science has apparently determined that your relationship success could be based on what time you go to bed. So we will get to that coming up. I reached out, Curtis, during the break to Ken Castiglione, and he will be in here by 9, and said if you want, he will share what he is considering for his home run call, his signature home run calls when he does play-by-play on this radio station on March 8th when he gets in, if you want.
You can't blame that on Biden.
Okay, all right. So that is all coming up.
I can't believe he did that. But I have to find out through Greg that Ken had the opportunity to do this and have me. The Ken and Curtis show goes to JetBlue Park. That thing would have been selling like hotcakes.
Yeah.
Have you texted him yet?
Nope. Cold shoulder.
I mean, had you guys spoken about doing play-by-play together? Like, had that been a dream of the two of you?
I guess it was a dream of mine. It wasn't shared, unfortunately. I mean, but I do think we need more Bradford in the preseason. So I think that's a great idea.
All right. He knows ball.
He does, much more than I do. And you know what else he knows? Not boring. Baseball.
Is he going to show up in the same face mask that Tristan Cassis is wearing just to keep himself safe from germs?
Yeah. He will be hanging at the foyer with the cantaloupe.
Okay. All right. Chime, let's get right to it, please.
It's time for
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans.
Would not say that I'm Mona Lisa Vito of the football world.
They
want you to cook the dinner. At least they ought to let you shop for some of the groceries.
said it.
Wake up the Don Bambino and have me face him. Maybe I'll drill him in the eye.
They said it.
I'm just going to say it.
They Said It is brought to you by Catches Law, and they are here to stand by you during your toughest moments. If you have been injured at work or injured in a slip and fall, reach out to Catches. Check out catcheslaw.com. They are the official law firm of the New England Patriots. All right. I assume we're starting with the Jason Tatum news, which or report or whisper or however you define it, which Curtis brought up at the start of the show this morning, Shine.
That's correct, Greg. Let's begin there. Ramona Shelburne was on ESPN, and she apparently reached out to Jason Tatum. Here is her report on Jason Tatum's possible not return this season.
Look, I know everybody is seeing that the game got flexed into that spot on NBC in the prime time, that there's a documentary the NBC affiliate out there has been doing on Jason. So they're connecting dots, okay? But I checked in with Jason Tatum, and he says, I still have not made a decision on whether or not I am coming back this year. And what can we infer from that? I think he is being truthful in saying that, but I also think that he understands what he said before. He wants to get this right the first time. Nobody in Boston wants to put any pressure on Jason Tatum to put a date on this, to put a time on this. I talked to somebody very close to this situation. That scrimmage that he's done, he's only scrimmaged one time. Like, he's got to do a bunch more things before everybody gets comfortable with the idea of him going out there and playing, because this was a serious injury. But one thing I think from his post that he was feeling this morning, he's at that 40-week mark. He put himself in position to make this decision. He put himself in position for this to even be an opportunity.
Okay, well, that's a little bit of, to use an analogy that's appropriate based on what we were just talking about, that's a little bit of cold water that is being poured into Bill Clinton's hot tub. I was expecting an automatic comeback. I was expecting it in a week.
The fact that he said that to her does not shock me. Like, you've got the documentary coming out. You've got everybody up in arms about will March 1st be the day that he returned, or March 8th?
So he's
March 1st?
March 1st. So he's just building the drama and the excitement in
the
your
anticipation
mind so that everybody watches the documentary.
We do this all the time when it comes to athletes and reports and media members reaching out to athletes or coaches. Why would he tell her that he's coming back before the Celtics get to announce, before he gets to announce in his own way?
Mhm.
That would make no sense.
But I also think he started, like, knowing people have dealt with, like, major injuries in sports, there's a point that you get nervous, like, physically, am I rushing it back? Because you got to understand, no one has ever done this. When KD hurt his, people will say, KD missed the whole next year. The whole next year.
He came back for, like, 6 games or something.
He was out the whole following season, and then he came back the following year, and I think he played in maybe 35 games, but he didn't come back till December. Kobe tried to rush back.
Yes.
And he got hurt in April. Kobe came back in December, played in 6 games, then got hurt, and was done for the rest of the season.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Before this, everybody said he was back. Nobody said what Wiggy just said.
Yeah, but
literally everybody on the show would yell at me when I'd say he's not coming back.
I still think he's coming back.
No, and Curtis, I agree with you. I was on the train of like, oh, he's going to come back. He's going to come back. He's going to come back. But when he was on the pivot and he started talking about, I don't want to come back and not be the same Jason Tatum that I was before the injury, that's when I started to think, like, as he gets closer, he's like, and maybe in his mind, am I rushing it back? Because how many people have blown out their Achilles and then came back in a year? Even when I played, that was an injury that took a year and a half for you to be back at 100%.
But the injury's been the same injury the entire time we've been talking about it.
Right.
And everybody said he was coming back. It's not a new revelation.
No. But for him, it's a new revelation.
What?
As he gets closer. As he gets closer.
Well, Wiggy's saying he's nervous about it.
I'm sure he's nervous, but like...
I mean, a texter is suggesting that he just needs the attention. And that
What's he need the attention
that he's
for?
a bit of a diva. I don't know.
He's Jason Tatum. Who does he need attention from?
I mean, if you're working up attention for your upcoming documentary, I guess
Right.
that makes sense. But
Yeah.
But, I mean, it doesn't matter. So,
all right. Well, what's next, Shime?
Well, Greg, Tiger Woods, prior to the Genesis Invitational this week, spoke to the media, and he was asked about the Masters. Here was Tiger Woods.
Final thing with you in regards to your recovery. Is the Masters off the table for you?
No.
Ooh, okay.
Do you believe him?
Yeah, I do believe him. Yeah.
You think he could do it without a cart?
Well, he has he was talking yesterday about the real issue is this disc fusion surgery that he had.
Yeah.
He did say they asked him about a cart, and he refuses to use a cart at a PGA event, even though I think he could get an exemption for it. But he doesn't believe that that's the way the game of golf should be played. He will use it. He's now, I think, eligible, believe it or not, it makes me feel so old to say this, but eligible for senior tour events, I believe. Because he just turned 50?
Yeah, December 30th. He was 1975, so he just turned 50.
So he, I assume, would use a cart if he were going to play in a senior tour event. But could he ever win a major ever again in your mind?
No. His body can't hold up for 4 days.
Could he do it, though, with a cart?
No. His body cannot hold up swinging the club for 4 days. It just can't. As much as I would love it, and I think it would be unbelievable drama, it won't happen.
You may be the least talented, no offense, least talented person around here to judge somebody on their golf swing.
Nope, I 100%. Look, he could still kick my ass up and down the highway playing left-handed, but it doesn't matter.
He could have beat you mid-lumbar surgery.
He could beat. I've seen him playing against like YouTube golfers, swinging from his knees. He could beat me that way too. I don't think his body can hold up for a full 4 day tournament.
See, I think he could do it, but it's not about his body, right? Because he's got enough money, and in today's world, there's enough technology and enough modern technology to bring you back to a point where you would be. It's about the mind, and does he have in his mind the ability to put his body through what it needs to do to get it to where it's ready
I love
to go.
you, but I think you're so wrong. Like mentally, I think he is so tough,
But
and
he's
he
only
believes.
50.
I know, but he believes he could do anything. Like he's Tiger Woods. It's the body, and it's.
But
I don't
what
care.
about the body? He
Wiggy,
has enough.
He's dealt with it.
Right, but once he is removed, let's call it, I don't know, 3-4 years from the injury that he sustained.
But he's had several back surgeries.
Right.
And every time he tries to play, he gets hurt again.
And that's why I think I don't necessarily go to the swing, Shime. I go with the fact that he has to walk all of these holes. Like, I just don't. I don't think he could do it because of that. And I think it's really admirable that he won't take a card for a PGA event. But at the same time, if that can get you to a place where you're actually competing, that's
But
great
he
for the
doesn't want
sport.
to win that way.
I know.
I love that
It's
about
great for
him.
the sport, though.
And I hate so much that he was so reckless doing that, like SEAL Team 6 training and all that stuff where he ruined his back. Like, he's been great, greatest golfer I've ever seen, one of the great champions of any sport. He robbed us of the second act because he made decisions physically that preclude him from contending. And Wiggy, he's had 7 documented back surgeries. Over the course of the
Yeah, Curtis, you're so right. Because after that, was it 2019 Masters that he won in like crazy fashion? You're like, okay, here we go.
Right.
The second act of Tiger's life. It's like the post 40 Tom Brady. We're ready for it, and then we just never got.
So
it.
he's like the Bird effect. He worked too.
Yes.
He worked his body too hard to the point where there's no coming back.
Exactly.
I thought it was the leg, so I didn't know he had massive back issues.
All right, what's next?
Well, so one ESPN analyst, Greg, believes they understand and know how the Patriots should approach the draft and the offseason. Here was Sam Acho on what he would do if he was the Patriots.
Yeah, I agree, but I would even say add more explosive weapons, not necessarily like Travion Henderson, but a receiver like a guy like Denzel Boston, the guy you mentioned earlier. You can get him later in the draft in the first round. You look at Kyle Williams, who's on that team, who was a rookie this year, has a chance to extend his game and grow in his game. But I understand that there's a lot of conversation about fixing the offensive line, but you had 2 rookies starting, and those rookies, like Mike Vrabel said, will get better. And so I don't think the solution is replacing them with another rookie that you're going to draft again in the first round. I think you go with the guys who are on your roster, have them improve after going through an entire NFL season, but then you address the outside of the offense. Get another wide receiver who can be a wide receiver number 1 for your quarterback, Drake May.
All right. Well, I think we would mostly agree. It's just who that person is and how you get them.
There's nobody. If you're talking about wide receiver 1A, right? The only way you get that guy is through a trade, whether it's George Pickens or A.J. Brown. Or whatever disgruntled 1A is out there.
Here's the name I have for you, Wig. I threw this at Mego on Saturday. Brian Thomas Jr. for the Jaguars. They have 4 receivers in that room. He wasn't drafted by the head coach and GM. He barely played last season after a rookie season where he was one of the best receivers in football.
Okay.
He's on a cheap contract, so the Patriots would love it because they're getting a young player on a cheap contract that they wouldn't have to pay for another year or 2 on a big contract, and he's a legitimate, like, number 1 receiver.
So I would ask this question, right? If he's a legit number 1, and will be year 3 for him, and he did have a great rookie year, what the hell happened in the minds of the Jacksonville Jaguars? What all of a sudden this guy's not a legit number 1?
I think he didn't fit in what Liam Cohen wanted to do on offense, and they traded up for Travis Hunter. So you basically have to start him. You paid Jacoby Myers to stay on your team, 3 years, $30 million. He's going to start. And then Parker Washington, who was like a 6th-round pick, was freaking awesome, and Trevor Lawrence loves him. So he's going to be your wide receiver 3, and he's going to be way cheaper than your first-round pick that you'd eventually have to give a massive contract to.
Yeah, I mean, Jacoby Myers is better than him in that offense.
Yeah. Then
I don't think he's going to be an upgrade over.
Then I want a 1A. And if you're telling me you got 6 rounders and Jacoby Myers better than him, and granted, I might say like guys need a change of pace or they change of scenario, situation, but scenery, excuse me. But when you're,
do you think A.J. Brown is going somewhere else?
Yes, I do.
And where we're going next week, Greg, to stay, we want changes in attitude, changes in latitude.
It is a good tagline.
His relationship is great with your head coach. Like, do whatever it takes to get him.
Yeah, I think he's out of Philadelphia. I don't think there's no way he's going back to Philly. I think they're done with him, and I think he's done with Philly. So I'm with you. I would do whatever. Hey, if you ask me, do I want Brian Thomas Jr. or A.J. Brown? Give me A.J. Brown.
Did New England change, New England being a destination because of Drake May, because of Mike Vrabel, did that change at all with the result of the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Is there a little shine off of Drake May?
No. Oh, you changed in a negative way. No, I still think, like, even we talked about Mike Evans, right? I still think a guy like Mike Evans, a guy like A.J. Brown, some of these other guys that we're talking about would come here and play in New England in a heartbeat because they know Drake May is a good quarterback, and they all probably love, and well, not love, but they all respect Mike Vrabel. Yep. So those guys would come here and play if the opportunity presented itself.
All right, Chime, thank you. That is They Said It. The news with Courtney is coming up next.
You can watch the Greg Hill Show live stream every day on Twitch and YouTube. Presented by Springer's Jewelers. With locations in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Portland, Maine.
and I don't get to practice much. So I'm a very low handicap, and I've won 38 of them legitimately, everyone legitimately.
The news.
So I guess I'm very, I got to be right around scratch or better. I beat +3. That's 3 better, 3 below par. You know, if you look at it for those that don't know.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
That thing is enormous.
Yeah. The news is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in men's sexual health, with 6 locations across New England. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
Very scary scene in Northern California right now. 10 skiers are missing after an avalanche took over the backcountry near Lake Tahoe. 6 more skiers are awaiting rescue. They know that they're there, and rescuers are telling them to shelter in place as they try to get to them. But there are 10 that are missing. Here's a police spokesperson on KCRA.
The avalanche danger is still very high. People go out and use the backcountry at all times. We advise against it, obviously, but I wouldn't say that it's uncommon, not that it was a wise choice.
And I don't know if you guys saw this crazy video that's on social media right now, but another avalanche hit in Italy.
Oh, yes.
And Mitch has the video for those watching. The aftermath of people getting absolutely smoked by the avalanche waiting to get on a ski lift is so scary.
Yes.
So this is, and they're about to get hit.
They just got hit.
Oh man,
yeah.
this is, that's why I don't ski.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It was freaking me out because Julia Hill is over there skiing.
Right. I saw a beautiful photo of she and Jen with the mountains, and it looks fake where they are.
Well, they have a difficult life. They're skiing in France right now.
Wow.
2 of them.
Awesome.
Oh, must be nice.
Well, I'm working. I don't know if anybody noticed that or not, but that's fine.
But they got good hot tubs.
Julia's on vacation. It's February school vacation.
She does work hard as a teacher, absolutely. But it's scary.
Were they close to this?
They're on the other side of that mountain. They're on the French side of that very same mountain.
Wow.
Which is very, very scary. But so you basically are buried alive if you're caught in it?
Yeah.
Is that what happens? Oh God, no, thank you.
Really, really scary. And you don't really know when it's coming,
Yeah, no, I'm good.
No.
Scary. An off-duty Hanover police officer was arrested on Monday in connection to a fatal hit and run in Brockton early Monday morning. 36-year-old Thomas Hayes hit someone in a snowbank and then left. We've heard this story before, let me just say. Now, this story gets even crazier as the person in the passenger seat of Hayes' Ford Explorer went to police willingly and said, I was in the passenger seat of Officer Hayes' vehicle. We hit somebody and then we took off. According to the police report, Hayes was drinking at the Boardroom Cabaret, a strip club in Brockton, prior to the accident.
Oh, that sounds like a good spot.
No, I never heard that.
You ever been to the Boardroom Cabaret?
No.
Okay.
No, not in Brockton.
Probably so guys can say, hey, I have a meeting at the boardroom tonight.
Correct.
And the missus is like, okay, it's work.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But he was remanded to the Plymouth County Correctional Facility after failing to post the $15,000 cash bail. He's scheduled to appear in court again on March 31st.
Good wings at the Boardroom Cafe or whatever it's
Cabaret.
called.
I told you, Massachusetts, when it comes to rankings of strip clubs in the United States of America, they're probably way on the bottom. So,
what is the best one in Mass?
I don't think there's any in Mass that are good. If I was going anywhere in Mass, and it probably more for the music than anything, because they don't serve drinks, would be the Squire. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing in Mass. I mean, you're stuck.
You like Atlanta. That's your go-to.
I like Atlanta, Houston,
Rhode
Florida.
Island has pretty good ones in Providence.
I heard there's a couple in Rhode Island. So I ain't been there yet, but I heard.
All right. Well,
Some by Hampton Beach.
So
too.
this guy's being charged, I hope.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yep. He's going to be back in court March 31st. We're hearing from the Good Samaritan who tackled the shooter in the deadly shooting in Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
This is amazing. Did you see the new video that came out yesterday
I've
of this
watched
guy doing this?
Yes. Yeah.
Amazing bravery.
Yeah.
Like unbelievable.
Michael Black is his name. He was in the bleachers of the high school hockey game at Dennis M. Lidge Arena on Monday to support a friend's son who was playing when the shooting unfolded. We can hear from the hero, Michael Black.
I jumped with my left hand, grabbing the gun and trying to put my body on top of him. And what happened was my hand, if you see my hand, it got caught in the chamber of the gun. So once the hand got inside of the chamber and I had it flat, he was trying to pull the trigger. And once he did that, he kind of pushed me off, which I rolled off. He then stood up. You see that? And then was fortunate enough that there was 2 or 3 other gentlemen. One tried to put him in a chokehold, one tried to subdue him, and then that's when he fell back down. So he fell back down at my feet. And when I was bending down, I was attempting to put my knee or subdue him and hold him down. And next thing you know, in his left pocket, he pulled out another gun. Same thing as the first one, the one I was holding. He pulled out a sister gun on that. And then I started saying, he has another gun, there's another gun. And he took it, put it right in his mouth and shot himself.
Unbelievable courage. Like, could you do it? Do you ever think about that? Like, if you're in that situation, could you do that? Jump in the way? I would hope so, but
I know.
If my family's there with me, it'd be a different situation.
Yeah.
You know.
I always think of Wells Crowther with that stuff, like
right.
the fight or flight, the ability in those final moments to make decisions that save the lives of people you never met.
Unbelievable.
Remarkable.
Be careful out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
But doesn't that show you humanity? Like, awful, despicable, disgusting, murderous thug shows up at a hockey rink and ends lives in the most disgusting, callous way possible. But in the middle of it, it's like the gentleman in Australia when the Jewish people were celebrating Hanukkah, and the guy that out of nowhere disarmed the AR-15.
Yes, yes.
It's amazing, those people. Like you say, would you do it? I'm sure I'd be running and peeing my pants.
Right.
Like,
no, there are always amazing people around who are willing to do it, so it's incredible. All right, we got to take a break. We will get to the rest of the news with Courtney next.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show.
When it comes to Jason Tatum, is he or isn't he? You can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. Hill Notes at 9:20, 9:30, somewhere around there. So plenty of time to leave a voice note for us on any topic, and then hear yourself if you leave one of the best Hill Notes at about 9:20 or 9:30. Quick Odyssey app appreciation for a texter who was just rubbing it in. 407 texter says, thanks for working today, guys. Just pulled into St. Martin on a cruise ship, listening on the app. So,
man,
thanks for nothing. We're facing the impending doom of a blizzard around here on Sunday, and you're on a cruise ship in St. Martin.
You lucky.
Any of the Saints would be fine with me.
I'll take any
I
of
don't
them.
care. But let's get back to the news, if we could.
Shia LaBeouf, he's on one right now.
Oh, wow.
He's in New Orleans. He was back out yesterday partying after being arrested for fighting with bar patrons in the early hours of yesterday morning. So early Tuesday morning, before sunrise, he was fighting with people. He kind of got the S beat out of him.
He did. Yeah, I'm watching right now on Twitch, and so he's obviously in some kind of a kerfuffle there, and got arrested, went to jail, and then went back out. I mean, it's Mardi Gras, so I mean, it's New Orleans.
Yep.
Right.
You got to have fun while you're there, I guess.
Correct.
But, some concern about him because he had been on the wagon and not drinking, and then
he's been very open about his struggles.
Okay.
But I mean, he was released and immediately hit the streets again and was drinking, telling paparazzi to F off, and so we're thinking of Shia LaBeouf right now.
He's lucky that one dude didn't dog stomp him out, so he kind of got.
Well, they were trying not to. Did you watch the video? They were trying not to fight him. Like he just kept coming at him.
Yeah, and he just gave him a couple two pieces.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yes. Bill Russell's widow has filed a lawsuit against his daughter for trademark infringement. So Janine Russell says she's on a mission to, quote, preserve her husband's legacy. She alleges that Karen Russell, the daughter, has breached a legal contract by making a claim that her father had well-known cognitive issues, arguing she is tarnishing her father's image with statements about his health. So
I hate when these kinds of things happen.
It's terrible.
The only good part about it, I guess, is the actual person in the form of Bill Russell is not around to see it happen, but it's very, when somebody passes away, oftentimes they have money or fame or something, and then everybody fights over their stuff and who gets it's sad.
The worst one was the John Henry with this hitters.net hat when he was on the field right before he passed. When his son, John Henry, his son,
Ted Williams' son,
was trying to start this website. So you have the greatest player in the history of the Red Sox in front of all the great players at the All-Star game. He's got the hitters.net hat on walking around.
Whatever happened to Ted's head?
It's still in a freezer.
In Arizona, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
They're going to put it on another body? Is that what they're going to do? Why not preserve the whole body?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure AI will find some way to that's probably what's coming next from you guys have embraced AI.
Right.
So
I mean, but even then, if I still embrace it, do I want my, 90-year-old head on a 25-year-old body?
Nope, I don't.
I guess maybe if that's going to bring me back, I guess I could probably deal with it.
Fun fact, on March 8th during the Red Sox broadcast, I'm putting my head in a freezer. So it'll be...
is Ken doing all 9 innings? I can't wait till he gets in here now that we're going to discuss this with him. I mean,
well, it's just going to be 2 dudes dishing. Those guys, they just keep going. It's like there's the mic on.
That's it.
Do you think he'll dress up? Like, do you think
Yes.
he'll,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he'll wear pants.
He'll go collared shirt.
You think?
He's a big collared shirt guy anyway.
Yeah, he is.
So, I mean,
Ken was almost kicked off the driving range at Woodland Golf Club because he didn't have his shirt tucked in. I've never seen him so mad in my life.
Do you think he'll wear a bandana?
Yes.
no, I think it's too professional to wear a
Okay.
bandana. Yeah, there's no way he's going in there.
what's all the complaining about online about the Red Sox new uniforms? Have you seen any of
I
this?
just saw this. Shime told me about it. It's awful.
My OCD cannot handle it.
So this is a Fanatics thing, right?
Yeah.
People hate the way Fanatics makes jerseys and things like that. Like they feel like they cheap out.
Well, the D and the S, the end of red and the start of socks, like hit the red piping.
Yeah.
On the jersey.
And they're not supposed to, clearly.
No, so it looks terrible. My OCD saw it and immediately it was over. It's bad. It's really bad.
Well, what are they going to do? Can they redo them or whatever? They ought to make them redo them.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy has all the money in the world.
Yes.
Mr. Fanatic. What's his
I
name?
don't-
Michael
Michael Rubin.
He was on the show once.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
All the money in the world. Like, fix them.
Yeah, they're bad.
Yeah. Okay.
First and foremost, I want to say we're so lucky to live where we are when it comes to healthcare and hospitals that we deal with. But Massachusetts strikes again. Emergency wait room times are the third worst in the U.S. here.
Oh, let me guess at this. So this is the average wait time
in an emergency room
that somebody experiences in an emergency room in Massachusetts.
Correct.
Any guesses in the
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours in an emergency?
Yep.
I would say an hour and a half, which is way too long.
You are wrong-o. 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, wow.
In
That's the
Massachusetts.
average?
That's the average.
Holy hell.
The last time I was in an emergency room, Santo and I got there at 5 p.m. We did not leave till 5:30 a.m.
Yes.
So, and we waited, I don't know, 8 of those 12 hours before he was actually seen. So
that was when, if I remember correctly, Santo's cummerbund was too tight. Am I correct about that? Oh.
He had to get his gallbladder out.
Well, similar.
Okay.
Explain to me why. And I never get this. Like the doctor's not he's floating around, but damn, what is it, an hour per patient? Because when they come see you eventually, he's in there or she's in there for literally 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes. We were there with James a couple years ago at Children's, and the doctor came in, literally washed his hands, checked one thing and left. That was the extent of the entire interaction.
What the hell are they doing? They in the back sleeping?
But have you
No,
been
there's
to
not enough. They don't have enough people, I think.
beds.
I think that's the issue.
Like Santo was laying on the ground when we were at the emergency room.
So the doctor can come see him out there at least. So
but they don't have enough doctors. Like that's the whole issue where it's like,
but if
you're
the doctor's
overwhelmed.
taking 10 minutes.
But Wiggy's right. Like it's Massachusetts.
Mhm.
We're supposed to be the best when it comes to healthcare
Yep.
in the country. And that's ridiculous that
It is.
somebody has an emergency
Right.
and they're waiting over 3 hours.
I mean, I think the health care around here is great, the hospitals, but let's call them out when they call them out. Like Curtis said, when you see the doctor, it is literally 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then they're on to the next. So you're
Right.
telling me they can't hit all these people up?
You would think. Well,
Does it matter what you say? Like, are you supposed to say, is there some secret sauce? Like, I'm having chest pains or something. Does that get you in quicker?
Maybe chest pains. No,
Yeah.
because with the gallbladder, he was saying he was having chest pains.
Right, so I said it was hemorrhoids, and it took 5 hours. What?
What if you bring a thank you basket with you? Will you get help quicker?
I hope so.
I'm going to let that one slide.
Yes, you are.
Yep.
Pour a bunch of ketchup on you before you go in, and then they'll be like,
Only Delaware at 195 minutes and Maryland at 228 minutes report longer average delays.
Wow. Okay.
Science says that a key way couples can ensure they stay together is shortening their bedtime gap. Do you and Talina go to bed together?
yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that's called the bedtime gap.
Yes. So if you go to sleep before your significant other or they go to sleep before you,
Yes.
they're saying that is not great for your relationship. It was a new survey done by Avocado Green Mattress of 2,000 married Americans that looked at the bedtime gap. Couples' bedtime gap is 80 minutes average, but couples who go to bed at the same time are reportedly happier.
Huh.
Santo and I go to bed together every night.
Yes.
That must be tough for you, Greg, since you go to bed at like 5 o'clock.
Well, Lindsay and I go to bed at the exact same time.
Right.
The bedtime gap with Greg is the distance between he and Lindsay.
we always watch television together in bed.
Same.
Okay. All right.
Is that good or bad?
I think that's great.
But is that
Okay.
considered like if you're watching TV in one room and they'll like say for instance I'm watching the Celtics game in the living room while my wife is in the bedroom?
That's considered bedtime
That's
gap.
the bedtime
Oh, that's
gap.
the bedtime gap.
Getting
Okay.
into bed.
Yeah, and
Oh,
that's
okay.
probably-
Because
yeah.
they say the survey reveals 58% of respondents feel closer to their spouse when in bed at the same time.
Okay.
And a similar number believe it's also important for increased
okay.
intimacy.
All right.
What about bringing a snack to bed? Does that help or does that hurt?
I mean, I think to each their own.
Right. Nothing like a crumb in bed.
Gross.
All right, so that's the way that couples can stay together longer.
Yeah.
All right, go to bed at the same time. That's good
Exactly.
advice.
And let's head to Florida for a couple that's probably not staying together.
Okay.
And now,
It's one of those only in Florida type of stories.
another edition of
Come to Miami.
Florida.
Florida.
Not like the rest of us.
The people of Polk County like guns. They have guns. I encourage them to own guns.
On WEEI.
Oh, they don't close Florida.
Theodore Anderson, a 27-year-old guy, had a tough go on Valentine's Day. He threw a sandwich at his girlfriend on the day of love as they shared a romantic Chick-fil-A dinner at home. So I'm not sure if it was a spicy chicken sandwich
Right.
or a regular chicken
Right.
sandwich.
I like fried chicken.
Yeah.
Could have been grilled, but it stemmed from an argument over infidelity where Theodore got angry, threw the sandwich at her head, and then threw a styrofoam cup full of blue Gatorade at her.
Oh.
Police said they arrived. She was covered in blue Gatorade. He was arrested for domestic battery.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
Not good.
It's a waste of a good
It
chicken
is a
sandwich.
waste
So
of
true.
a good chicken sandwich. Yeah. All right. Well, they probably will not make it, I'm guessing. So is that it on the news?
That is it on the news.
All right, Courtney, thank you very, very, very much. And speaking of Courtney, here she is now with what is trending.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now brought to you by Subaru of New England. With the Patriots, Mike Vrabel has reportedly removed the interim tag on defensive coordinator Zach Kerr, who took over for Terrell Williams, who's been battling prostate cancer. That means Vinny DePalma will reportedly be promoted to inside linebackers coach. Speaking of interim head coaches, Ernie Adams has reportedly been named the interim guy in charge at Phillips Andover. Phillips will open their search for a coach after the 26th season concludes.
Phillips, Bill went to Phillips Andover, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that where the two of them met? Do we know where Bill and Ernie Adams
Oh,
met?
I don't know.
I do not know.
I do not know that. That's a great question.
Congratulations to a fellow NEPSAC coach.
Okay. It's a beautiful campus.
Aren't you the assistant? To be
Yeah,
just to be
on
factual.
basketball.
Oh, wow.
On basketball, I am. Yeah.
The assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not a head coach.
I mean, I was the head coach for a brief period of time for the varsity soccer team when the actual head coach went out on maternity leave.
Did you tweet out the comparison of the team under you and the team under him?
Nope, I did no such thing.
Okay.
We're all one team. We're all one unit.
Is it girls basketball or boys basketball?
Boys basketball.
All right.
Girls soccer,
Actually,
though, right?
speaking of, I actually met a listener. He was a referee of our game yesterday.
All right.
Oh,
So shout out. I believe his name was Steven.
Oh, at Appreciation, Greg went to your favorite Wegmans over the weekend in Westwood.
Yes.
Jack, great listener of the show. Loves everybody here. Great guy.
Awesome.
the Bruins
That place is giant. Curtis.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great place.
The Bruins that are not at the Olympics are back at practice today at 11 a.m. for morning skate over at Warrior. In some baseball news yesterday, as MLBPA Executive Director Tony Clark has stepped down. Clark did not provide a statement in the press release, but he's held the role since 2013, according to multiple sources. He resigned after an internal investigation revealed he had an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law, who he hired to work for the Players Union back in 2023.
And he was hitting them dingers.
Yeah, that is a tough Thanksgiving coming up. Over to the Olympics, men's hockey will face off today in the quarterfinals with Sweden in Milan. Puck drop is set for 3:10. In the Subaru of New England, Washington's birthday sales event lasts all month long. Feel the freedom of driving a brand new 2025 Subaru with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. That's what's trending. We'll be right back.
Jones and Keith.
You can text this show at any time on the Subaru of New England text line, which is 617-779-7937. Couple text messages to address during the break. I don't know about this one. Shime obscure reference. Famously eating tortellini salad in bed.
Oh.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that happened. I think it was back in like COVID.
Ah, okay.
So that was what, like 6 years ago now?
It doesn't really matter if it was COVID or not.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking earlier about
I think
eating.
it was after a night of dalliances on the town, coming home a little drunk. And,
Okay.
Do you not have a couch?
Okay.
No, not at the time.
You didn't have a couch at the time?
Yeah. That
Nope.
seems like a bit of a messy entree to consume in bed, the tortellini salad.
Yeah.
But
It was.
I mean, I guess
deli-
sort
Let
of
me tell
good
you, it
for
was delicious.
It has the word salad in it, so sort of good for you, I guess.
No, it was not. It was not. It was
not.
loaded with tortellini and cheese.
Do you know what
a lot
the-
of feta cheese? That's for sure.
The best drunk food for my money in Boston in college was Chi-Chi's with the steak tips at like 1:30 in the morning, and they were so gross. I'd wake up the next morning like, what is that? And it's like barbecue sauce all over my forehead.
Oh,
it was. You're like, oh my god, I ate that.
Curtis, people loved Chi-Chi's in college, and I could never get on board. I was like, oh, well, I was a crab rangoon girl, but I remember like waking up in the like crab rangoon crust like on the side of my face.
Well, I would say that's top 5 best drunk meals. I would, Courtney, I'm with you. I'd have Chinese food #1 on my list.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I
when
mean, pizza's up there, right?
I would say, yeah, pizza's definitely up there. Pizza would probably be 2 on the list.
Yeah. And then the third one is whatever is in the kitchen, trying to create some
Right.
kind of a grilled sandwich thing with whatever you have, or
But but you got to think, you always pregame the drunkenness. No one, I mean, I wasn't the person that was going to go home and look for food. I was always like, all right, what place is going to be open late that I could stumble into or get delivered to me? It was like, I'm not trying to make anything. So the only thing that I could throw in the microwave or the toaster oven were the pizza rolls.
Yeah, chicken tenders and fries. Don't sleep on that. Late night, phenomenal food.
978 text, are we not doing the birth pool? I don't know. We talked about that before, but are we too late on it? Or
No, you guys could do it.
Oh, like the day it's going to come?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Baby.
How long do you think it'll take Wiggy to actually know what your baby's name is? Like 5 years?
No,
I
I
know
think
what it
Wiggy.
is.
He doesn't
you
know
don't know what it
anybody. He
is.
I
doesn't
do
know
know
any
what
of
it
his
is.
coworkers' names.
His name is Santo.
Well, yes, legally
Okay.
it's Santo.
Yeah, so I do know.
We have chosen a name.
Oh, you have?
Yes, she told us.
Okay.
I did not know. Actually, what I told you guys was the second option, and we are not going that
okay.
route.
It had something to do with the fact that your baby, Santo the 4th,
Yes.
something along that is connection with something about 4.
Yeah, we're not doing that option. We
Quad
are.
box.
He will go by his middle name.
Red Zone to Tory.
Oh. I think we know Santo's middle name.
Changes my
We
middle
know
name.
Santo's middle name. This will not be the same middle name as Santo. That's what I'm telling you.
Wait, that doesn't have to be identical?
Yes.
Correct. So we are not doing that.
Oh.
And
So then he's not Santo the 4th.
Right?
correct.
Holy cow!
Wow, this is
Wow.
a curveball.
Courtney!
This is a big change. I like it.
Well,
I thought you gave your word.
Well, I gave my word that we were going to name him Santo, and
Oh,
we
boy.
are. But I once I started carrying said child and like feeling everything, I was like, I would really like my family to be represented in this as well.
Wow.
And so the middle name has a nod to my family.
Yo.
He gets first and last, and I get middle.
Yo.
Power move.
Oh,
All
my
right.
God.
You completely stopped the bloodline.
Well,
Yes.
no, he's
Yes.
still Santo.
Yes.
You know it doesn't
No.
matter. You completely.
I'm not gonna let you guys bully me on this.
No.
I'm not bullying you. I'm
This
proud
is a
of
bad
you.
look.
And-
I'm not. Listen.
Nope.
As somebody
His
who,
dad already knows.
as somebody who has a junior, right? You gotta carry the legacy generations upon generations upon generations. I would hope that my oldest son, Jermaine Charles Wiggins, names his kid Jermaine
Charles
Wiggins the third, right?
Yeah. Right.
Because it was going to be Santo was going to be the fourth.
Correct.
Woo! That's the end of
This
the end of the line.
No, it's fine.
I have to say, Courtney's breaking news hits me in a different way. Like, I was thinking about when Ty was in and she said she was pregnant, and this right here might be more shocking.
How's Santo feel about it? Keep it a buck, Courtney.
Actually, I want to say Santo just said, please stop talking about this.
Now we know how he feels.
No, actually.
Back to sports.
For Valentine's Day.
Actually.
For Valentine's Day, he surprised me with a piece of jewelry with the name on it. That's how we decided.
Your kid is Hermes?
First of all, I hate when you say it was a surprise.
It was.
It's not. None of these things are ever a surprise.
Greg,
you have told
Okay, first of all, I'm not a liar, and I hate that you depict me as one sometimes. I am not a liar. Santos surprised me. I was shocked because we had two names that we were deciding between, and I was certainly leaning towards the one we are going with, and he surprised me with the name.
Huh. Okay. Excellent.
He knew.
All right.
Wow.
I am gonna go.
Stay out of it.
Holy hell!
I'm
gonna go March 7th.
I like that.
What day of the week is that, though? Is that a Friday?
March 7th is a Saturday, Greg.
Okay.
It's not going to come on the 4th.
No.
Oh, please, God, no.
Imagine.
Oh, no, that's May.
3/4.
May the 4th. Never mind.
Ooh, Shine. See the new Star Wars trailer?
Oh, for the Mandalorian and Grogu?
Yes.
Yeah.
Looks great.
You're a big Star Wars fan?
Oh, he could
No,
be
but I mean, I'm not a huge Star Wars fan, but I like the movies. Like I will
You've
go.
seen all of them? I've only seen the original first three, so that's why I asked. Are you a big Star Wars?
No, I've seen
There's a million of them.
There are a million.
Yeah.
But the Mandalorian part is of interest to me.
Okay. All right.
Which is a big part of this one. Anyway. All right. Can we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis? Curtis, what do we got out there today?
Oh, man. I am shooketh.
Yeah. You and me, Curtis.
Wiggy.
That is wow.
34 degrees.
I'm shooketh.
Do you remember the scene in Father of the Bride Part 2 where they're thinking of names, or Father of the Bride 1? I don't remember which one. I had both when I was in England, and I watched them all the time. I know I'm cool. They did the alternate last name when they got married. Like, they threw out that they could do his family name. Steve Martin wanted his daughter to carry on his family name, and then they offered a combination of the two last names.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say. 34 degrees and cloudy.
Sorry, Santo.
I'm so sorry. 39. I feel like we know too much. Cloudy. 40. It's going to snow Sunday into Monday, and may God have rest. May God grant us peace.
Yeah.
What name? Sandro. I'm gonna have to talk to him.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay out of this one. I do not want to have any cause any waves in the Tory household.
Anybody else want to be on record when it comes to a day?
My Fitbit thinks I'm exercising. My heart is
I'm
racing.
going 15, the Ides of March.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
the 15th. Courtney will
Beware
not
the
be
Ides of
happy
March.
about that.
It's always late with the first. I'll go March 20th.
Oh,
late.
that is so rude of you.
What? How was that rude? It's just
Because
a
she
guess.
doesn't want to carry it
Because
anymore.
I want him out.
Okay, I think he'll come tomorrow.
Curtis.
Saints?
Wait, what did you say? March what?
20th.
And the 15th is St. Patty's Day, right?
No, it's
That's the 17th.
What did you say, Wiggy?
All right. You know what the hell? You're a good old Irish girl. I'm gonna go with the 17th.
That's
On
his
the
due
actual 17th.
Yeah,
on the actual due
You're on
date.
the actual St. Patty's Day.
All right.
You'll have a St. Patty's Day baby for the luck of the Irish.
My prediction is March 1st.
March 1st.
Yeah.
Okay.
the same day Jason Tatum comes.
All
Right.
It's like a famous birthdays, March 1st.
Yes. Okay. Shime, no comment yet this morning.
Justin
on-
Bieber.
What, March 1st?
Yeah.
No comment from you yet this morning on Bleacher Report and their listing of the top 10 quarterbacks of all time.
Ooh.
Okay. I mean, I have my list. They have theirs. It's fine.
I love this list.
They have like a top 40 list too. They didn't just do 10. They went up to like 40.
Number one is obviously Tom Brady.
Yeah.
No debate there.
No.
Number 2 is Joe Montana, who you famously give zero respect to.
Meh. It's just not a top 5 quarterback. It is what it is.
Here's what I don't understand. I agree. I think you can really flip a coin with Montana and Mahomes because obviously Montana has more Super Bowls. Mahomes' career isn't over, but if it was to end right now, I guess I'll have to say Mahomes third behind Montana. But Peyton Manning being third on this list?
Yeah.
is obscene.
Nope, makes sense. He's number 2 on my list for a reason.
Wow. What reason?
Because the way in which Peyton Manning played quarterback changed the foundation on which offenses were run. Like the way in which he diagnosed at the line of scrimmage, built the foundation for this generation of quarterback play, which I think matters. I think your impact on the game itself is a massive reason why he's so high on the list. Like, I understand, and Curtis is right, like, he choked on a lot of big game moments. I get it. When it comes to actually playing the quarterback position and what he did to the game of football, Peyton Manning changed it.
If we're going to do that, though, then you should have Michael Vick in your top 10.
But he didn't change it.
Michael Vick changed the way the quarterback was played, definitely.
Well, not really, because what happened after...
Cunningham was the...
I guess...
Well,
right.
maybe no,
and even
because
Steve Young before that.
Yeah, but even before that, it was the quarterback, the Vikings, Fran Tarkenton. Did a lot of running. So
Johnny Unitas did a ton of running.
I think...
And then when you look at the gap from Michael Vick to, like, the next real running quarterback, which I guess was RG3 for a year, like, there weren't a lot... Like, Michael Vick didn't spawn a million of them.
And I would say that it's actually wrong what you're saying about Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning didn't change the NFL. His teams changed the way it was officiated so they could win. They had to change the rules for Peyton Manning's offense to bring a championship.
So I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but I also think the way in which quarterback play changed was because of Peyton Manning. Like, Wiggy, and maybe Wiggy can lend more of insight into this, but when it comes to actually diagnosing things at the line of scrimmage and the way in which you audible in and out of plays, like Peyton Manning changed kind of a lot of ways in which teams would do that.
Peyton Manning was the person who kind of laid the foundation and did a lot of that. Now, I mean,
Omaha.
Yeah. And I guess it depends on where are your criterias for when you're saying, okay, what are we going to look at with this quarterback? How important is winning championships?
Let's just do this quick, Greg. So this is the Bleacher Report top 10.
Yep.
10 Dan Marino, 9 Steve Young, 8 Drew Brees, 7 Brett Favre, 6 John Elway, 5 Aaron Rodgers.
5 Aaron Rodgers, I get it. But I don't know if he should be that high.
You guys made fun of me when I had him.
I have an issue with him being 5th.
It's obscene that he's ahead of John Elway.
Correct.
And
That's
Brett
fair.
Favre.
No, I think he's better than Favre.
4 Mahomes, 3 Peyton Manning, 2 Montana, 1 Brady.
See, this list is already top 10 is already a joke. The fact that you don't have Dan Marino in the top 10.
We just do.
Yep.
He just mentioned it
Number
on the
10.
show that you're listening to that you don't hear ever.
Oh, I thought you said it was.
Nope, just said it.
Oh,
just said it there.
All right.
Contrarian coach.
I thought you said Steve Young.
No.
All right,
Yes, I did after I said Dan Marino.
Okay, my bad.
No problem.
And I would have Dan Marino higher. He'd be in the top 5 for me.
Never won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, see, that's the point. So you're basing it on winning championships. If you're going to do
isn't
it,
that Terry Bradshaw
would be. Well, if that Chime's right. If that's the goal, why isn't Bradshaw?
That's my big argument with Joe Montana.
Right? Why isn't Terry Bradshaw?
Well, people, I think Terry Bradshaw deserves to be top 10. People argue that the league was different there, and you had no free agency, and it was, everybody's played together for 10, 15 years, and so it was easier to win. I don't, that's the argument.
See, and that's why I said, when you look at your criteria, how important is winning championships on this list?
It is number 1 to me.
Okay, see, it wouldn't be number 1 to me because, and I would look in all sports, right? I think Jordan's the GOAT, right? And but I put Bird up there high, but there are guys that have won more championships than Bird that I would put below him. I think Dan Marino, he didn't win a Super Bowl.
Well, but see, when you talk about Bird, like, to me, there's an extra element, which is that he and Magic saved the game of basketball. That to me is an added factor that I weigh in on.
Well, redefining the position of quarterback, which Dan Marino did, when he came into the league, he redefined what the passing quarterback looked like. So if you're going to go with changing the game or redefining the position, I agree with that, and I can see that's why I would have Dan Marino higher on my list, even though he doesn't have the championship.
What he did prior to the rule changes is borderline impossible, Dan Marino.
Yes.
That was so good.
I mean, we think of touchdown numbers now, but they're almost like the home run numbers after the steroid era. Like, pre-2000, basically, what Marino did was unprecedented. And I wouldn't have Steve Young on this list either. Like, he inherited Bill Walsh's and Joe Montana's brilliant offensive system. He won one championship. Dan Marino had a far more impactful, better NFL career than Steve Young.
He should be top 5 Marino.
I think even Ty Law came in here and said one day that Dan Marino's the best thrower of the football he's ever seen.
Right.
They're Aliquippa boys.
Right. He should. That's why when you so that's why, I guess it's based on, and I don't know how the Bleacher Report did it, but maybe they took in. Well, they didn't take into consideration your thought process because they would have had who was number 2? Was it Montana?
Yeah, Joe Montana's number 2.
And they had Peyton Manning at number 3. So
right.
But to me, it's not about championships.
There's 2 or 3 guys on the list who had the unfortunate circumstance of playing against Tom Brady, and you can look at, Drew Brees, obviously Peyton Manning,
Mahomes.
Brees to me
Brett
might be the
Favre.
most.
Like, they would have had more if not for Tom Brady.
Brees might be the most overrated.
Yes, I agree.
Because if I'm going to say it about Sean Payton, I have to hold the same standard to Drew Brees. They went 7-9 way too many times, and they were terrible outside of a dome.
And this goes to the GOAT conversation in basketball with LeBron and Jordan, with some guys like Drew Brees, and I'm not going to use Brady. How long they played? Like Drew Brees played what? 17, 18 years, same with Aaron Rodgers. So the number, Marino only played, I want to say, 12 or 13. He had the Achilles injury late in his career. So when you start to factor in the longevity, statistically, you're going to always be in the top of the conversation because you played so much longer than everybody else.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say most people would consider Aaron Rodgers in the top? And that's 21 years in the league with one Super Bowl win.
Right.
Like, so I think that more people fall in line with Wiggy than they do with Greg when it comes to how many Super Bowls a quarterback has won over
that's
time.
not a factor.
Correct. It's the talent that you see on the field and the team that's around them and what they do to elevate that team rather than winning a Super Bowl.
I'm looking at more of when we're talking about quarterbacks or any position and we're talking about the greatest of all, I'm looking more at their talent than I am the number of championships.
And I wonder if that is more a former player versus a fan situation.
Probably.
Like, I would say yes, because former players know how difficult it actually is to win a Super Bowl.
And that's why the conversation, and I mean, I have Jordan at number 1, but that's why there are a lot of people that have LeBron as their GOAT because of his overall talent versus Jordan. That's why I have Marino up higher on my list, because when you look at Marino and what he did at the position as quarterback and his talent to throw the football, he couldn't run to save his life, but his ability to throw into tight windows, his ability to put touch on the ball, all of those things, there was nobody, in my opinion, better than Dan Marino.
Well, it's interesting. Bleacher Report, top 10 quarterbacks of all time. Number 11, Mac Jones.
Well, I'm pretty sure they had like Eli Manning in the top 25, which is insane.
Yeah, well, it's because he won 2 Super Bowls.
He did.
Are you still on Mac Island after he kind of just didn't show for you guys on Radio Row?
Yeah.
He was busy.
Yeah.
But Wiggy even told him, like, Greg's a huge fan.
Yeah.
Wiggy got a big picture with him, so that was fine.
The selfie was good.
It's very difficult because people have all these scheduled interviews and you have to drag them away. And
how many scheduled interviews did Mac Jones have? I'm sorry.
I think he may have had a lot.
Because he's playing out in San Francisco.
Yeah, stop.
He had a lot of success. People love him in the Bay Area. I even asked
his
him.
outfits alone that week were atrocious.
He needs a personal stylist.
I think he has one, and they need to be fired.
Well,
the
yeah,
sunglasses, it's not a look.
Let's send him the colorist that picked games.
I asked him. I said, "Hey, listen, man. You think they're gonna trade you because it'd be a good opportunity for you to go start somewhere?" And he was like, "Yeah, I'm probably gonna be it." But he wants, obviously, like to be traded somewhere.
Is that breaking news?
No, I don't think it's breaking news. But
Mac Jones wants to be traded.
We have audio of Wiggy when he approached Mac Jones and said hello.
Yes, hello.
He's a little bit,
Did he know who you were when you went up to him?
I don't think he did.
I had no idea.
Yeah. But when I told him, he was like, he was probably like, yeah. He didn't think I was telling the truth when I said Greg loves him.
Yeah.
He
probably doesn't encounter a lot of people who love him, probably, around these parts.
Yeah, so that's probably why it was like that way.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll be right back.
93.7 WEEI.
Best sports city in the world.
Getting very uncomfortable in here because
Not
of the
uncomfortable. No.
because of the name thing.
Just misogynistic, that's all. Not uncomfortable.
Sexist, I think you said also.
Yeah.
During the argument that you two just had.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I don't know what misogynistic means. Sexist.
It means that you declaring that the man should name the baby is a sexist
No,
thing.
I didn't say naming
That
the baby.
is what you said.
I said when the man says, I would love for my name to live on, and I want to name my son, my firstborn son, after me because this is a family generational thing that we've done. That's where I say the woman, if you want to call it sexist or whatever the hell, and you can, hey, listen, you can, I told my wife, girl, you can call it what you want. My firstborn son, I want my name and our legacy to live on and live on and live
Yeah,
on.
and Santo's living on.
And I told my son, I want him to continue that legacy if he's, fortunate to have a son.
So you're saying that the woman who is equally 50% equal in the creation of the child,
That she is.
has no say in the name of the son because he is firstborn.
If I
That's
am
what
one
you
of,
told Talina.
if I am one of those
and,
people,
and Mrs. Wiggins was fine with that.
she was 100%. She's like, listen, if you feel that way and that's what you want,
The son is currently kicking me in the ribs every 3 seconds.
But you gotta
I think I get
understand-
more than 50%.
no, because especially your family or your extended family, the Santo legacy has been around for 4 generations.
Yeah, and we'll continue. Santo lives on.
Oh, yeah, that's just me.
That's
If-
all.
If Courtney and I were married, we'd have
Well,
major
you said,
issues.
you and I could never be married. I said,
Yes.
you've made that clear.
Yeah, we'd have major, because that was the one thing I said. And then, even my second son, whatever you want the name, babe, I'm cool with it.
If men, and I don't want to, I've already, I cross my legs. I'm a lady half the time. So, if men gave birth, there would never be a child born with anything related to the female name for as long as humans roam the planet Earth.
So true.
We would, the notion that we would be deferential if we were carrying the child is one of the bigger nonsensical
No, it
takes.
has not, but it has nothing to do with, it's about the family legacy. It has nothing to do with the sexism or misogynistic. It's about the family legacy.
No, you declaring to another human being who happens to be a woman,
right,
that I'm naming our firstborn son, and that's the way it works.
Right.
That's a bit sexist.
No, that's the legacy that I want to continue. That conversation was had before we even had kids, or when we got together. Here's what
Well, the legacy continues in the last name.
No,
men
it's not
already
correct.
have that
Great
benefit.
point,
No,
Greg.
no, it's not the same. It is not the same.
Wonderful point.
No, it's not. It's not the
Wonderful
same.
point.
Because you want, and I'm not even front. I don't even have my dad's name, and that's not part of it. I don't, I didn't care about my dad, never loved him, didn't respect him, whatever. I don't give a damn where he is, heaven or hell. My thing was, for me, and there are families like that, the tradition of the name to last for generations, I was like, I am setting that.
I just think it's one of those big decisions that you make when you're a new parent, and it's really not, it ends up being, from my perspective anyway, not that important. A name is
For
a name.
you, it's not, though.
No, I understand that, but I'm not so, I don't know if the term is arrogant or what. I don't
arrogance.
I don't need my legacy to continue.
But that's you, though.
Yeah, exactly. So it's me and Santo.
I will say
It's
this is somewhat ironic considering the name of the show, the name of the foundation.
Is my name?
I mean, I don't care about things being named after me. Tune in next on the Greg Hill Show when we have the Greg Hill Golf Tournament.
I had mistaken, because I tried to make this point and then it was just wrong during the break. I had mistaken that I thought Brees was named after Jen's maiden name.
No. Julia's middle name
Yes.
is Jen's maiden name.
Right.
Taylor.
Correct.
Bree's first name is my mom's maiden name.
Which I love.
Greece.
Right.
Yeah,
But
so-
I was trying to make the point because he was like, well, it's the sun. It's the sun.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, but look
I
at
would have
Greg.
been, okay with any name.
Right.
Right, but Greg don't care about that.
I mean, I'm not somebody who comes. I don't march through the door at home and go, "Hey, when is dinner on
No, it
the
has
table?"
nothing to do with
Like
that.
apparently that's what you do.
No, it has nothing to do. So then
Never
why-
forget Thanksgiving when he said I was a terrible wife for not making Santos plate.
So then why are there so many, juniors, seniors, thirds, fourth, whatever? Then
Well, some people like that.
So then all of those guys are sexist. So then Santos' dad was a sexist.
No.
And his grandfather.
No.
No, right, exactly.
They wanted Santo to live on. He's living on.
That's you see what
So,
I'm saying?
Yeah. So I'm doing
He's not
exactly.
living on.
Yeah.
He's Santo, whatever. He's not the fourth.
This is Don from Linfield. Hey, Don.
Don from Linfield. Hey, I have to agree with Wiggy. I wanted my father's name, and I ended up with Dominic DeVito. I wanted his first name, Guido DeVito, and it didn't work out that way.
Certainly rolls off. It rolls off the tongue. This is Edgar Jr. Hello, Edgar.
Yeah, I definitely weigh in with Wiggy on this. I mean, it's not a sexist thing. This has been going on for eons, since everybody ever knew, having lineage. I'm going to name my son this. I actually have a son who's Edgar III. And yeah, it's my father's name, but as I grew up and I became my own man, it became my name. I'm like, I want my son one day to, I want to be such a good dad that my son is like, wow, I love this name, I love this lineage, and I want to continue it.
I love that for you and your wife.
Nice
That's all I'm
thing.
saying.
But
Continue the
But
legacy.
it's to each his own.
Yeah, but you guys are making it sound like, they're sexist. No,
we're not
you're
talking about the fact that lineage is sexist. We're talking about the fact that you were sexist during the break.
Right.
How am I sexist?
You're like George Foreman. You got Jermaine 1, Jermaine 2, Jermaine 3.
Doesn't George's daughters are also called George too?
Yes, there's a major difference. All my boy, like my youngest son is not Jermaine.
No, but that you're making it about yourself.
No,
just being honest.
No, I'm making it about the legacy of our lineage to continue on.
What's the legacy of your lineage? Like
that, and 300 years of
you just said you don't even like your dad.
That's because my dad was a nobody. But I'm talking about
right. So it's your lineage that you want to live on.
Yes, we are starting from here. From here.
Yes, I understand.
Why is and like the caller said, this has been going on for eons. Think about all the
eons.
However long this has been going on since the
Then
day.
why does it always end at like the 5th?
Because somebody has to step in and go, I want to be part of the firstborn son's name,
Yeah.
and that's why it ends at the
What
5th.
if I only have one child?
You're still going to be a great moms.
That's not the question.
Right.
Well, if you have
But if you only have one child, you'll be depriving yourself of baby moons and jewelry. So you better
Baby
better
moons,
think
I
about
think,
that.
only happens for the first.
That
Well,
only
you could
happens
start a
for
new
the
trend.
first.
Yeah.
All right, we got to take a break.
Thank
but I
God.
believe is Ken here in the building?
I don't know. I haven't seen
All
him.
right. Len Laird has declared himself to be the play-by-play host for the Boston Red Sox on March 8th. And this has caused an issue with Curtis because he was expecting to be there.
Right.
But we'll see if we can get Ken in here to talk about that coming up next.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show on WEEI.
off, we gonna tear the roof off the mother sucker. Tear the roof off the sucker. Tear the roof off, we gonna tear the roof off the mother sucker. Tear the roof off the sucker. Tear the roof off, we gonna tear the roof off the mother sucker. Tear the roof off the sucker. You got a real type of thing going down, getting down. There's a whole lot of rhythm going round. You got a real type of thing going down, getting down. There's a whole lot of rhythm going round.
Walk-up request from our next guest, Len Laird, the brand manager here at WEEI in the studio this morning. Hello.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
Well,
how's everybody?
Well, we're great, and I unintentionally apparently created a bit of controversy this morning by mentioning that you were going to be attempting play-by-play on the Red Sox radio network, the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox radio network on March 8th. And I don't know what, before we get into that, I don't know what kind of agreement existed previously between you and Curtis, but Curtis was probably rightly so upset that he was not asked to do the play-by-play with you.
Yeah, I actually was very surprised he was that upset. But can I give you a little context to the whole thing? Maybe
Sure.
that will put things in perspective. So I don't make the broadcast alignment. That's not my job. The Red Sox announce they select the broadcasters. We manage the pre and post game and the engineering, and we're partners in it. And of course, we have a say who's on the air. So,
Question:
so that's
spring
not
training as well.
Spring training as
Okay.
well. So
Yeah.
this is not my pick.
Okay.
Now, we're going down next week, but this is March 8th. So when the spring training schedule comes out of announcers, it's always kind of piecing it together. You know, Will Fleming's down there for some of them, and
Lou does games from time to time.
when he's in Bradenton, it's always a little more challenging to put together the puzzle. So the trip that nobody wants to do is Bradenton, because it's a 2.5-hour drive from Fort Myers. So we had a gap there where Bradfo's doing the color, but they're looking for a play-by-play guy. So I said to Rob, well, I'm down there for our Sweet Holders weekend with our clients on March 6th to the 8th. So I said to Rob, I should just do that game. This is this is the team of my youth, the Pirates and the Red Sox.
Ooh.
So he goes and suggests it to Red Sox brass, and they said, that's a good idea. So I got a call a couple days ago from Colin Birch of the Red Sox, and he said, if you really want to do that game, we can make that happen. So I thought, well, that's kind of cool. I really didn't consider anybody else's, would want to be a part of that.
huge.
So, yeah. I mean,
I didn't realize it was Pirates too. Like
and
that's
the Pirates,
big for you.
yeah.
It was really big.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. So
you didn't invite Bradfo. Bradfo invited
he's
you.
already on.
essentially.
Yeah, I was given the schedule. There are a couple gaps, and that's one of them. They're looking for a play-by-play guy. So
That's a sign from the heavens above. The
I thought it was
stars
kind of a
align.
cool thing, but
It's kind of like you manifested it.
Right.
I did sort of manifest it.
So really, this had nothing to do. You didn't choose yourself.
I didn't really
You were
choose
ju-
myself.
Okay,
Right. I'm just filling a gap.
Ken and I text chat often. I love him. He's a brother I never had. But, it would have been a fun text like, hey, I'm doing a Sox game against the Pirates.
Well, it just came together yesterday. Greg was in my office. So
Came together yesterday. And just out of curiosity, does Bradfo, need the jaws of life to be removed from the booth? Like, is he already assumed that he's there no matter where and when?
You're blocked.
He's doing a handful of games.
And just so you know, this is Ken blaming the Red Sox, not taking accountability, saying that I was never asked because they would never allow me to do it. That's why Ken's doing it.
It's not that big a deal. If it bothers Curtis that
No.
much, I will skip it.
No, I don't want you to miss this game. I would have deep remorse preventing you from calling the Pittsburgh Steelers game.
If push came to shove, you would rather do it with Curtis than Bradfo.
Well,
I
of
think.
course, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Well,
all I
And
need.
all of you.
But have there been conversations between you and Curtis about potentially doing a game together?
I think in the past, yes, we discussed. Okay. Yeah, we've discussed that.
Yeah.
But
kind of a dream, really, of Curtis's. I would assume. I mean, he's a savant.
No, I could suggest it. I don't know, how far that'll go given the first pitch.
Well, you could suggest it to Sam Kennedy. For
I could,
instance.
or you could next week.
Yes, okay.
We have some time.
What if Curtis threw out the first pitch for that game?
It's in
It's a
Bradenton.
spring training game.
Yeah, so the Pirates control the pre and post. So
Well, but
it's
you
on the
have
road.
Pirates connections.
I do
so-
have some connections, maybe.
Pirates already
Couple
have
left.
Willie Stargell lined up for that one. Jinx.
Well, watch Bradfo get Livy done for that game.
Why was that your walk-up song this morning?
So my only professional play-by-play experience was 20 years ago in the Frontier League with the Washington Wild Things, and that song became the anthem. We went on a 9-game road trip through Chillicothe, Ohio, Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Florence, Kentucky, And the hitting coach, Joe Charbonneau, I don't know if you remember Joe, Rookie of the Year from the Cleveland Indians back in 1980, would play that song on the bus, coming to the stadium, and dance shirtless up and down the bus to get the team riled up. So it was like, it reminds me of my minor league history.
You were probably like, hey, hand me another Bartles and James wine cooler. I'm going to let loose here.
No doubt.
How far, I know you know this, how far is Bradenton from Orlando?
It's about 90 minutes.
Oh, there you go. A little Disney post game. Check it out.
Now, let me ask you, have you decided on a home run call? Because that's the most important part of play-by-play when it comes to Major League Baseball.
Well, you said this yesterday. I don't have a home run call, so I had to put some thought into it. And, you know, some of the greats don't have one. I mean, Sean McDonough does not have a home run call per se. I mean, he's just calls a classic game. So you really don't need one. But, of course, some people do. John Sterling had one. Will Fleming has the adios that he throws in occasionally. I like that. So I had a couple that I said, Wiggy has done this. Wiggy has done a great job.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
On some of
so
these.
you have some that are under consideration.
I have a couple under consideration. One that's an homage to you, if you want to.
Huh?
I have an homage to you.
Do you want us to go to social media with this and put them? We'll have Mitch put them up and we'll get some feedback.
Absolutely, definitely.
Ken tried to take credit for "And Boom Goes the Dynamite." I don't even.
I think to make a name for yourself, you should have one.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you don't want to be, you just don't want to become a sideshow. I want to do a proper call of the game.
Right.
I don't want to be a gimmick, you know.
Sideshow.
And a gimmick's good, though. Look at John Madden. I mean, he had a great career on gimmickry.
Yes.
Is that how you say it? Gimmick, how do you say it?
Gimmickry.
Yeah, gimmickry.
Okay, what's under consideration? And do them as if you were
Can you believe this?
Okay, good start there, Shime, because I've got an ode to Joe as my first one here. All right, so Shime's going to give me a little crowd noise here. Beautiful day here at McKechnie Field in Bradenton. Scoreless into the third, Pirates and Sox. I'm Ken Laird along with Chris Curtis. Third baseman Mikey Romero steps in for the first time today, and here's the first pitch from Skeens. Hit in the air to center, well struck. This one's got a chance, back to the wall, and Joe, I believe it. A Sox homer from Romero, and it's 1-0 Boston.
Okay.
I like that.
So the call is Joe, I believe it.
Joe, I believe it.
You're kind of answering as an homage.
Right.
You're answering the question, can you believe it?
Correct. Like Joe's in the booth there.
Right,
with
I
you.
like
Wow.
that. Okay.
The only
beautiful.
thing you needed there was to fall.
That was goosebumps.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the ghost, not that Joe is gone or anything, but kind of the ghost of Joe is there holding your hand theoretically during the broadcast. Okay.
Can I play Monday Morning Quarterback?
Yeah, what do you think?
Joe, don't stop believing.
That's a good variation.
You could try that.
Well done.
Okay, go ahead, Sean.
All right, here's
Sean,
my-
give us some crowd.
Now, here's my Will Fleming homage. Wilson Contreras to the plate for the Sox, 1 for 3 so far today. And here's the first pitch from Skeens. This one is launched. Center field. O'Neal Cruz backing up, looking up. Pelota, como estás? A solo blast from Contreras, and it's 4-3 Boston in the fourth.
I love that.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
massive
a
Bad Bunny
nod-
fan.
Kind of a nod. This is probably you saw the response to Bad Bunny.
Yes.
And you decided I'm going to go Latin America
Latin,
with it.
for the
Okay.
Latin guys.
Yes.
Okay.
Huge.
That could be big.
Latin fan base, too.
that
Good
could be
job.
big.
Spanish fan
Now,
base. Good job.
my only question there is I don't want to offend anybody. Like,
True.
if you just say, like, Sacre Bleu in Quebec, that's kind of like,
What
you
in
know,
the
not-
hell?
Well, it's also like my culture is in your costume.
Right.
I like that one.
So I need some feedback.
Yes.
All right, give me another one.
All right, here we go.
I
This is
like
now.
this.
This is my Hillman homage. Okay. Swung on and driven. This one's a long way to left. Send it to Lansdowne. Send it to Mantown. A 3-run drive from Sedan, and the Sox blow it open in the 7th.
I like that.
I don't know if many people will
Yeah,
get
send
that,
it to
but I do
Mantown.
appreciate-
I thought they got
appreciate
canceled.
that.
No.
I mean, so far, do you have a favorite? I mean,
The first one really
I like
struck
the
me.
I like the Spanish one
Same.
too.
I love a
That
good
was
pelota.
Yeah, that was good.
You have another one?
I got two more.
Two more.
Okay.
This one has a little spring training flair, okay? Here's Roman Anthony stepping in to open up the fourth. It's scoreless. And the pitch from Skeens. Swung on and drilled. High, far. That ball has a boarding pass and TSA pre-check. It's out of here.
All right. Kind of topical.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just for spring.
Right. And of course, you got the whole JetBlue tie-in, and
Yeah.
that works from a sponsor
Thank you.
perspective. Okay. I
I
don't like that.
Yeah, that one was
That one might be too long.
This
though.
is my favorite segment.
And I feel like you have so much opportunity when it's Roman Anthony.
Yeah, well, Roman. Yeah, there's a lot of plays on Roman. I didn't want to be too cliche.
Yeah, but but cliche is good in this situation.
Could have also
one
gone
more.
with
This is
global entry.
the last one that you're.
That's my last one, other than Boom Goes the Dynamite, which I did have in here, but I'm going to skip that one. All right, this one's at Fenway. The 3-2 to Story. Here it is. Swung on and drilled. Into the night to left. Monster. Mashed. And the Sox lead 4-3.
Okay.
Would certainly play in
Monster
October.
Mash.
Yes,
It would play.
It would play in October.
And it seems like we're having lofty goals
Yes.
of you calling at Fenway.
I'm just suggesting.
So
I mean, Story's another great one that you
There's
could
a lot
have
of
used some
story
other
puns.
thing.
Yeah.
Back. End of the story.
Can I get a Wiggy? Because Wiggy did a great
That is
job.
outta
this.
here.
Can I? We got to get a Wiggy.
Yeah,
Can we
that
get one?
is, that is,
Sean, get Wiggy the crowd
All
noise.
right.
I need a Wiggy.
All right, okay. All right, Roman Anthony up at the plate here. 3-2 count. Ball inside. That thing is hit. That thing is going. Oh, my God. When in Rome, do what Anthony does. That is out of here. Grand Slammy for your boy, Roman Anthony.
A little too much. Like, it's just
Well, I
kind of let it live.
All right, well, then go
let
ahead.
let it breathe. I don't portend to be a play-by-play guy.
I like that.
Very difficult job.
very.
Good
It's really
job,
filling. I feel like it's filling the space a lot of times. Is what the
that you.
I hope you're going to let kind of the noise of the ballpark breathe, because that's very important.
I like to
Old
do
baked
that,
potato chips. Got me.
Yeah.
Who was that?
I don't know.
That was
But
Sticks.
you got to let it breathe.
Yeah, I will try to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
If Curtis is okay with it, I mean, I think we
Well,
can
I
have
don't
a
know that.
discussion.
Curtis,
off the air,
where are you? Curtis?
I regret any issue I had with this. I cannot wait to hear the full broadcast.
I say this bright
Ken has
future
earned
ahead of you,
it.
kid.
Yeah.
Bright future.
Thank you.
Has this always been something that you've been interested in?
Well, it's like a back burner, bucket list thing.
Yeah.
To be able to do a big league game, and this is a spring game, but still, that'd be
still
it
counts.
would be fun.
I mean,
But
we
you
gotta,
hit it out of the ballpark, and they may be asking you to.
Come back.
Well,
Because
see.
you do you make it entertaining for the youth.
I try.
Like, it's not just a basic home run thing. You add your own little puns in there. I like that. That was good.
Thank you, Wiggy.
make sure you bring Maya and Dee, get the full family. I mean, that's going to be a big day for you. Fly the mom in from
Now,
Pittsburgh or Philly.
when doing a game, will clock management be the same issue that it was for you when you were hosting the show
You
in my
just took
absence?
a break at 9:02. That was supposed to be at
I know, but Courtney
8:54.
said you were horrible on the clock while I was
we
gone.
were pretty good. I mean,
We were not good.
in comparison to Greg.
No. Oh my! I mean, Curtis, you were here too.
Yeah, it was a.
We had to keep being like, Ken, time for a break.
Really?
Yeah.
You were enjoying yourself.
I'll check the
Sick.
archives. We did have a good time. That was fun.
Yeah.
It was another bucket list thing.
Yeah.
Full week on the
Is
morning
this what
show.
you're going to wear for the broadcast, or you go Sox hat? Obviously,
It's going to be warm down there.
We got
Yeah,
the
I mean,
quarter zip. I like the way that
you
looks.
do hat though?
Maybe a logo, kind of
Yeah,
logoed Sox.
Definitely
got
got to do logo.
Logo
maybe the
WEEI?
outfit is a broadcaster. I'm not sure. You have to look
Maybe
into
you
that.
do.
What are the hot spots in Bradenton so you can check out?
Yeah, there aren't many.
Clothing allowance or something? Probably.
That
What
would be
about a
nice.
bandana?
Good call.
All right, March 8th.
Okay, March 8th.
All right.
Thank you all.
Congrats, Ken.
listening.
Len Laird. We will be
job.
listening on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network. Every game right here. Correct, Ken?
Correct.
Every game.
amazing.
Ken, I would like you to just, if you could, workshop a social distancing line into a long home run ball. I think that would be the perfect combination of
Oh.
COVID. I think you could do it.
Curtis is right. Yeah.
There
Get
we
a
go.
COVID ball in there.
Oh.
It's a COVID bomb right there.
Excuse me, social distance, please.
The best was when they had the fan stand-ups during
Yeah.
COVID. Looked
Yeah.
like the actual real thing, didn't it?
Oh, my
Chris?
God. When you see highlights of the 2020 season and you see Andy Reid, who's 600 pounds with a mask on outside.
Right.
Like four masshole stand-ups in the crowd.
Yeah.
Look really legit.
The best was basketball. You got to admit when they put all the fans like on the screens.
Oh, yeah, it was like the
like everybody was zooming in the Zoom fans.
Yeah.
That
it
was
like the-
classic. Come on.
All right, here is Courtney with what is trending right now.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
We're going to start with the Pats. Mike Vrabel has reportedly removed the interim tag on defensive coordinator Zach Kerr, who took over for Terrell Williams, who's been battling prostate cancer. So that means Vinny DePalma will reportedly be promoted to inside linebackers coach. Speaking of interim head coaches, Ernie Adams has reportedly been named the interim guy in charge at Phillips Andover. Phillips will open their search for a coach after the 26th season. The Bruins that are not at the Olympics are back on the ice at practice today. They're at Warrior Ice Arena at 11 a.m. for morning skate. Some baseball news yesterday as MLB Executive Director Tony Clark has stepped down. Clark did not provide a statement in the press release. He had held the role since 2013, according to multiple sources. Clark resigned after an internal investigation revealed he had an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law, who was hired to work for the Players Union back in 2023. And over to the Olympics, men's hockey will face off today in the quarterfinals with Sweden in Milan. Puck drop is set for 3:10. That's what's trending. Coming up next, we've got your Hill Notes.
WEEI.
Keith coming up at 10. Not only can you listen, but you can watch them on Twitch or on YouTube. And that is brought to you every day by Twitch. Brought to you on Twitch every day by Springer's Jewelers. And they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And it is Wedding Band weekend at Springer's on Thursday, on Friday, and on Saturday. So if you're about to exchange vows or you want to upgrade your rings, go see the team at Springer's.
We have a couple big news stories that broke during Ken's segment.
Yes.
One, the Chiefs somehow, with this really, really onerous and hard cap in the NFL, lowered their salary cap number for Patrick Mahomes the other day from $78 million to $34 million, saving $43.56 in salary cap space with the movement of a pen.
Wow.
So pretty amazing how that's, but the cap, woof, that thing's coming. And then Greg and Wiggy, more for Wiggy, NBC News breaking, 10-page ruling, U.S. District Court judge in Illinois. Buffalo Wild Wings can continue to call their popular menu item boneless wings, even though they are, quote, essentially chicken nuggets, unquote.
Wow. Epic fail by that dude.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to get a class action going.
Sure was.
Saying that buffalo tenders are not wings, and so therefore it is false advertising, but not so. So they have determined that chicken is chicken.
Right.
And I like fried chicken.
That's why I always say
It's
bone
chicken.
in. I always say bone in.
Well, you like bone in.
Yeah.
I prefer the tendies.
Yeah, I know that.
Chicken. I like fried chicken.
I just don't want to deal with the whole bone thing, and you end up leaving a lot of meat on the bone.
It's messy.
And it's
That's 'cause
very
you don't know how to eat
like
it.
nothing worse than somebody. No offense, Shime, but somebody who is like in there getting every little teeny little bit of meat off of the chicken wing.
Licking
Like,
your
I'll
fingers.
slurp on it.
Yeah.
I'll take it all.
No,
Get the gristle and everything.
no.
Yeah.
And are you a flat only person?
No,
or-
I like flats. I like drumsticks.
Hardly any meat on the drumstick. It's all
No, there's
other
plenty of
junk
meat.
on there,
No,
like
there's plenty of meat. There's plenty
muscle
of meat.
and gristle and all.
You get
that.
the big enough wings. Plenty of meat. You're just not a wing person. You don't like to get your hands
Well, I
dirty.
say there's more surface area sauce-wise on the flat. That's why I prefer it.
Yeah. And you
it's-
don't like to get your hands dirty.
Well,
I
it
love to
sits-
get my fingers.
But it sits right there, and I feel like the flat also gets crispier than the actual, whatever you call the other one.
Drumstick?
Yeah, the drumstick.
I
you
would
like
split that apart.
Yeah.
Do you like a dry rub or like a?
Lemon pepper dry rub all
Okay,
day.
because that's what La Di Da has for
Yeah.
your
Lemon pepper
experience
dry
at
rub. But
Margaritaville.
I do love, wet as well.
Okay.
Fett in Boston does a lemon pepper wet version, which is pretty good. But I do halftime across the street and next to TD Garden, their sweet chili, spectacular.
Sweet chili is so good.
Yes.
And I'm just buffalo. Like, I don't need all the other weird flavors.
Yeah.
So you don't like a good garlic parm?
Nah, not really.
Buffalo's the goat.
The honey barbecue is phenomenal.
There's the
Give me all of them.
There's the place. It's across. I think it might be A and B. It's the one right across from the TD Garden, across from the Bruin Bear. They do a Korean barbecue wing.
Yeah.
And that thing.
Talk to me.
Slamming.
All right. Hill Notes, brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
it's electric.
Dear God. Shime, I'm struggling with this one. Greg's struggling with the classes straight to hell, calling it wrong and boyo. I don't ever want to hear you talk about your music knowledge, guitar players, nothing ever again. You're banned. And Curtis, you still stink.
Wow.
No, I didn't call it wrong M. Boyo. I said it sounded similar, but it was not that. I'm a huge Clash fan. Have always been.
All right.
So, nice try.
When are those going to get funny?
Now for a live update on his playing status with the Boston Celtics from Jason Tatum himself. Coming back? No, I'm not. Coming back? No, I'm not. Might come back? No, never. What are you, crazy? It's an Achilles. I'll be back next year. Wait, hold the bus. I'm ready to play. Coming back? No, I'm not. Call me tomorrow.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, you went to all the effort to create the 5-episode documentary for NBC locally. Like, I'm assuming that you're coming back. So when the reporters call and say, "Are you coming back?" Say, "Yes, my intention is to come back." I mean,
was the documentary planned on? Was the ending always planned for him to finish it as his coming back, or is it just showing you his, journey through the rehab?
Well, I think it's showing you his journey through the rehab, but what's the point of doing it if you then don't come back?
Well, because you're just showing your journey, right? People love the content; they want to see you.
But would people watch? I mean,
Yeah.
there have been countless athletes who have come back from injury.
I mean,
It would be a bit lackluster if he didn't come back at the end.
Well,
of
the
it.
starting five is on. I'm telling you, I think as he gets closer, he's obviously a little bit nervous on, am I going to be 100%?
Right, but do you understand, like, doing a whole documentary, here's my recovery as I become, one of the only guys to ever make it back this quickly, and then you don't come back. It's
an odd thing to do if you're nervous. Wiggy, it's an odd thing to do if you're nervous about it. Creating an entire documentary.
Right, but if the documentary, like Greg said, if the documentary was played at here's my documentary on my comeback and me coming back this season, I get it. But there are so many things now, especially in sports. I watched the starting five. There's so many things that people consume just the behind the scenes. And so
what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Because if he's just doing this for the behind the scenes of his journey,
he's doing it so people see and marvel at his comeback.
Right, and that's to see but the comeback might obviously have been meant for, it might not be this year unless he said it, and I don't know if he says it, or it just might have been here's my journey and my eventual comeback. I don't think it's he's doing this for, I want people to be like, oh, we want you back, Jason. We want you back, Jason.
You don't think so?
Then why do you think he said that to Ramona Shelburne?
Said what?
That he might not come back.
He hasn't made a decision yet.
Because I think he's starting to see, and he said this on the pivot, and then I'm taking...
Well, okay, enough of the pivot. I'm asking you why he said that to Ramona Shelburne.
Because this is what's coming out of his mouth. And on what he said to those guys on the pivot that came out of his mouth.
So you can't answer the one.
No,
about
I'm explaining it to you.
He said, I'm not sure where I fit in on this team.
But he also said, I do not want to come back and not be 100% of who I am as a basketball player on the court and not be able to play at the level I know I can play at. And that when he says that means he might be a little bit nervous that if he comes back, the injury, he's not going to be the same Jason Tatum. And why not just take the year? And then if he looks at his...
Okay, then don't do the whole documentary about how you have this miraculous comeback. Don't do the documentary if you're not coming back.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I 100% believe he said that to Ramona Shelburne as a response to what the post was from Jaylen Brown before the All-Star game. It'd be, if anybody else was in your life and those two things occurred, you would be a moron not to connect them. But for some reason, because they're good at basketball, we can't say they're related.
Roman Anthony at the plate, count 2-2, bases loaded. Here's the pitch. There's a deep drive down the right field line. It's long, it's gone. Grand slam, Roman Anthony. Roman Anthony, you are going to Disney World.
Okay. Yeah, not really.
All right.
I like how in Ken's scenario, the Red Sox are getting hit after hit after hit off Skeens.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Big
very,
time.
very optimistic.
That is
He
true.
is very optimistic.
Courtney, we are so happy for you and your family on the future edition of your child coming very, very, very soon. Enjoy this time, relax, and we look forward to having you back whenever you're ready.
Oh, that's very nice. I
Oh,
thought there was
that's
going to be
very
a joke
nice.
at the end.
I expected a punchline
That was very
as
nice.
well.
That was very nice.
In response that Jason Tatum may return this year, Jaylen Brown apparently reached out to Tanya Harding.
By the way, a big swing and a miss, Greg, with the Skeens. You could say that ball is all done. I mean, there's a million things you could have done.
That's actually a very good one.
God, I am so much better at everything than him.
All right, guys, it was a great night of drinking. Let's go get some steak dips on John Curtis. What do you say, guys? What a loser, numbnuts. After a heavy night of drinking, pizza and mozzarella sticks. That's the bomb. You just continue to show why you are numbnuts.
Apparently, I think it was a Boston College thing, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I haven't done it in a long time, Mr. Dave, but yes, it wasn't something I was proud of, but I enjoyed doing it when I was bombed in college.
You can also tell Dave's on vacation because he's not doing it from his office where his phone
true.
sounds good. He's doing it remote somewhere.
But I would love steak tips, though, after being just blasted.
Imagine being that obsessed with someone. My lord.
It didn't have a musical theme either.
Or a point, but
week off for Angry Principal Dave.
Take a breath.
Well deserved.
Yeah. And a school vacation week, so hope everybody's enjoying that.
Courtney, I'm so happy that we're going to name the baby Santo the Fourth.
I'm altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it further.
Is that supposed to be like a character?
I have no idea.
Like Darth Vader? It's kind of what it sounded like.
Very odd.
Coco, please reconsider. Just give him the 4th. My brother was supposed to be a junior. Me and my brother both have my mom's last name as our middle names. He was supposed to be a junior. Right now, he's 34. Till this day, my dad still complains about that to my mom. And it gets serious. So just please give him the 4th. Give Santos balls back. Just let him have that, please.
I, for one, wish I never brought it up.
It's very interesting, though.
It's fascinating.
The whole thing is fascinating because you're either somebody who feels like the name that you give your child is really, really important, or you don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm in that category. Like, whatever.
Right.
Like, the kid makes the name. The name doesn't make the kid.
No.
But,
Great point.
Right.
but
when you are the 4th,
you're heavily invested in it.
right?
He will be Santo the Fourth.
Yeah, when you are the 3rd or the 4th, that means the name means a big deal for the people that came ahead of you. Because if they didn't,
But isn't it the person that ends up making the name?
No.
Like,
Yes. It's the couple that is giving birth. And the mom is really the one giving birth.
No, but I'm saying the child who is born,
right?
The name is not that significant to what they become.
Right.
Well,
Like,
no,
doesn't-
it could be. If
It really-
somebody, it's
what?
like it's like.
What are you hanging out at a country club? I mean,
No.
who cares if you have a
But-
four after your
No,
name?
but it could be like I want to, I want to make. Because what's the one thing that we always say?
We say we want our kids to make a name for themselves, but not unless I call them my name.
No, we always. I was always taught, don't disparage your family name. I'm just I'm going answering Greg's question because he says the name is not a big deal. No, the name represents obviously.
You already have the last name.
No,
of
but
your
you're missing,
father.
You're missing the point. You just said the name don't matter. The one thing that it does, that you're going to be remembered for your name and whether you either were upheld that name or had some dirt on that name.
Would Brees be any different of a person, of a man, if I had named him Leonardo?
No, it'd be about how you raise him.
No,
right.
That'd be a sick name, though.
Leonardo's a good name.
The only name that
like
screws
the
you up.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
The only name that screws you up is Todd. Everything else is fine.
I mean, listen. That's so. Why have people been doing it for generations? It's about a legacy. It's not about.
And we're still doing it. Like they're acting like we're not doing the name at all.
Greg's point is like, oh, it's not the name. It's not about the name in this situation on if that kid's going to be a good man or a bad man or whatever. It's more about just the legacy that you start or your family
maybe
starts.
every legacy is very different. So
No,
let the mom and dad decide.
I don't disagree, but for me, when it came to legacy, there was no decision that the mother was going to make.
Okay, we understand.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Why do you get your
Nothing
panties?
wrong, nothing
Why do
wrong.
you get your panties in a bunch when somebody says, "This is what I want"?
I just think in a relationship, it's 50-50,
It is
and
50-50.
I'm not running around saying, this is what I declare is I get to name the son. Like,
that part of the relationship. Yes, I don't say, "Hey, you can't work. When I come home, I need food. Where my beer?"
Right.
No, I said the only thing that matters for me is for the firstborn is the name. And people get all like, "Oh, he caveman." No.
Yes, you are kind of caveman.
No, it's a legacy thing. It has nothing to do with being sexist. You make it sexist. I make it about legacy.
What's the legacy?
That in 200 years,
So they have to follow in your footsteps?
we would have started the legacy at me. My son, then his son,
Right.
and then his son, and then one day, 300 years from now, when somebody says hey, that name you got, Jermaine Charles, whatever you are at the time, Wiggins and whatever, where'd that name come from? You know what? It came from
The snowball.
my
Bingo. It's
That's it.
all about you.
and the legacy I started.
That's what you want.
What's not wrong with that?
Huh?
That's not wrong with that. Hey, what's the name, Curtis? What's the name of the show I'm
You're
on?
trying-
The Greg Hill Show.
You're
Okay.
trying to ensure.
Why don't we call
that-
it the show with friends?
Right. Or Wiggy and Friends.
No,
or
I don't-
Porky
you
and Friends.
are
But I don't
trying-
need that.
No, I know.
No, but you're trying to ensure that generations hence
Yes.
are talking about you.
But you want to know where you came from. You want to know your history.
They know where they came
no, they
from.
don't.
Sure
no,
they
don't.
do.
No, they don't. No,
They
they
do.
don't. We
You
talk
better
about
They came right from your loins.
No, we want to know about our history. We want to know where it came from. I want this in generations to come back and say, okay, where did I get my name from? We
But
want
where
that.
did you and you said your mom named you after?
Jermaine Jackson.
Okay.
So that's where I got my name
So
from.
that's where the name
Right,
came
so
from.
your legacy is the Jackson 5.
Yeah.
Oh, for
The
my
Jackson,
mother.
the
Well,
Jackson
for everyone,
family.
really.
For my mother, yeah. That's where it came from. Our legacy name
I'm just praying
came
for
from that.
Jermaine Jr.'s future significant other.
His legacy is the Jackson
Right.
family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But that's why
the
I'm
defense.
not sure that's one you want to have as
But-
your legacy.
No, but that's where it came from. Every name comes from a specific origin story.
Right.
You just weren't named Greg because they just said, oh, we're going to pull a name out of the
That's
thing.
what they did.
Right.
They used to have a baby book. They looked it up and they said, all right, Greg sounds fine.
They made that an app now.
So, yeah, so I'm sure there's an app for
I
that.
like there's a story behind it. And I want, like I said,
All right.
300 years. Don't
Is that
get so
it? All right,
sensitive.
We're not You're kind of the You're kind of the sensitive
You're
one.
sensy. You're
what
very
you call me?
sensy.
A
misogynist.
Yeah, misogynist.
You're a
and
misogynist.
sex-
Yes.
Don't say anything to a woman.
No, you're just getting a bit sensitive. Very sensitive.
Very sensy on this topic.
I just don't judge what Wiggy does in his own relationship.
No, I know.
I'm not judging you, though.
You don't inject yourself into their relationship.
I
like-
learned from them because they
This
love
is new.
forever.
No.
And then, God forbid, I
Courtney.
do a little something
Courtney,
different.
this is new to me.
Well,
do you know why they love forever? Because his wife does whatever he tells her to.
Yeah,
That's how they
okay.
that's how they love forever.
By the
You've
way,
seen us.
Greg, I have to, my favorite Twitch moment of the year so far, X-Bear. Okay, we've got a knockout game, USA-Sweden today.
Yes.
How would
We'll
you
break that down
Yeah,
next.
I think the red line's key.
Courtney, I was just shocked because you guys talked about the name so much and he was the fourth and everything. So when you sit here and you, less than a month before you're having your son, you go, oh, we're changing the name. That's all.
we
All
didn't
right.
change.
We
We just
will.
chose.
We will be right back.
The Fort Myers first pitch. 3 days. And it is swung on a miss. He got him. Spring.
Jones and Keith coming up momentarily. Before we go, dead weight chime.
Yes, Greg. Dead weight brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Dead weight belongs on the bench, not your waist. Drop weight every week. Hit your goal, then keep it off with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm open to suggestions this week. My first inclination might be Jason Tatum with this Will They, Won't They, the documentary, all these things on just, I don't know, just let us know that you're coming back.
Just
maybe.
come back.
Yeah.
Like, just come
come
back.
back and do
or
it.
just say, I'm not coming back.
Yeah,
Is that what
one
you
of the
want?
two. Like Damian Lillard. I'm not playing this season.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't expect you to.
I mean, obviously, I'd love for him to come back, but I'm a little scared too if he comes back this season because it's never been done. You know what I mean? And it's never been done where a guy comes back the following year and is good to go. So I'm like,
where was this Wiggy the last 2 months?
I think it was like his confidence had me confident.
Yeah.
But then once he started wavering a little bit with the injury, I don't want to see him re-aggravate something and then.
Well, let me ask you this: team is currently in second place.
Mm-hmm.
Does he make them so much better that they are odds-on favorite to win it all if he comes back?
I don't think that.
Not win it all.
Win the East, though, probably.
Yeah, well, no, I think they.
So they get to the finals if he comes back.
That'd be my guess. I don't know that they're better than. I don't think they're better than Oklahoma City.
No.
Back,
but even if he comes back, I still don't know if people think, all right, they'll be better than Detroit because they're gonna say, well, he's not 100% Jason Tatum, right? And he's still gonna knock the rust off. It's gonna take some time. So I would think that their odds would be better with him coming back, but maybe they would probably be like, the odds are still better that Detroit wins the East than the Celtics.
Yeah.
But I definitely like them with him.
You should have named your firstborn son Deuce because that would have been that would accomplish the same kind of thing.
Right. That's
like
what
number
Tatum
2.
went. Yeah.
Number 2.
But is it technically Deuce or is it Jason Tatum the second? They just call him Deuce.
I think it's Deuce.
Okay.
I believe his first
Given
name
is
is
Deuce.
I believe
All right.
so.
I'm 100% sure
Given name
because
is
sometimes
Deuce.
people do that.
But you were saying that your son goes by his middle
He
name.
goes by his middle name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
But on his license and everything,
yeah.
people who don't know him, they call him Jermaine.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for us.
It's already Thursday tomorrow. Can you
I
believe
know.
Is it?
I
Wow.
know. Yeah, it's Thursday tomorrow. We are back here at 6 in the morning. Thank you. Jones and Keith next.
Now the time has come for leaving, fear now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but so sad we gotta run. Well, it might be a long time till we raise another glass. You can rest assured that next time we'll have ourselves a laugh. Yeah, we'll have ourselves a laugh. We'll meet again, don't know where, don't know when. We all had a good time and we're sad to see it end. Good luck be with you.
flexed into that spot on NBC in the prime time, that there's a documentary the NBC's affiliate out there has been doing on Jason. So they're connecting dots, okay? But I checked in with Jason Tatum, and he says, I still have not made a decision on whether or not I am coming back this year. And what can we infer from that? I think he is being truthful in saying that, but I also think that he understands what he said before. He wants to get this right the first time. Nobody in Boston wants to put any pressure on Jason Tatum to put a date on this, to put a time on this. I talked to somebody very close to this situation. That scrimmage that he's done, if he's only scrimmaged one time, like he's got to do a bunch more things before everybody gets comfortable with the idea of him going out there and playing, because this was a serious injury.
Jones and Keefe right now on WEEI. Are you
Are you ready for a new Tatum timeline, Keith?
I guess so. I don't know if I have a choice in the matter. So this guy hasn't decided if he's coming back yet?
What is
Or
this?
has he?
Like, honestly, what is this?
So there's a documentary coming out about the return.
Is
I thought NBC flexed the game for his return?
Is that all this is about? Is he just like, guys,
hyping it up? Smart.
Yeah, like you don't know when I'm coming back, not because
pub is good pub.
Oh, he's worried about the chemistry, which I never believed, or he just didn't want a timeline out there in case there's a setback. Is he just playing coy and he keeps stringing along poor Ramona Shelburne, who's like, guys, I don't know if he's coming back. He's like, I do.
Guys, I checked in.
You're an insider. You talk to these guys.
Yeah.
You brag.
Ramona,
talk
what do
to
you got?
Tatum again.
Yeah, wow.
And you're getting spun around like a top. You don't think he's coming back this year?
I
So,
guess
like,
he doesn't. Yeah.
is this all about the stupid documentary? Why he won't commit to, like, he's probably playing next week?
It's going to be a terrible documentary if he doesn't return. So like, this is all about the return, and then it ends with him like he decided not to play. Turns out it was just much too much.
I
and
think
he's
that's
not playing.
I think that'd be a more interesting documentary.
It would be a twist. It'd be like an M. Night Shyamalan
right,
twist.
like right now, I'm going to watch the documentary being like, he was hurt.
Yeah.
He worked out. He came back. He got a big ovation. And I'll be like, okay, I get
Yeah,
it.
nice.
That would have an M. Night Shyamalan twist that actually I think would be more interesting if he didn't
Episode
come
5
back.
is just him sitting in street clothes, just like watching the game.
Guys, I'm not back.
Like, wow, the team's playing well without me.
Man.
Did you guys see those numbers Jaylen Brown tweeted out? They're really good. They're a really good play. They're a really good team.
I had your over tonight.
Yeah, this is a strange, what I thought was going to be kind of ramping up to the end of this recovery process. And I like how Ramona made sure to point out that, hey, guys, it was a significant injury.
It was a big one.
Like, yeah, we know. He had an Achilles injury. They just never ruled him out for the year. He's trying to come back. I feel like he is coming back, but I guess it's still going to come with some sort of pomp and circumstance, like as we approach the potential debut of Jason Tatum.
Okay, so
It's
do you,
strange.
Do you believe this latest report? Do you believe that he's really hemming and hawing and unsure that he's going to come back? Do you want him back at this point? I mean, I think I know the answer.
Yes, of course I want him back.
I think I know the answer,
Yes,
Celtics fans.
yes.
But you tell me, 617-779-7937. It's how you get in touch with Jones and Keefe on a Would You Rather Wednesday. We got some Would You Rathers at 11:30.
Ooh, including one listener submission.
Ooh, a
We
listener
got an email
submitted Would You
So
Rather?
the email usually is just filled with grab bags and then like a lot of weird stuff I must have signed up for. So it's just a lot of stuff in that email. But a listener submission for a Would You Rather.
Oh, I like
so we'll
that.
include it in the list.
Where do they send those again?
Keefe at WEEI.com.
Okay, you can send in
24/7. You can get to me.
yeah. Well, next week you can suggest Would You Rather for
Yeah.
next week. Now,
Yeah.
Get in line. Was one of them Would You Rather be 5'6.5" or 5'6.25"?
No.
Did you see that today?
No.
He's shrinking.
Caleb Durbin?
Yeah.
Scrappy Doo?
Scrappy Doo has shrunk since yesterday.
He's smaller? Or maybe they measured him with cleats. He took the spikes off.
Maybe.
That happens.
You're dealing with Scrappy Doo now.
So we'll get to
He's
him.
smaller? Why
Yeah.
did they measure him
He's
twice?
Benjamin Button, apparently.
He should have been thrilled with the 5'6.5"
Yeah,
then.
he should have been.
Why dare attempt fate
Oh, he's
again?
like, don't measure again. Don't do a second measure.
Why is that guy a tape measure
I'm
out?
5'6.5". I am.
Caleb, we're not buying it. Get over here. So now they got to update his baseball reference to say 5'6" and a quarter.
quarter. Yeah.
5'6" and a quarter. You're 5'6".
That's
I tried to tell you yesterday he's 5'6".
That's emasculating.
That's tough.
He's Benjamin Durbin. So we'll get to your phone calls, texts. You can interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Watch along and chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. Watch there, chat there, subscribe to WEEI.
You know what Baseball Reference says height-wise for Caleb Durbin?
5'8".
5'7".
5'7".
5'7", 183.
Yeah. If
So
I'm
very specific. 170 centimeters, 83 kilos.
I think it's something like when he was in college, he was 5'8". His baseball reference page is 5'7".
Yeah.
When Bradfo tweeted out 2 days ago, he was 5'6.5".
Yeah.
The Globe today said he's 5'6.25". He's shrinking by the day.
He is getting smaller.
Is what that is.
He's getting smaller.
So we'll get to that later on with the rest. It's not where we're starting today. We're not spending
we're not
spending our second straight day on his shockingly small frame.
That's all right.
No, we're starting today with
Tatum.
Jason Tatum and his timeline. Once again, do you believe it? Do you even want him back? And what do you think of this documentary? Because I'm thinking like you, Keith. I'll get the Cliff's notes from Terp.
Yeah, the Terps notes. I think Terp's in charge of that. He covers the Celtics. We have him in every Wednesday. Not today because he's out in the West Coast covering the team. But we talked to him yesterday. Once this documentary comes out starting on March 1st, which is when I think Tatum will return. I'm standing by that. I think Tatum.
You don't believe Ramona Shelburne when he hasn't made a decision yet?
I do not. I don't believe her. Or I don't. She may have been told that. So it's not like I don't believe her. She was told that she's reporting
I don't
that.
believe what Tatum and his camp are telling her.
Correct.
Right, yeah.
So I think he's coming back on March 1st. I absolutely want him back. I don't care about, the chemistry is going to change or what his words, not ours. They already made a pretty big trade. The chemistry should change. Vucevic should be in the starting lineup at some point. Peyton Pritchard's already come out of the starting lineup. So things are already changing, whether Tatum returns or not. And I think he's going to be still one of the best players in the NBA when he returns. Now, he might not be a top 5 guy. We went over our tiers yesterday of the 25 best players. I still think the rest of this season, I kind of expect him to be maybe not like the first game we see him, but like a few games in, I expect him to be as good as anybody besides Jaylen Brown. I could see the rest of this season him still being like, a step behind what Tatum normally is, and maybe kind of ramp it up for next season. But I would expect him to be consistently like your second leading scorer. Like what an addition that is. When you look around the East, Giannis didn't move. The Cavs did get James Harden, so I think he'll help them in the regular season, maybe not so much in the postseason. But it is so wide open. The East is so wide open. The Celtics have just as good a chance as anybody. And if you add Tatum, whatever form it is, like they could win the East this year.
Meanwhile, you had Tatum tweeting yesterday, 40 weeks, prayer hands emoji.
Yep, no doubt.
I've really grown to appreciate this journey I've been on and allow time for me to pat myself on the back for showing up every day.
Well, listen, Tatum and Brown are both very successful, and they want you to know it, and they are very proud of themselves, as they should be. Because you know what, Jones? If you can't love yourself, no one will love you.
That's a good point.
And these guys love themselves.
They sure do.
Yeah.
So good for him for showing up every day.
No doubt.
And
That's
putting
the first step.
Putting in the work.
Rise and grind?
It's the job. I mean, you're a professional athlete. That is the job. There's nothing. You don't do anything else. That is what you do.
I think you get paid like $50 million to sit on the bench.
I don't know what else you're doing.
Row.
You don't have a 9 to 5. I don't know what else you're doing.
This is your job.
At some point you gotta, sit there and watch TV with Deuce.
It's like
other than that, you have 3 times where you can work out every single day. But applaud yourself. Pat yourself on the back for having to do that.
It. He could have just laid in bed. He could have just quit.
Rehabbing's not easy.
He could have quit, Jones.
It's not easy. I just don't know what else he has distracting him from that in life. It is it's school vacation week now, so I guess there's some Deuce duties.
There's a Game of Thrones prequel series going on right now. It's pretty good.
Other than that, the kid's in school. You're a professional athlete. There's nothing else to do.
Scream 7 end of the month.
That's weekends. That's a cheat day. That's a cheat day.
Cheat day, my bad.
But he's really grown to appreciate the journey he's on and allow time to pat himself on the back for showing up. That doesn't sound like a guy who hasn't made his mind up about when he's coming back. No. So why is he playing the game? Is it just the documentary?
Maybe a little bit of the documentary. I feel like there's going to be enough excitement around it. Like those that are going to watch this and are going to just eat it up like a pot roast are going to do it regardless of him telling Ramona Shelburne he may or may not come back. I think with any type of like long recovery process to an injury, I think putting a specific date is always insane. I think that is really dumb to do because you don't know. You might have a little bit of a setback. And with all these different games, it doesn't really do him any favors to come right out and say, I'm coming back March 1st. Because what if something does happen ahead of time? Or
and you're
whatever,
back March 5th, and we're all like, well, why aren't you here March 1st? I
So
agree.
that you need to do.
Putting a timeline on it like that, but like
I'm a little surprised, though, he's going this route. Like
pretending I haven't decided if I'm coming back this year.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand that game other than, and now it's made sense since the docuseries got announced. It's just playing the game so people watch the dumb docuseries.
It's really strange because there is he's had different interviews and podcast appearances where he's said a lot of different things, whether it's, the team's going to have played like 50, 60 games without me, or, I have it envisioned that it's going to be a home game, or, there was even, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't he on with Stephen A. Smith, like First Take, and
Yes.
they were like, well, you're out for the season. He's like, I never said I was out for the
Right.
season. Like that kind of stuff. So like
Now people are
nobody's
like,
ever ruled him out.
Now people are like, you're coming back. He's like, I never said I'm coming back. He's doing like the total opposite.
Yeah, it's a very weird thing. I think, working out in front of the media, which he's already done, and everybody Turp pointed out, Chris Mannix, all those guys were like, well, that was done for a reason. Like everything he is doing is pointing towards a return. And now we're like just guessing the date, I guess. Like we all have a different date in our Tatum return pool, but the fact is, I think everybody has him returning. It's either he's definitely returning or I don't know. I don't think anybody is saying like he's not coming back. So like I just find it very, very strange that this is the way he's going about it, because when he returns, people are going to be thrilled. People are going to be all fired up. He's going to get the standing ovation that he wants. Everybody's going to be pretty pumped about it. But this whole like wishy-washy back and forth thing is odd to me.
So good text here. Guys, I feel like I'm listening to the words of LeBron James. No, but that's what it sounds like.
It does a little bit.
That's a good text. And I knew that would twist the knife right into Keith.
Don't do that.
It sounds like LeBron is what it sounds like. So you still want him back?
LeBron would be the credit to me. Yeah, of course I want him back. I want this team to win the East. They have a better chance to do it if he's playing.
I also want him back, but the more this drags out, we're like, guys, I'm not coming back. I told Ramona Shelburne I'm not coming back. Ramona Shelburne, he's not sure he's coming back. Well, then just stay out.
It's like Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre.
Right.
I'm going to retire.
At
Just
a
kidding.
certain point, I'm kind of done with the game, Jason. I want you back. I think you'll improve the team.
I get it. I get being annoyed about it.
We tiered it yesterday. We still think and maybe it was disrespectful to Jaylen Brown. I'm sure he would think that.
Yeah. He'll be the only guy that's not thrilled when he comes
We
back.
tiered you ahead of Jaylen Brown. We still think you're a high-caliber player. Keith just said you're probably going to walk right back in and still be a top 5 player in the league. But,
top 10.
Top 10, fine. Yeah. He's going to walk right back in and basically be Jason Tatum again. But to me, I'm getting a little sick of the push and pull.
Yeah.
So I'll give him another week of this. But by the beginning of March, when I think he's coming back, I don't want to keep playing this game.
Well, good news for you, Jones.
Just to drum up the docuseries.
February is a short month.
It is.
I
know. It was a dumb month in retrospect to bet he would return for. I had less days.
Notoriously the shortest month.
Yeah. I didn't think that through mathematically when I made my bet.
No leap year, so it's just the 28. You don't even get that extra day.
So
occasionally
not a ton of time until we get to early March. Answer me this, Keith.
All right.
Does this sound like a guy who's going to buy back into fitting into the team that succeeded without him?
Only thing worse than not being able to walk is coming back and not being Jason Tatum.
So it's important to him to be Jason Tatum. It's not just important for him to come back.
On that cut too.
It's not just important for him to come back and help the team and be a supplemental piece. It's important for him to come back and be Jason Tatum. Is he going to buy in with what the Celtics are doing and a team that's been, at least to this point, centered around Jaylen Brown?
Well, no, I don't think it sounds like a guy that is just going to come off the bench and sort of chip in. I don't think he's going for a late push for 6th man of the year, like in other words. But I also think these guys have played a ton of games together over their careers, and there was only one ball. It's like, yeah, but there's also 120 points scored in every game or whatever. Like, I think he's going to have his opportunities. Like, I think he'll be fine. I think it'll be up to Joe Mazzulla to sort of, massage this thing. And if we get a few opportunities, like late in games, like where does the ball go there? Who finds the shot? That kind of thing. That's going to be on Mazzulla. And like, we think he's a good coach. So this is where you're sort of tested, right? It's not just the X's and O's. It's also taking these big personalities and making sure these guys are all going in the same direction. So no, I don't think he's going to take a back seat, but I also think that's probably for the best, because you want this team to beat the Knicks and beat the Pistons. And if you just get 50% of Jason Tatum, then like, all right, you're kind of where you already are right now. If you get closer to what he's been, then I think you have a realistic chance of beating those teams.
You hear some of that in Ramona Shelburne's reporting too. It's like he doesn't just want to come back. He wants to come back and be himself. So I think whenever he comes back, he expects he's just going to be, everything's the same. He left, nothing changed, everything's the same. Everybody goes back into their normal role. And maybe that's what they do, and maybe that's best for the team. I guess we'll see. I am just curious about that push and pull, because through her reporting, and she's clearly talking to him or someone close to him. Did she even say she reached out to him at the beginning of the clip? I know she said that in the past.
I think
when
so,
she followed
yeah.
up on the Chris Haynes report.
Yeah.
So I think she's talking right to him, and we just heard from him.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a guy who's buying in on like some big shift while he was gone,
right?
And he's just here to help.
So a little bit different because he missed an entire season, and it was also the bubble year, so it's a little bit different. So he had more time, so it wasn't as quick of a return. But Kevin Durant, famously ended his Warriors career, torn Achilles, sat out a whole season, then came back in the for his first year with Brooklyn, was the 2020-2021 season. He played in 35 games. He came off the bench 3 times. Now, I'd have to double check to see if this was like the very beginning of the year or not.
Yep.
But
had Durant ever come off? I'll check. Has Durant ever come off the bench before that? I doubt it. So maybe that makes the case that Tatum would be open to it, because I don't think Tatum will come off the bench.
It's the only 3 games he ever didn't start in his whole career were that year. But he averaged as many points as he did the previous season where he was healthy. Actually, a little bit more. Took as many shots. And really was the same player, and he also did it. He came back at 32. And that was one of the guys, even when Tatum first went down last postseason, we all sort of pointed to Kevin Durant, being like, all right, that was the guy that was at the top of his powers, hurt his Achilles, missed a full year, came back, and still made multiple All-Star games, still made multiple All-NBA teams. Now, a little bit different, right? He didn't have the full year recovery, or if he returns in March, let's say, he won't have the full year recovery, but he did come back and was pretty much the same player. So I don't know. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but that's what you got to hope for.
Well, and if he comes back and he's the same guy, that's good news for him, and that's probably good news for the Celtics. How does Jalen feel about it? How does it impact the team? You can discuss at 617-779-7937. Would you rathers at 11:30 here today? Hashtag Dork Minute at 11:45. Normally Pure Hoops today. We did that yesterday. If you're looking for it, it's on the Odyssey app. AUDACY. Get it on your phone. Free, easy. Take it with you wherever you go. Use the rewind feature. You won't miss a second of Jones and Keefe. Will Tatum buy in on this team? And where do the Celtics fit in some updated Eastern Conference odds? How does it reflect Tatum's return? We'll get to all of that right after Trending with Billy Laney.
WEEI Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson. Weekdays 2 to 6. Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Boston Pro Low Therapy. Today, Team USA men's hockey takes on Sweden in a quarterfinals round matchup. Puck drop is at 3:10, and this game can be seen on NBC and Peacock. The U.S. women's team will face Canada in the gold medal game tomorrow with a face-off time of 1:10. United States remains in third place in the medal count with 23, 6 gold, 11 silver, 6 bronze. Yesterday, the New England Patriots announced that inside linebackers coach Zach Cole will take over as the team's defensive coordinator. The Boston Celtics return to the court Thursday to begin a 4-game West Coast trip against the Golden State Warriors. The Red Sox play Northeastern on Friday. The official start of the Sox spring training schedule will be Saturday against the Minnesota Twins. Boston College fell 80-72 to FSU in Tallahassee last night. Up next for BC, the Eagles will be in Dallas taking on SMU on Saturday afternoon. And tonight on WEEI AM 850, you can hear the call of number 5 Yukon Huskies taking on the Creighton Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45 and tip-off is at 7. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Pro Low Therapy. Online at bostonprolowtherapy.com. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
talks when Jason Tatum went down that this team would have to deal with the roadblocks that would happen. But I think he's taking it personal, and he's taking this offseason very serious and coming to this proving that he is a two-way player. He is a capable player down the stretch. He's been a capable player as far as averaging the most in this league and being at the top of the scoring list the whole year. It's been consistent. It's been overlooked because of some of the other success that you see around the league. But make no mistake, Jaylen Brown is the real deal. Like, when you start talking about somebody that can get to spots, somebody that can score the ball from the three-point line, also get to the basket and be a willing passer in the lane, he can do it all.
It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. It's so unreal.
That was Iman Shumpert. On First Take. He's talking up Jaylen Brown as an MVP candidate this year, which I know.
Shump, by the way, is his ex-wife is probably going to win an Oscar. Tiana Taylor. They were married for like 8 years, I think.
I was going to wait to bring this up, Keith.
Yeah,
but
you thought about watching one battle?
No. I think
did he watch it?
No. I think I'm going to.
Oh, you're planning it?
Well,
you gonna make some popcorn?
There's so many steps to this.
That's a whole other list.
Wife's. Yeah, this is not. I think about watching it. I'm going to. My wife is out of town.
Oh, wow.
Brag. And I think I'm gonna do some Jones Goes to the Movies the next couple of nights.
Oh, you guys can't watch movies together?
Well, no, I pitched watching.
Watch it?
I was like, hey, we should watch Sinners. We should watch One Battle After Another, and she downvoted both.
So
I'm like, I mean, I guess I could just watch it by myself. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
My mom just watched Sinners.
I think
she also loved it.
Who? Wait, was this you or was this somebody else? Somebody was telling me that is there an ASL version of some of these movies?
I don't
And their
know.
mom watched it, but they watched the ASL version. That wasn't you?
No.
And so the whole time there's like sign language in the corner, and they were like, "What's going on with the sign language in the corner of this?"
Oh, just doing the whole sign language?
Yeah.
The whole movie of Sinners
And they thought that was part of the movie.
Sign language in that movie must be
That wasn't
wild.
you telling me that?
That was definitely not
okay.
me.
I can't remember who that was. That
Well,
was somebody
Georgie
else.
just watched an episode of Daniel Tiger recently where there was the lady doing sign language the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She liked that.
Good show.
Yeah,
So I'm going to do Jones Goes to the Movies. Get Lucas down to bed.
So let's pencil this in. Let's do a Jones movie review this
Oh,
week.
okay.
should absolutely do that.
Yeah.
So
Which
one battle or
what
Sinners?
What should I watch first? What should I watch tonight?
Watch them both. Double feature.
Obviously, Sinners would be my
All
choice.
right, so Sinners is first up.
Yeah.
I don't watch Sinners. Jones Goes to the Movies tomorrow.
Yeah, Jones is
One
Sinners
battle.
review.
Jones Goes to the Movies.
And then
the day
one
after that.
battle.
Okay. Anything else I should watch?
Well, I mean, those are probably the two favorites for Best Picture. Well, One Battle is the favorite. Sinners is my favorite, but the Oscars is next month. So you really have all kinds of time.
Okay,
but I guess your wife's out of the house. Now is the time.
I
you're gonna seize the day.
I tried. My wife doesn't want to watch things with me in general.
Yeah,
but yeah, I pitched both of these. They were both downvoted.
She's not a big movie person. She's mostly just Bravo shows.
Yeah.
I know. My
She'll
wife doesn't
tolerate.
watch these movies
I
either.
can get away with sports from time to time in the house. I'm like, it is my job. I can play that card from time to time. But yeah, no, not a big movie watcher. No.
Yeah, I stopped asking my wife if she wanted to watch One Battle or Sinners. I'm like, Sinners tonight? She's like, leave me alone. I'm like, all right,
You're
maybe
like,
tomorrow.
To the Dragon's Lair I go.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you in the morning.
Yeah. Have a great night.
Yeah, no, my wife is at QuiltCon, Keith, of course, the which I know you're a fan of all the cons.
Oh, yeah, I've been to a lot of cons myself,
Yeah,
Bragg. So
yeah.
she's at QuiltCon?
QuiltCon.
Did you hear about this, Nick?
Raleigh, North Carolina. Yeah, that's where Kat is.
So does it just go to Quilt, or what are we doing?
It's a
here?
quilt convention.
Yeah. She's helping a friend at a
Big look at
quilter.
blankets? Is that what you do?
Yeah, well, a quilt, not a blanket.
Well,
let's not be an imbecile here.
it's
Let's not.
diagrams.
You sound like
Diagrams.
a buffoon, is what it is.
Get
It's
educated.
a quilt. Yeah.
So how long does that run? Is that
she comes back? She told me she comes back Sunday at 10 p.m. I'm like, wow, that's a late quilt. That's a lot of quilting.
That is a lot of quilting.
So that's where she is.
Okay.
So I have time to watch movies.
It's a whole new world out there, huh?
Oh, yeah, Nick. There's a lot of different interests in the world.
There's a whole other world.
Oh, I
out
thought
there.
you meant
Nobody
like
has anybody.
I thought you meant like single Jones. It is a whole new world. Oh, I'm sorry.
QuiltCon.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
No, I was unfamiliar with it until my wife is like, "Hey, I'm going to this with our
There's
friend."
probably a con for everything.
Do you think she made it up?
I think. Well, you know what? I haven't fact. I'm like, whatever. She's gone for a week. Don't care.
It's the worst lie ever.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm going to a quilt con. She just looked
Like
at
the
a
first
quilt.
thing she saw.
Yeah, Raleigh, North Carolina. Yeah, quilt.
George
Yeah.
Glass.
You're like, okay. You're like, I'm not going to look into this at all. I'm just going to trust you.
No, I do.
Yeah.
I
Good.
trust her implicitly. So anyway, yeah.
Doesn't
Okay.
even
Well,
give it a Google search.
no. QuiltCon, Raleigh, North Carolina.
It's definitely where she is.
So that's I'll review some movies the next couple of days.
I can't wait.
I'll 6 to 8, 9 months behind everybody else.
No, but now's the time because people are rewatching them again for the Oscars. This is perfect.
All right, I like it.
Cat calling next week with a review of QuiltCon.
I also am interested.
We could get a live QuilCon review if you want from the floor.
24.44 for a day pass.
Let's tape it. Let's not
tape that.
Yeah, let's tape it.
All right,
we can edit it.
617-779-7937.
4 days.
Yeah.
That's insane. 9 to 5:30 every day.
Yeah,
Joe's like that math doesn't check out.
Not
4
days. Joe's like, I was told it was 6 days.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Well, she left yesterday. She's back Sunday. Wait, what day does it start?
Thursday.
Tomorrow.
Thursday at 9 a.m.
Today's just a free day.
God damn it. Anyways, all right.
Not good.
617-779-7937. We'll get to your feedback here on Tatum. I know you agree with Iman Shumpert, though.
Yeah.
Despite getting sidetracked with his ex-wife.
Yeah.
But or girlfriend, wife?
Wow, no, they were married for like a long time.
He thinks Brown's an MVP candidate. I know you feel that way. Do you think Tatum's return impacts that negatively for Jaylen Brown? Like beyond just like, oh, I'm not the guy anymore. Tatum coming back could take away his chance to, he's not going to win it.
No, see.
But be like first team All NBA or get MVP votes. That could take away from that.
Yeah, and I don't, you know what? As much as I've talked him up and he's having a great season, the league's so talented. He's not a lock for first team All NBA, right? Like, first of all, you got to see who qualifies, who hits the 65 game threshold. But there are plenty of guys that are having really, SGA and Jokic, as long as those guys hit the threshold, are like locks, and those are going to be once again duking it out for the MVP. Cade Cunningham is on the team that is in first place. Everyone's hyping up how good the Celtics are for being in second place. Well, the team in first place is Cade Cunningham and the Pistons. Wembayama, obviously, is another one. Luka leads the league in scoring. So there's a lot of options there. I think Jaylen Brown, which is funny to me, he's really taken the place of Tatum in the league. Whereas, I feel like he's a first-team All-NBA guy, but he's not like a true MVP candidate. He's in that middle ground.
He's like 4 or 5. He's not 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, and 1 and 2, it was Jokic and Embiid for a few years. Now it seems like it's going to, or Giannis too, right? It was like Jokic and Giannis. Now it's going to be Jokic and SGA. But there's another tier down where it's still, you can call him a candidate. You could say first team All NBA, something that Jaylen Brown's never done this year. I think they've played enough games, right? Because the All-Star break is not the halfway point. The All-Star break is like the 2/3 point. So, and Tatum's not coming back tomorrow either. So I think by the time he plays, he probably won't play back-to-back. Let's say he plays 20 games and Brown plays 75. I don't think it impacts his standing in All-NBA and his standing in, MVP, whatever votes he may get for MVP.
Let me present an alternate scenario, because we had Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell on the same tier as him yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
What if one of those guys goes on a 2-month heater and Brown kind of drops off just naturally because Tatum's taking some of his work and biting into, some of his offensive output. And then you look up and you go, well, they finished with similar numbers, but this guy was on fire for 2 months and led the Cavs to the 1 seed or led the Knicks to the 2 seed or whatever. And I could see that chipping away a little bit at his first team All NBA and down ballot MVP candidacy.
Well, no, that's fair. And that's sort of separate even from Tatum. I think if you're looking at a lot of these guys that have kind of similar numbers and the impact that they have on their team, so the record is a pretty fair tiebreaker to me. Right, so if Jalen Brunson or Donovan Mitchell finish with a better record than the Celtics, then I could get that.
And they're all lumped up right now.
But maybe that's also something where Tatum helps in that regard, where he holds those teams off.
He could help them win more games, in which case that actually helps. Jalen, fair point.
But even last year, for example, so Jaylen Brown is taking more shots this year, right? Obviously, he's taking way more shots. It's a career high in shot attempts. He's taking 22.6 attempts. Last year, he took 17.7, but the 5 extra shots isn't just Tatum, right? This is where all those other guys factor into that as well. And if you even peel away Simons, who was one of those guys that was sort of, taking some of the Porzingis or Holiday shots.
He's going to take away 2 shots from Derek White, and he's going to take away 3 shots from Jaylen Brown, and it'll be parsed out that way.
It'll be lower, but I still feel like there's 20 shots a night for Brown.
Although taking shots away from Derek White might not be a bad idea.
Also agree with that.
Good point.
Yeah.
617-779-7937. DraftKings updated their odds to win the East.
Yeah.
Cleveland is now the favorite to win the East at plus 300.
Man, I thought I liked Cleveland, but I wouldn't make them the favorite right now.
That's our guy, Johnny Avellino, was quoted in the story that I read, and he said they had to reflect the James Harden. Like, that's almost singularly reflected by the James Harden trade.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this win the East and, like, go to the NBA Finals, or is it be the 1 seed? This is win the East, right? I think there's 7 games back, so it's probably they have a better chance of actually winning the Eastern Conference.
I think it means I interpreted that as getting out of the East in the playoffs.
Think that's probably what it is.
I mean, that was my interpretation.
No.
I'll double check.
I'm sure that's what it is, but the reason why I would even ask is they have James Harden. James Harden, we've seen it every year of his career. He'll win you 1 game, and then he'll single-handedly lose you 3 in a playoff series. It's uncanny.
So Cleveland is number 1 at plus 300. Number 2, the New York Knicks, plus 330. Number 3, the Pistons, plus 350. So, yeah, it has to be winning in the playoffs.
Definitely.
Celtics number 4, plus 380, even with the return, I'd imagine, of Jason Tatum baked in there somewhere.
Interesting. Now, those numbers are pretty even, though.
They are.
You know, even the favorite to the 4 seed is not separated by much.
The real story there is
How
they
close?
could see any of the 4 winning, but putting them in order, Cleveland 1, New York 2, Detroit 3, Boston 4.
What would be your power ranking? Take the odds out of it so you get the same amount of money. What would your power rankings be?
Tatum's back, and we're not playing games with Ramona Shelburne. Celtics are 1. Celtics are 1 ahead of Detroit. They're ahead of New York. They're ahead of Cleveland with Tatum back. And I know he's not vintage Jason Tatum.
I like it. No, I think you're right. I think
Celtics 1.
Tatum back. They're 1.
Who has a better duo than Tatum and Brown? Nobody. Not in the East.
I don't like Brunson and Towns better, but like some of those guys with the Knicks ended up having a really good series against the Celtics last year. That'd probably be the option because Cade Cunningham.
I mean, Cunningham and Duran is good. But
Duran's good.
It's not Tatum and Brown.
No.
Again, I mean it's
Donovan Mitchell and James Harden.
We don't know what Tatum looks like. I would take Tatum and Brown over those 2.
What about Evan Mobley and Mitchell?
So you want to go to 3?
Well, or I'm saying you could if you're gonna like laugh at Harden and be like, oh, he's not a good playoff player.
I'd take Tatum and Brown over either combo.
Oh, so would I.
Yeah.
No, I would too. I think some of the better combos are probably in the West. I'm with you. If Tatum isn't on like a heavy minutes restriction and you get like a pretty close to, I'm not expecting 30 points a night, but if you're getting a good, like he's your number 2 scorer, if you tell me he's the number 2 scorer in the playoffs, I agree. I think they win the East.
Celtics 1.
I'd probably give Detroit some credit just because how well they've done, and then I do like Cleveland more than New York. You're probably the other. Flip it.
I like New York better than Cleveland. Yeah. Joe is in the car waiting patiently on our Tatum discussion. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
I gotta say something. Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I just gotta say, Jason Tatum is my least favorite superstar ever to wear the jersey. I knew the theatrics were gonna start with this guy as far as coming back, tapping myself on the shoulder. I don't want to lose. I don't know if I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back. He's got a. This is what he does. He's just so self-centered. It's all about Jason Tatum. Hear me out. You guys are gonna think I'm crazy. Trade Jason Tatum, because Jaylen Brown, I've been saying it for years now. Jaylen Brown is the better player. He has more fire in his game than Jason Tatum. Trade Jason Tatum, get all these number 1 picks for him, and this team will be dominant for the next 4 to 5 years. Jaylen Brown is the leader of this team. He constantly shows it, especially this year when Tatum's out. He shows up in the playoffs. Jason Tatum does not.
Well, I mean, look.
Sorry,
Tatum.
I've been drunk.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's right. I hate it. I hate the idea.
Okay,
we don't need to go to like the number 1 picks things again. That's insane. No, I'm not going to Oh, you're trading him for first-round picks.
No, just
please.
I normally would just reject that right out of sight, out of mind.
Bam! Shake the finger.
Isn't this the time to take that call?
Block the shots in the sky right now.
They're in exactly the same spot they were without Tatum a year ago. Isn't this the time to think that out?
Well, no, not necessarily, because the Eastern Conference isn't as good as I feel like it was a year ago. So some of those numbers I think are a little misleading by Brown, but I understand why he's doing it. But we were just saying this a couple minutes ago. If they get Tatum back, and if he's close to his, they're the favorite to win the East.
I'm not trading him.
If Tatum doesn't play, they maybe lose in the second round. Right, so I think that's a huge difference. So I'm not trading him. I get not loving the theatrics, and if you're just like, "Hey, wake me up when he's playing," like I don't need to hear every constant breathless update. That's fair.
This is my stance.
But like, yeah, and that I get it. But you want him on the team.
Yeah.
He's one of the 5 best players in the league when he's right.
I'm not trading him, but look, not everybody needs to agree with me. For God's sakes, there'd be a lot of bad takes out there if everybody agreed with me. So if we're ever
never would have gotten Jokic here.
If we're ever gonna take the Tatum call,
yeah.
and maybe you just never want to take it. But if we're ever going to take it, isn't right now with the team at the All-Star break doing just as good without Tatum as they did with Tatum? Isn't that the time to take it?
No, I mean, I suppose
you just don't want to.
No, I'm definitely not doing that.
Okay.
It makes no sense to me.
617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls there. Let's get to the Patriots. I am curious if they believe they're contenders, and this is the time to make a targeted strike. A.J. Brown, Max Crosby, somebody like that. Or do they still view it how I think they viewed last year? Slow rebuild, keep improving, stay on track, don't lose sight of the prize. Do the Pats view themselves as contenders? Let's get into that because I think it informs what they'll do this offseason next.
The Greg Hill Show will be live in 4.
Looking over the text line here on Jones and Keefe.
Yeah, how they feeling?
A lot of texts about QuiltCon 2026.
I bet there is. Only 4 days. Jones was told it was 6.
I'd say that's the bulk of the text
There's
line.
some
right
lost
now.
time there.
Yeah, something doesn't add up.
Yeah.
Something's not adding up in my marriage. Meanwhile, there's also a bunch of texts about Joe in the car. No one wants to
No, Joe's on an island, I feel like.
take any time discussing trading Tatum.
No.
Which the text line pointed out. Good thing the trade deadline already passed.
Yeah,
It's
you're-
also
you have to wait a while
Yeah,
to do
also
that.
maybe if we were going to take that call, it would have been a week or two ago. Fair point.
Uh-huh.
Here's one quick one as
Okay.
we're getting into the Patriots. And this person has sent this a number of times since the start of the show. We have not talked about the Patriots till this point. Jones, are you still taking Drake May over Jaden Daniels now that you've seen how an injury can turn your quarterback into a pumpkin? My answer is yeah. I would have drafted Drake May over Jaden Daniels in that draft. And yeah, I'll take Drake May over Jaden Daniels still.
Well, yeah, why wouldn't Jaden Daniels the one that just missed all the time?
Yeah.
So why would you change your mind now? If
I mean,
anything, it's further proof that you should take Drake May. over
I'd
Daniels.
say, based on how Drake May played, that has to be a closer decision after the playoffs than it was like entering the postseason.
Yeah.
I'll give you
Yeah,
that.
I
But Drake
guess.
May just finished runner-up for MVP, and Jaden Daniels barely played. So yeah, I would still take him. But I understand that the shine has come off May a little bit. I still feel really good about him long term, but I feel a little worse after his performance in the postseason. I don't know how you couldn't.
Right.
Meanwhile, Matt in Rhode Island waiting patiently with a Patriots question. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, yeah. Before I give you that question, I'm just going to say I've been in a free fall since the Super Bowl. I mean, I don't think anyone could gaslight me worse than my ex-wife. So congratulations, Sam Kennedy. Keith, you know what I'm talking about.
I sure do. Yeah, he
And
does.
with
I'm going to know shortly
and-
after QuiltCon wraps up.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum with the documentary, like this is LeBron level cringe stuff. Why couldn't someone get to him and say, you know, this might not be a great idea? But I'm talking about Max Crosby. The trade scenario is really heating up. I'm here in Seattle, Detroit. Do you guys honestly think that like the Raiders would trade him, you know, with Brady there to the Patriots? I give up 2 first-rounders. I think he's gonna the next 4 years he's gonna be a defensive of the year candidate, 20-plus sacks type of guy. He's gonna go crazy.
Okay, Keith, you don't think Brady would trade him here?
I kind of don't.
What
I
if
don't
it
think he
was? What if it was his scenario where the Patriots have offered 2 first-round picks and nobody else is offering more than a first-rounder? It's
Well,
a first-rounder plus versus 2 first-round picks.
Well, this is where I think then the discussion would be, all right, how much control does Tom Brady have? Like, he only owns a small percentage of the team, but I think his voice carries a lot of weight.
But I think I agreed. I think he has a lot of sway despite how little of the team he owns.
But if the GM, I forget even who it is, but
It's his guy. It's John Spytek, who I think came from Tampa, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, when they were in Tampa together. Yeah.
But that might be the guy that says, listen, we need a lot of talent on this team. Our team's terrible, and they're the only team offering us 2 first-round picks. Like, you would think maybe reason would break through, and then they could get a deal done. But I think his first choice would be no, and someone else probably will offer something similar, and then he'll be like, send him there.
So I think you were early on this, Keith. I think that's
Yeah.
right. I don't think Brady, if he has his druthers, wants to trade him here. If the Patriots, bowl him over, then I'm sure they'd make that trade. But I don't think Brady wants to trade him here, and all things being equal, I don't think he'll be here. But I think Max Crosby and A.J. Brown and names like that, even some of the free agents, if he's not tagged, Trey Hendrickson, George Pickens, if you want to make a big trade with Dallas, who I think will almost certainly be tagged, maybe traded, but tagged. Do the Patriots view themselves as a player like that away? Or do they view themselves as, and I think Vrabel said this multiple times throughout the year, in fact, he explained it away when they did nothing at the trade deadline. Well, we got to get this right, and we got to build this thing right. And he even made a reference to building a house, and they have the foundation, Keith, last year in his wrap-up press conference, his breakup press conference after the Super Bowl. Well, we built the foundation. So do they feel like they're one splashy player away, or are they still building the house? How do they view themselves this offseason? I don't think we know the answer, but I'm fearful they think their run to the Super Bowl was a little bit of fool's gold, not on the schedule, but just because it was so far ahead of schedule and because it was so unexpected, and none of us before the year had him in that game.
Yeah.
I worry they're going to go in cautiously, not just because Kraft doesn't want to spend the money, but I wonder if Vrabel and his group view it as, guys, we don't just need one player. We still need 3, 4, 5 solid pieces to keep building this thing.
That's how I view it, too. I would react differently. That's also probably why it's best. I'm not a GM, I guess, but like I would be way more of the let's get Max Crosby. Look how close we were. We're way ahead of schedule. Let's capitalize on this. If I had to bet on it, they're going to be way more conservative. I'd be shocked if they traded their first round pick. Shocked. That's why I think like
never mind 2 of them,
let alone 2 of them. Like someone like AJ Brown, I still think is somewhat realistic only because it might not cost you as much, and there's the clear connection with Vrabel and whatever else. So like,
I do think if they're going to overpay for somebody, he'd be the guy they overpay for because of his Vrabel connection.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be more about, hopefully re-signing Gonzalez and then just sort of like figuring some other stuff out, and it's not going to be as big and as splashy. I also think we've pointed to Robert Kraft has never spent big in consecutive off seasons. So I also think there's that combined with them being like, hey, we need to shore some things up. We would rather hit 5 singles than take a big swing and maybe hit a home run.
That's what I think they view it as. Here's a listener submission. Would you rather? Is this the same one that was emailed to you, Keith?
No,
I don't want to double dip.
No, the other one was less about sports.
This is a oh good. Yeah. This is a texted Would You Rather on a Would You Rather Wednesday. We'll do that coming up a little over half hour from now at 11:30. Guys, would you rather have the combination of Max Crosby and Alec Pierce or A.J. Brown and Bradley Chubb?
Man, they're both really good. I guess I'll go Brown and Chubb.
I would too. I don't like Pierce.
You know,
as good as Crosby is, Crosby's the best player out of those 4.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much of how good has Chubb been recently.
He had like 8.5 sacks, I think, last year, but
so
they also cut him.
So I would go the Brown, A.J. Brown, Bradley Chubb combo.
It's a
is
good
what
question,
I would go.
though, because I could see the argument for the other side. Because if you really think Crosby's the best player, you just take the best player. But,
well, there you go. That's an early Would You
Good
Rather.
one.
We'll have more of that at 11:30, plus your phone call, 617-779-7937. The hashtag Dork Minute comes your way as well at 11:45. And let's get to your Boston Red Sox. How far can their pitching take them this season? We'll get to that with your phone calls next.
Jones and Keith.
Odyssey app and listen on demand anytime.
With that support back home comes the passion. With that passion comes the criticism when you fall short. You've heard that now. Yeah, you haven't won the World Series since 2018, right? And this is a city that expects nothing short of that. Is it fair? I know you've gotten used to it because you set those same expectations, right? But what's your reaction when fans say we need to do more?
Well, we had a goal last year, which was to make it to postseason. And our goal this year is to win the World Series. And there's some great teams like the Dodgers. But I think we improved in the offseason. That was our directive to Craig. I think we have as good a pitching staff as any in baseball. We needed to improve our defense, and I think we've done that. And, fingers crossed we'll stay healthy and play October baseball.
Tom Werner with Tom Karen.
Toms.
The Toms getting together every spring.
That'd be a good podcast, the Toms.
It is a rite of passage. Ooh, the Toms.
Tom and Tom.
Did that make the ESPN all names tiers?
Ooh, I love an all names tiers. Yeah, you sent me that because we were all around it. Even a couple weeks ago, saying how all the best basketball players are Jalen's. There's a lot of good Jalen's. Pound for pound, the best.
No, according to ESPN.
Yeah.
The 2026 Jalen's, Keith.
2026 Jalen's.
ESPN went through and made a list of
Jalen Brown, Jalen Brunson,
starting
Jalen
fives
Johnson,
for
Jalen
all the names.
Williams.
Hang on. Yeah, I got him.
Who's the other Jalen?
Jalen Brunson, Jalen Williams, Jalen Brown, Jalen Johnson, Jalen Duran.
Jalen Duran. Jeez, that is a good team. Yeah.
Notable reserves, Jalen Suggs.
Oh, Jalen Suggs. Should have been better.
Jalen Green.
Jalen Green.
Jalen Tyson.
Is Jalen Green the one that's with the, yeah.
Yep.
Drea?
Yep, he is.
Yeah.
Jalen Wells, the other Oklahoma City Jalen Williams, and then Jalen Smith. So they got a whole team.
A whole team
the
of Jalen's.
2026 Jalen's.
Can I ask you something?
Are having the third best season ever for a name, according to ESPN.
Are they all inspired by Jalen Rose? Is Jalen Rose one of the first Jalen's you remember?
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, 4 of the 5 starting Jalen spell it Jalen. Only Jalen Brown does not.
That's Jalen Rose. That's how he spelled it.
Okay, that's Jalen Green, Jalen Suggs, Jalen Well. Yeah, you might be onto something with that. Maybe
I
that
think
is
they
what
are
it is.
named after Jalen Rose.
Jalen Tyson, Jaylon.
Yeah, you can have some fun with it. I mean, you can do. There's a lot of name talk this morning. I don't know if you caught any of that.
Oh, on the baby names.
Baby names.
I heard some of that. Yeah.
Wiggy and Courtney did not see eye to eye on it.
No. So the 2026 Jalen's are third all time for a name, behind.
Yeah.
The 88 Michaels. You want that team, Keith?
Let me guess. Michael Jordan
on it.
Michael Cooper
on it.
Michael Olowokandi. No, that was later.
Michael Adams.
Little Michael Adams could score. BC guy, right?
Michael Cage and Michael. Was he?
I thought Michael Adams went to BC.
And Michael Thompson.
Oh, Michael Thompson, Clay's dad.
Off the bench, you got Mike Woodson. Now they're playing with this. Mike Woodson, Mike McGee, Mike Mitchell, Mike Kaminsky, who I only know as a broadcaster.
Mike Kaminsky.
Those are the 88 Michaels, and then the 78 Bobs, of course. The 78 Bobs had a really good year.
Bob McAdoo.
Bob Lanier. Bob Gross. Bobby Dandridge. Bobby Jones.
So you got Bobs and Bobbies. So
they're counting Bob Parrish. Robert Parrish is on that team.
No, see, we ran into this issue when we did our top 5 Bills, and you had like a few Billies, and I was like, no, that's a separate list. Top 5 Billies is a great list. We haven't done that yet. Top 5 Bills, people are there called
Honestly,
Bill.
Who is this author? He kind of really moved in on our turf on a couple of. It's kind of like a top 5 and a tier.
It is.
Zach Cram.
Zach Cram is playing a little fast and loose with his own rules, though. I feel like
Zach Cram. Can we tweet him as cease and desist? He's just at Zach Cram on Twitter.
Zach Cram.
Just send him all the top 5 graphics from the last year.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, bud, we're already on this, and we were talking about the Jalen's like a couple weeks ago. We almost had our own tier of Jalen's yesterday.
Correct. Well, that's exactly what he did. That's what he
I know
did.
that's what he's doing, but I'm saying we considered that when we're doing our top 25 NBA players.
Zach Cram.
Cram.
I'll send a cease and desist his way if you don't mind. But anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about the Toms.
Yeah,
they're having a good year.
Flying Toms down there having a nice time, and so Tom Werner. At least he's saying it.
Well, he's talking about a World Series, and he's talking up their pitching, which if you want to talk them up into a World Series team, I think that's the only way to do it. How far do you think the pitching can take? What's the ceiling for this team based on their pitching?
I think it can get you to the playoffs.
That's it.
Well,
that's the ceiling?
I think you need more home run hitting to win the whole thing. I think it's been a lot of teams you
don't just buy into get to October and let the pitching take over.
Not necessarily. I do buy into on the same token, get to the playoffs and things can happen. And the 2013 Red Sox, for example, had David Ortiz. That was the only guy that hit that whole time wire to wire.
And it worked.
And they won the whole thing. So you can have fluky seasons. You can also be like the Giants one of those years where they just had Madison Bumgarner. And he pitched every game and he won every game. And you're like, okay, I guess that's how you're doing it. So weird things.
Every third day he's just out there. He's coming out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
And that's all you need.
I would like them to be more well-rounded. And I know the example last year hurts the Red Sox where you're like the Rangers had the best team ERA and they missed the playoffs. So obviously you can't just be all of one, right? We have the same argument in the NFL. If your team is awesome on one side of the ball and terrible on the other, that's a tough combination. So I don't think the offense is terrible, but I think obviously the rotation is the strength of the team and it's better. So if I'm going to tell you it's the best rotation in the American League, I think they can get you to the playoffs. And then you have to hope for some big seasons from some of your hitters. I know none of them are projected to hit 20 home runs. Doesn't mean that'll happen. Doesn't mean that Roman Anthony can't stay healthy and swat 30 of them, and Wilyer Abreu hits 30 of them, and they're in the lineup every day, and they end up scoring more runs than we thought. But no, I think that the rotation gives you a pretty good baseline, though. If you have that type of pitching and you're going up against a bunch of bad teams throughout the year, you should be able to stack some series wins along the way.
Well, and the thing I do like about Suarez, and I think I'm less of a fan of that signing than you are, Keith. I mean, I like that they spent money, so I'll give them that. But the thing I like about Suarez, he's 4-1 with a 1.48 ERA in the postseason in his career.
Yep.
Even Sonny Gray, and it's really spaced out in his career. An appearance in 2013 where he made 2 starts with the A's. An appearance in 2017 where he made 2 appearances with the Yankees, was so-so. And then a couple of years ago with Minnesota, 2 starts. So 2 starts in all of those postseasons, small sample size, 3.26 ERA. And we saw what Crochet is last year. So I buy into if they get there. And you make a great point about the Rangers. Rangers led baseball in ERA. They missed the postseason last year. They were 81 and 81 or whatever they were. They were right around 500.
Right.
So you might miss. The pitching may not get you there. I acknowledge that. You need the offense to step up, and you need the big year out of all the guys you just mentioned. Roman Anthony and a bounce back from Duran, and Wilson Contreras has to be Bregman and blah, blah, blah. But if you get there, I buy into, I guess more than you, pitching can take over and it can carry you all the way to a World Series because they couldn't do that last year with just Crochet. They couldn't even win a series because Bayo imploded and Giolito wasn't healthy. And, I mean, Connolly early for a spot start pitched really well.
Yeah.
But there's no track record there. These front 3 all have a track record, and there's a chance between Bayo and Oviedo and Tolle and Early and even guys like Cutter Crawford, you have another guy that you have a ton of pitching. And I think that much pitching, if we're talking ceiling, how likely is it they reach their ceiling? I don't know. But ceiling?
Yeah.
I think you could pitch your way all the way to a World Series.
Yeah, you might be right. And I think if they are, all those guys, like you said, are healthy and you're going into the playoffs and you got a series, they're going to have the advantage. Right?
Oh, yeah.
If you see Crochet, Suarez, Gray, and then we always have the debate, all right, who's your 4th starter? And maybe it's Brian Bayo. He has another good year. But you have a lot of options. So it might be not just who's healthy, but who's pitching the best at the end of the season. And, yeah, the Yankees are getting Garrett Cole back, but he's had some of his issues in the playoffs. But, Cole and Fried, that's a pretty good, that's a good first 1-2. But after that, just the depth of the Red Sox is there.
And I think, trust me, I give Cora plenty of flack.
Yeah.
And my confidence in him is, I think, lower than most. But I have a real high level of confidence once they get to the playoffs. Because you may look at it and say, well, the playoffs is about matchups and it's about the bullpen and it's less about starters than it's ever been. And that's probably true. I mean, starters don't go as far into games and they don't pitch as frequently and they break down much easier. And so it's more about the bullpens come the postseason. But I trust that Cora can manage that with starters. We saw him do it in 2018. And that, in fairness, was a long time ago. But I think he rekindled some of that in 2021. And I think if he has the pitching, he knows how to juggle it. And I think they have the pitching. You got to get there.
Right.
But I think if you get there, your ceiling is World Series. Now, again, that's your range of outcomes. Is that a 1 or 2% chance of you reaching it? I don't know. But if your pitching really fires on all cylinders, I think you can get there.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? 617-779-7937. Our guy Johnny is in Brooklyn. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, guys. Thanks for the call. Two quick things. So, Scooby-Doo, Durbin. Am I wrong? Didn't they trade Harrison Hicks and David Hamilton for him, and now he's going to be the next Dustin Pedroia?
No. You're confusing your trades. Hicks was in a separate
All
trade.
those guys are gone. but
Harrison
yeah,
and Hamilton were in that trade. That's true.
Okay. Well, that's not exactly, we're trading, this huge package to get a really great player. So if he ends up being, the next, great big thing, that's really quite a steal, but it's kind of hard for me to imagine. Okay, second thing, Ranger Suarez, great baseball name. They gave him 130 over 5 years. Bo Bichette got 126 over 3. Would not we have been in better shape if the GM over there had told the ownership, like, let's spend the same amount of money. Yeah, it's over a shorter term, but in 3 years, we'll make a little note to self. We're going to not spend an extra $20 million, and we'll be in the same boat. I mean, we don't have a better hitter on the team. You
So
following
Johnny,
me?
no, Johnny, great point. And this is where I think Breslow criticism is fair. He's not going to get a $300 million player because Henry's not going to spend that kind of money. Okay, so I don't blame Breslow for that per se. But what he just laid out, I think, is totally fair to blame Breslow for. All right, you have $200 million to spend this offseason.
Yeah.
So how do you want to spend it?
Yeah, Ranger Suarez.
Yeah.
Who I like, but you need a bat.
Or
have you seen the videos of Bo Bichette fielding third?
I have
spring
not.
Training?
They're bad? Okay, whatever.
Real bad.
Fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not signing him for the glove. Yeah, I'm signing him for the stick.
Yeah, that's
so
at second base.
Would I rather spend, and I'd have to double check his numbers on Bichette, but call it the same money, even though the AAV is higher and that impacts the luxury tax differently, which maybe Henry gets in the middle of. Hey, the cash outlay is actually more for Suarez than Bichette. I'd rather sign Bichette. And a GM who has, or a chief baseball officer who has some sway and an ability to sell the owner on that, I would feel better about that. I think Breslow is to blame for stuff like that. I think that's a totally fair criticism.
Yeah, I think it even goes back to the Devers deal. Like, he was forced to trade Devers, but was he forced to get that kind of return and then give up on all those guys right away? Like,
That's also fair.
Like that. Same thing with Chaim Bloom. Like, I don't think we're like, hey, Chaim, why didn't you keep Mookie Betts? Like, well, that was above his pay grade. But you didn't need to get Alex Verdugo and Jeter Downs and Connor Wong. All due respect to Connor Wong, who's still with the team. But, those are horrible returns. And so I agree. I think we all theorize that John Henry wants a salary cap in baseball, and eventually that may happen. So I assume he is giving Craig Breslow a salary cap of sorts. And if he wants to spend it on Ranger Suarez and half of Sonny Gray's contract and, these guys and not Pete Alonso, that part of it is on him.
Since you brought up a potential work stoppage,
yeah,
you think it's more or less likely a work stoppage happens with yesterday's news from Tony Clark? You see this?
Oh, well, I did. Tony the Tiger is kind of stepping in it. I have a very important question, though.
Okay.
But go ahead.
MLBPA Executive Director Tony Clark resigned. This is from Jeff Passan yesterday.
What happened?
After an internal investigation, I'm glad you asked, revealed he had an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law, who was hired by the union in 2023, sources tell me.
All right, so very important question.
Yes.
Not that it makes it right. It's wrong. Let me tell you, it's wrong both ways.
Yeah, that's what makes it hot, though.
So, you kind of hope you get caught.
It's the thrill of getting caught. Yeah.
Yeah, but sister-in-law, could it be, is it your wife's sister or is it your brother's wife?
Good question. Don't know.
Sister-in-law could be either one, right?
I believe so.
By the letter of the law?
Yeah.
I don't know which one's better or worse, but
I don't know which one
it
it
is.
is.
You ruined 3 lives.
So an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law. So I was going to deal with that.
Sister-in-law.
Who also is
dude, do you know how many women are in the world?
Also,
you got to go for your sister-in-law?
She's an employee in the union,
Sarah
probably
Law.
his subordinate. So you got to deal with that too on
Literally,
top of it.
maybe the one person you should avoid. Maybe the one person you should
hired her.
physically attract. Well, of course he did. Of course he did. And then meanwhile, his wife's thinking that he's at QuiltCon.
I was going to say the only person more asliep at the wheel is the person letting their wife, significant other, go to QuiltCon.
Yeah, it's
all the warning signs are right there. Hey,
right in front of your face.
Hey, baby, I think I'm going to hire. I think I'm going to hire your sister at the union.
Your sister likes
what do you think
baseball,
about that?
right? She's like, he hates
We're
it.
going to work a lot of late hours, me and your sister.
We have to, though.
And
Good
just
job.
She's at the union.
It's a good job.
So,
though. I'm not sleeping with her.
Where were we at our children's birthday party?
Like Tony.
Well, don't worry about that. We were putting up streamers.
And then the first sign of people figuring this out, he just quits. That's your defense? He just quit?
Pulls the ripcord.
All right. So, yeah, baseball's got
So
They
you
got
think
a lot on their plate.
You think we feel better or worse? I mean, it was.
I feel probably worse.
I feel better. It was steering
I'm not
towards.
gonna be here.
It was steering towards a work stoppage.
Hey, Tony, is there going to be a work stoppage?
It was steering towards a work stoppage with him. So I feel like any change there is now it might go worse for the players. Like maybe that makes the union weaker. But if we want baseball in the meantime, I would say that's probably mildly good news towards reducing the likelihood of a work stoppage.
Former Red Sox great Tony Clark.
Well, he of course was very significant in 2004 too as a Yankee.
Yeah.
Right? He had the ground rule double in the ALCS.
All right, so I'm looking at this. Yeah, and he had a good glove.
No, I just mean the ground rule double. If that thing rattled around in the corner, that's a big hit.
Yes. He had that. According to Wikipedia.org on Tony Clark, he has a wife.
Nice.
Had.
Yeah.
Had a wife.
Yeah.
Well, he could have another one.
Yeah.
Well, he also has a brother, though, so it doesn't really answer the question. So it could be his brother's wife or it could be his wife's sister.
We need answers.
We don't know.
Hey, Passon. Get on that, Passon.
This is what people wanted. You read that headline and you're like, what? And then you're like, all right,
Well,
I have
who
a
is it,
follow-up.
though? Yeah.
I have a follow-up.
Who was it?
It's bad either way. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate for the job that he
But
has.
it is better if it's his brother's wife than if it's his wife's sister.
I would agree with that.
Right?
I would think so, yeah. Well, right.
I don't
because-
have a brother, so this doesn't
So,
apply
I
to
don't have
me.
a
But
brother
yeah,
either.
so
I
it
don't
doesn't
have a
apply
brother
to
either.
me.
But like his current, we'll call her wife.
Yeah.
Would
for now.
It's gonna be upset either way. Unless they're just like swingers. But like I would think
she's not gonna like it either way.
But way worse if it's her sister.
Yeah, it's
way
gonna be,
worse.
that's gonna be a tough one.
Yikes. Good luck, Tony Clark. Like, oh, by the way, I quit my job and I was hooking up with your sister the whole time.
Women be trifling, am I right? So that is Tony Clark, the latest. I feel a little better about it's less likely that there's a work stoppage, in my estimation.
Not good.
Based
He was
on
a
this.
2001 All-Star. He actually could have been today's random player.
So what year was he? Was he with the Sox in 2003 and then he went to the Yankees in 2004? Is that what it was?
He was with the Red Sox in 2002. I
2002.
believe.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was and he was lousy here.
He was real lousy.
Lousy.
Yeah. Switch hitter though, super tall.
He's remains a switch hitter to this day.
But
yeah,
0-2 with the Red Sox. He hit 207 and hit 3 home runs in 90 games.
Okay. Not good.
No.
Here you go. Kevin and Quincy has a good take.
Okay, what do you got, Kevin?
Kevin, what's up?
Kevin?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Awesome show.
Thank you.
It is.
I think when you say Brian Bayo imploded, I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration. And just hear me out. Let me preface by saying he didn't pitch good in Game 2.
Right.
However, so in Game 1, Garrett Crochet gave up a home run. We were down 1-0. He ended up going 8 1/3. Okay. With Bayo, he pitched 2 1/3 innings, gave up 4 hits, but just that 2-run homer to Rice. Now, Trevor Story comes back in the third and hits a 2-run homer. We have a 2-2 game, but you've lost your starter now.
Okay, so I think Cora had a quick hook with Bayo, if that's his point.
Yeah, but I think he could read the room. I think he knew it was going to get worse.
And, okay, so he got 7 outs. He allowed 5 base runners, four hits and a walk.
Yeah.
Thank you. There was a home run in there.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'm misremembering. I remember some hard contact in there.
I think there was.
So, yeah, I mean, I thought it was a quick hook, but Bayo, let's not pretend like Bayo was pitching well.
He was not.
He imploded.
No, he was not. He imploded. Now, it doesn't mean he can't pitch better the next time he pitches in the playoffs.
Sure.
It's just that I also look at what they did this offseason. Were they like, oh, we're good with him being the number 2 starter? Or did they get 2 guys better than him? I mean, I think 2 guys better than him.
I
We'll see.
still wouldn't be totally shocked if they traded him. And I don't think it's happening in the spring, but like in season, if he moved at the deadline or something like that, that would shock me zero. So no, I think they look at him differently after that playoff game for sure. 617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls there. We'll get to the hashtag Dork Minute coming up at 11:45. Plus on the way next, some Would You Rathers on a Would You Rather Wednesday right after Trending with Billy.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. Today, Team USA men's hockey takes on Sweden in a quarterfinals round matchup. Puck drop is at 3:10, and this game can be seen on NBC and Peacock. The U.S. women's team will face Canada in the gold medal game tomorrow. Face-off time is at 1:10. The United States remains in third place in the medal count with 23, 6 gold, 11 silver, 6 bronze. Yesterday, the Patriots announced that inside linebackers coach Zach Core will take over as the team's defensive coordinator. The Celtics return to the court on Thursday to begin a 4-game West Coast trip against the Warriors. Red Sox play Northeastern on Friday. The official start of the spring training schedule will be Saturday against the Twins. Boston College fell 80-72 to FSU in Tallahassee last night. Up next for BC, the Eagles will be in Dallas taking on SMU on Saturday afternoon. And tonight on WEEI AM 850, you can hear the call of the number 5 Yukon Huskies taking on Creighton Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45 and tip-off is at 7 o'clock. This Thursday night, head over to the bar at the 99 restaurant for a fun night of trivia. 6 packs of bone-in buffalo wings for just $5.99 and a chance to win 99 gift cards and other great prizes. You gotta love the nines. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
WEEI.
Time for
Would You Rather Wednesday.
I got great would you rathers.
Would you rather have a pet bird that swears or a pet monkey that smokes? Would you rather get punched in the face or tossed in a pond? Would you rather be a werewolf or a vampire?
on Jones and Keith.
The choice is yours. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I think you can get with this, because this is where it's at. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I think you can get with this, because this is kind of that.
Would You Rather Wednesday, Jones and Keith. Brought to you by Avelinos. If you're planning a corporate meeting or a private party, you can book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests. Go Avelino.com. Great food there. I've not been to the function room, but I can speak to the wonderful food
Nice.
at Avelino's. Good friends of the program.
Mhm.
So
Tasty
big thanks
stuff.
to them. Flood of texts. I don't know if this is Would You Rather. Would you rather
We're kind of busy here.
sleep with your brother's wife
I was.
or your sister, your wife's sister,
A real
rather?
Tony Clark conundrum. But
Yeah.
apparently the morning show did some research on
I
this.
guess Courtney says it is his brother's wife, which
Yeah.
many on the text line are also saying that's even worse than sleeping with your sister's wife, because now you've broken the trust of your brother and your wife,
right?
Not just your wife.
Oh, so that is a smart way of looking at it. If you think there's any
Sounds like
chance,
there's experience there.
Yeah, if you're trying to
trust me, guys.
salvage the marriage,
Then
you got to be sleeping with your brother's wife.
Right, but if you
assume
the wife's going to leave
if
you
you're
either
chalking
way,
up divorce either way,
yeah, you keep your
then
family,
you sleep with the
I
wife's
guess your-
sister.
your blood family intact. Then your brother's like, yeah, I don't love what you did there, but
Right.
I don't really, it doesn't affect me.
And either way,
Yeah.
the kids all lose. But at the end of the
Yeah.
day, that's probably the better move.
And then doing it so publicly too is not the best thing. Everybody in the baseball world knows about Tony Clark's
And good point by you.
urges.
And good point by you. And on top of that, he just lost his job. It's like, I
Quick.
lost my job, lost my family.
Honey, I got bad news and bad news. What do you want first? She's like, I guess the bad news. He's like, well, I'm out of a job.
Good news.
What happened? Well, I was sleeping with your sister.
Good news, though.
Yeah? Is there?
I feel a little better about no work stoppage. I do.
You think so?
We were
Get
heading
Tony
right.
out of
We were
there.
heading right for the collision course with him there.
Yeah.
Get him out of there.
So maybe Tony's sister-in-law saved baseball.
Maybe she did.
In a way.
She took one for the sport.
Hell yeah.
A couple maybe for the sport. 6
Really
months.
leaned into one.
Yeah.
All right.
She went full Caleb Durbin.
Tony the Clark cost of the week?
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
He's tall, though. Like, on one who wouldn't like it.
No,
He'd
no,
be like,
no,
he's
no.
tall,
No,
but he's
he's
not
tall.
big.
Right.
All right,
Yeah,
he was
he-
mad about that.
He's not a Haas.
We asked Mike, this is a real question we asked Michael on Wanu. Is Morgan Moses a Haas?
Well, more tall than me.
Yeah, he didn't like
Yeah,
scoff.
no, it was Haas on Haas crime.
Tall.
Yeah, this is what it was.
All right, he wasn't impressed by how tall he was.
He's out for sure.
He's a Haas for
He's
sure.
Haas for sure. I forget
That
who-
was somebody else.
Yeah, that wasn't.
Maybe that was
Morgan
Trent
Moses.
Brown. We asked him
I
about.
think that one was Trent Brown.
We asked
Okay.
him about a lot of Hosses. Yeah. Well, it takes one to know one, and neither you or I.
He's a
is
Haas expert.
Yeah,
the man's a Haas expert is what he is.
a Hosspert.
So there you go. Would you rather Wednesday? What do we have for some Would You Rathers today, Bill?
Would you rather Team USA hockey win a gold or the Bruins win the cup?
Oh, Bruins won the cup. I mean, I like Team USA gold, which I guess we've never seen.
Yeah.
We have seen a Bruins cup. And by the way, related story, the Czechs are up on Canada right now, 2-1. Although,
Yeah, Pastrnak got a goal.
it's like still heavy favorites on the money line if you want to go bet it.
First
towards
intermission.
Canada.
Yeah, I mean, USA was also trailing Latvia in the first intermission.
Good
and
point.
Won by 3.
Good
So
point.
I'm going to surprise you. I'm actually going to go Team USA gold. And I know that sounds kind of crazy, but the Bruins at least have won in our lifetime and not that long ago.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I
pretty
truly
recent.
remember the whole thing. And Team USA, especially if it's against Canada, that would make it even sweeter. If you get the US-Canada gold medal game, I'm going to be all fired up for that. I think most of the country will be all fired up. All of North America will be fired up for that. And they haven't done it in our lifetime, right? If you weren't here in 1980 to watch the
I think
Miracle
all,
on
of
Ice,
all of North America would be fired up for that?
yeah, Mexico, yeah, they'd be pumped.
2/3 of North America.
Mexico would be in there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, good. Those two guys can fight it over hockey. But no, like, if you don't remember the 1980, you've seen some good teams. You've seen some silver medal winning teams, but you've never seen them actually capture the gold. So put me down for that. You know me, I'm an Olympic guy.
Yeah. It's so fleeting, though, and I guess it comes back up in the following Olympics, but it's so fleeting, whereas a cup run, if you remember 11, and even
it's
when they went
awesome.
back in
It was
13
awesome.
and 19, you know, it's 2 months where it really is every other night for 2 months, and it's quite a run. That parade, side note, was awesome. Like celebration in the city, which same thing for the Celtics a couple of years ago.
Well, let me tweak the question.
I would go Bruins over a Team USA gold, which I did say earlier hasn't happened in our lifetime. That is true. Neither of us were alive for the Miracle on Ice.
Right.
And it hasn't happened with NHL players.
No. So let me tweak the question because I thought about doing a few different ways. This was the most like over the top. What if it was Team USA gold or the Bruins make the playoffs?
Oh, I'd take gold in that scenario.
All right. What about win one round?
Still gold.
Okay. So
Yeah.
like it's got to be the cup.
Yeah.
I gotcha, yeah.
I mean, it's got to. Yeah. Probably even over make the cup. I'd take the gold. So I understand the question.
That
I
was
think,
brutal when
I
they
think
went to play the Blues and lost.
Right.
And
I think it's a good debate, and I think a lot of people would answer it differently. I would lean Bruins on that, but yeah, I don't just need to see the Bruins in the playoffs and then get pumped. I'll take the gold over that.
Yeah.
What else, Billy?
Would you rather watch the World Baseball Classic or the World Cup?
Oh, World Cup. I love World Cup.
You love World Cup?
Yeah. How often is the World Baseball Classic? Is it every 4? No, it's every 2?
Yeah, good question.
Every 3?
It's not every year, right?
I think it's every other.
Yeah,
So
the fact
every
we
2.
don't even know is a strike against it. I also think the timing of it's so weird. The fact they do it in spring training. I'm not telling you there's a great time to do it, but the fact they do it in spring training, like Duran
Every
right now.
4 years.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Duran right now is working out in right field, if I'm not mistaken, with the Red Sox. They're like, he's not playing an inning for us in right field, but they're working him out there to get him ready for the World Baseball Classic because I guess that's what he's going to play with Team Mexico. So I think just the whole timing of it's odd. And the World Cup to me it's perfect. It rolls around every 4 years. I don't care about soccer the rest of the time in between. I know a lot of people do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get into any of it. And then the World Cup rolls around and I care all of a sudden about, Belarus and Japan. Like all of a sudden I just care about all the matches. So
the soccer factories, Belarus and Japan.
yeah, and the fact that it's here is also going to be exciting. Like
Yeah, that's true.
I vaguely remember the World Cup in '94, but this will be fun. So World Cup.
So it's definitely World Cup for me. I like baseball more than I like soccer, but I think the World Cup is like everybody is going full go. Like talk about best on best. Like they care so much about that, and they have all the best players, and there's no restriction on them. Baseball, like you got some cool moments, like Shohei Ohtani pitching against Mike Trout, and
Cool.
like they definitely took it seriously. I'm not saying that they don't, but there is a little bit of it's still spring training for a lot of these guys, so you can only do so much. Like I don't think you're gonna get Garrett Crochet going 7 innings, or Paul Skeens going 8 innings. Like that part of it's not gonna happen, so that hurts it a little bit. There's probably more good teams, right, in soccer. USA is obviously always like a little bit of an underdog.
I
Like
think
anything
so.
they can do.
I mean, if
is
you want to
sort of
talk
like
about teams that can really win the World Cup, I mean,
5, 10.
Yeah, exactly.
No, not 10. 5.
Probably.
6, yeah.
But how many world powers are there? Or teams that like could go on a run a ton, whereas the World Baseball Classic, smaller tournament too.
But no, I like the World Cup a lot better.
World Baseball Classic, I'll probably watch some of USA games, maybe not even all of them.
Yeah.
World Cup, I'll watch as many matches as I can, regardless of whether it's USA or not. So to me, that's World Cup.
Agreed.
What else?
Would you rather talk to a former president about aliens or JFK?
I mean, I'm pretty positive I know the answer on aliens, but I still want to know everything we know about aliens. That's my pick.
I'm pretty positive I know everything about JFK.
You think you know everything?
Yeah, listen to that Rob Reiner, Rest in Peace podcast, and it was unbelievable the amount of details that he had in there. It was
So
like 5-6 part documentary or
I
not
haven't listened to it.
podcast.
Does that leave you with a theory as to
No.
what's going on?
It leaves you with very specifically who done it.
Oh, okay. So that's not. So,
and
okay,
it's
so
not Lee Harvey Oswald.
Got it. Okay. So it gives you a conclusion.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. This isn't like here are the 10 things it could be. They get into those. Like I've seen those like on TV where they're like it could be this, and then you're convinced like yeah it was definitely them, and then they're like or it could be this, and you're like oh yeah maybe them too. No, he maps the whole thing out and kind of tells you. So it would be aliens. And I know Obama kind of like walked it back or whatever, but like if you had like a private conversation with one of these guys and just get everything that you could possibly get from aliens, I'd be more interested in that.
No, me too. And so look, I'd like to know both. I get to pick. And I think I already know. I've heard of your tall grays or small grays.
Yeah.
Reptilians,
Your
Nordics.
Nordics.
I've heard of the whole thing. I get it. But I just want to actually hear from someone who's been briefed on all these things.
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah.
All right, what's the last one?
All right, this one's from a listener, Matthew.
Yep.
By the way, send it to Keith at WEEI.com. You would you rathers? Maybe it makes the cut.
Yep.
Would you rather get attacked by a 150-pound dog or get attacked by a 150-pound horsefly?
I would rather get attacked by the horsefly only because if you then have
It's a big horsefly.
It's 150 pounds.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah.
But like if you have to like
It's
defend
like
yourself.
it's been landing on poop all day.
Yeah, but it's also a horsefly, which like you would try to rip its wings off. Like you wouldn't care about it. Whereas like the dog, you're like, I don't know why you're mad at me, big fella, but like just calm down. And like you wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to hurt the dog. I would have no problem trying to hurt the horsefly. It's a huge horsefly.
I feel like a dog can be reasoned with a little bit more than a horsefly.
Maybe.
Give it a treat.
I don't think you could give it a treat. But
Roll over, scratch its belly.
Yeah.
I feel like you can.
These dogs can't fly. The horsefly can be swooping down.
Yeah,
I
the
think-
horsefly can fly.
I think
pterodactyl.
It'd be a tougher challenge,
Yeah,
but
I
also,
don't want to be attacked by that horsefly. Horseflies, teeny tiny little horseflies right
Yeah.
now, get me now.
Yeah.
Like if you're at a pool or the beach or something, like the second you're out of the water, they're locked in on you.
So the
taking chunks.
Matthew also added that AI estimates the horsefly approximately 4 feet tall, I guess, with an exoskeleton roughly a quarter-inch thick. So he said, picture a really big lobster.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah, that would
I'll
probably
take my
kill
chance.
you.
I'll take my chances with the dog.
Yeah, but I'd feel terrible.
I wouldn't want to hurt the dog.
No, but you'd have to maybe if
I
it was
feel-
you or him.
I feel like you could reason with the dog.
Maybe. Yeah, a little biscuit.
Something.
Like that, yeah.
I don't know how you reason with a horsefly.
Probably junk. Horseflies probably food, like leftover banana.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Yeah, you can
wrestle
distract
them
it with food.
Wrestle them over near a trash can.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, you got him.
Cartoonishly big fly swatter.
Yeah, I don't want.
Yeah,
I don't want
fly
that.
swatter. That might work.
How heavy was Goldblum? He must have been more than 150.
Jeff Goldblum?
No, I mean not to fat shame. He must have been more than 150.
180.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the smaller Jeff Goldblum.
Let me look up that.
Yeah, because that wasn't even a horsefly. That was just a fly. That was horrifying.
Do you think they give you do you think Google even knows the answer to this? No specific confirmed weight
for Jeff Goldblum.
Although it does tell you he's 6'4".
Yeah, I got to be over
Goldblum,
150.
tall drink of water.
Yeah, he's a thin guy, but he's got to be over 150.
Yeah, 180 maybe.
Yeah, it's good.
Even
guess.
still, that's thin. He is
So
thin.
not a hoss, just like normal guy.
No.
That's
Just taller than normal.
But that was a pretty big fly. I don't want to deal with that horsefly. I'll take my chances with the dog.
Fair.
That's what I would rather.
All right, I'd rather the horsefly.
Great question, Matt.
Thank you, Matthew.
Send them in. Would you rather? Every Wednesday here on Jones and Keefe. Every Wednesday, we also have the hashtag Dork Minute. Stay tuned. That's next.
93.7 WEEI.
Shang-Chi.
You've seen none?
None.
Me and Billy have
curmudgeon.
me and Billy have combined for one.
Billy's 100 years old.
You and I will go see this new Marvel. People are saying it's actually nuts.
I'm going to give it a rock hard 5 out of 6.
Ah, don't spoil it. Do not spoil it. What's going on?
Make sure you subscribe to the
Hashtag Dork Podcast. All right, let's get to the Dork Minute here on Jones and Keefe WEEI. The hashtag Dork Podcast is available right now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts, on YouTube as well. This week we did a couple of TV shows, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms and Wonder Man, so they are available anytime you want. Don't listen to them now. We're right in the middle of something here, but anytime later on you can. Looking forward to later this week. Jones is going to review Sinners for us. Is that promised for tomorrow or just sometime this week?
Yeah, no, I'll pledge for it. I'll watch it tonight. Review tomorrow. Then one battle.
Unless there's a random dunk contest on or something. That
Yeah, no, that's the other.
Yeah, what do you have on tonight? Well, Traders is tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about Traders. Tonight
Oh yeah,
is-
maybe one battle. Maybe I can't jam in one battle.
No.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that. But yeah, I'll watch that tonight. Yeah,
Tonight? Okay, very
yeah,
good.
yeah.
One of the biggest items in the dork world would be the official trailer of The Mandalorian and Grogu, the next live-action Star Wars movie, which will be in theaters on May 22nd. Obviously, a 3-season TV show on Disney+. This will be the first time this character is on the big screen. And Pedro Pascal plays the Mandalorian, but he really just voices the Mandalorian. He's not really in the suit all the time.
That's not him in there?
Not always.
Sometimes,
because the Mandalorians, Jones, as you know, vow not to take off their helmets. Nobody can see under there.
Right.
Although he has done it once in the series, and even in the 2-minute trailer, he pops the helmet off.
Okay.
So you can see the beautiful face that is Pedro Pascal.
What are you paying him for if you're not getting that?
I know, but the character's sweet with the helmet on.
Yeah.
He's kind of like, it's sacrilegious to the Mandalorians to take it off, but he's in there with Grogu. Also making news is one of the alien creatures that's in there. It looks like he's working at like a little bodega or something.
Oh.
Voiced by Marty Scorsese.
How about that?
Yeah, I don't know why, but he's in there. Did you catch that, Nick?
No, he just wanted to be in the Star Wars universe, I
guess so. I guess he wants to be in Star Wars. So this is going to be Jon Favreau doing this. So I was a little nervous about this movie because they did a Super Bowl commercial, and it was like it was like a fake commercial. It like built up like it was going to be like for a product, and then it was just like a teaser with no scenes from the movie. And I'm like, well, that's not a very good sign. Like you're spending all that money, and then you're not even going to like show us any of it. And but the trailer yesterday looked pretty good.
Okay,
so I'm back in.
Okay, you'll go see it.
Yeah, I'll go see it.
All right, he's going to see it. He was on the fence, but he's going to see it. Okay, good.
I don't know if you've caught up with actor Shia LaBeouf's recent couple of days.
No,
you know Shia LaBeouf.
I am aware of him.
He was in the film
Transformers,
Disturbia.
Transformers 2,
yeah,
Transformers 3,
Fury. You ever seen Fury?
Holes.
Yeah,
Dumb and
Holes.
Dumber.
Was he in that one?
He was.
Oh, I didn't
He
know
wasn't Dumb and Dumber. Transformers, Holes, Disturbia, Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. He was in like Indiana Jones 4, I believe. So some think that he was like he had the chance to be one of the next great actors.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of gone sideways for him a little bit.
Sorry, I've been drunk.
Well, yeah. Now
it's a valid excuse,
but he cleaned himself up.
Okay,
he had been sober for a long time. Yesterday, TMZ was all over this. He was spotted all over Bourbon Street and sort of the lead up to Mardi Gras, I guess. Just like hammered drunk. Got into a couple of different fights, going after guys. Got peeled off a guy, came going back. I guess he like held his own.
Oh.
Also, sometimes when you're so drunk, you're just like you can't even feel pain.
Yeah.
So anyway, he got into a bunch of fights, super drunk. So unfortunately, no longer sober. He got arrested. He got released from jail.
Good.
Back on the streets drinking again. Also, it just came out that he
The guy is drunk.
apparently is no longer with his now ex-wife, Mia Goth. Mia
Okay.
Goth, famous actress.
Goth or
Goth. Goth. Like those
Frog?
kids in middle school?
Goth, not Jared Goff.
No, Goth.
Got it.
Am I not saying it right?
Oh, I was just double check. I'm unaware. I was not familiar with
Mia
the word.
Goth.
Yeah.
She's the one that always, she has like very, very light eyebrows, so it's almost like she has no eyebrows.
Lots of piercings. Always wears dark clothes.
No,
I got
she
it. Then I get it.
Hangs
Yeah.
out in front of the
Yeah.
the 7-Eleven or whatever. Yeah, no.
Next
that
movie
is-
Jones has to watch is Frankenstein.
Yeah, a lot of vaping.
She is in
Yeah.
Frankenstein. She's an excellent actress. She was in like this Maxine trilogy, and I guess they had found love. And but apparently they have been separated for over a year. But this just came out, and now he's like, I guess, off the wagon. Or on the wagon? Off the wagon.
Off it.
He's off the wagon. He's having a hard time. Or maybe the best time. I guess it really depends on how you look at it. But that's sort of the latest with Shia LaBeouf. But
man,
that was all over TMZ yesterday.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So it's not going great for him. New in
Here he is, having the time of his life.
That was Sergio Dip calling the Shia LaBeouf week in New Orleans.
Nice.
Psycho Killer will be the next movie in theaters this weekend for the people to get excited about. Apparently, it's a good horror month, February.
Yeah. Well, you were talking it up. You said Valentine's Day is good day to watch a horror movie.
Well, horror movies are a natural aphrodisiac, as many say, Jones.
I've heard you say that. Yeah.
Gets people very much in the mood. And so this is going to be a. Here's the plot to Psycho Killer. Let me know if you're in on this.
Okay, I think I'm gonna guess I get the plot before you even say it, but okay.
Okay.
Psycho Killer.
Why don't you tell me what the plot is then? Let's hear that.
It's the Psycho Killer running around murdering people. I think I got it.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah.
The film follows a police officer on a mission
to
destroy the satanic slasher. A murderer responsible for brutal killings across several U.S. states.
Yep, I got it. Yep. Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
So I'm looking forward to that. Georgina Campbell is going to be the star of this, and the writer of Seven wrote this movie.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good.
Now that movie came out over 20 years ago. I'm not sure what he's been doing since, but no, maybe he's written some other stuff. I don't know. But that's how they're also billing it. They're like from the writer of Seven.
Are they going to play the song in it? They get the rights to that.
Psycho Killer,
Yeah.
Talking Heads.
I would hope so.
I would really hope
I'd
so.
play that a couple of
I'd
times.
bookend it.
Yeah.
I'd start and end
Opening
it.
credit. Close. Yeah.
That was like what?
Why would you not?
Was it Thor Ragnarok that played a Led Zeppelin song like twice in the movie? And you're
Oh,
like,
I don't know.
Yeah, you're paying that much money for it.
It was more than twice.
Yeah, if you're getting the
Three times?
licensing
That was a
fees.
You're like, hit it.
Yeah.
Hit it. You guys have any other songs? Like, no.
We
The
blew
name
out-
of the movie Psycho Killer.
blew out
Obviously,
our
we
budget
talked
on
to
this.
Talking Heads. So I will. Yeah, that's one that gets stuck in your head though.
Well, that's
Literally.
I think that was when Dennis and Dee had their friend who I think was locked up for a little bit. The Psycho Pete. I think this is what they would. I think they would play that for him. I think.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I guess.
Psycho Killer.
Yeah,
the good one.
Well, give
What
me a
was when
taste.
Max Dad was in jail?
Just gonna give you a little taste.
Oh, was it Max? I don't remember.
Oh, maybe Max Dad.
Yeah,
He's
Psycho
scary.
Pete, though. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Psycho Killer.
That was actually I put that in the system for Joe Mazzulla.
Oh, no.
That's why I put that in there.
Oh, good.
That was
That's why that's
specifically
in there.
for
Perfect.
Joe Mazzulla. This past weekend at the box office, Jones, Wuthering Heights was the #1 movie. This is the Margot Robbie, Jacob Elordi film.
Nice.
Yeah, apparently it's not as nice as people are hoping it to be. No, I think people like the movie, but it's not. They're kind of selling it like there's going to be a lot of lovemaking, and I don't know if there's as much as the people wanted.
Apparently, it's not a faithful. People are really mad. It's not like the book.
It's not like the book.
Most movies, there's not enough. I agree with that, but there's some.
Not enough.
Oh, okay.
Not enough.
All right.
I don't know if you see anything.
Oh.
It's just implied. No, I don't know. The Steph Curry movie Goat was second, made $27 million.
I tell you, the 7-year-olds are buzzing about that movie. There's a lot of buzz. There's a lot of buzz at the second graders about that film. Yeah.
And then it was Crime 101 was third, also in its first week. Send Help was fourth. Nick saw that a couple weeks ago, right?
Oh,
So it was really
I
good.
saw it opening day. Yeah.
Good?
Brag.
I got there.
Good?
Oh, it was great. Sam Raimi is back.
That one looked good. That's
And
how
then-
that's how I think about it.
Then a
Listen.
movie I've never heard of, Solo Mio, was fifth. So yeah, the Psycho Killer should be able to crack a dent into this.
I would hope.
House of the Dragon Season 3 trailer comes out tomorrow. All the dorks are excited about that. A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, most recent episode, got a 9.8 rating on IMDb. It's one of the 5 greatest Game of Thrones episodes.
So is that the second time that's happened this season? Yeah, so they've had some banger episodes.
Episode 4 got a 9.7. This episode got a 9.8. It is excellent TV. Can't wait to see how they stick the landing. And good news for all the Scooby-Doo fans out there, like Caleb Durbin.
Oh, one of the
There's
well,
gonna be,
I was about to say one of the biggest. He's one of the
Scrappy.
smallest.
He's
Yeah,
one of the smallest.
Yeah.
Scrappy-Doo. There's going to be a live-action Scooby-Doo Netflix series. McKenna Grace, who I think is in Scream 7 at the end of the month, is going to be Daphne. That's what we have on that.
Right. Who's Scooby?
Who's Scooby?
Yeah.
Marty Scorsese. No, I don't know.
All right, good. All right,
I'm not sure.
Scrappy should be played by Caleb Durbin.
Is Matthew Lillard going to reprise his role as
He should.
Shaggy?
He's also in Scream 7, so he should be in that.
Yeah, I learned that this morning. I was kind of upset I learned about that.
I don't like that either, but he's like in
He's like the
promotional
top-billed
stuff.
guy.
Yeah. He died in the first one, so this is nonsense. Well, I'll let you know in 2 weeks. on
Hey,
how it goes.
you figure out See, watch it first.
Yeah.
Give it a chance and then get back to us.
Yeah, I don't know if they've cast the whole show yet, but I'll let you know.
Okay, live action Scooby-Doo.
More Scooby-Doo, yeah.
I don't know I necessarily needed that, but okay.
You more of a Daphne guy or a Velma guy?
Oh, Daphne.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't think just throw on this one. Yeah, that's Daphne.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on Velma. Linda Cardellini was Velma on those ones.
On her. I wouldn't do that. Okay, well, that's the hashtag Dork Minute.
Okay.
Every Wednesday here on Jones and Keith. We got your phone call, 617-779-7937. Let's get back to Jason Tatum. The timeline continues to shift. It's very confusing. That's next.
Jones and Keith. On the Odyssey app.
So what do you have to say about the latest on Tatum?
Look, I know everybody is seeing that the game got flexed into that spot on NBC in the prime time, that there's a documentary the NBC's affiliate out there has been doing on Jason. So they're connecting dots, okay? But I checked in with Jason Tatum, and he says, I still have not made a decision on whether or not I am coming back this year. And what can we infer from that? I think he's being truthful in saying that, but I also think that he understands what he said before. He wants to get this right the first time. Nobody in Boston wants to put any pressure on Jason Tatum to put a date on this, to put a time on this. I talked to somebody very close to this situation. That scrimmage that he's done, he's only scrimmaged one time. Like, he's got to do a bunch more things before everybody gets comfortable with the idea of him going out there and playing, because this was a serious injury.
High noon, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. It's been a busy day to this point. Circle back to some of that Tatum discussion. That was Ramona Shelburne. Reached out to Tatum. He's not committing to coming back. Guys, he's only been through one 5-on-5 practice. He needs to do more than that. And I'm just a little miffed at the whole thing. I think I know why Tatum's playing games, and I think he's playing games. I guess we'll ultimately find out. Because all the warning signs are there, all of them, that he's going to be back and be back soon. Perhaps as early as March 1st. So why is he telling select media members? This is the second time Shelburne's done this. And I think he's done it before with Chris Haynes as well. Select media members are like, guys, he might not come back. Whereas everything else is pointing to a return. Why play games other than the newly announced docuseries that we all just found out about? It's like, oh, I'm not committing to coming back. I'm not giving you a date. Watch my show, and maybe you'll get some answers. And I wonder if that's why he's playing games. I just think that's lame if that's what's going on.
I don't think anybody likes this, right? Like, I think everybody wants Jason Tatum back, and he will make the team better. And even if it takes a minute to sort of get everybody back up to speed or sort of like fit in after not being with the team for 60 plus games and all that stuff, that's fine. But like this whole thing, I don't really understand. Like, what's like the benefit of this? Like, okay, you have a documentary, which I think most people honestly are kind of like rolling their eyes at. Like, we've been getting texts all day being like, just either play or don't, essentially. Like, we don't even want to see this whole thing. But let's say
he's not getting like a bunch of fans that are like, good for you, man.
No,
most
can't
people
wait
are
for the
like,
doc.
just come back or don't.
Yeah.
But
So-
we don't need all this in the meantime.
I got an email during the show today, Bragg, that said the conspiracy theory would be he doesn't come back until the last day of the documentary.
series.
So
Correct.
the series starts on March 1st. That's also the day that they moved the Celtics game into primetime on Peacock. So that's still the day I'm saying he returns. But if it's a 5-part series and the last episode is released, I believe, on March 22nd, it's also a day of a game and a day that they flexed another game, right?
It's a, well...
Or no, maybe it's not an NBC game, but...
No, it is. I think it is. It's
okay.
a Peacock game. It's against the Timberwolves, if I'm not mistaken. Hang on.
And it's a home game. So they're both home games. And, like, how lame is this? Like, we don't need, like, a wild goose chase to figure out when you're going to play.
March 22nd is a Peacock game, 8 p.m. on a Sunday evening against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
So maybe
at
that's
home, as you said,
maybe
against
that's the
Minnesota.
return.
Right. So I think
so
that's,
maybe
that's
you
the
watch
range.
these 5 episodes, and then the emailer Brad was even saying is like, well, maybe you even like leave the 5th episode like a cliffhanger, and then you have to like watch the game or whatever, and you return or something stupid like that.
Okay, like.
But
do you rule any of that out?
I do not rule it out.
I don't rule any of that out. It's so
out.
stupid and lame.
Yeah.
Come back.
Yeah.
You know, like, again, or don't. But at a certain point, and I'm going to tolerate a little more push and pull on this. And there's some interesting things happening out on the West Coast. Turp is flying out there now. We put in some feelers.
All right, good.
But I guess
He's
we're
definitely flying because I texted him an hour and a half ago.
So I want to know, are they practicing this week? They should be practicing this week, right? They're off until tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, like, only Jaylen Brown was at the All-Star game. Well, nope, Ron Harper
Jr. is part of Team Harper.
Sorry, but that was Saturday and Sunday. Everybody should be back and out on the West Coast. So, shouldn't they get in a practice before they get playing? I'd imagine that's a lot of time off.
Yeah, so they're off Friday, they're off Saturday, they're off Monday.
So, are they going to be practicing this week? Are they not? Is Tatum going to be out there practicing with the team? Is part of the reason they're not announcing practices because they're going to do some behind closed doors clandestine stuff with Jason Tatum and work him back, and they don't want to make him available to the media or they don't want the media to see it. So I'll tolerate a little bit more of this, but if it's just a game to pump up your return on NBC, I really don't care for it.
No,
and are you coming back as quickly is March 22nd the quickest you can come back? Or was that just a perfect date to coincide with your stupid docuseries that I don't care about?
Yeah, if it lines up with the documentary, it really feels like it is manipulated.
Don't you think that's
just the wildest coincidence?
Don't you think that's what's going on?
Yeah, but
why else is he putting out
the early side?
Why else would he put out that he's not coming back? And
I don't get it.
He's just putting it out. I don't believe that for a second.
I don't believe it either. There's been way too many points throughout the season where it looks like he's there. First of all, to his credit, he's been way more around the team than I ever thought he was going to be.
I will also give him credit for that.
Because
he's been at games at home and on the road.
I wouldn't even have criticized him for that. I'm sure people would have. They're like, hey, where is he? But I'd be like, I don't know, he's recovering. He's not playing. He doesn't need to be there. But to his credit, he has been there for a ton of stuff. And we've saw videos going back months ago of him running, him dunking, him playing one-on-one. You also, I don't think you start playing with the main Red Claws to not come back.
I don't either.
So he's definitely coming back. Well, I shouldn't say definitely because I guess you can never really know for sure. But I feel like he is coming
barring a setback, he's definitely. I would stick by what you said first. He's definitely coming back.
Yeah, and there's a lot of season left too. So it's not like, oh, well, it's this and then it's the playoffs and whatever. No, they got a pretty long runway here. What are they down to? They got counting tomorrow's game, is it 28 games left or something like that?
Ooh, don't make me do math.
I think I already did this and I already forgot.
They have played 54 games. Is that right?
Yeah.
So
that'd be 28.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm just agreeing with you. Is that what that calculates out to? Yeah.
They have 70 games left. Yeah. So they have 28 games left. So even if he misses this road trip, it's 24. And then even if you take out the back-to-backs, if you want, all right, you're still in a spot where you have a bunch of games prior to the playoffs. So I think it's going to happen. But this whole build-up thing is pretty annoying.
It's lame. Yeah. And again, do what you want, I guess. But I think he is. It's not just me saying that. No. I think he's annoying a bunch of the listeners now. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, it does sound like, and this twisted the knife earlier, somebody texted about this, it does sound like something LeBron would do. Hey, let's put together a documentary and let me manufacture the date for when I come back for peak making it about me, me, LeBron James. Tatum's doing that.
Is it the modern athlete, though, as much as it is LeBron, or LeBron started all this?
Well, LeBron ushered in the era of the modern athlete for guys like Tatum, but not all guys would do. Would every athlete put together a docuseries like this?
Well, I don't know if Peacock would go to every guy.
Fair. But would the guys they go to, would everybody do this? No.
Tom Brady would.
My answer is no.
Tom Brady did a documentary during
Tom Brady did.
Yeah. No, you're right. Maybe not everybody would. But how many guys signed up for that Netflix show, including Jaylen Brown?
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're SGA, I think. Was Halliburton? I feel like a ton of guys.
But that was that was day in the life, following me around.
Yeah.
This is, hey, I'm coming back and I'm manufacturing it potentially for a date that coincides with the network. So, for instance,
but my point is, if somebody was coming back from an injury and they approached that player, I think they would. LeBron, Tatum, Jimmy Butler, Anthony Edwards, and Sabonis were all on season 1. Who else was on this show? They've had Kevin Durant, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, James Harden, Brown, and Halliburton. So, that's 10 of the best players in the league that all said, you can follow me around with cameras.
But that's also, hey, I'm part of something that is following me around for something I'm doing anyways, and a bunch of guys are doing it. This is me. This is just me. Yeah, this is just about me, and it's 5 parts, and it's all about my rehab. It's not even about games. It's about my rehab. That's way different.
You think those 10 guys are I'll only do the show if there are other players? Or they would happily do it if it was just them?
Maybe. I don't know that everybody's
LeBron would?
How many guys have recovered from an injury and no one's done this?
Obviously newer.
They approach all these guys about shows. Have all these guys been hurt? Did Durant do it? Durant's been hurt.
No, I don't think Durant did this.
Not everybody would do this. I don't think that.
But also, and I don't even know the answer to this, but a lot of these guys have their own YouTube channels and kind of do stuff like this that might fly under our radar. But other people have, they all have podcasts, they all have shows.
Jaylen would do it. If Peacock approached him, you think Jalen would do it? Here's my rehab. He does do his pool workouts.
Oh, you're gonna talk to me? And
you want to come film my pool workout? Yeah, maybe he would. Maybe he would. But again,
so I'm not.
Who's been on the show? Give me the list again. Who's been on the show?
It was LeBron, Tatum, Butler, Anthony Edwards, and Domantas Sabonis.
Okay,
that was season 1.
Butler is hurt right now. Is Butler doing any rehab thing?
Good question.
I don't even
rehabbing yet?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Okay, he's hurt right now. Keep going.
Season 2 was SGA, Halliburton,
hurt,
Durant,
hurt. Both of them.
Harden.
Durant's been hurt.
Yeah.
Good one. Have they approached Halliburton about it?
I don't know.
Is Halliburton going to have one of these? Did Durant have one of these when he came back?
Halliburton's at WrestleMania. He's busy. He can't be messing around with this kind of thing. No, but Tatum is, I would say, up there as far as like the most commercials and like sneaker and all that stuff. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised though if this paves the way for other guys in other sports, even too. Like somebody else gets hurt coming up in a season-ending injury, and maybe they do follow him around.
The decision to Tatum's return, says the text line.
Yeah, good point. Let's never forget LeBron James had a whole primetime special to say what team he was going to.
You want him back, though, Keith. We established that earlier.
Yeah, of course. This is annoying, but I obviously want him back.
I also do, although I'm getting closer if he really drags it out. Because now you got to come back for a Peacock game, Keith.
This is how a lot of people feel, though.
You can't just come back for any game. It can't be an ESPN game.
No.
It definitely can't be an NBC Sports Boston game. So now it has to be a Peacock game. So it better be March 1st. Or it better be March 22nd, as we said.
Or
March 16th is a home game against the Suns.
Suns, also a Peacock game.
So is it like, well, guys, I can't come back on March 1st. I can be back by the 6th, but I'm not doing it because that's ESPN.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to do it on the 8th because that's a road game. Ooh. And I'm not doing it on the 10th. That's an NBC Sports Boston game.
What about Prime? Can you do a Prime game?
No. This is a Peacock vehicle.
Yeah.
So it's got to be the 1st or the 22nd.
Is it Peacock with ads, or you get an ad-free Peacock?
I think you get that either way.
Before we move on from Halliburton too fast, I did look on his Instagram. Tomorrow marks week 33 post-op. Here's a sneak peek into my on-court workout.
Ooh.
Full vid in bio.
Okay.
So all these guys are doing it.
Oh, they all do.
Well, they're all doing it on their social media. How many have 5-part docuseries?
Okay. It's the same thing.
No, but I think
it's not. This is orchestrating his return.
Yeah, but
this is affecting when he comes back.
No, super lame. But I'm saying, so Halliburton, they knew was not coming back this season because he said so. But because he's doing it on his Instagram and filming it and having cameras around him, if Peacock went to him and said, hey, Tyrese, can we follow you around? What do you think he would say?
Maybe.
I think he would say, yes, please.
Maybe.
He has a YouTube video, Back in the Lab, Getting Better with Drew Hanlon.
He's back in the lab?
Hamlin is Tatum's guy. Yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
That was 9 days ago.
He's back in the lab 9 days ago.
But has he done 5 of them?
He has a bunch of videos, but they're from a couple months ago.
But he's also a lot further away from returning.
He's not.
He already ruled out the season.
And I thought you were going to say he's also not Tatum. So, like, to me, he is like, we did it with the tiers. He's a tier below. He's also Achilles. He's not Achilles. He's also Achilles.
That's true.
But, like, Durant, somebody like that, SGA, who else did we say? Jimmy Butler is ish, like that kind of player.
Yeah.
None of those guys have done it. So, I guess it doesn't mean they wouldn't, but they haven't. He's the only one doing it. 617-779-7937. Do you think he'll buy in to a reduced role, at least to start when he comes? Let's start with this.
Yeah.
I was shocked when you said this earlier. Durant did come off the bench a couple of times when he returned from his Achilles injury.
Yeah, so it's really weird looking at Durant. So it's obviously apples to oranges because he did sit out an entire season. It was also the weird bubble season, so who knows if he would have tried to come back sooner. So he got hurt in the playoffs with the Warriors in 19, didn't play in 20, and then in 21 played 35 games, started 32 of them. And so I was like, oh, did he come off the bench the first three?
First three?
No.
It was like mixed in throughout the year.
It was all over the place. And there was even stretches during that year where, and I don't recall, I don't know if he re-aggravated it or if he had a separate injury, but there were stretches where he didn't play. So one of those stretches in the middle of the season, his first game back after that, he came off the bench and played like 20 minutes. But like, his second and third game of the regular season, he played like 35, 36 minutes. So it didn't seem like there was even a minutes restriction. He averaged, 27 points per game. He looked like the same player. I don't know what the rhyme or reason was for why. I don't know. Was Steve Nash the coach then? Be like, why did he come off the bench 3 times?
I don't know. So
I don't know. But no, I think Tatum would probably start.
I don't think he'll come off the bench. I'm shocked Durant did. So if you want to point to that and say Durant did it, maybe Tatum will. Maybe. I don't think Tatum will come off the bench. So let's start with that. So he's not going to buy into like easing his way back in. He wants to be Jason Tatum. He doesn't just want to come back. The only thing worse than not walking again is not being Jason Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't coming off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's okay being in the shadow of Jaylen Brown, the second option, if you will?
No, not really.
I don't either.
But I also could see, early on him still just trying to get everything back to where it was. So he's I can't imagine hits the ground running and is just like unbelievable, looks great, feels great, all that. So it may take a little bit of time, but no, I think he expects to play the way that he did. But I sometimes feel like it gets a little overblown because we've seen times where both guys score 30 points in the same game. We saw Jason Tatum, even in that finals run where Jaylen Brown's the finals MVP, Tatum, we thought, wasn't as good as Brown, but like the overall counting numbers were there for Tatum. It's not like he disappeared and was in like a shell.
Right.
He still had.
They were inefficient, but he got a million shots.
There's shots abound for both guys. And that's why I was looking at it earlier. Jaylen Brown, no surprise, is averaging a career high in shot attempts per game. Obviously, right? Like, look at who else is on the team. It's 5 more shots than he took last year. Well, last year, not only did you have Tatum for every game, but you had all those other guys. You had Porzingis when he was healthy. You had Holiday. You had Horford. And then this year's team, you even had a guy like Simons who you peel him away. And my guess is Vucevic will probably take shots, but not as many as Simons did. And so, all right, let's say he takes 20 shots a game with Tatum returning. There's still plenty of opportunities for him and for Tatum because I think in a perfect world, those still, even this year, are your top 2 scorers. And if Brown just sort of carries the torch the rest of this season, fine. But I would think Tatum, if he's healthy enough to come back, will probably in short order be a more reliable scorer than Derek White. And should be the number 2 guy. I think,
assuming he's even 80% healthy, he should be. I agree with that. Text line, his first game back. Do you think he'll come off the bench so he can acknowledge the crowd when he enters the game or be acknowledged?
I don't think he'll come off the bench.
I don't either. I think he'll get the ovation either way, but I'm sure he's fine doing it when he comes out for the starting lineup.
Yeah, they'll announce him 5th, and then the place will go bonkers, and it'll be a great moment.
I understand the point. You get a big ovation when you check in, but I don't think that's the case. I think most injured players would come off the bench. I don't think he will. And I think that's an indication he won't buy into a reduced role or being in Jalen's shadow or anything like that, but I guess we'll see. 617-779-7937. Real quick, Canada and the Czechs are tied 2-2 right now through 2 periods.
Yeah, Pasternak's got a goal. He also got blasted into the boards.
Pasternak ripped a goal, left circle on the power play, blasted into the boards. Crosby left. Do we know if Crosby's coming back?
I haven't seen it, but he did go down the tunnel of the locker room.
Crosby left. They were just showing some of the footage of it, so I imagine we're waiting an update on Sid Crosby. Here's my question for you, Keith. Are you rooting for the Canadians?
Yeah.
Don't you want the Canadians to get to that gold medal game and then the U.S. beat the Canadians?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm currently rooting for.
Yeah. I do want to go through Canada.
You want the U.S. to get gold?
All the way to the North Pole.
You want the U.S. to get gold, so I get rooting for Pasternak.
Yeah.
I get rooting for the Czechs. Who would they get next round? Finland or whoever? I would get rooting against Canada because it makes the U.S.'s path easier.
Or Slovakia, maybe. Or they might even reseed.
I can't remember.
They might reseed, so maybe you would get Czechia.
I want USA Canada.
Me too. No,
so
me too.
I am rooting for Canada to pull this out in the 3rd period. It's not a horrible thing for the U.S. if they lose, but what am I rooting for?
Yeah, same.
You can discuss that as well. 617-779-7937 with 1 period to go. Meanwhile, here's our guy JP in North Providence. What's up, JP?
Quick question. Are we going with Tantrum Tatum or the Tatum-nator because he's coming back?
Ooh.
Like, seriously?
I tried to get Tatum Tots going years ago.
Tatum Tots?
Yeah, as like a product you could sell at, Shaw's and Star Market, for instance.
Oh,
Tatum Tots. You can go buy them in the frozen section.
I do love Tots.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I thought it was a good idea.
And another quick point, Jones. It's definitely the horsefly because I saw the movie with Jeff Goldblum, and I am not going after a 100-pound horsefly.
Me neither. Thank you, JP.
Fair.
We stand together on this one.
That was a good Would You Rather sent in by a listener.
Mm-hmm.
We're very interactive on the show.
No, we are.
Yeah.
Some say the most interactive.
I would say so.
Other fan bases with our tiers, among other things.
Correct.
Some say the most interactive. 617-779-7937. All your phone calls there. Billy, with all the latest here in trending. When we come back, will Tatum buy in? I want to get to more of that. Plus, where do the Celtics fit in to the East at the All-Star break? New odds are in. It's not great news for the C's. We'll get to it next.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. Today, Team USA men's hockey takes on Sweden in a quarterfinals round matchup. Puck drop is at 3:10. This game can be seen on NBC and Peacock. The U.S. women's team will face Canada in the gold medal game tomorrow with a face-off time of 1:10. The United States remains in third place in the medal count with 24, 7 gold, 11 silver, 6 bronze. Yesterday, the New England Patriots announced that inside linebackers coach Zach Core will take over as the team's defensive coordinator. The Boston Celtics return to the court on Thursday to begin a 4-game West Coast trip against the Golden State Warriors. The Boston Red Sox play Northeastern on Friday. The official start of the Sox spring training schedule will be on Saturday against the Minnesota Twins. Boston College fell 80-72 to FSU in Tallahassee last night. Up next for BC, the Eagles will be in Dallas taking on SMU on Saturday afternoon. And tonight on WEEI AM 850, you can hear the call of the number 5 Yukon Huskies taking on the Creighton Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45 and tip-off is at 7 o'clock. Celebrate your favorite presidents with money from FindMassMoney.gov. You could have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, uncashed payroll checks, or a refund check that never got to you. It takes less than 30 seconds to search your name. FindMassMoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and free. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
WEEI.
with a sense to prove it. It's been an urgency this year because there was a lot of talks when Jason Tatum went down that this team would have to deal with the roadblocks that would happen. But I think he's taking it personal, and he's taking this offseason very serious and coming to this proving that he is a two-way player. He is a capable player down the stretch. He's been a capable player as far as averaging the most in this league and being at the top of the scoring list the whole year. It's been consistent. It's been overlooked because of some of the other success that you see around the league. But make no mistake, Jaylen Brown is the real deal. Like, when you start talking about somebody that can get to spots, somebody that can score the ball from the three-point line, also get to the basket and be a willing passer in the lane, he can do it all.
What is this movie again? Psycho Killer?
Yeah, coming out this weekend.
Okay.
I'm excited about it.
Add that to the good, just in time for school vacation week.
Absolutely.
Is what that is.
Absolutely, just in time.
You heard Iman Shumpert there discussing Jaylen Brown as an MVP candidate. You feel that he is an MVP candidate?
He's a candidate, yeah, and it's funny because he really just took the spot of Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum for the last 4 or 5 years has been a candidate, although you would never put money on it because you had guys like Jokic or Giannis or SGA that were sort of like the clear-cut guys. But I feel like if you're making a case for somebody to be top 5, it's fair to call them a candidate, and that's what Brown is. He definitely deserves that. Now, I'm sure there'd be people in Detroit yelling about Cade Cunningham, people in maybe New York yelling about Brunson, maybe a few other guys. Victor Wembanyama is going to get a sniff, Luka. But, yeah, the season that Brown's having, how they have far exceeded expectations. He's been great. I think he's first-team All-NBA. So, yeah, I would say I agree with Iman Shumpert on that one.
I do wonder if Tatum's return impacts it at all. Like, he has not a bad finish by any means. He's been a good player and an all-star and all-NBA in the past, even with Tatum. So I don't think the number's like crater or anything. But I do think if the final 2 months of the year, call it, if he's back on March 1st, March and half of April, and Brunson or Mitchell or, somebody else rockets past him and has a monster finish, could that knock him down a little bit where now he's not first-team All-NBA or now he's not getting down-ballot MVP vote? Sure. But you made a good counterpoint. Tatum also might have them winning more games, and the higher they finish in the East standings, that might have them closer to actually making first-team All-NBA because a tiebreaker with some of these other guys, Brunson and Mitchell specifically, who won the most games, who was the highest seed? That should factor in.
Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star.
Don't sleep on Scotty Barnes either now.
He wasn't even on our tiers. I would sleep.
No, we're probably fast asleep. Although
snoozing.
He might be to be All-NBA, you have to play 65 games. So I think there's going to be some big-name players that miss that. So he's like an All-NBA threat.
He might be. Yeah, he might make an All-NBA squad.
No, but we're
not
saying,
talking MVP and first team.
No, but if the season or the standings get flipped a little bit, Toronto's right now the 5 seed. So anyway, I don't think it'll happen.
Another guy who could go on a run.
I just wanted to play the cut. But we
really should have had him on the tiers just for the cut yesterday. I don't get why we didn't do that.
Because we're idiots. That's probably the main reason why. All right, but if Tatum doesn't return until March 22nd, which is a theory that some people have.
That's not a lot of time to screw up
12
Brown.
games.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time to screw up Brown's candidacy.
I think it might be too late now to really mess with it.
I think it's just enough time to really voters are really locking in now post All-Star break. I think if he comes back March 1st, that's just enough time to screw it up. March 22nd, I agree, is too late.
But if he comes back March 1st even, I don't think he plays in back-to-backs, right? So now you're you're talking about like a 20-game window, maybe.
If that, if he's even playing in all the games.
And so what he might do is sort of help.
Minus the back-to-backs.
He might help keep the Celtics as the 2 seed. And if the Celtics end the year with the 2 seed, even if Tatum plays, I think it's going to be looked at as, well, it was Jaylen Brown's team all season. And then Tatum did return. They were the 2 seed. He would at the very least get the tiebreaker over some of those other guys that he's ahead of. But, yeah, I don't think he's going to get real votes away from, like, SGA or Jokic.
617-779-7937. Jim is in New Hampshire. Hello, Jim.
Hey, you guys keep saying team, all right? I think Tatum and Brown are a team. I don't know why everyone's, like, trying to pit them against each other.
Well, hang on.
Jim, you guys can play well together.
Jim, do you think we're pitting them against each other when Jalen tweets out stats from last year and this year at the All-Star break? That's us doing that, or that's Jalen doing
it? I think the two then can coincide.
I think they can coincide too. But why do you think Jaylen Brown said this is his favorite year he's ever had?
It's the only year without Tatum besides his rookie year.
He's carrying the load flying solo.
Okay. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything different. Of course they can coexist. They've coexisted and won a championship. No one's saying they can't coexist.
Well, we had one caller that said...
Well, one caller said trade him.
Yeah, but I'm not there. You're not there.
We didn't say they can't coexist.
They definitely can, but I think this is a new wrinkle that you have to, at the very least, admit. This is different. Jaylen Brown has been...
He just answered it.
Yeah.
Jalen's happy that he's the lead guy. Is he still going to be the lead guy? If he is, will Tatum be happy as the second guy? If Tatum goes back to being the lead guy, Jalen was just having his favorite season. Will he be happy with it because he had a taste of it and lost it? I don't get what's so hard to wrap your head around. That is not pitting them against each other. No. That's just the reality of what's happening.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty unique, because like you said, Brown had one season without Tatum, but it was also his rookie year, and there was different dynamics there, and he wasn't the player that he is now by a long shot. Like, he's really improved throughout his career. And so now you are the face of the team for the year. But then and it's something that I think we know that he's always wanted or always sort of said, I'm sacrificing a lot. It's his word.
He said that. I was going to say, he's made it pretty clear he's always wanted
I was going to say, we don't have to really read between the lines too much with Jaylen Brown. He kind of tells you how he feels. And now there's going to have to be some sort of either acknowledgement or like, do you pass the torch back to him, or like, how does that go? They can definitely work together. They have. They've proven that.
I said earlier, I think these updated odds at DraftKings are stupid. Next time we talk to our guy, Johnny Avellino, we can let him know. They updated Cleveland to number 1 in the East, plus 300, to win the Eastern Conference, meaning get out of the East in the postseason. Yep. I did double-check that, Keith.
Yeah. No, but that made sense. I want to clarify.
And that's reflected by the James Harden trade. They have rocketed to the front. Even though in the standings, they're the 4th team right now in the East, they have the best odds to win the Eastern Conference because of James Harden and apparently his big game pedigree. Launches them to the top.
I like Cleveland, but to make them the favorite to win the East is a surprise to me.
Knicks are second, plus 330. Detroit, who's like running away with the regular season standings, is third at plus 350. And then the Celtics, ostensibly factoring in the return of Jason Tatum, maybe even baked in, are at plus 380. So if you're telling me Tatum's back and playing, even not at 100%, call it 80% to pick a number, 75, 80%, then I like the Celtics to get out of the East. So, of course, I think they can coexist. Yeah. I think that duo is the best duo, arguably in basketball and certainly in the Eastern Conference. So I'm not quibbling with that. The question is, how are they going to will they buy in, each of them, to their new roles?
What lines were those from? Who had those?
That's DraftKings.
Okay, so FanDuel has the Pistons, Cavs, and Knicks all at plus 360, and the Celtics at 380.
So, interesting. So I think
But the point is they're all very much jumped together, and then to look at the West, the Thunder are minus money to get back. They're minus 135. The Nuggets are plus 360, and then the Spurs are third all the way at plus 650.
Oh, good value on San Antonio.
Yeah, big time, especially because they play the Thunder so well.
They own OKC. At least they have this regular
maybe a little sprinkle on the Wemby and the Spurs
good.
then.
Wow, real good value on them.
No, but that's going to be as close as 4 teams have been that I can think of.
So, fair point. If the big picture bird's eye view takeaway is all these teams are kind of jumbled together, take your pick, fine. But they actually put them in order. Cleveland, New York, Detroit, Boston 4. What was it over at FanDuel? I know it was a 3-way tie, and then the Celtics are 4th.
Yeah, but plus 360 for the tie, then plus 380. So it's basically telling you it's almost equal.
But, yeah, I would have to say, if I was going to put them in order, I would go Celtics, I would go Detroit. I would go Knicks. I would go Cleveland. That would be my order for the 4. And I think you'd flip Cleveland and New York when we did this earlier.
If you parlayed a Celtics-Spurs NBA Finals.
What's that?
1 ham would win you Andy Hart Christmas tree and 8 hams.
Ooh.
Yeah.
An NBA Finals exacta.
Yes.
I like it.
Yeah. It's not exactly Jack Westover's sister betting
No.
Seahawks Pats.
But good.
Still pretty good.
Good. I like that value.
Yeah.
617-779-7937. Tatum's buy-in, I think, is a big factor in how far this team is going to go this postseason. Those are some of the updated odds for you. We'll get back to the Red Sox. How far can their pitching take them? I want to circle back to that. Plus, on the way next, and I don't think we know the answer to this, but I do think it's a big factor in how they approach the offseason. Do the Patriots view themselves as contenders? Or do they view this as year 2 of a rebuild, and they're going to add a piece here and keep building the foundation on the new house that Vrabel was alluding to? How much did the run to the Super Bowl change their view of a rebuild or retooling of this Patriots roster? Let's get into that with your phone calls next.
The Greg Hill Show will be live in Fort Myers in February.
rest. You made it through, but nevertheless, I got you out on a wire. You be love and I'll be a liar. Tell it all.
I want to know the answer to whether or not the Patriots view themselves as contenders and whether or not, Keith, they thought their appearance in the Super Bowl last year was a sign of things to come. We're going to be here every year. We are now a force to be reckoned with. Or deep down in places they don't want to talk about at parties. Was it a bit of fool's gold, to use a word?
No.
And they were ahead of schedule, and they got there, and they still have a lot of work to do to the roster. In other words, do they feel they're a targeted strike away? Max Crosby, A.J. Brown, Hendrickson if he doesn't get tagged, someone like that, like a big-ticket guy? Or do they feel like there's more of this foundation to continue building like Vrabel talked about in his breakup press conference?
I think it's going to be more of that. Yeah, it's sort of what Vrabel said. And I don't know, maybe even keeping Will Campbell at left tackle kind of plays a small role in that too. But like, hey, listen, we're not going to run away from our number 4 overall pick after a bad playoff run. Like, this is part of our foundation. That's why I also would be really surprised if they traded a first-round pick, certainly 2 first-round picks. So I think they're more of
that's really a good thing to boil it down to. Like, if they think they're a targeted strike one player away, would you trade your first-round pick? Do you think it's likely they trade their first-round pick? My answer also would be no.
I think it's very unlikely that they do that, even though it's way lower in the draft than it was a year ago. Right, trading number 31 versus number 4 is completely different.
Yep.
But even still, 31, you have that fifth-year option, all that stuff. I just think trying to add as many good young players, like just, studs under 25. A couple of years ago, they had none. Now they have a few. Like there's a growing list of that. So that'd be my guess. Plus, factor in they did spend a lot of money in free agency last offseason. I don't think they're going to spend as much this offseason, especially if you're talking about like money on new players, right? Put Christian Gonzalez to the side. Like their biggest contract that they're probably going to sign, I think, fingers crossed, is that one. And then after that, it might be more like, what's this year's version of Robert Spillane, Mac Hollins,
right?
Those types of moves. That's what I think they're going to do.
So same. I think that's what they're going to do as well. I don't think the more we talk about this, there is going to be a Milton Williams style signing. And that's not just, I don't think that's just Kraft. I don't want to let Kraft off the hook by any means. Kraft doesn't want to spend it, I'm sure. I bet they don't view themselves as, hey, one player and we're right back where we were.
No.
And I guess we're going to find out if they're really aggressive this offseason, then I think
But do you think that's
the story
fair?
there will be, what?
Well, is that a fair way to look at it if you're them, that you should sit out on the Max Crosby sweepstakes?
No. I think this is the whole idea. The whole thing, and the Crafts have openly talked about this before. The holy grail is the quarterback on a rookie contract. So now is why waste one of those years?
I don't know.
So, no, if I were them, I'd go get Max Crosby. I'd go get A.J. Brown. I'd go get Hendrickson. I'd trade for George Pickens. Like, I would cross none of them off the list, and I would spend what it took to get those guys.
Yeah, so would I, because also Max Crosby isn't 35 and has like 1 year left. Like, he's 28, I think. Like, he's got a few years where he could be an elite defensive player still. So, because a lot of times when you hear like these big name players, you're like, well, you're going all in and you have like 1 year to win it. No, that's not true.
No.
Like, you got more time to do that.
Right. You could trade for Crosby, and he could be on your team this year. And if you don't get there, he could be on your team next year and helping you again next year.
And, again, pick number 31. Like, this group has had one draft. We went over it. I would say it's a good draft. We'll see just how good it is, depending on what Will Campbell does in year 2. What I guess Wilson and Williams and Henderson, like all those guys, right? Like, they all had their moments this year. Let's see how that continues forward. But if you get one of the, 3 best pass rushers in football, I would take them. And also, I'm not as much of like, I know they had some breaks along the way. I mean, anytime you play a backup quarterback in the AFC Championship game, you can't ignore the fact that, hey, you got a little bit of a break there. But I'm not as sure as some people are that, like, the Bills will for sure be better. Oh, next year the Bills are back. Why? Why are the Bills back? They fired their coach. They might not even have an upgraded coach. They have Josh Allen. I'll give them credit for that.
They'll still be, like, the Patriots should win the division, I think, over the Bills.
So that's my point.
So, but the Bills will still be good.
Most people are picking the Bills to win the division already. I can tell.
The Chiefs should be back. The Ravens should be back. Those teams should be back.
They should be, but I don't know if there's any like guarantee of it.
Nope, no guarantee.
Like, no John Harbaugh,
and that doesn't mean they're
good or
better.
bad.
That doesn't mean they're better than the Patriots, but that just means those should be playoff teams.
Yeah, I mean more competitive.
You have Lamar, you have Mahomes,
And
you should make the playoffs.
There's no doubt their schedule's tougher, but okay, you go from 14 wins down to 10. You can still be in the playoffs and maybe even win the division.
Yep.
So
617-779-7937. This is a good point. Guys, you can get A.J. Brown or Hendrickson without spending a first-round pick. True.
Agreed.
If
So,
they get,
no, I would love that.
So it's not just about the first-round pick. If they got one of those guys, we'd say, hey, that's a targeted strike. They're all in. They think they're contenders.
And Hendrickson specifically because of how much money it would cost. And, yeah, I think that way. And, like, I don't know about them being big free agent spenders. Like, that would be pretty amazing.
Real quick, midway through the third period, still 2-2. Canada and the Czechs.
And Sidney Crosby out and not coming back for Team Canada. And I was looking this up, Jones. In the Olympics, the quarterfinals, which we are in, semifinals, and the bronze medal game,
what do
they
we
have
got?
a 10-minute 3-on-3 sudden death overtime. If it's still tied,
And a shootout?
5-round shootout.
5 rounds.
5 rounds.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Gold
That's like the World Cup.
Yeah.
You get 5 guys out there.
Guys.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
So that's for this round. Gold medal, 20-minute 3-on-3.
20 minutes?
No shootout. So they just keep going. You just play forever.
So it's not 20 minutes.
Well,
it's
they
unlimited.
put 20 minutes on the board. Then I'm sure they
take a
they gotta
break.
slick the ice again.
You
and
got
get
it.
everybody-
Yeah, okay,
You
fine.
go get a water and
Dueling
an orange
Zambonis
slice.
out there.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say. I was like, what do you mean? It's not
but
20 minutes then.
But so this round and the next round, there would be a shootout if tied.
Okay. Golden goal?
Get TJ Oshie, I guess, is doing the game right now. Get him on there.
Golden goal, sudden death. Yeah, they don't still do that, do they? If it's a 5-round shootout, can you pick the same guy over and over again?
They did it in Sochi when he did it against
and the U.S.
Russia.
benefited from that, but that was so dumb.
That was a wild
That
rule.
was so stupid.
He was real good at it.
TJ Oshie and Papadatsu going back and forth.
Yeah,
It was
that was
awesome.
stupid.
Great.
I
liked it.
Okay, it was very entertaining. It's
No,
a
it's a
stupid rule.
weird rule.
It is.
Oh, Chechia with a goal.
Oh, boy.
Who was that? I can't tell.
I don't know. Pasta?
Pasta's on the ice.
No, he was on the ice.
He didn't score.
Nachos?
I think he's been on the ice for all 3 of them.
I don't know.
Wow, Team Canada on the
I mean,
ropes.
Binnington does stink.
He stinks. Well, when we had our friend the show Paul Bizanet on,
One
he
of
was
our
like,
best friends, yeah.
He's like, Canada's roster's obviously loaded, but he's like, USA has the clear advantage in net. Yeah, Canada doesn't really produce great goalies.
Nope.
At least
Well,
recently.
no,
Recently.
Correct. Recent vintage.
No,
that
they've
is,
had
that
a
is
few
no
in
good.
their checkered past.
Okay, so that started with a block shot with Canada having it in the offensive zone. I didn't even see the beginning of that play.
Canada
Okay.
loses the uniform battle pretty significantly. I don't
Yes.
like the red with the black maple leaf. I don't care for that. Chechia's jerseys are sick.
Palat.
Oh, it's Andre Palat.
Oh, it's Palat. The Palat-ness monster.
The Palatness monster, as they call him.
So this is crazy. So 7:42 left to go. We got one of the big
And we-
upsets in Olympic hockey.
We both said earlier we're rooting for Canada. I want USA Canada in the gold medal game,
So
but
do I.
would acknowledge that if Canada's out, it's way easier for the U.S. to get that gold.
Yeah,
I think
would
it's a
say
much
so.
hollower gold, but gold is gold.
So they got Sweden today at 3:10.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes on this. 7:30 to go.
Boy.
Bob is in Londonderry on the Pats. Go ahead, Bob.
Get him, Bob.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
I enjoy your viewpoint. I think I'm in the other camp, meaning, I'm a little more realist. A lot of people say it's negative, but in lieu of how everything went at the end of the year, they better really hope that they can either get some help where they really need it, which everyone is trying to do. But I'm just not sure they're going to get over this whole debacle. I think it was much more serious than we all always making excuses and this and that. But I'll tell you, next year it's going to be a lot harder schedule, and I still saw a lot of cracks that you can attribute to this and that. But boy, I'm just not overly optimistic the way everybody else
Bob,
is. That's all.
Bob, you're not. That's fine.
No, that's fine.
I don't expect them back in the Super Bowl, and I'm not holding them to that.
Yeah,
they better be a playoff team, and I think they should win the division.
Yeah,
So,
ESPN did. They had like a big panel of experts trying to predict next year's Super Bowl. There was like 20 different people. And they're just, throwing 2 teams in there, but not a single person had the Pats going back to the Super Bowl.
like I said,
That's fine.
I'm not holding them to that standard. They don't need to go back to the Super Bowl.
No, but a playoff team?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a playoff team.
They should win the division, and they
agree.
better be a playoff team.
I agree.
Is how I would look at that. But no, if you want to be, glass half empty, like Bob, not like me.
Yeah.
Like Bob, Drake May is one of 8 quarterbacks to make the Super Bowl in year 2.
Yeah.
There's some really good names on the list. I mean, Roethlisberger's on that list. Kurt Warner, weird because he was an older player. Brady obviously was on that list. All the guys who won got back. All the guys who lost, Kaepernick. I mean, Burrow hasn't been back yet.
No.
Purdy hasn't been back yet. Marino never got back.
Yeah.
All the guys who lost did not return to the Super Bowl. Some of them are TBD,
right?
But that's the list that he's on. 617-779-7937. More on the Red Sox coming up. We'll keep our eyes on Canada, trailing the Czechs 3-2.
Boy, 6 minutes.
6 minutes left. Plus, with the Red Sox, how far can their pitching take them? That's next.
Jones and Keefe on WEEI.
with that support back home comes the passion. With that passion comes the criticism when you fall short. You've heard that now. You haven't won the World Series since 2018, right? And this is a city that expects nothing short of that. Is it fair? I know you've gotten used to it because you set those same expectations, right? But what's your reaction when fans say we need to do more?
Well, we had a goal last year, which was to make it to postseason. And our goal this year is to win the World Series. And there's some great teams like the Dodgers. But I think we improved in the offseason. That was our directive to Craig. I think we have as good a pitching staff as any in baseball. We needed to improve our defense, and I think we've done that. And, fingers crossed we'll stay healthy and play October baseball.
That was Tom Werner a couple of days ago with Tom Caron.
The Toms.
The Toms chopping it up down at Red Sox spring training. Canada has evened things back up, by the way.
The Queen Latifah, they call it.
What do they call that?
The Equalizer. Yeah, they tied this up under 4 minutes to play. They were down 3-2 to Czechia, and they just tied it up 3-3. And
little redirect, Nick Suzuki right in front.
As we all know, they will go to a 10-minute 3-on-3 sudden death, and if no champion is crowned, they will go to a shootout.
I kind of feel like an idiot in the last break. I'm like, should I just bet Canada money line? There's only 3 minutes left, but
what was the line?
You know what? I didn't even bother checking. I was thinking in my head, it had to have been plus money.
They were minus 1,000, I think, going into the game.
They were minus 3-something when they were down 2-1. So,
Yeah.
but with like 3 minutes left, I guarantee down a goal they were plus money. I might not have been a ton.
You
I'm
missed
like,
out
I should have got in there and wet my beak.
Cash cow right there.
I did not. So, yeah.
They're definitely going to win the game.
This is my logic. I'm like, if they get the equalizer, the Queen Latifah.
The Queen Latifah.
If they get that, they're going to win the game.
Yeah, they sure did.
But okay. A few minutes left. I
have mixed feelings, actually.
I do too.
As we watch it play out, I want USA-Canada gold medal game, but I also want a gold medal for Team USA.
Okay, so this is a little how I felt watching the Jags and Bills. Rationally, I'm like, I do not want Josh Allen in the playoffs. I want the Bills to win because then they go to Denver and right, is that how it all shook out? I'm trying to remember it now.
Yeah.
So I'm like, rationally, you want the Bills to win to avoid the Pats. But then I'm watching the game and I'm like, I can't root for this. I can't root for the Bills. I just naturally was rooting for the Jags. That's a little how I feel watching this, where I'm like, I want USA Canada. I guess it's reverse logic because this would make the USA's road much easier if Canada gets knocked out. But it's impossible to watch and root for. I can't root for Canada.
Canada not getting a medal would be awesome.
I guess that would be
hilarious.
funny. That's true. That would be very funny.
Yeah, no, I like that.
But I want USA Canada in the gold medal game.
No, so do I. I think it's a little bit different.
And the US can beat them. This is not like
oh no, they definitely can.
The US is a million miles away from this team and they have no shot, so you might as well just hope for Finland or somebody in the finals.
They border them, as it turns out.
So because I think they're beatable. I mean, the Czechs are beating them right now, for God's sake. So those were 2 minutes ago.
Tied.
So, because I think they're beatable, I want them. If I felt like Canada was head and shoulders better than the United States, then I would feel differently and I'd be like, oh my God, just get them out. So the U.S. has a real chance. They have a real chance no matter who's there in the final. USA Canada would be awesome. That's still what I want, even if it's really difficult in real time to root for Canada.
I think the matchups in this are more important than in like the team sports here in the United States. Meaning, like, I don't really look back on the path as much. Like the Celtics had a pretty relatively easy path when they won the title, but I'm like, they won a title. They hung a banner. That's where it's at. And yeah, you didn't get a all-time classic finals matchup, right? And I'm sure how people felt in the 80s when it was like Celtics
and Rockets.
But then, right, Celtics Lakers you're super excited about, and what a thrilling matchup. It's like you're not going to not take the title. Whereas this is different. Like,
people act like the Celtics beat the Lakers every year in the NBA Finals. It was Celtics Rockets twice.
Well, the Lakers failed to get there.
The Lakers, and when it was Celtics Lakers, the Lakers usually whooped up on you.
Yeah. But this one's different. Like, so going all the way back to the last time Team USA won the gold. I mean, the reason why this could be Cheshire. Oh, what a save! Binnington keeping a minute with 1:10 to go. But like, it was all about beating the Russians, right, or the Soviet Union in 1980, because that wasn't even the gold medal game, right? So like, obviously, them winning the gold was an unbelievable story, but it was really more the matchup.
It's what makes it a sneaky overrated moment.
Well, that it wasn't the goal. Well, it's kind of out of their control.
But it makes it sneaky overrated. It wasn't for the goal.
Well, no, but it also makes the next game, which I believe is against Finland, like the most important game nobody ever talks about.
Correct.
Because like if you just went out there and lost that game,
it's
it would have been
Red Sox Yankees in 04. It's
Yeah,
like,
and
well, yeah,
100%
just
the same
when
thing.
you beat the Cardinals, that really wasn't the big moment.
Yeah.
It was the final moment. It wasn't really the big
Jimmy Fallon and Drew Barrymore were celebrating on the field, and you're like,
Right.
yes, finally. Finally we did it.
But for this, I still
I want the matchup, especially you got a taste of it in the Four Nations. The two teams are so evenly matched, but Canada has just had so much more Olympic success that I definitely want to see that. Especially like there is no Russian team this year, so you're already down one super competitive team.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely want to see these two in the gold medal game, and it also worked out bracket wise.
It's gonna be way different if you're watching for gold and it's the U.S. and Slovakia or the U.S. and that's just way different. U.S. and Canada would be awesome.
Definitely
Dress up. We could wear all our attire.
I got my USA gear ready to go just for this very moment.
I meant to order more stuff on Amazon. I guess I forgot to do
stuff?
that. Yeah, I guess I
What do you
forgot to
need?
do that. But I have. Well, I don't know.
Like suspenders,
Yeah,
condoms.
actually, I'm wearing it.
Yeah.
yeah, it's on there. I'll
USA.
prove it. Do you guys want to see it?
Did you see they only had you know how they always like have those stories about how there's like 500,000 condoms in like Olympic Village?
They're gone.
Yeah, but they only gave them 10,000. They like started with such a low number, and
And
then
you think
they're
10,000 is not a lot of condoms?
well, not for all those athletes.
How many athletes are
Peak
there?
physical shape,
How many athletes are there?
like 20. 7. It's just Tony Clark.
Keith,
Ime Udoka.
Keith, you're a top flight athlete in peak condition.
Yeah, like a
You're
biathlete.
You're showing up to the Winter Olympics.
Yeah.
You know, you're Milano, you're Cortino.
Sure.
And how many do you feel you need for that?
How many do I need?
amount
How
of
long
time?
am I there for?
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
17 days. One a day?
200.
2024 Paris Olympics said there were 10,714 athletes.
Oh,
That was in
that's
Paris?
Not even one condom per. Well, I guess it is. Per,
There's more
actually per male. It is. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like there's less winter. Oh, no way. Oh, no. Jones, you're watching a highlight.
that was a
You just
replay.
John Sterling that thing.
I glanced up.
He did
Watch a
glance up.
replay of the
He
home
just
run.
John Sterling it.
Yeah, I'm excited. I looked up. Somebody was celebrating? No. Going to commercial break.
Somebody was celebrating.
The judge is in. Oh, that was in the second inning. They're showing a replay.
Was Sterling calling that remote? I don't remember. Was he actually in the building?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, if it didn't happen right in front of him, he still called the home run. But yeah, so that was just a replay. Wait, so are they going to?
That was an exciting replay. Yeah, no, they're going to overtime. Yeah.
They're going to overtime. 10-minute 3-on-3 overtime, sudden death.
Mm-hmm.
If not, it'll be a 5-round shootout.
Sorry, I got sidetracked by the condom talk there. I lost.
condom-
I lost watching the actual end of
But
regulation.
what I was going to say is there's fewer Winter Olympic athletes than Summer Olympic athletes, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But they shorted them for some reason. They didn't put too many in the Olympic Village, and
Do you
I
think
guess
people-
the update was like, "Hey, we're going to get you more," but they haven't brought them in.
You think people? It was kind of like toilet paper during the pandemic. People were just like squirreling them away.
Maybe.
For-
I need
just in
these.
case.
I need these. Like,
I bet
Keith,
there was some of
you
that
don't
going
need
on.
them. I need all of them just in case. Just how about this? How about you put them back in the?
How
in the-
long's that one been in your wallet for?
How about you take one at a time?
Oh, you're not supposed to. I don't know if that's a wise tale or not. You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, heats
I
them
don't even- I don't even carry a wallet.
Me neither.
Yeah, you're the man.
Yeah,
you're the man. But
here's Judge.
Yep.
Man, the breaking ball is hit in the air to deep left. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. Unfortunately, that was a replay of the home run, but it was a good replay.
Twitch
That was Jones. That was a
Twitch
good
chat
replay.
says
That's-
period was over 6 minutes ago. Jones sees a replay and thinks it's a goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Listen,
what
we're
do you
trying to do a show. We're trying to do a show here.
Talking condoms.
Yeah,
I got distracted. What do you want?
Very much so.
617-779-7937. So that goes to overtime. We'll probably get the game winner right in the bag.
What's the line now?
I think live during the bag we'll get the game winner, I think.
Did you check the live
Oh,
line now?
I have not. Got to be.
I bet it's wildly in favor of the Canadians, but all it is you need a little puck luck. And if
It's 3-on-3, Keith.
and it's
it could-
3-on-3,
on
open ice
on an Olympic sheet. I mean,
Yeah.
that could go. That could go any way.
No, that's a great point.
Canada's minus 250.
Yeah.
So good value on the checks if you want
There's
to
a
take it.
ton of Canadian fans there. Imagine flying all the way over to Italy just to see you lose in the quarterfinals.
Text line. How many condoms did they go through at QuiltCon?
You gotta look at Jones's wife on the air on Monday to get a recap of QuiltCon. Or if you missed earlier in the program, that's where she is for 6 days. Nick did one quick Google search to realize it's a 4-day event.
Yeah. She left yesterday. She's not back until Sunday evening. It's a 4-day event. I'm solo dad for the week.
Solo Jones.
She's in Raleigh, North Carolina. Okay, 617-779-7937. We'll get to your phone calls. We'll update the game winner here.
There's no cell service here either.
Unless I see any other replays, we'll update the winner here in grab bag, or are they getting right back out there?
Well, we'll scream because at
right
this
back
point,
out there.
What is that?
Yeah,
Is that a replay? Is that live? What is
not
that?
a clean sheet. No,
Oh,
they're
okay.
starting this thing.
Oh,
They don't
yeah.
slick the ice for the overtime.
They probably give it a quick scrape and then they're on
Doesn't
the way.
look
Yeah,
like
they went scrape. They didn't go clean. They went scrape. is
Oh,
what
they
did.
went scrape.
Yep. Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
So we're just live. We're live. 10-minute overtime, and then 3-on-3. A lot of open ice.
Yeah.
Like this is the Canadian sport, though. We'll see.
Yeah, Ken wants us to call Tony Marinaro if the U.S. wins.
Curly in Boston.
Be like, what happened?
What should our name be? What? Oh, Jean-Marc in
Francois.
Francois in Quebec City.
Yeah. In Ramparts, Quebec. Okay. Well,
So do you think Tony Marinaro was like, let me come up with like the best American name, and he came up with Curly
in Boston.
Curly.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Curly's gold. Maybe he just saw City Slickers.
I would imagine that's the case. Well, let's mix in a little Sox talk while we view this here.
Well, oh my goodness, we're getting some Fast and Furious action, but
Binner, what a save!
Yeah,
what a save there, Binner. So the Sox, we asked this earlier. How far do you think the pitching can take them? If we're talking ceiling for this team, you don't believe it can go all the way to the World Series.
Well, but I'm sort of in I'm pushing into a corner here because my baseball overall take is if you make the playoffs, you are a World Series contender, and the ball game's over. The hockey game is over. Team Canada wins.
How about that? That was a good call. You hear that?
Less than 90 seconds.
I was like
into the
10 on the
overtime.
home run calls. I was right on that one.
Chechi is upset now. They did have a valiant effort, though.
Oh, yeah.
Canadians maybe dodged one here. David Pastrnak had a good game for Team
Well,
Chechi.
yeah, one goal, yeah.
Hey, he got smashed into the boards.
He was
at
on
one
the
point,
ice
too.
for all three.
But
He was on the ice for at least two.
Yeah, he was.
I counted 4. He was on the ice for all 4.
He was on there for all 3.
Yeah.
The other story of the game would be Sidney Crosby left, didn't return, and they got pushed to the absolute brink.
Yes, I mean, I don't know what that means for its availability in the gold medal game.
So they'll play Slovakia because they do reseed, but Slovakia already won today. They beat Germany, so they're the 3. Canada. Oh, no. They're my bad. They're the 1. USA would play Slovakia if they win. I apologize. Finland, I think, would be next up if they beat the Swiss. I think that game's going on right now.
Okay, so Canada wins it. Mitch Marner.
A lot of moving pucks in the air.
Golden goal, as it were. U.S. is still on track for Canada, assuming they take care of business with the Canadiens, advancing to the semifinals. 617-779-7937.
The people texting in right now that Canada won, are they like just not listening to the show, but they want to like?
No, they're on delay. This is like when Arcan does random ball play. Or Arcan texts random ball player like 2 minutes after we go to break, and I'm like,
as we're doing,
yeah. I mean, I look.
As
I don't know when
it happens.
I don't know when it actually comes out of your radio or out of
Maybe
your
they
app.
saw the replay and they're like, Canada just won.
Oh, it could be that. They're like, I thought the Czechs won.
Yeah, nice.
But again, Mitch Marner with the winner. You don't think pitching can take them all the way to the World Series? Because I disagree with you on that.
No. So I kind of do and I don't because I think every playoff team in baseball has a better chance of winning the World Series than saying that about like a football team in the playoffs, a hockey team, even hockey, which a lot of people would say everybody's got a chance, and then basketball for sure not. Right, like the several seeds I can tell you will not win. If baseball, you get in, you win. But there also has been, I don't know if it's a recent trend or just a trend, like teams that smash a bunch of home runs also have a chance, maybe the best chance of actually winning the whole thing. So I think the pitching can get them there. I just would be a little concerned that they don't have enough, like, who's going to hit that 3-run homer when you need it in a tough playoff series, or to chase a starter from a game or whatever else it is. I'd like to see the lineup have a little bit more power than they do.
So I definitely agree. Like I completely agree with that.
But they have the best rotation in the American League, so they should be a playoff team.
Well, and there's a big game pedigree with these pitchers, which I don't want to give Sonny Gray too much credit. He's got a low 3s ERA. When you look at it, it was really one good postseason run with Oakland a decade ago. But he's got an ERA in the low 3s. Suarez has been a postseason monster. Crochet hasn't been there a ton. A couple of times early in his career with the White Sox, or maybe one time early in his career with the White Sox out of the bullpen. And then last year, his start was legendary. So I don't just think they have good pitching. I think they have some big game pitching. They have a manager who I know pushes the right buttons. In 2018, it won him a World Series, having starters come out of the bullpen and getting the right matchup, dictating the proper matchups. And Cora's not my favorite manager, but I think he's good at that. I think he reprised that to a degree in 2021. So I think you have a manager who knows how to juggle the pitching staff. I think you have a big game pedigree with the pitching. You got to get there. And the Rangers are the cautionary tale from last year. They led the Bigs in ERA. They were .500. They didn't even make the playoffs. So You got to get there, but I think if you get there, within your range of outcomes is definitely pitching your way all the way to a World Series. And I know starting pitching is less important now than maybe it's ever been. And it becomes less important in the playoffs by the day. You got to lean on the bullpens. Starters don't go complete games. They barely get through 5 innings these days. But again, that's where Cora comes into it. So I feel pretty good about their overall ability to, if they get to October, actually make some noise built around the pitching. But to your point, they make it way easier on themselves if they just added some bats.
Oh, you'd feel so much better about it. But I do like the idea of them going into any playoff series when you look at the probable starters and you just line them up and you say, oh, that's 1 through 4 better than anybody else's 1 through 4. And then it's not just that, because then you can, to your point with Cora, let's say, Early or Tolley or Oviedo or one of those guys is pitching well, but they're not even in the rotation. So now you got them in the bullpen. Plus you have Whitlock and Chapman. So no, their pitching is really impressive, but it's just like how many runs are they going to be able to? They have to win all the playoff games 3-2. That's also it's a fine line.
Dave Schoenfield, ESPN, went through and graded all the teams' off seasons. He gave the Red Sox an A. And he says, not everyone may feel the same, which I don't. Keith, you're higher on their offseason than I am.
Mm-hmm, I am.
But I absolutely love this offseason from Craig Breslow and his staff. Remember, the Red Sox now operate on a budget. Breslow can't light money on fire the way the Red Sox did during the late 2010s under Dave Dombrowski.
Mm-hmm.
No, they didn't re-sign Bregman. But the trade for Durbin, little itty-bitty Caleb Durbin, what do we call him again? Caleb Durbin?
Scrappy-Doo.
Thank you, Scrappy-Doo.
Guy Scrappy-Doo.
Who, it turns out, I was just reading this. I guess Jim McCaffrey said he needed a cleanup surgery at his elbow.
What?
You're dealing with Scrappy-Doo now.
So not only is he shrinking by the day, he was in college, he was listed at 5'8".
Yeah.
In
Baseball Reference at
Baseball
5'7".
Reference, thank you. Red Sox website, the Brewers all said he was 5'7".
He's not.
Bradfo 2 days ago said he's 5'6.5". The Globe, Tim Healy today said he's 5'6.25".
Not great.
So he's shrinking by the day.
He did the first measurement in tippy toes. He did the second measurement in cleats, and then he finally did a barefoot measurement, and he's 5'6.25".
5'6.25".
He's playing third base. That's a long throw for a little guy
with a bad wing.
Yeah, I know.
Which I can imagine how tiny are the tools to operate on that guy's elbow. But so he says the trade for Durbin gives them a player who projects to one less win in value than Bregman. So based on WAR, they project him for one last win added to the team than Bregman. A younger, faster, high-contact hitter making $30 million in salary, meaning they're making up that difference in salary. The trades for Gray and Contreras bring in win-now veterans who also won't hemorrhage the long-term payroll. Suarez is a risky bet, so it's funny. He doesn't even like Suarez, and he loves the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
5 years, 130. But he's been a consistent performer since 2021 with only his durability a concern. The Red Sox are deep and good. They might be my pick. Might
be
to be the AL to win the AL East. So that's one writer at ESPN. Very.
I don't hate that. I mean, they could
very
win the
bullish
AL
on their offseason. They could.
Because I can't bring up the offseason without mentioning how disappointed I am that they didn't get Pete Alonso. But I think their team is better than it was a year ago. I think the Orioles may have improved the most out of all the teams, but they also had the furthest to go, right? Like they were terrible a year ago. So It's like, all right, let's say they move up, but like how far up are they going to go? So, I mean, the Yankees and the Blue Jays will obviously be there again. But if you want to take a shot on the Red Sox to win the division, it's a great division. We had Bradford on last week. He's like, it's very clearly the best division in baseball once again. You're going to have 4 teams fighting for a playoff spot all season long. But if you pick them, I don't think that's crazy.
617-779-7937. One more item on when we laid out the format extensively. I guess people are having an issue with 3-on-3 ending a quarterfinal Olympic hockey game. I'll just use the What Chaos guys, our guy Deej and Pete.
So what does he want? Just like regular 5-on-5?
Yeah. I think they want at least 10 minutes. You don't need to go right to a 3-on-3, I think is their point.
Yeah.
It would have gone to, what, a 5-round shootout, you said? If they got through they were never going to get through 10 minutes 3-on-3.
But also in these, like, you can't play forever, right? Because you also have other games you got to get to. You have a schedule, right?
Yeah.
Isn't USA probably playing on that same ice in a couple hours?
I don't know. I mean, is it the fairest way to end it? I would say no, it's probably not the fairest way to end it, but you had 60 minutes of fair hockey and you couldn't decide it, so now it's okay to go to 3-on-3, I would say.
Yeah.
But I guess a lot of people are belly aching about that out there in the Twitter sphere anyways.
Okay.
617-779-7937. You can jump in line for WEEI afternoons. They come your way at 2 o'clock. Yeah, Gotthard. You got Fitzy. You got Ted. Billy Lanny with all the latest in trending. We'll get to the clip du jour. And after trending, it's time for Grab Bag.
You know that it would be untrue. You know that I would be a liar if I were to say to you, Jones and Keefe couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my grab bag. Come on, baby, light my grab bag. Try to set the night on grab bag.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Today, Team USA men's hockey takes on Sweden in the quarterfinals. Puck drop is at 3:10. This game can be seen on NBC and Peacock. The U.S. women's team will face Canada in the gold medal game tomorrow with a face-off time of 1:10. The United States still in third place with the medal count with 24, 7 gold, 11 silver, 6 bronze. Yesterday, the Patriots announced that inside linebackers coach Zach Core will take over as the team's defensive coordinator. The Celtics return to the court on Thursday to begin a 4-game West Coast trip against the Warriors. Red Sox play Northeastern on Friday. Official start of the Sox spring training schedule will be Saturday against the Minnesota Twins. Boston College fell 80-72 to FSU in Tallahassee last night. Up next for BC, the Eagles will be in Dallas, taking on SMU on Saturday afternoon. And tonight on WEEI AM 850, you can hear the call of number 5 UConn taking on the Creighton Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45 with a tip-off time of 7 o'clock. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you get the books in Westwood One Sports. Desperation.
Certainly, it's time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. We got some big news this morning. If you're listening to the Greg Hill Show, you already know. If you missed it, we're going to tell you right now. Spring training baseball is just around the corner, Jones. And apparently, in early March, there's a stretch of games in Bradenton, which no one wants to go to. At least that was my understanding.
What'd you say?
Bradenton?
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Bradenton, but I thought you said something different at first. Yeah.
Bradenton.
Yeah.
Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Apparently, the broadcasters don't want to go to this game.
No.
Rob Bradford, friend of the show.
No. Will and everybody else can't be bothered to drive across the state. Yeah.
Monaco, Boardman, all these guys say.
And you can't take your eyes off his mom.
Not enough moms
McDonough, all the play-by-play guys, Joe C., none of these guys want to go do this.
Nope.
So Bradford's already along for the he's doing it. He's locked in.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk to him tomorrow all about this. But he's
we should talk.
But
to him
he's a
about
color analyst, Jones.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the play-by-play man. The play-by-play man is gonna be Ken Laird, a man who wears many hats. You heard him Super Bowl week hosting the morning show.
Sure.
He also is our boss.
Yep.
And now he's gonna be the voice of the Red Sox at least for a weekend.
One day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Greg had him on the air this morning, and they just wanted to hear what some of these home run calls would sound like.
Yeah.
So here's some of Ken's play-by-play.
Third baseman Mikey Romero steps in for the first time today, and here's the first pitch from Skeens. Hit in the air to center, well struck. This one's got a chance, back to the wall, and Joe, I believe it. A Sox homer from Romero, and it's 1-0 Boston. And here's the first pitch from Skeens. This one is launched. Center field, O'Neal Cruz backing up, looking up. Pelota, como estás? A solo blast from Contreras, and it's 4-3 Boston in the fourth. Swung on and driven. This one's a long way to left. Send it to Lansdowne. Send it to Mantown. A 3-run drive from Sedon, and the Sox blow it open in the seventh. Here's Roman Anthony stepping in to open up the fourth. It's scoreless, and the pitch from Skeens. Swung on and drilled. High, far. That ball has a boarding pass and TSA pre-check. It's out of here.
Pretty good.
He's got a Spanish call.
Yep.
He's got
that was
a shout out to Mantown.
Yeah, that was a Greg homage. I think the Spanish call was a Will homage. The first one was clearly a Joe homage.
And then he's got TSA pre-check.
They were all over Skeens, huh? It's going to be a good year.
Yeah, they were roping. Mikey Romero got him in the first inning.
Pretty much all homers to left off of Skeens.
Yep, and then good point.
All pull shots.
Really turning around
Mikey Romero.
And and then Courtney made a good observation. That last call, or one of them actually, the Monster Mash. Maybe we didn't play that one. He had a Monster Mash call. There was one that was very specific to him being at Fenway, and Courtney's like, "Well, that's very presumptuous. You're going from a random game no one wants to do in Bradenton, all the way to Fenway."
That is true.
I think the more I listen to him,
dream.
The Mantown one was pretty good.
Mantown was great.
Lansdowne, Mantown. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's it's almost like hand down, man down.
Hand down,
I think it was probably
Send it to Lansdowne. Send it to Mantown.
Not bad. Not
I
bad,
like
Ken.
that. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Right,
so
so
I
what
look
is
forward
that?
to. I believe
Do you
it's
have the date
March.
again?
Yeah, it was
March 8th?
6th. Oh, maybe 8th. Maybe 8th. Early,
Mark that down.
I'm sure we'll play some
we'll
of
be
it.
playing maybe the whole show.
I would imagine.
Oh, it's Grab Bag, you know. Jones and Keefe midday show. It's Grab Bag, you know. Let's go win Super Bowl.
He lost it there, but
I don't know.
it
Yeah,
started strong,
Yeah,
actually.
it started real strong.
Yeah.
Olympic update. Michaela Schifrin won a gold. She had won gold several Olympics ago. She was back. I think this was the slalom today. She was able to win that. She had took down the slalom 8 years ago. Was the last time she won a medal.
So how many? Do you have a medal or a gold?
Well, she won a gold. I think she had a bit of a drought. I don't think she had.
Yeah, I saw a
captured
sit
as many.
down. Her and Simone Biles did a sit down at the beginning of the Olympics, and they were basically like, "Oh, I had to overcome the
yips."
Some of that, the what do they call it? The twisties, I think.
Twisties. Simone Biles had that.
She did, and then Schifrin had some similar mental block.
Butterflies.
So I was like, oh well, they were talking about it as like goat to goat, and when you look at Michaela Schifrin, I'm like, not quite as many golds as Simone Biles.
Well, how dare you? Schifrin now one of just a handful of alpine skiers to win 3 career Olympic gold medals and the only American ever to do so.
Right. Biles won
in your face
5 in Olympics.
Yeah,
Well, she had more events.
There are more events. There's more opportunities.
She's the
to do
goat's
it.
goat.
Yeah.
She's the goat's goat,
Yeah.
I would say. Hockey update, though.
Yeah.
You're like, give me a hockey update. We gave you the live breakdown of Team Canada surviving a game over David Pastrnak and Czechia. They won 4-3 in the overtime period. We have a game right now between Finland and the Switzerland.
What are they giving me?
The Switzerland. Switzerland, I don't know what they're showing you now.
They're not giving me
Maybe old
hockey.
highlights.
It was curling, I think.
Yeah, it's curling.
Yeah, it's not good.
USA, Great Britain.
Go ahead.
Switzerland has a 2-0 lead over Finland. So that would be if USA wins.
Oh, the Swiss.
It might be the Swiss. So USA plays Sweden today at 3:10. If they win that, they go to the semifinals where they would play Slovakia. And then Canada, because they reseed here, Canada would then get, I guess, the winner of Finland, Switzerland, which right now looks like it may be Switzerland.
Oh, that's good. That's a little speed bump for Canada. So we're on track for USA Canada in the final, which I do want.
Yes, we are.
And you should want.
Yes, we are. I agree.
Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag.
All right, the Kansas City Chiefs have restructured Patrick Mahomes' deal, creating quite a bit of cap space. It'll take $54.45 million of Mahomes' salary for this season, turn it into a signing bonus, and lower the cap number to $34.65. Long story short, they're going to create over $43 million in cap space.
And I believe, I read this earlier today, this is the fourth straight year they have reworked his contract to carve out more cap space. So again,
That's why it's so dumb. Like, you can do whatever you want at any time.
You can.
As long as you have a couple of big contracts on your team that they're willing to sort of like move stuff around.
And you have an owner who's willing to pay guaranteed money in the meantime. Like if Kraft wants to make some bonuses and things like that guaranteed, you can pretty much pay these guys whatever you want and circumvent the cap. He hasn't wanted to do that. The Chiefs have done it 4 years in a row.
Thank you for grabbing my bag. The Jones and Keefe show's never a drag. From 10 to 2, they're your pals and your sports savants. Hey, has Bob Ryan tweeted? Let's guess a baseball player too. Who's your hoss? Who is this week's sick bragging bust? All us EEI fans say thank you for grabbing my bag.
Kyrie Irving out for the rest of the season, but he does want to return for next year. So you excited for the potential return of Kyrie?
No.
Cause it's a beautiful night. We're looking for something dumb to do. Hey baby, I think I wanna
grab bag.
Franz Wagner out indefinitely for the Magic. He has ankle soreness.
Oh, he
So
didn't
it
make the
might be a
tiers,
minute.
did he? He didn't make the tiers.
No, Franz Wagner did not
Close.
make the tiers.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more
grab bag.
Move over, Shredder. Buster Olney's making his own list.
Tonight I dine on turtle soup.
No, Shredder, we're not doing that.
It's
It's
not
a
ranking
Buster
stuff anymore.
Olney.
He can have his soup.
He's got his own list of position by position top 10s with honorable mentions.
I like that.
So Buster had
And actual analysis. Shredder was a little
actual analysis.
They were light on the analysis and the honorable mentions and everything else. Yeah.
Your hairy little friend knows me as Oroku Saki.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Shredder.
So he started with starting pitchers, then went to relief pitchers. Now he's continuing with the backstop here, the battery. Top 10 catchers for the 2026 season. Big dumper number 1.
Makes
no
sense.
surprise.
Yeah.
Alejandro Kirk, number 2 from the Toronto Blue Jays.
He's a stumpy little guy.
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Will Smith.
Yep.
Get jiggy with it at number 3 for the Dodgers.
Sure.
Patrick Bailey.
Not heard of him.
No, he's the 4th best catcher according to Buster Olney.
He's in that lineup
Giants.
with Devers, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, he is in the lineup with
Okay.
Devers. He did rank first in Baseball Savant's catcher framing metric.
Oh, good framer.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Significantly ahead of Kirk and Austin Wells, who are 2nd and 3rd in framing. William Contreras is 5th.
Oh, that's a Red Sox. Oh, William.
William.
Contreras.
Yeah, not
Got
Wilson. William Contreras.
He doesn't catch it.
No Red Sox in the top 10. However,
Yeah.
the second honorable mention, so we'll call it 12th,
Yep. I think that's right.
Carlos Narvaez.
Wow.
And the write-up on that is this. The Boston pitching staff raved about his work behind the plate last year when he played hurt for a lot of the season.
Good for him. Apparently, he got hurt in the opener against Texas. This came out. It's a little late for excuse day. You're supposed to do excuse day the day after the year, Carlos.
Yeah, he's a grinder.
But apparently, he got hurt on opening day last year, yeah.
Who do you call when your grab bag's busted? Call Jones and Keefe. 1-800-54-GRAB-BAG. Call Jones and Keefe.
Oh, maybe Ken can work one of those calls
that's a good
into
call.
his home run call. Or a grab bag.
Can you make a grab bag?
Can you throw a grab bag call in there?
He could.
I think that'd be pretty good.
A grab bag call in a spring training game?
Yes.
Now we're going places.
Now we're cooking.
Now we're on the up and up, yeah.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right, has Bob Ryan tweeted is the question that we asked.
I'm saying no.
He has.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, for the second day in a row, it is about passing. Bob tweeted, "So sorry to learn of Doug Moe's death. It is neither an exaggeration nor a cliche to say there was no coach like him. He was both hilarious and brutally honest, and he was damn good. I envy the media folk who got to cover him on a daily basis."
Doug Moe?
So we lost Doug Moe.
Doug Moe.
Yep. He coached the
Carolina Cougars?
Thank you. Then the Denver
Carolina.
Nuggets. Head coach of the Spurs, Nuggets, and Sixers.
So he went from the Nuggets to the Spurs, back to the Nuggets?
That's right.
Oh, some of that was in his assistant coach. I
a
take
little
that
hot
back. I'm
potato
sorry.
there, and then he even ended his career there. So he also was a player. He his last year as a head coach was 93 with the Sixers, but then he was assistant 03 through 08 with the Nugs.
I mean, I
So
don't
Bob
want
obviously
to,
knew Doug Moe.
I don't want to kick any dirt on the man's grave. He was 33-50 in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So he's probably losing playoff games in the sky.
Oh, you know what we forgot to update yesterday because I think we were jam packed. We had so much stuff.
What's that?
Taylor Kyles, friend of the show.
Oh,
we were checking in on him tweeting because he was really just telling us all about how great crypto is. And he was able to get a new car. Yeah,
Like, it looked like a sick car, Taylor.
Yeah, and he also sent a screenshot of his bank account, which was $150K plus.
Oh, I didn't see that. Is that how they list bank accounts?
New money for the show. If 150K.
Taylor Kyle's bank account.
Taylor Kyle's crypto winners.
That's good. A good unit of measure. Okay, yeah. 150 plus.
So, yeah.
Anything
so,
over 150.
Correct.
Yeah.
And 150K is what Taylor Kyle made in
That's
crypto.
like when they
Taylor
listed
Kyle's.
Darnell Washington's weight, 300 plus. I didn't know they did that for bank accounts. They just put the plus at the end. It's like fill in the gaps with your mind.
He was doing great. But has he tweeted? Yes. In fact, he was able to get his account back.
His account's back.
So his account is back. So the
car's gone. He had to give his car back to get his account
can't
back.
keep the car.
No.
That's
a shame.
That's long gone,
Yeah,
which is really too bad. So, all right, let's get to this.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez.
Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, lined up perfectly with Buster Olney's top 10 catchers. We have a catcher.
Dylan Dingler? I wanted to get to him in the top 10 this year. No? It's not
a current player.
Oh, okay.
Former player. It's a former random baseball player. It's how
Just
we do
checking.
it every day. Unless it's Super Bowl week.
You said it
Or
lined
March
up with
Madness.
his top 10. I don't know.
This
Or
guy.
Thursday Night Football.
Or Thursday Night Football.
That's true.
People
Good
like
point.
that.
Good
Once
point.
again forgot.
This is a regular Wednesday, and this man won a Gold Glove. So for that particular season, he was the best defensive catcher in the National League.
Good framer. Okay.
13 years.
Mike Lieberthal.
In the major leagues. It's not Mike Lieberthal.
Okay.
He probably played against him at one point.
Pete Kendall.
He had a cup of coffee in 1987.
Oh.
He hung up the spikes after the 1999 season.
All right. For whom?
He hung up the spikes, the Colorado Spikes, but he spent most of his career with the San Francisco Giants.
Okay.
Also played 1 year or part of 1 year with the Houston Astros. He also is a man.
Giant all that time, huh?
$11.5 million, all his. He was involved in a trade for Rick Wilkins.
Okay. I remember that trade.
But 1993 won the Gold Glove.
Okay.
He also was intentionally walked 13 times. Probably trying to get to the pitcher, I would imagine.
Oh, good point.
But he was not.
I was gonna say,
he was not
they weren't
much
walking him to get the bonds. I can tell you that.
No,
not much of a stick.
No. 246 career hitter, 21 career long balls. It was a tough
Well, it
park.
is San Francisco.
Yeah, tough park.
Yeah, good point.
Tough park. All right.
Playing at
let's
the
see.
stick. Okay. I'm just trying to even think of 90s catchers. Benito Santiago was there for, it wasn't him.
Good guess, but no.
Or was he there? He was in San Diego. Maybe he wasn't in San
Twitch
Francisco.
chat has the last name.
Damn it.
Yep. Benito Santiago was probably even a
he's
better
way
player.
too good. Yeah, no, he was way too good. I'm looking. Oh, people are guessing
No
Benito
nickname?
Santiago.
Nickname. No.
It's not Brad Osmus.
No, it's not Brad Osmus, no.
I know it's not Roy Campanella.
It's not Roy Campanella.
Who is it? You said they have it in there?
Yeah.
Did it scroll past?
No,
Is
it's
it
right
the top
there.
one?
No.
It's not the top one.
Rather
right?
Be Golfing has it.
Rather Be Golfing has it. Man wearing?
He got it.
That's a person?
Kirk Manwaring?
Yeah, Kirk Manwaring.
Oh, there you go. Billy knew it.
Oh, I once heard Manwaring.
Yeah, Kirk Manwaring.
I was just saying, I didn't think it was that top one. I was pretty sure. Don't make me read that one.
No.
Randy?
Kirk, yes,
It was
Randy.
Kirk
Yeah.
Manwaring.
Yeah, I don't remember.
You won a
him.
Gold Glove.
Well, I heard that. I don't remember him.
Yeah, Kirk Manwaring.
I do remember that trade.
Yeah, for Rick Wilkins.
I remember that. Yeah. Okay.
You probably also remember the 1990 season where he, in the thin Colorado air, belted 2 home runs.
He's able to really launch him there. He's more of a BP guy. He's a BP guy.
He did hit 299 that year. For
Yeah,
Colorado.
well, you got him right in his prime. He would have hit at least double digits.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's your random ball player
It's
each
Kirk
and every day.
Manwaring.
Here on Jones and Keefe. Stay tuned for WEEI Afternoons. You got Hart. You got Fitzy. You got Ted. And we'll get to the clip du jour next.
WEEI.
All right, back here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. It's time now for our clip du jour. Jones, you ready for that?
Sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
I'm so glad you asked. It is the clip of the day. And earlier in the program, we're talking about how, really, there are conventions for everything, right? There's Comic-Con, there's Horror-Con, and apparently Quilt-Con.
Yeah, you didn't know about this?
I did not until you told me that is where your wife is at right now.
Yeah, no, my wife is at QuiltCon, Keith, of course, which I know you're a fan of all the cons.
Oh, yeah, I've been to a lot of cons myself, Bragg. So she's at QuiltCon?
QuiltCon.
Did you hear about this, Nick?
Raleigh, North Carolina. Yeah, that's where Kat is.
So does it just go to Quilt, or what are we doing?
It's a quilt convention.
Yeah. She's helping a friend at a
quilter.
At a quilt. Yeah, well, a quilt, not a blanket. Let's not be an imbecile here. You sound like a buffoon, is what it is. It's a quilt. Yeah.
So how long does that run? Is that
she comes back? She told me she comes back Sunday at 10 p.m. I'm like, wow, that's a late quilt. That's a lot of quilting.
That is a lot of quilting.
So that's where she is.
Okay.
So I have time to watch movies.
It's a whole new world out there, huh?
Oh yeah, Nick. There's a lot of different interests in the world.
There's a whole other world.
Oh, I thought you meant
like
Single Jones. It is a whole new world. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Never heard of it.
No, I was unfamiliar with it until my wife was like, "Hey, I'm going to this with our
There's
friend."
probably a con for everything.
Do you think she made it up?
I think. Well, you know what? I haven't fact. I'm like, whatever. She's gone for a week. Don't care.
It's the worst lie ever.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm going to a quilt con.
She's like the first thing she saw.
Yeah, Raleigh, North Carolina. Yeah,
glass.
You're like, okay.
You're like, I'm not going to look into this at all. I'm just going to trust you.
No, I do.
Yeah.
I trust her implicitly.
Yeah, call in next week with a review of QuiltCon.
I also am interested.
We could get a live QuiltCon review if you want.
4 days.
Yeah.
That's insane. 9 to 5:30 every day.
Yeah,
Jones like that math doesn't check out.
Not
4
days. Jones like, I just told him 6 days.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Well, she left yesterday. She's back Sunday. Wait, what day does it start?
Tomorrow. Thursday at 9 a.m.
Today's just a free day.
God damn it. Yeah, so what's she been doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
She left yesterday.
She's like, I need the week.
I drove from work. I left. We usually chat after the show. I flew right out of here to take her to the airport yesterday.
Wow.
In the afternoon.
There's no quilting.
Doesn't even
going
start
on
till
Tuesday
tomorrow?
or Wednesday.
No, boy.
Yeah.
None of that's good.
Yeah.
None
Kind
of
of
that's
loose.
good. Yes, literally at QuiltCon in North Carolina. All right, Andy Hart is here for WEEI Afternoons. What's up, Hart?
So is she the youngest person there? I'm assuming. Like, what's the attendance?
Great question.
At
I don't. Well, she is.
the demo there.
I don't want to give out any ages here. She's older than our friend who's there, so she's at least the second
Imagine
youngest.
grandparents with their grandkids are there.
Yeah. I don't know what the clientele is, to be honest.
Yeah.
And what do you do? You like look at?
Yeah, you buy fabric, you
blankets?
sell fabric, you buy.
Look at this new
made
knitting.
quilts.
No, quilting. I don't even know how you quilt. That's different than knitting, right?
It is different.
It is. Yeah.
Do you think there's any like bad boys of quilting?
Yeah.
Like
for
there's
sure.
Yeah, there is.
I'm sure there's like a social media quilt world that you don't want to delve into.
No, those guys clean up at QuiltCon. I bet. They go down
Like
there.
this is like the strip club during the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they bring in male strippers from all over the country for QuiltCon is what they do.
It's exciting.
Okay, what are you guys talking about today?
So we're going to start off. I've been wanting to do this for like a week now, and they finally gave in and let me do it. Look at the rookie class for the New England Patriots, which I think is evolving in the analysis. Like, I think a lot of people just roll out of bed and say, oh, yeah, all these guys played. You went to the Super Bowl. They were awesome. And then I was looking. One website had them ranked as the 9th best rookie class for this year in the NFL. Like, there were 8 classes that were better than them, including Seattle. And it seems like people are really like, they've turned on Will Campbell. They kind of turned on Travion Henderson. They've turned on Kyle Williams. They've turned on Jared Wilson. It's like, wait, is it just not good at all?
Yeah,
Is it just Woodson and company?
I just wouldn't say I turned on him. Even Borregales I'd put on that list too. Like, Woodson's the only guy who was arrow up in the postseason.
Yeah.
All the other guys kind of vanished.
No, he ended on a high note.
But let's
Nobody
just
else
say you
really
had
did.
won the Super Bowl with all those rookies playing. You would have been like, wow, that's
Best
a good
rookie class, yeah.
because they contributed to a Super Bowl winning team. So we'll get into that. Look at the Red Sox a little bit. I kind of ripped the Red Sox yesterday because I'm not really that interested. I don't find them potentially entertaining.
What about Scrappy Doo?
No.
You can look down at
That's
Scrappy
your
Doo.
guy. I do want to interview him, like
That's your guy.
1-on-one, and like look
Let's
down.
stand up.
Yeah,
Caleb's
yeah.
hurt
Stand
now.
up.
Yeah, you're like, get him a
Yeah, he's got a bad shoulder or something.
Get him a box.
Short and hurt.
Yeah, get him a box to stand
Where's
on.
Reese's box over here? Schefter's box. Does anybody have one of those boxes we can get? But no, let's flip the script.
Okay.
Which Red Sox are you most excited about heading into the 2026 season?
Oh.
I think there's a couple answers that would be on everyone's list.
Yeah.
And then
Roman
it's
Anthony,
like, yeah, Roman Anthony and probably Garrett Crochet.
Meyer.
He's got a new pitch, you know. Meyer, we sure about that?
Well, I'm excited about him.
What position does he play?
He plays second base, and he's going to get
sure
hurt
about
in the second third game
his
of the
wrist?
season. Probably not great.
So, filling out a top 5 most exciting Red Sox players heading into the new season.
Okay.
Very good.
Stay tuned. WEEI Afternoons. You can dial them up. 617-779-7937. Crossover brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. Head into the 9s Thursday night to play trivia. Enjoy 6 packs of bone-in wigs. And for a chance to win 99 gift cards and other great prizes, you gotta love the 9s. We are back tomorrow. We'll go on the clock at high noon. We got Bradfo at 11:30. Kiefer Madness, 12:45. It all starts at 10 here on WEEI.
bad thing.
Patriots, they had one of the best off seasons I can remember in the last decade. I love this class. It's an A draft for me.
I think the New England Patriots have knocked it out of the park.
You cannot not talk about what the Patriots did. I mean, come on.
I absolutely loved what the Patriots did. They managed to really address those needs without reaching from a value perspective.
This is WEEI Afternoons
with Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy-Stevens,
and three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Good afternoon. Welcome into WEEI Afternoons. 93.7 in Boston. In our Brighton studios, powered by Verizon, which apparently, Fitzy, we're going to get some more wintry weather this afternoon. That always makes for a great commute. Let's add a little wet
bus ride for the
stuff.
kiddos. Fun ride home for everyone.
It's always important where the snow mix line is.
Hey, this just in also looks like we could be getting a foot Sunday into Monday as well.
Yeah, Mike Wonkum the other night was like, yeah, all these one after another. We got systems coming through. We got models that are not agreeing with each other. The European, the AI, the this, the that.
How is it 2026? The world is as messy as it is, but one of the ways that we could reduce some of our shared aggravation is by just deciding on systems. Like, let's just pick pound or kilogram. Let's pick inch or centimeter. Let's pick European model or United States. Like, let's just align our alignment. There we go. There's our favorite Red Sox word. Let's just align systems and reduce one of the many layers of frustration that we experience on a regular basis.
Well, in terms of metric versus us, we don't get along well with others. That's just the answer to that. I agree with you. They should have unified that years ago. I'm pretty sure when I was in elementary school, they were actually talking about it. They were teaching us centimeters and kilograms because, we're all going to be on one standard soon, and we all need to know this. And then it never. We should probably blame Trump. I don't know if he had anything to do with it. Let's just blame Trump. It's easier. As far as the
guy wearing a polo with an American flag on the breast.
Yeah, Team America, World Police, baby. But as far as the models go, I think we're at that stage where there's so much information and computers and AI, and you got conflicting information, but you want to try to utilize it all, and that's why they wait. I love now that they're hesitant. They try to wait to the last minute which model they're going to lead into because they don't really trust either. They don't have a lot of faith in either, and they're like, we'll give you the predictions for snow totals tomorrow when we try to unify our models. But we're not going to bitch about the weather all day. We're not going to bitch about anything, actually. We're going to talk about something good right off the bat because you just heard it. That was from last April/May. Immediate reactions to the Patriots draft was knocked it out of the park. They nailed a bunch of needs. Remember, Vrabel had said they won March, and then they won April because they won free agency, and then they won the draft because everybody was giving out great grades. And then the team won the division, won the conference, lost the Super Bowl in somewhat ugly fashion. And
I remember it didn't go very well.
Yeah, it didn't go right, but we're moving on. It didn't go well, but we're moving on here. And now I feel like there's been a little changing analysis in terms of the Patriots rookie class, how good it was, how good it is going to look long term. And for example, NFL.com ranked the draft classes postseason. The rookie report card article posted last week after the Super Bowl, the Patriots ranked 8th overall on NFL.com, and they acknowledged that this is unfair to the Patriots. If I had done this before the postseason, it probably would have been much higher, but they took into consideration Campbell struggling in the postseason, Travion Henderson not giving much of an impact in the postseason. So I wanted to start here. I've been wanting to look at this because I've heard various other people talking about this. I've heard people shredding Travion Henderson, just like shredding him.
Excuse me, 900 yards as a rookie with I think he was the first ever rookie running back to have 3 games or more with 50-yard touchdowns.
Yeah, wasted pick. He's a mediocre running back, too high a pick. You took him at 38, I believe, whatever it is, too high to waste a pick on that guy. And it's like this, reaction to he was not impactful in the postseason. Like, that's just the reality. He was not impactful, whether that was the O-line, whether that was the defenses they were facing, whether it was just a reliance on Ramondre Stevenson more. I don't know. But he was not impactful. And obviously the Will Campbell situation, the Super Bowl he had, 14 pressures, historically bad game, all of those things. He was the 4th pick in the draft. So it's like people are reassessing the way they feel about the line. And I just said this in the crossover to Rich Keefe. Had they won the Super Bowl, I think people would be talking about this as almost a historically good rookie class. You know, you had 2 offensive linemen, you had a running back, you had a safety who was one of your best defensive players in the postseason, but they didn't win the Super Bowl, and the offensive line fell on its face and all that. So, Fitzy.
Oh, no, they only went from 4-13 to 17-4.
Yep.
What a bunch of bums.
And almost all of them played. Like, all the picks that mattered played, right? And nobody feasted on Jared Wilson and Will Campbell until, well, the biggest game of the year when they feasted on Jared Wilson and Will Campbell.
Unlike 2022, when I infamously wrote in October that the New England Patriots draft class of 2022 seems like a hit because all 10 players contributed in a big Bailey Zappi-led win on the road against the Frownies. Turns out the Browns were even worse than we thought, and the Patriots draft class was not so great unto themselves.
That was was that October?
I believe it was October of 2022, my guy.
Yeah, you anointed that class a little early because that class kind of sneaky stunk.
Well, even Tyquan Thornton ran in a touchdown. It was like everything was on display. It was cool until it wasn't, and then when it got super uncool, it was really bad.
So Dan Ball's big on grades around here. So Fitzy, right off the bat, before I get to the poll and we kind of hash this out, what grade would you give the Patriots rookie class for the totality, the regular season, the postseason, the Super Bowl of their debut campaign here in New England?
The first letter of the Greek alphabet, Alpha. A.
Oh, wow. Harvard A over here, just giving them out like they're
straight
candy.
A. No, just like a nice, like a 93, 94, just like right down. Like you got all of that one. Like this was a nice pull to dead left center, cleared the fence by probably 4 or 5 rows. But it never really was in doubt because it made the right sound off the bat. The pitcher put his head down the second you hit it. People were spilling popcorns and beers, reaching for their phones to try to get a picture of you as you bat flip and you start slowly, Big Poppy style, rounding the bases. This was a home run. And look at the most you could usually ask for would be like 4 players who contribute in a year or potentially become starters on your team. I had long been pointing, Andy, on the Six Rings podcast, Afternoons and Beyond, that the North Star for the Patriots draft should be the 2021 Detroit Lions, where they end up grabbing a receiver and they get a defensive lineman and they got Penei Sewell. Okay, the Patriots, Will Campbell will be contributing for years to come.
Where?
Jared Wilson potentially could be contributing for years to come. Craig Woodson is an absolute bomb. Borregales, Marcus Bryant, we'll see. Julian Ashby's contributing. Kyle Williams might you could have 6 guys, long-term contributors to the New England Patriots. That's a crush of a draft.
Okay, so let me play a little devil's advocate here, and it's also an argument that needs to be voiced. If Will Campbell's a guard, did you nail this draft? If he moves to guard within the next year and a half, whatever it may play out, despite everybody and their brother saying his arms are fine and he'll be fine, he just has technique issues, does that not change the way we look at this draft if you use the 4th overall pick on a guard?
Considering that I thought he was a guard in the first place, but now everyone under the sun, from Joe Thomas to Dante Scarnecchia, is telling me that he can be salvaged and that he's a tackle and that they just need an offseason to work out his kinks. I'm left to, for now, I am left to have to buy into the idea that greater football minds are telling me he's going to be a tackle. I still thought he was a guard, but I'm being told he's a tackle, so I got to ride with that.
And your guy, Travion Henderson, who had some of the biggest plays this team had all season and certainly stepped up when he was needed, when Ramondre Stevenson was out of action. What if he is just a home run hitter? Like, is he good enough at the 38th pick in the draft as just he's going to hit you some big plays. He's also going to have a lot of carries for 1 yard, 0 yards. His pass protection's not great. He's kind of a change of pace back. Is that good enough? If that plays out?
He's a rookie, and I think he was the most productive rookie running back in a Josh McDaniels system to date. So as far as I'm concerned, once he got his game in gear, once he started to sort of see through the matrix, once he stopped running like he was afraid to fumble because big bro Ramondre Stevenson fumbled several times, and I think that affected the way Travion Henderson was carrying the ball. I thought he became a plus level contributor to the offense. So no, I'm not worried about him just turning into like just like Rashad White. I think he's better than that.
Okay, so my grade would be a B. Maybe lean toward because I think there's a lot of questions. You've answered some questions. You got a lot of contributions from a lot of guys. 100%. You absolutely did. But there's also a lot of questions about some of the high-end guys and what they really are and what their long-term future is. So if you start talking about an A draft and start comparing it to drafts where, I mean, this is a Patriots team that's drafted multiple Hall of Famers in a single draft or multiple foundational pieces in a single draft. I agree with you on Woodson. It's so funny because right now, the hottest commodity among rookies for the Patriots is Craig Woodson. I think everybody's like, oh, my God, he was awesome in the postseason. He filled such a huge – that guy is going to be a guy you build around in the back end for years to come. And then a lot of the other guys have questions. A lot of people are already sort of giving up on Kyle Williams. Part of that, I think, is because it's the Patriots. Well, it's because it's the Patriots. And it's basically – I've seen this story before. The rookie wide receiver kind of stinks. Let's just give up on him. They're not going to develop him, even though it's a different regime and quarterback and everything. But I can't give it an A when the top pick – is coming off a pretty putrid postseason and has questions as to whether he gets shifted to a far less valuable position. There is absolutely a chance he ends up at guard at some point. There's too many people that believe it for it to not at least be a consideration. And if you drafted a guard with the fourth pick in the draft, you didn't really fill a void. You didn't really fill a need. It was your biggest need, and you didn't really fill it. And also the value. Just like there's not many guards that are going that high. Quentin Nelson went in the top 4 or 5 picks, right? Like, you don't get a lot of those. Those are, 5 years in between guys going that high at the guard position, and it usually means it's probably an underwhelming draft. So I think it's a good group, and you went to the Super Bowl in part because of this group, right? Like, that's a fact. You absolutely went to the Super Bowl in part because of this group in its totality. But to give it an A, I think, is sort of whistling past the graveyard of many, many, many questions. Even the kicker. I mean, we've seen special teamers come in, and you got a kicker and a long snapper, right? We've seen special teamers come in and have a great rookie year, and then a year later you're like, this guy's not as good as I thought he was. Are we going to be needing another one of these punters, kickers, long snappers in a year or two? So,
best draft, I would say, since 2012, and I'm gonna cop to the idea that there were so many underwhelming drafts for the last decade plus, that I think part of the reason why I'm grading it as high as I am is because it's refreshing for a change. Like, they hit more picks than they missed, in my estimation. There are more contributors than there are bench warmers, asterisks, and fantasy waiver wire guys. So I think that absolutely has influenced my decision making.
So the 603 says if he's an all-pro guard, he is a hit. That's probably true. If he bumps into guard and becomes an all-pro guard, I think
Quentin Nelson was drafted 6th, by the way.
I still think right. So he's even higher than Quentin Nelson to be a guard, 2 spots higher. But if he ends up an all-pro guard, I'm a believer that if you end up leaving a draft with an all-pro player, you did your job. Like, you do that a few years in a row, and you've laid the foundation for a really good football team, regardless of what position, right? Like,
it's so funny because you say it, you frame it that way, and then now that makes me look at the 2024 draft class where it's like, did you find anybody? Like, you got Drake May, and there's a chance he might be an all-pro someday soon, in which case we're going to have to turn around and look at the 2024 draft class, despite the Layden Robinsons and the Jalen Polks and the Javon Bakers, and say, well, I guess it was a pretty good draft.
Oh, if you got your franchise quarterback, I think you can walk away from that draft like Vince McMahon. You got a little swagger to you, and you feel like you did your job. But you're right. That was not a good draft, and absolutely you are accurate in saying that some of the praise for this draft, specifically in New England, is in relation to how long it had been since you'd had a really good draft. This draft, early in the Belichick tenure, the early 2000s, wouldn't look as impressive because they were doing these types of drafts. They were hitting on the early pick. They were filling in with other starters in the middle. You'd have role players in the back end. So I do think that. So I put this as the show poll for today at Jumbo Hart at WEEI Afternoons. Patriots fans, what grade would you give New England's Campbell, Henderson, Woodson-led draft class for the debut season? And the options I gave were A, B, C, and D. I'm very positive. I did not give F as an option because I didn't want any of you trolling types to vote F. I didn't give it as an option. Plus, there's not enough options on the Twitter poll. Fitzy, you gave it an A. Mm-hmm. You would be with 31% of Patriots fans. 1 out of every
Rock
3
solid.
Patriots fans.
1/3. What's up, guys?
B, which was my grade, 60% of the respondents said B. And I do wonder, this would have been an interesting one, like the NFL.com story. Had we asked the same question after the regular season and then asked the same question after the postseason, would people's answers have changed?
I bet they'd flip-flop.
Only 8% said C, and you actually got 1% that voted D. See, those are those dinks that are just trying to F with the poll, and that's why there was no F as an option. Dan Ball, you just split the difference here. We got an A from Fitzy. He's the optimist. He's the Foxborough fanboy, oh, yeah, the whole thing. And I'm Mr. Negativity. Everybody from Seattle to Boston hates me on social media, and I gave it a B. Where's your grade of the rookie class?
I still, I think you certainly knocked points off the grade for the performance in the playoffs, but I think from where this group was and the percentage of impact that the rookie class had on the turnaround of the franchise year over year, I think it sneaks into the 90th percentile, and I think I still give it an A.
Ooh. Wow.
Now, and my follow-up question for the both of you guys, though, is because the 2024 class wasn't great, and then in a year's time, obviously, we look back at it, and it's an F- when you take Drake May out of the equation. What do you think we're saying in a year's time about this year's class?
See, that's a question I don't have a definitive answer to. Now, I am being optimistic, and yes, the 9-7-8, we do kind of ignore the knee issue. I know there's a lot of people, if you're a Will Campbell defender, advocate, fan, well, he was never the same after the knee issue. When he comes back to full health from the knee, he brought it up, torn knee ligament, whatever. And maybe that's true. Maybe he'll be at full health come training camp at left tackle and better technique and experience and all that. I think he's going to be better. And I think as Will Campbell goes, the rest of the draft will kind of follow. And if you're talking about a top 10 tackle next year with a top 5 quarterback, these are both have question marks on the end of them. But if Drake May is being protected by a top 10 tackle, I think that everybody's going to feel better about this draft. The one that could really fill it in, Fitzy, from your optimistic slant is Kyle Williams.
Kyle Williams.
Yeah, because it's not like there's a log jam. There's no opportunities for a wide receiver to go from year 1 to year 2 and carve out a bigger role. There's going to be opportunities to carve out bigger roles at wide receiver, regardless of who's here and who's back and who's brought in.
Whether they pick up the Steph Diggs $6 million
Right.
on March 13th, or if they trade for A.J. Brown or sign someone in free agency, there absolutely are going to be catches to be had, passes to be thrown to, and opportunities galore because he's just so damn fast. And he got 3 touchdowns his rookie year. We got enough of a glimpse to say, hey, we should still, I know the stock is low, but we should buy in on this guy.
So I think he could be the guy that changes the view of the draft because I think Henderson will be fine. At worst, if worst case scenario is he's a home run hitter who gets you 800 or 900 yards a year, that's good. You'll be fine with that as a second-round pick. You might have to find another guy to tandem him up with moving forward as Stevenson ages out potentially.
I think you're going to have to do that either way.
Exactly. Well,
we talked last week about the Jahmyr Gibbs example, which seems to be the top of the barrel for him, and even Gibbs is made dynamic because of David Montgomery.
Correct.
You need somebody who can run between the tackles with Henderson, I think, no matter what.
And I think most NFL teams prefer that these days. I think the idea that we're just going to ride Saquon Barkley or ride Christian McCaffrey into the ground, I don't know that a lot of teams think there's a lot of guys that are capable of doing that, or it's smart business. Because if that's your offense and that guy gets hurt, which he probably will at some point, then your entire offense changes. So I think Kyle Williams, Travion Henderson, those middle, Jared Wilson even, I think he's a guy that's probably going to be looked at as a value pick no matter what. Because whether he plays guard or center is kind of irrelevant to me. It's not like the big discussion with Will Campbell playing tackle or guard. If Jared Wilson's your starting center for the next 6 or 8 years, if he falls in line with like the Ryan Wendell, Dan Cope, and David Andrews era, don't have to be a Pro Bowler, just be our center. Be the same guy in front of Drake May, good. Right? And just be the same guy for a while. I think you'll be there. So I think the potential, Dan Ball, to answer your question from my perspective,
yeah,
I think people are going to look at this draft better potentially next year than they do right now.
And I think there's another name that should factor in, which I think is the main reason why I still give this grade an Alex Cora. I always give myself an A, bro. That's Craig Woodson. He ended up being awesome for the draft slot. He gave you the ability to part ways with Peppers and Duggar partway through the season and really not lose a step. Like, did you think that the safety room between Hawkins and he was going to be as good as it ended up being?
Nope. I thought it would be a potential fatal flaw or something teams kind of schemed for, game planned for. And I would also say this, and this is not a shot at Patriots fans. I think there's probably a large portion of Patriots fans that don't really know who Craig Woodson is right now. Like, who's that? Is that the safety guy?
Yeah, the other guy. It's Jalen Hawkins and.
Yeah, like I don't think a lot of people know that he had back-to-back double-digit tackles in the AFC Championship game in the Super Bowl, and like those kinds of things. Where if it were a a Lawyer Malloy or a Rodney Harrison or a notable name, people would be all over it, but it's the eraser, Craig Woodson. He's young, he's good, he's smart, whatever. Yeah, he was a huge factor, and if that is his floor and he kind of goes upward from there, he absolutely could be one of the stars of this draft class. And if you get one of the stars of the draft class in the middle of the round, then you're doing pretty well for yourself. 617-779-7937. We see your phone calls lining up, some texts coming in, ripping me somehow, saying if Will Campbell's a top 10 tackle is kind of like saying I'm going to be 6'2" and handsome. That's not very nice.
You know what? Actually, I've got, as far as it goes related to Will Campbell, small vertical tease on today's program. I may not want to. I might be removing myself from the Will Campbell complaint camp soon.
Okay, stick around for that. Fitzy is now a Will Campbell fan again. I've been a big fan of Zach Core, who is now entrenched in the role that he held this season. We'll talk about that decision for the Patriots to officially name Zach Core as the team's offensive coordinator. That's next with your phone calls here on WEEI. But first, Dan Ball has what's trending.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The U.S. men's hockey team takes on Sweden in the quarterfinals this afternoon. Puck drop is at 3:10. Earlier today, Slovakia beat Germany 6-2. Canada snuck by Czechia 4-3 in overtime. And right now, Switzerland leads Finland 2-1 with 5 minutes and change remaining in the third period. The U.S. women's team advanced to the gold medal and will play Canada tomorrow at 1:10 p.m. The U.S. is currently riding a 331-minute and 23-second shutout streak and have outscored opponents 31-1 in the tournament. Overall, the United States has won 7 gold medals, 11 silver, and 6 bronze. Their 24 total medals rank third at this year's Olympics behind Norway's 33 and Italy's 25. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported on Tuesday night that the Patriots have elevated inside linebackers coach Zach Core to their defensive coordinator role on a full-time basis. The move comes after the team elevated Terrell Williams to a higher-ranking role on Mike Vrabel's staff late last week. In other Patriots coaching news, Southern Miss running backs coach B.J. Edmonds has been hired by the Patriots in an undisclosed role. He interned with New England last summer, and defensive assistant Milton Patterson will reportedly not be back with the team in 2026. And from around the NFL, the Chiefs restructured Patrick Mahomes' contract, converting over $54 million of his 2026 salary into a signing bonus and creating over $43 million in salary cap space for this upcoming offseason. And the agent of wide receiver Mike Evans told ESPN that he will play a 13th season in 2026, with the destination still to be determined. The Red Sox begin their spring training schedule with their annual exhibition game against Northeastern on Friday. First pitch for that one will be at 1:05. And the Celtics return to the court tomorrow when they begin a 4-game West Coast road trip against the Golden State Warriors. Tip-off will be at 10 p.m. Boston holds a 35-19 record and currently sits second in the Eastern Conference, a half game up on the New York Knicks. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Dan Ball on Boston Sports Original WEEI. More afternoons coming up right after this.
means a lot to him. These players mean a lot to him. I think that they want to do well for Zach and for the entire staff. They put a lot into it. I'm proud of Zach for not only the performance, calling the game, but the preparation and what goes into it. And he's earned every bit of recognition that he's getting and should get.
Not only is Zach hardcore getting the recognition, at least late in the year when people like Stephen A. Smith and Pete Schrager and company actually learned his name by the time it was postseason in the National Football League.
The most disrespected man in football?
Absolutely, but no longer, because it all fell into place, and I was swayed last week by a strong argument by our buddy Ted Johnson when he said, Mike Vrabel's loyal. You really think he's just going to turn his back on Terrell Williams? And I was like, yeah, that does kind of sound like Vrabel. But I think what happened here, Fitzy, and let me know if you think I have a decent read of the tea leaves. I think the magnanimous guy in this was Terrell Williams. I think he took a very mature, honest approach and said, I missed the year, and he did a really good job. He proved himself the defensive coordinator of the New England Patriots. And I'm not reading into anything health-wise. I don't know Terrell Williams' health other than them telling us that he has been treated successfully for prostate cancer. But I think he probably could have pulled on Vrabel's heartstrings, right? And be like, oh, so you're just going to ditch me to the curb? I thought you were a loyal guy.
I'm going to get Wally pipped for having prostate cancer, WTF guy.
I think he probably understood the situation. And I think it worked out well because when everything you hear about him is he reaches people on a human level on all areas of the team, and he could certainly be an asset in whatever role they're sort of elevating him to within the organization and touch a bunch of people. But I also think it's as simple as Zach Core had the job. He did it really well from basically week 2 straight through the Super Bowl. Even in the Super Bowl, if you're going to list people that did their job well that day, that short list would probably include Zach Core, right?
I would say between the two coordinators, Zach Core definitely outdid or is greater than signed Josh McDaniels as far as Super Bowl 60 goes. Yeah, and look, he's younger. If we're just going to be cold and calculating about it, Andy, he's younger, he's healthy, he did the job exceedingly well, and obviously he and Vrabel get along very well. So it's a very it's a logical decision to make. And Terrell Williams, I think they may want the man as much as the football mind around. That's why they elevated the position. Like, look,
agreed.
He might be a very good defensive coordinator, but we've got a really good one here who we're vibing with, who now has this connection to the players, and it would be kind of odd for us to deny them that. Probably they all love TW, but they didn't have a chance to establish the connection they did like they did with Zach Core on the field this year. So they're going to keep the youth, they're going to keep the energy, but they get the presence and they get the heart and the football experience and the savvy of Terrell Williams. So in a lot of ways, actually, there's no such thing as something great that comes from something as awful as cancer, except the gift of life. But in a lot of ways, this kind of worked out wonderfully for the Patriots.
And I'll give you a scenario before we get to your phone calls, 617-779-7937. I'll give you a scenario that I think it could work out long-term for the Patriots and for everybody involved. I'm guessing if Zach Core has a somewhat similar season a year from now in the Patriots, even if they're not as good, but their defense is good and they're a borderline playoff team / playoff team, Zach Core is going to start to elevate to head coaching candidate. What if he leaves next year or the year after? And then the lifelong loyal Terrell Williams might slide right back into the defensive coordinator of the New England Patriots for Mike Vrabel and his staff, right?
Yeah, and the team took great care of him this year. His family's very happy with how things worked out. He's feeling good. Yeah, and he got like a promotion out of it in a lot of ways. Like, I'm sure he'll be heavily involved in the day-to-day operations. And now, like you said, if we have Adam Schefter, the Cleveland Browns, after dismissing one-year head coach Todd Monken, are interviewing or requesting to interview New England Patriots defensive coordinator Zach Core.
Daniel Ball?
Yeah.
Or, and maybe this is overly optimistic to think about, if Zach Core does get hired away by another group, you're just going to continue to promote from within. I mean, did you have Zach Core on your radar as interim defensive coordinator when this team broke camp? I don't think anybody knew the first thing about him, and now he's your DC, and you don't have the least bit of worry that he can continue to carry the mantle. So I feel like there's an established infrastructure on this coaching staff where you're just going to keep rotating guys through, and you hope they're able to continue it.
If we rewind, we could actually probably find the show where we're like, is it core or Kerr? Because it's kind of spelled Kerr. It looks like Kerr when you read it, but they say it core. And that's when we nicknamed him Hardcore because it made it easier to remember that it's pronounced core.
You nicknamed him Hardcore.
Yeah, I was going to say, thank you.
It's like in school when they give you those sentences like the fat cat eats twice a day. And that acronym means something. And now you know all the rules. Hardcore. I knew more than Stephen A. Smith and Pete Schrager and Dan Orlovsky and those guys that make tens of millions of dollars on ESPN. I knew who he was and how to say his name. So
you were 3 months early. Good for you.
All right, let's work the phone lines in a little bit here. 617-779-7937. Let's go to Steve in Rhode Island. What's up, Steve?
Hi, how you doing?
Super. How are you?
I'm doing great. I love this show, but I'm a first-time, long-time since Manny Ramirez signed.
Oh,
but,
thank you.
Yeah,
okay.
I made a comment on Facebook the other day about Tyreek Hill and Diggs and bring back Diggs. And Tyreek Hill is in the same shoes as Diggs. I got one like. My one like, Drake May. And we checked it. It's real.
Really? Wait, can you send this to Dan Ball? I think he must be on Facebook. He's an old soul. I'm not on Facebook. Fitzy, are you on Facebook? Can you find this? Verify that Dan Ball.
I'm an old hat.
Yeah, I mean, Facebook trends a little older. No shame in that. It's okay.
Yeah,
Steve.
go ahead. You can message me.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I'm on there.
So your post compared Stephon Diggs and Tyreek Hill, and you're claiming to me that Drake May liked it.
Yes, it did. Yes, he did. He was my one like, and I checked it. I'm like, holy crap, it was Drake May. So my son, because I'm an old hat, checked it. He goes, Dad, that's real. He did like it.
Oh, interesting. Thanks for the call, Steve. Don't throw a pen at me, Dan Ball.
Why not?
So Drake May is, remember yesterday I asked, please call in if you can make an argument why you'd want Tyreek Hill on the 2026 New England Patriots. Maybe the one person who can make that argument is?
I'm looking to see if Drake May is actually on Facebook.
That's what I found a little bit confusing there.
I mean, he's on Twitter, never uses it.
Every once in a while he does.
He's not on
I don't think Drake May is liking things on Facebook.
That's crazy. He actually just sent a Facebook message to, what was the guy's name, Steve?
Steve.
He
Rhode
sent
Island.
a Facebook message to Steve right after and saying he is trapped on his vacation and needs $5,000 in order to get back to New England.
No, he verified it with his son. His young
Nigerian
son,
princess.
His young hat son helped him verify that it was indeed Drake May.
Oh, so his kid couldn't be possibly playing a prank on his dad to see if his dad would be foolish enough to call the WEEI afternoon show and say Drake May liked his post on Facebook?
His son and his buddies are dying laughing right now.
Okay, well, I'm here for it if that's what they did too. Call anytime, Steve. We'll support you, even if your son is kind of hanging you out to dry publicly. Getting back to Zach Hardcore, how big of an asset is it to this team? So we're talking about a lot of changes, right? People are going so far as moving Will Campbell to guard. You know, this guy's got to come in. This guy's got to go out. You know, Christian Barmore, we got them trading him. All these things. Their coaching staff is basically sticking together. How much of an advantage is that for the 2026 New England Patriots after the season they just had?
Massive. Continuity is huge, considering we often see teams that do well and make deep postseason runs have their coaching staffs vultured. Are the Patriots losing anyone besides like one secondary assistant thus far? I think they have like everybody running it back in the brain trust thus far, which is tremendous.
Yeah, isn't it just Ashton Grant? I believe it's just Ashton Grant, the quarterback's coach, right? Is he the only one?
Is he going to become an actual OC?
I believe so. I wanted to say Vegas. I think he might be going to Vegas. But other than that, Dan Ball shaking his head at me.
No, he specifically turned down Vegas.
Oh, he turned down Vegas to say
here. No, it's not him. So but there is like, Dan, if I'm not mistaken, there's a Patriots assistant, but it's not Marone, Brown, It's not Grant,
No.
et cetera,
Yeah,
all the ones
there's
that are more
two.
impactful.
These are
Okay.
departures you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes,
They're Milton Patterson, who's an assistant defensive coach in some capacity,
Sure.
and then their assistant O-line coach was the other one that left.
So yes, they're
Nobody of significance.
the
is
lowest
left.
of low level. essentially.
With respect to the two, nobody that we have discussed on this show before is departing at any point.
And one of the
Right.
biggest strengths that our guy Ted Johnson has touted for this team all year is the coaching staff. The experience, the head coaching experience, the playing experience, the playoff, like all of these various aspects of experience, you're maintaining, right? You have your defensive coordinator back, you have your offensive coordinator back, you have your head coach back, and you have basically all of your position coaches. So as you transition into whatever this is, and this is a topic we're going to have to kind of delve into in this offseason, because I heard Jones and Keefe talking a little bit about this. Is this team building on a Super Bowl run? Is that like the foundation as Vrabel's built, or are they still a team that is really not that far removed from a 4-win season and they're still in like year 2 of the rebuild, right? Like where are they in this, road traveled towards being a consistent playoff contender, to being a stable playoff contender?
Uh-oh. Everyone grab something and brace yourselves. 3, 2, 1. Both. This is a classic example of two things can be true at once. Yeah, are they building off a Super Bowl run? Yes, because they now have the cologne, the allure, the essence of Super Bowl. Oh, look, we've now made it to 12. Drake May's a Super Bowl quarterback. Yeah, okay, so what? He didn't play that well, and yeah, we got our footballs handed to us by the better team that night. But hey, we made it all the way to the Super Bowl, and we didn't even play our best football in the postseason. Look at us. We're awesome. Who's to say we can't get back? A lot of people, but that's not important right now. And at the same time, hey, Mike Vrabel reminded everyone on the way into the locker room as he was dapping people up, giving hugs and patting them on the ass. Hey, we're only 307 days into this, 307 days into the rebuild. The program is just now firmly in place. Now year two begins. Like it's both. I know it's the unsexy answer, but it's the gosh darn truth, Andy. They're kind of both right now.
Typical fence-sitting Fitzy. Both sides of the aisle.
I know it doesn't make for good sports radio. Oh well, because guess what? This is probably what it's what most people. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You're probably not totally wrong, but let me have my moment poking fun at you. 617-779-7937. Up next here on WEEI. Lent season is upon us. That means we got to give something up. In the real world, you're giving up like a food or a vice or something. How about in the sports world, sports talk world? What should we all give up for Lent? That's next here on WEEI.
The Christian Arcade Show.
WEEI Afternoons, Andy Hart, Dick Fitzy Stevens. And Fitzy, this was your idea. 'Tis the season, as they say.
Depending on how well this goes, just want everyone to know this was
Yep,
your
100%. If this sucks, blame Fitzy. And
This
Dan
bit
Ball.
is too cold.
Could be. Could be.
Why'd I get a ricochet shot?
Well, because you put the rundown together and you put it on the rundown, so you kind of green lighted it, lit it.
I work
This porridge is too cold.
Yeah. Yep. Two things. I work at the behest of my hosts, and two, it's never going to be the worst segment that the show has done, so I can greenlight whatever I want.
I don't care for that attitude. But I would like a quick setup from somebody who's a little bit more religiously knowledgeable than I am, because despite the fact, Fitzy, that I'm 305 episodes into my Bible podcast.
Biblical bag.
Didn't hit the Lent episode yet.
I may have dozed off during the Lent episode, so could you refresh me exactly what Lent is about and why I'm giving something up and what I'm giving
so
up?
yesterday was Mardi Gras, and shame on me for not prompting our producer, Stanley Stiz Grimy Bruno, to play New Orleans music all day long during one of the most mirthful, joyous, and culturally riotous days of the year. Side note, you should really make a point of going to Mardi Gras and the celebrations therein once in this lifetime, Andy.
Also should have had beignets. Should have brought some damn beignets in yesterday.
And a king cake with a baby in it and Creole and food
Hurricane.
and crawfish etouffee. Hurricanes would have been nice. Anyway, so the day that follows Mardi Gras or Fat Tuesday, and the reason why they have the big bacchanal is because that's when you just live it up, get everything in, and then afterwards you give up something special for 40 days and 40 nights, Lent or Lenten. So thus today begins. You see people with the ashes over their forehead and whatever else. And you have to give up something. Usually, like you said earlier, it's a vice or something like, meat, cigarettes, liquor, chocolate, sugar, candy, all the things that you, everything you enjoy on the ride home. Yes. So I thought, why don't we do like a sports Lent? Why don't we all try to give up something, a vice, a crutch, something that we lean into a bit too often, perhaps either on this show or just as fans. We get a knock. Boston sports media, you're never happy. Boston sports media, why are you guys always so angry? Boston sport, or just sports media in general, you guys are all impossible to please and use all these cliches. So I thought we could go around the room, a little whip around, and see what everyone's willing to try to give up for 40 days on the show.
Okay, so I had two that I thought of immediately in terms of a sports world, sports talk radio, vice, crutch, whatever you want to call it. But you're telling me I actually have to try to give this up? If I say this right now, I literally have to try to give this up for the next 40 days?
Yes.
Ooh,
you can do it. Come on.
I thought this was just a bit or an exercise. I didn't know that we were going to stick to this.
No,
okay.
Dan's keeping track. Dan told me he's keeping track.
So in light of my 3-point stance from yesterday, I think I should try to give up on my over-analysis of the relationship between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Now, I'm not sure that's good for the show because I think that's going to be one of the biggest sports talk topics in Boston in whenever Jason Tatum gets back. But, maybe I read too much into tweets and social media and comments and rolls. So, Fitzy, does that count? Am I giving up the JT-JB relationship comparison for Lent?
Yes, it does, because we don't know that there's any animus or any friction or any drama between the two of them. This could very well just be a long-standing fictionalized Boston sports media topic that we seem to get a lot of legs out of, but it also aggravates the blank out of green teamers and most Boston sports fans and Celtics fans alike. So you are saying you're going to give up hyper-examining and criticizing the JBJ. And what's nice about that, Andy, is 40 days almost kind of dovetails with the start of the NBA playoffs.
Oh,
which
perfect.
Is great.
So I can be honest again in 40 days. All right, Fitzy, what you got?
All right. Many things cross my mind as well, but I think this one makes a lot of sense. I am going to give up criticizing Will Campbell, and especially Will Campbell's arm size, draft slot, and the Patriots' offensive line. So for the next 40 days, I will not criticize Will Campbell on a bad Super Bowl, his short arms, or the fact that I still think he should have been drafted as a guard.
That's not fair. His is much easier. It's not even football season. He's not going to get embarrassed on any football field.
What are you talking about? I got to deal with the combine, and I'm going to see a lot of underwear warriors out there that I probably wish would be the starting left tackle. Then you go through free agency, and it's going to lead up to the draft. And Ted loves a good 7-round mock draft as much as anyone else in the world.
Yeah,
so
when
we're
you were
be
off
right
on Friday, we made a rule about mock drafts. We'll get to that off air later. We've got some new rules about mock drafts this spring here on WEEI Afternoons.
I mean, on Fitzy's behalf, he is taking a vow of silence on the biggest question around the Patriots coming out of the Super Bowl.
Thank you very much, Dan.
Yeah, but he can just wait
Notice
and
I
talk
said
about
Dan.
it in passing camps or OTAs or whatever. I'm in the midst of the end of the regular season, but it's what you're supposed to do for your God. I've learned that when I was listening to the Bible podcast. Dan Ball, what are you giving up for Lent here?
It's a good question. I said in our group chat I would give up sarcastic one-liners, but I feel like I would be reduced to very little other than trending.
You can't do that, so it's got to be something like, and it also can't be easy. We had one texter, that 617, just give up MLS for Lent. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people that give up MLS for Lent and the rest of the year.
Yeah, I'm
next
not
Lent.
going to give up drinking tea for Lent because I have a cup of tea once every 2 weeks.
I'm going to give up Red Sox or baseball-related dork stats.
Ooh, no dork stats from Dan Ball for the next 40 days?
What are we going to do when the Red Sox EP VORP is off?
I'm drawing the line at batting average and on-base percentage.
So can we
and maybe WAR. I feel like that's still a good one.
We might need to work some deals here where we rotate. So Dan Ball, I'll bring up dork stats.
Yeah.
You bring up JB and JT's relationship, and we'll have to help each other out to balance out the show here.
Ah, there you go. The spirit of Lent, loopholes.
Yeah,
Attaboy.
loopholes for Lent. That's what we do here on WEEI. Where's my guy Stiz? What is Stiz giving up for Lent?
I'm going to give up running.
Not going to the gym? Was it came down to those two?
No, I will give up chastising you guys for falling for Red Sox trade rumors.
So no more Peanuts theme song?
Yep, no more Peanuts theme song.
Oh, man.
It's okay. Ted Johnson will take that mantle. That's his anyway.
I actually thought, Stiz, one of yours could have been blindly defending Bill Belichick. You have to give that up.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
You
Let
have
me ruminate on that.
Maybe we could all collectively just give up, or we could just call it the love story of the century or of the year and just give up ripping him on that. Maybe. Are we capable of that?
That was posed in the Twitch chat that one of the things we should consider giving up is Bill Belichick, talking about him, ripping him, taking every opportunity to react to the world that is Bill Belichick down at North Carolina. But
a tough one.
None of us did, so I guess we are free to keep doing that.
And we don't take every opportunity. We take the opportunities that he throws at us.
It's
Him
true.
And Jordan.
It's not like we have a magnifying glass and we're like seeking them out. They're like the ones that slap us in the face we have to react to. All right, that's what we're giving up for Sports Lent here on WEEI Afternoons. Up next, it is 3 o'clock. Ted Johnson will join the fun, and it's time for our 3-point stances. And I'm going to tell you, I think we're all rooting for the USA hockey team, the men's hockey team and the women's hockey team, and their dominance. We want dual gold medals. But I'll tell you another men's hockey team that I'm rooting for, and it's probably going to surprise you, and you're probably not going to like the reason. That's next here on WEEI. Hour number 2 here on WEEI Afternoons. Andy Hart, Nick Fitzstevens, and now Ted Johnson. How we doing,
Hey,
Teddy?
what's up, guys? How we doing?
Teddy.
We're excited today, Fitzy. You know what today is, bruh. You know what today is, Daniel Stiz. Andy, you don't know. You weren't
No, I'm a
partaking
virgin in these areas.
Just wait. We got 8 minutes till puck drop. And the Canadians almost choked it away today.
What a match, Ted! Don't you just
That was
get
a fun
like
game.
You know, listen, it's a blessing that we get to do this and call it a job on a regular basis, and it should never feel like work. But I especially get super jazzed for talking sports when I'm coming in off of a game that reminds me how much fun sports, even at the most random of times, can be. Czechia or Czechia, whatever they call it now. Czechia versus exactly. Czechia versus Canada was a dynamite.
It was
dynamite hockey match.
It was awesome, compelling, nip tuck the whole way. Canada's down by 1 with about 5 minutes left, and then they get the equalizer and then win in overtime. Pretty cool.
Look at us just getting wrapped up in the Olympics.
Well,
like a bunch of 80-year-old women.
Yeah.
Well, hockey's a little different, Fitzy. Hockey and curling, not the same thing. When you're getting wrapped up in the curling, that's a little different. Although I continue to say it must do well because every night when I go to USA Network, the alternate channel or whatever, it's always curling. So people must be watching it.
I mean, love it. Can we just say the elephant in the room about curling?
Okay, you say it because I don't know it.
It's because the chicks are hot that do the curling.
Are
we being honest?
Yes, there are some.
Honest.
There's one that I really
there's
like.
Smoke shows.
Yeah, there is one that I really like.
Kidding me?
There are slightly more attractive women, I would say. I mean, there's equally attractive women in the big air and the snowboards and on the speed skating. I watch it. I'm telling you, I watch it because it's like white noise.
He watches it for the purity of the sport.
Okay,
He's a curling guy from way back.
I said it's white noise. It puts me in a very zen state. Watching it just like relaxes me. I'm telling it's visual ASMR to me.
That's one way to put it, yeah.
Right.
So you're
Every
very relaxed.
every
So
4
there are-
years, he
yeah, there's
pretends he likes curling, and then he moves on for 4 more years. Right? He forgets about it. We'll wait till 4 more years.
Okay.
From
All right.
now.
Well, speaking of things I didn't forget about, I'm going to ask him. Hey, Ted, is there anything you would like to volunteer to give up for 40 days and 40 nights as part of our Sports Lenten initiative?
You know, you know what? Give me some time to think about that.
Okay, it's very serious. Apparently, we're being held to it.
Okay.
So I cannot criticize JB and JT and their relationship.
And if you do, what
happens?
Is
Am I
there
suspended with pay
a jar
for
you put
40
money in?
days? Because I would take that. It is now 3:04:58. Stiz, I think you're back from your water break, so it's time for the 3-point stance.
It's the 3-point stance.
Just count to 3. That's 3! 3 shall be the number thou shalt count.
Here's for 3. It's good.
3 fabulous flyers. And the number of the counting shall be 3.
Got tip scores. Ties it 3-3.
On WEEI Afternoons.
Time for today's 3-point stance here on WEEI Afternoons. 3 hosts, all of whom watch curling for the exact same reasons.
Yep, they don't all want to admit it though, Dan.
That's right. No, that's true. That's true. Pure of mind and body and all that crap. Each of which will present their stances on the biggest stories in Boston sports and beyond. Today, because we got Andy's and Fitzy's yesterday, Ted Johnson is in the hockey mood. So we're going first with Teddy J today. Ted, you get 60 seconds for your opening stance. Are you ready?
I'm not. Nope, I'm not ready yet.
Okay, perfect.
All right. If you could party with one country in the Olympic Village for one night, what country would that be?
Italy.
Italy's a good answer.
Yeah, okay.
Netherlands.
The people are beautiful. It's their host country, and man, can they eat.
Ooh, they probably know the landscape. That's a good point. It is their host country, so they know the ins and outs.
I'm going Canada all day, every day.
Traitor.
Oh, Canada's. Are you kidding me? Good times.
They sing Rush.
Really fun.
How about Czechia? Those people are. Have you ever? I mean, those people are wild.
I don't even know who they are.
Latvia.
I don't know how to say it.
Got to get to know them. They're a good time. But Canada, that's the country I'm rolling with. All right, now I'm ready, Dan.
Okay, here's 60 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, great article from Fluto Shinzawa on the Bruins. This is interesting. This is very, very interesting because, there's a lot of people talking about the Patriots maybe not being as good. Some people, if you read this Fluto Shinzawa article, he suggests that the Bruins are.
It has fool's gold written all over it.
Oh, my goodness. This is this quote from Fluto Shinzawa. The Boston Bruins have scored 127 5-on-5 goals. Only 6 NHL clubs have more. It's an excellent sum for a team that has started the 2025-26 season with only 2 proven goal scorers, Pasternak and Morgan Geekie. Get this, guys. The Bruins have 294 high danger shots. It's the 6th lowest total in the league. This aligns with the Bruins' expected goals at 113, ranking them 26th. The team's 13% delta between the actual and the expected goals is the second largest differential, trailing only the Colorado Avalanche. It could be the one reason the best in show Colorado Avalanche have gone 6-7-2 in their last 15 games. Regression is coming for the Bruins. It's not just that the Bruins are scoring more goals than they should. They're saving them beyond expectation, too. They have allowed 105 5-on-5 goals, well below their 130 XGA rate. No clue what that means. Their minus 25 goal differential is lower than every team save for 3. The Bruins have beaten the odds for the first 57 games. The question is whether the floor will give out in the next 25.
It's a bit of a wet blanket take that the Bruins, who I just looked, they're still in that second wild card spot.
Why do I have a bad feeling? I don't know. You got 7 Bruins participants in the Olympics. You read this, the metrics would say they've gotten really, really lucky. More than anything.
Sure.
And that there's going to be a regression to the mean when they come back from this break with 25 games left. So I don't know. There's a part of me that just worries this long break. When you read that middle of the mall, fool's gold. That's what the Bees are maybe this year.
Well, the other guy was right. We just didn't find out till the Super Bowl. So if we don't find out till the Stanley Cup, I'd take
You'd
it.
be all right.
Right? If it's the Stanley Cup final.
Ride. Is that okay?
Absolutely. One guy that I think plays into that is Morgan Geekie. I think Morgan Geekie, if he is a legitimate top goal scorer, I think they have a chance to maintain sort of what they've been over the first half of the season. But he went, 12 games? 15 games?
12 games, I think.
If that happens again, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
They're in trouble. I think that he might be the key to the second half of or I guess it's actually the last third of the season for them. But that's interesting. Little fool's gold, not in Foxborough, but at TD Garden. Not sure, I care for that take, Ted, but we'll see.
Just reading you the facts.
Pluto, right? Those are the facts. Dan
Those
Ball,
are the
he
facts,
also,
Jack.
if you're giving up geeky stats for Lent, Ted picked a few up in there for the hockey analysis.
No, Dan cannot give up giving nerd stats. That's kind of, to me, it's the foundation of the show.
He's doing it for his Lord or whatever. Or whatever Lent is.
I mean,
again, haven't gotten to that podcast episode
I don't think
yet.
God's got an issue with him.
I think God would be very proud of Dan Ball.
That's what I think, too. So
it's a good creation.
Supposed to sacrifice.
Absolutely.
Sorry, unfortunately, can't help you with those stats, but I can't. It does kind of feel like the other shoe skate, so to speak, it has to drop at some point with the talent on the roster and specifically the goal scoring, but it hasn't yet. And you get back from the Olympics, there's like a 9-day stretch where a 9-day stretch between when you start the season again and when the trade deadline is. So everybody's going to be making a bunch of decisions on if they're going to try to compete for a cup or not within like a week stretch.
That's crazy.
And then we'll get the deadline Friday the 3rd of March, if I remember that date correctly. And or 6th of March, I'm sorry. So, yeah, you're going to have to make decisions on if you're a cup contender or not in a very short amount of time. And I feel like you would benefit from kind of doing a buy and sell, get some longer-term commitments, trade off your rentals. And I don't know if that means you're a cup contender at the end, but it's going to be interesting. Very interesting to follow that. Okay, Andy, yours is also hockey-related, but we're switching from local to national as we're right around puck drop. Are you ready for your 3-point stance?
I am.
All right, here's 60 seconds. Go ahead.
So earlier today, Canada's hopes to win the gold in men's hockey was on the ropes a little bit. They were trailing, teetering, but they got the job done in OT. They win the game. They advance. And you know who I was rooting for? Canada. Because as the great Ric Flair once said, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And I think that's truer nowhere else than in international sports. The Super Bowl, if you tell me I had to beat somebody good or bad to win the Super Bowl, I would take just winning the Super Bowl. Don't care. Give me the crappy opponent. But when it comes to international sports, and most importantly, hockey against America's top hat, Canada, we all saw what happened in the Four Nations, the energy of that. I want the U.S. to win the gold medal, but I want them to win the gold medal going through Canada. To me, that is the story. If they had lost today and you just beat and also ran, it would take some of the fun out of it. Yeah. It would take some of the memory out of it. And then, God forbid, Canada loses and you lose, and you don't even get the gold when Canada. So Canada, keep winning so that we can kick your ass on Sunday in the gold medal game, baby. Go Canada, oh Canada. Am I wrong? I would rather beat Canada.
The Red Sox winning a World Series after 86 years of futility, frustration, and heartbreak was only as amazing as it was because they had to go through their Russia, a.k.a. the Yankees, in the greatest ALCS of all time.
Yeah,
of course.
I agree. It would definitely take the stinger out if Canada wasn't in
Yeah,
there.
it just wouldn't be the same. And I don't you know what? I don't even know if people would watch as much. If Canada weren't even in it, forget about win or lose,
they would.
It wouldn't have as much.
Not as much, though, Quincy, I don't think. Not as much.
We all got snookered and sucked in last year by the, 3 fights in 22 seconds, and you know, brothers. Trump was involved and booing and anthems, and there's like these storylines. Yep. It's not East versus West like in the Rocky movies, or Russia. Yeah. It's North versus, it's us versus them, baby.
It's socialism versus, whatever we are. What are we? Capitalism. That's what it is.
I actually think you nailed it the first time. What are we now? What exactly are we now as a country and as a city?
You also owe them for 2010 and the heartbreak therein from the Ryan Miller game, and then of course last year in the Great Four Nations Cup. To be the man, you got to beat the man. They are the gold standard. This legitimate, and they were on the ropes for a lot of the match today against Czechia. Czechia. I don't even know.
I think it's Chechnya.
That's what the
right.
texter keeps saying.
Was right.
Chechnya. But there's no N in it, right?
No, it's Czechia. It's like
there's no N in this
one. The Czech Republic has become. All right, whatever. David Pasternak's team. They were on the rope against Pasternak's team for a long time. But some think this might be the greatest hockey team ever assembled. So wouldn't it be great for the United States to not only get a chance to match up against them, but possibly beat them? Now, granted, they can't spit the bit. The puck is dropping momentarily or now for U.S.-Sweden, so they have to take care of business today first.
Why is it on my TV yet? Let's go. Do we care that who got injured, Dan, earlier today?
Sidney Crosby.
So if Sid
did not
can't
return.
play, does that matter?
Not as much. No.
Okay.
I need the uniform
in
front of me. They don't have to be at their best. That may actually help us. This is a little like in Gladiator where he stabs him and wounds him before the fight.
Yeah.
Okay, I still win in front of the whole crowd, but I need the image of Canada out there. I also kind of liked their uniforms today. The red with the black maple leaf. I thought it was kind of like, there's like a badass edge to it. The black makes it kind of villainous or whatever you want to call it. I want to beat that.
Good versus evil.
Yes, we're good,
Star
right?
Wars. Yes,
I always need to check to make sure we're still good. You never know on international
we're good.
Standards there. But yes, I want to beat Canada. I said to Dan Ball, how did I phrase it when we were talking earlier, Dan Ball, that you kind of pushed back? I said I'd rather beat Canada than win the gold.
You said, well, then you kind of backtracked and were wondering, would you rather lose to Canada than win versus an inferior nation? That's what you were debating against.
Yes, and I'd rather lose to Canada than win the gold against an inferior nation. I want this to end in Canada versus U.S. Canada versus U.S. That's what this is supposed to be. It's on track, collision course, the whole thing.
That's where I went from endorsing your point to being like, yeah, okay, well, good luck saying it on the radio.
Well, I'll say it. I'll say it again.
Yeah.
I'd rather face Canada than lose. What was the stupid
thing?
You
would rather lose to Canada than win against
beat some chump.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
What do we think of? Who's the captain? Is it Matthews?
Austin Matthews, yeah.
What do we think of Austin? Is he worthy?
Big moment for him, Ted. Big moment for him.
Maybe not playing great right now, or not kind of tuned in like he should be. I've been reading about. Anybody agree, disagree on that?
That was a Dan Ball question.
Oh, okay.
You're the hockey expert on the show. You're the puckhead.
What do you think about Austin Matthews there, Dan?
He's a great goal scorer, best of his generation. not necessarily a winner. Hasn't been a winner as the captain of the Maple Leafs.
Ouch.
Tell
me how you really feel.
Well, he's not. I mean, he hasn't got past the second round in his career. But he got better as the prelims went along. Had a couple of goals down the stretch there. And I talked to somebody actually on this show on Monday who said it would have been more of a story if you stripped him of the captaincy from the Four Nations than it was worth to just keep him as the captain. So that was kind of their general perspective on it. But I'm with you. I would have looked at Matthew Tkachuk, the kid with the cup, and gone, hey, I want you to be my captain.
Hey, you know what? The thinking is that Austin would have checked out if he wasn't captain, or you wouldn't. They putting the C on him gives him a little bit more juice, and
yeah, there's something to that. Yeah. I think there's something, and he should be.
The Tkachuk brothers don't need it, like they're
right.
Right, they're going to show up as badasses whether you put a C on them or not.
Right.
Right. And Matthews is the most talented player on the team. If he's not scoring, you're not winning gold. So you kind of need him to. He has that game breaker ability. He just hasn't shown it in his NHL career. So yeah, that was a hotly contested topic around the USA hockey circles. But puck is down right now under just over 5 minutes gone by.
We've had about 10 shots on goal.
Yes.
Yeah, and a power play. Looks like we're about to waste a power play here.
Yeah.
Go USA, boys.
Hey,
Keith. Yeah, 5-0 the shots are right now, but no score midway through the power play. Okay, we'll put a pin in that for now. Fitzy, are you ready?
I am indeed.
Okay, here are 60 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, well, you may have heard this moments ago in Trending, read by Dan Ball, and you'll probably hear it again in the next Trending report. And you may have even seen it as sort of one of the smaller below the masthead headlines on ESPN.com or NFL.com. But I think one of the worst nightmares for your New England Patriots, the AFC West, the AFC, and the NFL overall took place with a massive restructuring of Patrick Mahomes' contract, freeing up over $43 million of cap space this year for the Kansas City Chiefs. Last year, we all said that, led by this knucklehead right here, the Chiefs' kingdom was dead. All hail the death of the kingdom. Part one of the Chiefs dynasty with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid drew to a close last year when they finished with a losing record and missed the playoffs. But the best thing that could possibly happen for them, and the worst thing for the rest of the NFL, is them having a king's ransom with which they can go shopping or make trades. And I'll tell you straight up, even though they were not a terribly good team last year, they are a Max Crosby trade and an Alec Pierce signing away, plus drafting a running back in the 2026 NFL draft in April away from getting right back at it, being a thorn in everyone's side. Patrick Mahomes making the playoffs and being the clown outside of every team's window.
Yeah, if he's healthy, bounce back year for the Chiefs. But just to start with the technical aspect, Fitzy.
Really?
Yeah. The restructure.
Just as healthy?
Yeah. I think I think he's going to be reinvigorated and motivated if he is healthy, and I'm interested to see where they go in terms of adding talent, Fitzy. But this is the perfect example of they're in cap hell and the quarterback and the cap number. And there was an article last week that listed the teams that could do simple restructures, basically like this one, and create them. And one team was like $140 million they could create with simple restructures, which is generally just guarantee, giving the money as a bonus instead of a salary, and then divvying it out over the next 4 years left on the player's happy, he gets his money, the team is happy, they get their cap space, and they can go into the offseason. Now they're not done. Just looking at them as a team, Chris Jones, I want to say, has a $45 million cap hit this year.
Jeez.
That is probably going to be dealt
he'll
with.
restructure. He doesn't want to go anywhere. He's already been paid lucrative sums of money. His production wasn't Barmore level last year, but it wasn't up to his usual standard as a game wrecker as well. Look, Mahomes will not be quite the same dynamic player he has been for his career coming off of a reconstructed ACL, guys. We all know that. But he'll still be able to throw the football. He won't have his boo in Travis Kelce, potentially. He hasn't made that announcement official. But, you go and get him one or two weapons, get him a more dynamic running back, a passer. They're going to have the money to make a difference this offseason, and that's bad news for an NFL that thought they had written him off for a while.
I disagree with both of you guys.
Uh-oh.
I think Mahomes' game is going to age poorly. I think he uses his feet. I don't think he likes throwing from the pocket. He doesn't like throwing on time. He throws off rhythm. He buys time with his feet. And if you can't move around and do the things he likes to do, I don't think his game is going to age well. I really don't. I don't know, man. There's something was amiss this year. I know he got hurt, but it didn't even look good from the jump, man.
What about your guy coming back?
EB coming back. That's going to be a big difference. I'm trying to find.
It's Eric Bieniemy for the non-Colorado Buffalo alum.
EB was the man. I'm trying to find how good the Chiefs were when Eric was there on staff versus when he wasn't. It's like
better than Matt Nagy. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, but I also think Fitzy kind of lined up with when
Tyreek Hill was still there,
which
Kelsey was younger.
He's available.
Pat's stats went down big time, but he also won 2 Super Bowls without Tyreek Hill.
I mean, they're going to be a very interesting football team, and Fitzy's right.
Right, he did, right? Yeah.
I've already seen a mock draft that had Love going to Kansas City, the Notre Dame running back I think they have the 9th pick or the 10th pick because of their bad record, obviously missing the playoffs. That would be, adding a great running back, a great young running back would obviously take a lot of weight off of Mahomes and whatever the transition is. But I think they are an interesting team, Fitzy. And, that idea that Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, they were dead, and can they continue the comparisons to Belichick and Brady and all that is interesting.
Yeah, they had a segment this morning on Get Up on ESPN on teams most likely to go from pumpkin to carriage, they called it. Was sort of like a porridge is too cold type of segment.
Oh,
and
great
these
segment
are
then.
Yeah, so teams that could bounce back and become something after they were in the tank last year. They picked the Giants, they picked the Cowboys, and they picked the Chiefs, mostly especially following this cap space maneuvering and likely moves to come for them as well. Like, I could see them going from 6-11 or 7-10, whatever they finished at, back to a playoff team. I'd bet money on that.
Chiefs with Eric Bieniemy, record 64-18, points per game 30.1, first in NFL, yards per game 406.2, first in NFL, achievements 5 AFC Championship appearances, 2 Super Bowl titles.
Average 406 yards per game.
See what happens. See how good Dan Ball is when you don't clog his brain with all those baseball nerd stats?
Yeah, he can help out, and he helped you out there, Teddy. So you still don't believe? You got your guy EB back? Those numbers?
Man.
Are you going to argue against those numbers right there?
Yeah, I'm going to argue against them. EB's getting old. So is his quarterback. So is his tight end. So is his defensive tackle. They're all getting old, man.
All right, Professor Johnson, are you ready? Because up next we have some more grades to give out. We're going to continue with our series.
I'm an easy grader, man.
Yep. Well, hopefully Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper appreciate that when you give the tight ends the grades for the Patriots. That's up next here on WEEI Afternoons. But first, Dan Ball, give me what's trending.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by visitfortmyers.com. Right now, 9:49 remaining first period. The United States and Sweden are tied at nothing in the quarterfinal matchup right now in the Olympics. Shots on goal are 7-6 in favor of the States. They had one power play, but were unsuccessful on the man advantage. Earlier today at the Olympic hockey scene, Slovakia beat Germany 6-2. Canada snuck by Czechia 4-3 in overtime, and Finland came back from down 2-0 to beat Switzerland 3-2 in overtime. If the United States wins their game today, they will play Slovakia in the semifinals on Friday. The U.S. women's team, is advanced to the gold medal game and will play Canada tomorrow at 1:10. The U.S. is currently riding a 331-minute and 23-second shutout streak and have outscored opponents in the tournament 31-1. Overall, the United States has won 7 gold medals, 11 silver, and 6 bronze. Their 24 total medals rank 3rd at this year's Olympics, behind Norway's 33 and Italy's 25. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported Tuesday night that the Patriots have elevated inside linebackers coach Zach Core to their defensive coordinator role on a full-time basis. The move comes after the team elevated Terrell Williams to a higher-ranking role on Mike Vrabel's staff last week. In other Patriots coaching news, Southern Miss running backs coach B.J. Edmonds has been hired by the Patriots in an undisclosed role. He interned with New England this past summer. And defensive assistant Milton Patterson will reportedly not be back with the team in 2026. The Red Sox begin their spring training schedule with their annual exhibition game against Northeastern on Friday. First pitch for that one will be at 1:05. The Sox begin their Grapefruit League slate against the Twins on Saturday afternoon. First pitch will also be at 1:05, with coverage beginning here on WEEI at 1 p.m. And finally, the Celtics return to the court tomorrow when they begin a 4-game West Coast road trip against the Golden State Warriors. Tip-off will be at 10 p.m. Boston holds a 35-19 record and currently sits second in the Eastern Conference, a half game up on the New York Knicks. Hey, Red Sox fans, it's time for spring training in Fort Myers. Cheer on your favorite team at JetBlue Park, then explore the area between games. Turning your love for baseball into a relaxing vacation just feels right. Start planning at visitfortmyers.com. I'm Dan Ball on Boston Sports Original WEEI. More afternoons coming up right after this.
Back here on WEEI. WEEI afternoons.
Love that version.
That's why I was letting it breathe for you, Ted. I knew you'd be happy to listen. I didn't know you'd be that happy.
Hey, it's a good day to work, man.
I say you're in a good mood.
Yeah, you know.
What's something going on?
I'm just feeling good. Everything's good. Life is good, man.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Teddy's in on the Olympics, man. I'm telling you, he's bleeding that red, white, and blue right now.
Fires me up.
Yeah.
I just like when there's I don't know, like when there's this kind of intense, like just effort and energy put into a game.
Like our guy McAvoy lighting somebody up behind
Dude,
the net.
McAvoy lighting dudes up.
Something about international best on best. He takes. If you could ever get that with the Bruins, he'd be a Norris candidate.
Right? Wouldn't that be amazing?
Unbelievable.
If he could just do that for the Bruins.
Hopefully he exits these games available to the Bruins.
Would be ideal. I hope they change team doctors, by the way. That was the doctor's fault. Don't forget that Minnesota Wild guy. Remember that?
I forgot the details of that story, yes. Hopefully the IOC or whatever over there, they have
it's hockey's Dr. Chow they had on the team last year.
Ouch, babe. So we've been doing these grades, Dan Ball. We've made it through quarterback, running back, wide receiver.
Nailed it.
That means we get to the tight end position, which is a little bit of a top-heavy position, and that's me editorializing. You guys don't have to agree with that. But so we're going to give grades to the guys at the tight end spot. We'll start with the ageless one. You know, Hunter Henry just kind of rolls out of bed, and I feel like this is what he does. 60 catches, 768 yards, 7 touchdowns. I feel like a good year, he has like 50 more yards and 1 more touchdown. A bad year, he has like 50 less yards and 1 less touchdowns. Like, he's just very consistent. He's never going to be your Pro Bowl, all-pro, 1,200-yard Gronk guy. But I give him an A. I think that, that's what you were looking for when you re-signed him. You bring him back. He has been the quarterback's best friend for whoever has been the quarterback here for his tenure here in New England. So, Andy gives out the easy A to Hunter Henry. Fitzy.
Yeah, considering that we kind of wrote him in for and pegged him at 50, 606, and he went 67, 68, and 7, plus kind of caught one of the two or three most impressive touchdowns of Drake May's postseason, kind of sealing the deal against the Chargers as well. He did his best. It's not his fault that his quarterback couldn't get him the ball. I give him an A-. I'd only would have gone A, Andy, if he had just like really gone over and above. Like, he surpassed our expectations for his regular, consistent Hunter Henry season. He was excellent.
Yep.
And I still think he's a member of the team next year. I think he's got one more really good year left in him.
This was his high. Yep. Sorry, Fitz.
Yeah, no, it's his high watermark with the Patriots for sure. Just if he just a little further, I would have gone A. But, A-, like, 91, 92, like, great season.
I'm going A. I thought he was excellent this year. Hunter Henry kind of won me over this year. I've always been a little skeptical of him. I don't know why. Just maybe because of there's not the flash, but it's the consistency in which he plays that just kind of I finally said, you know what, this guy's awesome. I mean, he really is. He's going into his 9th year. 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I think it's
6,
his 10th.
7, 8, 9. He's going into his 10th year, Fitzy. You're right. So he's getting a little long in the tooth. Look, I think you got him for 1 more year.
Right?
Maybe like at best 2. Can we get a younger? Can we get a little just a more dynamic? He's kind of he's what would I call him? I mean, he's just so dependable, so reliable, but is not going to be wow you in the catch and run kind of game. So can we get younger at that position? That would be great. I would love to get younger. I love that position. I always have. They used to undervalue it when I was playing. They don't anymore, which is a good thing. But I'd like to see one of those kind of former basketball players turn tight end guys on this roster.
Yeah, it'd be nice to, and we're going to get into this a little bit more, but pair him up with a guy who's sort of working with him and then is ready to sort of take the baton and stick around when he ages out down, whether that's a year from now, 2 years from now, sort of take the pressure off him a little bit. So his cohort this year was Austin Hooper, who was actually drafted in the same year as him. So they're similar age. Austin Hooper had 21 catches for 263 yards and 2 touchdowns, Fitzy. What grade do we give Austin Hooper?
That is below what I thought he would have accomplished this season. I'm just going to give him a C. It's fine. Nothing great, like 21 for 200-something and a couple touchdowns. I thought he was more impactful last year in 2024 with Drake May, when Drake May only started 11 games. He underwhelmed a little bit. I thought he would, you had a little more from Hunter Henry. You got a little less from Austin Hooper, and I think his time with the team, es finito, so I'll give him a C.
I got him at a B just because he was only targeted 26 times all year, and he caught.
Well, get open.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? You have your grades. I have mine. I'm an easier grade. That's why everybody wanted Johnson's class.
Who pegged Fitzy as a Hooper hater?
21 catches, only on 26 targets. That's probably the best efficiency rate. Well, close to it on the team. I just feel like, they didn't use him a lot. And when he was out there, it was kind of, they liked their 12 personnel, but it was more as a blocker than it was a catch receiver. So I feel like he kind of did the best with what he could do and to best of his ability. So I don't want to knock him for not having the production because I just think he just wasn't a main target in that offense. So what he did give them, I thought was really good. So I give him a B.
I think I'll give him a B-. He did have what I thought was one of the more remarkable catches of the year, and you guys can fill in the game because my memory's not great. But when he went over the guy in the end zone, reached over him for that catch.
I think that was against Atlanta.
Okay, Atlanta, and they talked about it like, yeah, you guys are surprised. He does that all the time. I'm like, he doesn't do that all the time. I am surprised. In fact,
hooped him, yeah.
I didn't know he could do that. And I would actually, if he can do that, I'd like to see him do that a little bit more. So I'm with you, Fitzy. I thought there'd be a little bit more production from him. And I do think you probably look to get a little younger, better at the number 2 tight end position. So I'll go B- for him. And then Ted, the last guy, I don't know if we even count this guy.
He's just so you know, he's going into his 11th year.
11th year.
Yep.
Jack Westover had 1 catch for 0 yards, a 0-yard average. That means a 0-yard long, and also 0 touchdowns for Jack Westover, who kind of was the fullback, really, for this team when they had the injury to Lampy, when he went down.
I love Lampy.
Westover kind of he was in the tight end room, tight end depth chart. Ted Johnson, a grade for Westover, Jack Westover.
I give him a C.
Yeah?
Yeah. He wasn't asked to do that much. He was asked to block. I didn't think he was the worst blocker in the world. I mean, you go from tight end to be basically old school, line up in the backfield, home position, fullback. That's not easy going up in those linebackers. So, a C. I mean, look, he wasn't going to be targeted in the offense,
right?
So, I mean, do I knock him for not having any receptions? I don't know. Like, I almost want to give him a higher grade. Like, for what he was asked to do, I don't know how what you would really expect from him because he wasn't asked to do much in the passing game. He was asked to change positions and block, and I thought he did a serviceable job. He was not a liability out there like what a lot of people think. So, you know what? Screw it. I'm giving him a B-.
I love when you talk yourself into a more positive grade.
I started C. B-.
Well, I'm going to go with you where you landed more. I think you give him a B. The guy wasn't even a fullback when things started, and then out of necessity, he did what was in the best interest of the team. He did his best. I'm with you. I never thought it was like, oh, God, this guy sucks. He shouldn't even be on the field. I thought he was fine. Now, he wasn't asked to do a ton. They even used Tonga and the other guys in some of the short yardage stuff, whatever. But in terms of the role you kind of asked him to fulfill for this team, he did it at a decent enough level where I'd give him a B. Solid job being a good team player, and we'll see what his future holds if he can stick around as either a fullback, a third tight end, a tweener, whatever that may be.
I thought the tight end position as a whole was pretty good.
Yeah,
I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was solid.
Not spectacular, but solid. Fitzy, the expert at the fullback tight end position that you are, Jack Westover grade.
Oh, I love Lampy. Maybe he'll make contributions next year for you, Andy. B-. He got thrust into a role he wasn't expecting, did a good job at it, but didn't provide any sort of spark or offensive dazzling show that would have, helped the offense at times. But hey, good job by him. He carved out a nice little role for himself. He was better than Matt Lengel and some of the other rando tight end blocking, Gronk clones and hybrids that they've rolled out over the past decade. So good on him. No CJ Dipre?
I don't know who that is. Yeah, sure.
Now, do we have any tight ends? Do you have any tight ends, gentlemen, that you're like keeping an eye on that the Patriots could target via trade?
I do, and that's exactly what we're going to talk about on the other side up next here on WEEI Afternoons. If you want to get younger, if you want to get deeper at the tight end position, are there some names out there that you target? I have one in mind, and one that people tell me is very overrated, but I think he could come here and be a cohort with Hunter Henry and then be better than Hunter Henry in the future. I'll tell you who that is on the other side here on WEEI Afternoons. Nobody cares.
I'll be in section 202.
Cheapskate, why aren't you in the 100s?
Because I'm cheap.
They're expensive.
They are, man.
You are excited about that, though.
I do. I love Rush.
You got like a 12-month buildup of excitement for that show.
I've been to, you know what? I had older stepbrothers, and so you listen to a lot of times your music is influenced by your siblings.
Right.
And I had all older half-sisters, brothers, stepbrothers, and that's who they listen to, Rush. And we went to their concerts, and so.
So do they still bring it?
I haven't seen Rush in 25 years.
Ooh, is there a chance they don't?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm still going to enjoy
I doubt it. Yeah. Rush is one of those bands, though, Andy. Like what I found, the people that love Rush, and it's almost like either you do or you don't.
Right.
You either don't like Rush or you love Rush.
Yeah.
I just
it
wonder.
does feel that way.
I told you guys when I came back from George Strait last summer, like he's just about at the end of he's not quite doesn't have quite his fastball anymore.
I don't know. I won't be able to tell. I don't have that kind of ear, and I won't care because we're all getting old together. Let's go, baby.
We'll age gracefully or not together. But as Fitzy alluded to, we just graded the tight end position, which got high grades. Yeah. You had good production from the tight end position, but they've been around for a decade. The top two guys on the depth chart. You need to probably get younger, either alongside a Hunter Henry or prepare for the future without Hunter Henry. So are there some options out there, some names out there? I'm going to throw one right off the jump here, a guy that Brian Frizzoco kind of laughs at me because I've liked this guy for multiple years now, more than the Bears like him, and that's Cole Kmet. I think Cole Kmet is better than the career he has had in Chicago. He obviously got surpassed by Loveland this year, came in right away and was their leading receiver. Cole Kmet had 30 catches, 347 yards, and 2 touchdowns last year for the Bears. I think he comes here, Fitzy. I think you could double that. I think he could be a 60-plus catch guy for the Patriots. And, there's 6 or 7 touchdown type guy. I think he's more athletic than given credit for. He was a guy that when he came out of Notre Dame, everybody thought he was going to be a really good tight end in the National Football League, and he's never really lived up to it. So I think you can kind of buy low on a guy like Cole Kmet, trade for him, bring him in, or if he gets cut. I know there were some blog reports like maybe he'd be a cap casualty. He's a guy I would love. Not a huge name, I don't think. He's not like Kyle Pitts at this point, but he's a guy I'd love to see on this offense, Fitzy.
Kyle Pitts would cost a whole hell of a lot more money, considering the Falcons are debating whether or not they should franchise tag him after he finally showed what he was capable of 5 years into his freaking fantasy frustrating career. Cole Kmet would be a great buy low trade candidate, as would another Notre Dame tight end as well, Andy. I'm interested in potentially trading for Michael Mayer, the backup tight end to Brock Bowers with the Raiders. Like last year, he had 35 catches, 328 yards, 1 touchdown. He's a hoss, 6'4", 260, can block, big boy. I think his stats would also come up if he was prominently featured. And he actually wasn't that bad in the couple of games when Brock Bowers was out this year as well. He's never been he's only got 3 career touchdowns, but I don't know. I liked what I saw when Bowers was down this year. Kmet would probably be choice 1. I got Michael Mayer as choice 2.
So we have another question there. Would Tom Brady do that?
No.
Former first-round pick. Is he going to trade him to the Patriots and then watch him reach his potential in New England and blow up in New England?
No.
It's funny, Ted, because both Fitzy and I want former Notre Dame first-round pick tight ends that were made irrelevant on their team because the team drafted another first-round tight end, Loveland and Bowers, and they're kind of now expendable. You got a tight end you have fancied or like or anything?
Yes, I have done some scouting here in the last 5 minutes, and that I've come up with.
Appreciate your honesty.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Tyler Higbee. He's a free agent, but he's too old. He's going into his 11th year. So I like guys that are, can we get somebody that maybe is going to go right into their second, contract, so you get them kind of right in their prime.
Yeah.
And the guy that fits the bill for me is a guy by the name of Cade Otton, a tight end out of Tampa Bay. Mm-hmm. You're not so sure, huh? Okay, but let's see. He had 600 yards 2 years ago, 572 yards last year. I think fourth rounder was drafted 2022. I like the age. So a lot of the guys that I like are going into their 9th, 10th, 11th years.
Right.
He had a good rookie year playing with Brady as well. He made a couple of big catches.
So Cade Otton would be my guy. I don't know why I'm hesitant on Kyle Pitts.
I'm very hesitant on him. He's never been what he's supposed to be.
He was in a contract year, which is what makes it kind of dubious.
He had 5 touchdowns, Fitzy. 3 came in one game. He had 900 yards, whatever it is. 166 came in that game. You take away that Tampa game, and I know you can't take away one game, but that was a big chunk of his breakout season. He would have had 2 touchdowns and, 600 and something yards. Like, he was supposed to be a generational talent coming from Florida.
Like an 8th overall pick?
Yes.
Tight end? That's insane to go that high.
And he's not – I think he's forever going to be a tease. Like, I'd rather go – and you're, as you said, Fitzy, contract year, best numbers, you're buying high. You're buying high on Kyle Pitts. I'd rather buy low on one of our guys.
A Komet or a Mayor. Now, it's funny. We just went around the room, 3 football guys. Not a single person said Isaiah Likely.
Yeah, no, and I've seen him actually on some lists and some makeup, and I know a lot of people want to bring him home. He's a local guy from around here that some people would like to see. I think he's probably going to cost some money. That's the other thing is, we're talking about wide receiver, we're talking about tight end and how you get one. I feel like you can kind of go a little cheaper at tight end and find a guy that'll help your offense. So I don't really want to overpay to get a tight end. Like you bring up Kyle Pitts, Ted. You're going to have to overpay to get him. I don't want to, whatever resources I have, I don't really want to use them to go big at tight end.
Or David Njoku.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. That's not the shelf in the store I want to shop on. I want to go a little, maybe a brand name. Sort of like down in that world, because I do prefer, and we're going to get into this later in the show, to shop more on the high-end wide receiver. Because I think you bring in a high-end wide receiver and a lower-end tight end and marry those two up, and boom, you've maybe added youth and explosion and everything to the Drake May offense. So that's a conversation we're going to have. We're going to start a new segment later, a little tease for a little later on, a little My Guys segment, as we break down targets for the Patriots in the offseason and maybe other things. It may evolve, but who's your guy at wide receiver for the Patriots if you want them to bring in a wide receiver or a guy that you think will change? We'll do that around 5:30. Up next here, though, we do need to talk a little Red Sox. I felt a little negative yesterday when I said they aren't entertaining because they just want to use pitching and defense. Defense in baseball, which Dan Ball and I talked about before the show, is one of the most valuable but unfun thing in all of sports. Defense in other sports is fun, right? Ted, you can have fun defense in football.
Are you kidding me? All day.
Hockey, you can hit people.
Awesome.
Basketball, you can steal the ball, leads to offense, transition, shot blocks. Baseball defense, they built their whole season around baseball defense. That is not sexy and it is not fun. But we are going to turn it positive up next here on WEEI Afternoons. Who are the 5 Red Sox players you're most excited about heading into spring training? I think there's a couple obvious answers, and then I think, well, that's where the conversation picks up. So we'll do that next here on WEEI.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on WE.
So I came in today with my nice little polo with an American flag on it, ready to celebrate. I was told, you got to feel this. It's so fun when USA Hockey plays. We do this whole thing when they score a goal. We got a sounder. We all get excited and amped.
You gotta get excited, man.
Well, guess what?
What?
I have heard nothing yet.
You know, that's on you, pal.
One period done. Goals scored. 0.
Maybe you should have came to work the other day.
Oh,
That's the real lesson in this story.
Jackwagon.
It's a good game, though. It's a great game, other than the fun part.
Yeah, second period just underway. It's still scoreless. USA and Sweden. At least it's a country whose name we know how to say. If we were doing talk radio in Canada earlier in the day, we would have fought over how to say the opponent's name for 3 hours.
They've changed it, right? I mean, it used to be this, and now it's that, and then it's 20, 30 years ago when this country owned it, it was something else. It's a lot going on.
Or they break up the countries and they just make the country name like, oh, you get the front half, I'll get the back half.
Yeah.
Be like if the United States broke up and one became United and one became States and just kept. Right. And it's like, whatever. You couldn't come up with a more creative name. Anyway, Ted Johnson, I have a text that I think is for you, and I don't think you'll like it. I think it's in regards to maybe Rush, because
tread carefully.
You know, I mean, I'm just saying we all have different tastes. Let's not go personal. On the taste.
Is this person G.I.D.I.? Is that the lead singer of Rush?
Geddy Lee.
Geddy Lee's voice makes my ears bleed. Him and Steve Perry could be ugly stepsisters.
That's interesting. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So you actually see it?
There's some truth to that, but their voices. His voice is very unique. So it's an acquired. It's like Stiz says. It's either your thing or it's not, and it just happens to be my thing. I don't know if I like the keyboards. It's a 3-man band. I don't know. Laser lights. I like his voice.
At one time, Ted, you had he's not the greatest vocalist, but it's unique and it works for some people. Some people like certain sweet things. Some people like certain spicy foods. He's a great bass player, but you had one of the 5 best rock guitarists and inarguably the best rock drummer all in the same band. The trio, the Canadian prog rock power trio was not to be denied.
Yeah.
And before we get to the Red Sox, I also want to let people in. I know they're very interested. Our guy Jackson was very confident that Wrecking Ball was a famous song by Katy Perry, to which I said, you're wrong. It's Miley Cyrus. He goes, you want to bet? And I said, sure, let's put a lunch on it. And now Jackson owes me lunch because he was dead wrong. So
is that the pizza's coming from him?
It's not today. I'm keeping that in the back pocket for a day when we're all hungry or something. And
what do you think about that, Miley? She's a wild one, huh?
Yes, and I kind of like her music. Stallion. I kind of like the evolution of her career from like Nickelodeon or whatever into, more edgy, nudity, whatever she's evolved into. I kind of like her.
Edgy nudity.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly how her career
so if everyone's
evolution.
Keeping track at home, we've got hot curlers and edgy nudes.
And that leads us right into spring training baseball with your Boston Red Sox down in Florida. And as I said yesterday, I felt a little negative. People were mad at me yet again, and it wasn't the people from Seattle or across the country. It was some of the local folks. And I am worried about the entertainment value of your Boston Red Sox because, as we said yesterday, Ted, we often tie entertainment value to offense, and sometimes we tie it into home runs. And, right, like that's the spark, right?
I usually tie wins to offense, yeah.
Yes, and we will see what this team has. And I know Zips is not the be-all, end-all, but, the idea that this team might not have a 20-home-run guy. So I wanted to flip it and look at it from a more positive angle. Who are the players? Red Sox start, I believe, Dan Ball. They have Northeastern on Friday and then a spring training game on Saturday, baby. And we are underway because we are 35 days and 23 hours away from opening day for the Red Sox. But who are you excited about? Which players in spring training on Alex Cora's ball club are you most excited about for the 2026 season? So, Dan Ball, we decided we were going to sort of do this as like a group exercise, right? Try to come to a top 5 consensus Red Sox players you're excited about, right?
Yes, that's right, because we think that there's probably a consensus number 1 and number 2, but I think past that, it gets to be an interesting conversation about the best of the rest.
So, Ted Johnson, I know you love when we do this, and it actually works sometimes, other times not so well, but on the count of 3, can we all say the first player we're most excited about for the 2026 Boston Red Sox? Yep. 1, 2, 3. Roman
Crochet.
Anthony.
Oh,
yes!
That wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be.
I love when it doesn't work. So, Ted Johnson, Garrett Crochet.
Yeah, I because this team's going to be built on pitching, and he's defense and pitching. So he's your lead dog out of the gate. So I'm kind of excited to see what he's got.
And he added a new pitch. It's a splitter instead of a changeup or whatever he's been working on this whole offseason, which we've talked about. I enjoy. Fitzy, did you say Roman Anthony or Garrett Crochet?
I most certainly said Roman Anthony.
Yeah, everyone said Roman Anthony.
Okay, you were the outlier here. I thought it was going to be unanimous with Roman Anthony because of the taste we got that little, whatever it was, 2 months before he had the oblique and went away. Is he a superstar? Is he a wire-to-wire 162-game superstar? I want to see what he can
that
do.
way.
He was.
He was trending that way until he chased a pitch low and away.
Yep.
Don't chase those low and away pitches in the was it the WBZ or CB or BC?
WBC. Yep. The WBZ with Dan Roach.
Please don't even say that is nearly as exciting as what we're watching right now, because it's not. It won't be. But Roman Anthony to me is that potential to be a star. I mean, he's got the looks, he's got the ability. I mean, he was so clutch in that leadoff spot. They could not find a guy in that leadoff spot, and then he just was the guy who was like, he had great patience up there, just so ice cold up there at the plate. I love the kid, so let's go. I think he's going to be a star. I do.
Dan Ball?
There's obviously local intrigue for him, but there's national intrigue too. As of February 12th per BetMGM, Roman Anthony has received the most bets placed on any player to win the American League MVP award.
Wow.
Of any player?
Of any player in the American League. More people have bet Roman Anthony than Aaron Judge, than anybody else in the American League, than Cal Raleigh, anybody.
And he's not projected to hit more than 20 home runs, according
Not
to
by
some
zips.
folks.
Not by zips.
Yeah.
Now, others have him a little bit higher.
He's got to hit more than 20 home runs if he's going to be in the MVP.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to just like on base percentage your way to the to the MVP. Now, that I think what's interesting there is what that is people looking at value, right? Like not taking the favorite because you don't get them as much value, but taking the guy furthest from the favorite, but that you think has the legitimate chance, and that's probably a good spot for him. That's probably a realistic approach. Like, could he be a superstar this year? Is he probably still a year or two away? Probably, but, guys break out fast in MLB. Fitzy, why'd you say Roman Anthony?
Because I think he represents the complete package. He may be, we haven't had our Bryce Harper. We haven't had somebody that's got personality, marketability, superstar charisma, the magnetism, the batting average, the speed, the defense, the potential for power. He's got the sister, the family.
Just elite talent everywhere.
The mom, we can't take our eyes off. All of it, Teddy. All of it, damn it.
Yeah, no, I thought he would be the unanimous number one answer because I also thought part of it with him is you don't know what he is yet. Whereas Garrett Crochet, he's your ace, right? He gave you 1 year as your ace. Could he be better? Yeah. Should he take it to the next level? All of those things. But there's an unknown, I think, with Roman Anthony of just how good he can be.
Where's he going to settle? What position is he going to settle at?
Left field.
Left?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's weird because we all thought they were going to move Jarren Duran and he would settle in.
And Jaren's going to be he's going to be our DH.
It sounds like they're going to alternate. Alex Cora
play center sometimes.
Well, no, I think mostly DH, left field, those two guys. Alex Cora said Rafaela and Abreu are everyday outfielders.
Okay.
And he left those
center field. Yep.
So left field is going to be some sort of rotation with those guys. I don't know. I'm assuming Roman Anthony is perfectly healthy. If he's going to the WBC, so I don't think you need like time off early in the spring or think he's going to get worn down. I mean, they were talking about him coming back for the ALCS if they made it that far, I believe, was when they targeted him. Yes, Dan Ball?
This is just my personal opinion. I think they're trying to get enough on tape for Duran so they can still keep the trade market hot. And you're not going to get as much for him in a trade if he's your everyday DH versus hopefully he can find a little bit of something in left field because last year was a tough watch.
But according to Shredder, he's the best left fielder in baseball.
No, who said that? Come on.
Shredder.
I don't know what Shredder is.
I don't either.
The villain from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
I just know everybody on MLB Network and MLB.com was citing Shredder.
I gave up stats. I can't tell you. Sorry.
Okay. It's a stat-based website, though,
Wait,
based
hold
on
on.
that.
So, Dan, given some of the concerns each and every one of us have had with this team, what is it you think the Red Sox may try to use Jarren Duran as trade bait for, we'll say, halfway through the season? Just need overall, injuries, power, bullpen arms, what?
That's kind of the beauty of having the trade chip is I don't think you necessarily know the answer to that yet. I mean, you still need power, so I would love to see an outfielder for an infielder or just an outfielder for a right-handed bat. But say your bullpen is as thin as I think it's going to be, maybe you go out and get another high-leverage arm. I think that would help Whitlock and Chapman a lot. That's kind of the beauty of it, Fitzy, is that I don't think you need the answer to that question right now.
Okay, so I think we're aligning Roman Anthony 1, right? He got 3 votes to 1 vote for Ted Johnson. I believe that slides Garrett Crochet into the 2-hole.
Yeah.
Are we all comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that.
Garrett Crochet is your ace. He's got a new pitch. How good can he be? Can he win the Cy Young? That whole thing.
Number 3, though.
And now I think this is where it gets interesting, Ted. I really do. I think this is, you know how they say, like, sometimes the NFL draft when you know the first 2 picks, and then the draft really starts with the 3rd pick. That's where it gets interesting. So we're not going to do the 3-2-1 thing because I think a million names could come out of our mouths.
The question is, who's the star? Who's the star?
Most interesting or excited about?
Most interesting, excited. Okay.
Like what do you like to say hot and bothered about heading into spring training?
Yep. What blows my skirt up?
What blows Ted Johnson's skirt up as the 3rd most entertaining player on the Red Sox? Give me the answer.
Aroldis Chapman.
Chapman. Okay.
I like a badass closer.
Yeah.
Don't you, bud? Don't you?
I do love a badass closer, especially when his name is Mason Miller, but I'll take Aroldis Chapman.
There's something about Aroldis getting up there and just, here comes the deuce, and here comes the deuce, and then here comes the deuce. And strike.
And when he just stands there and does that finish thing where he just like kind of half flexes toward the other team, the game's over.
The triceps are glistening.
Yeah. Love it. My one issue with him is I don't think he can be as good as he was last year. I think he's set
Say that to his face.
I would not. Have you seen that military vehicle he drives?
Andy, are we going to see the Aroldis Chapman
that
got himself into trouble and had to pitch out of like bases loaded, no outs? Like
No, I don't think he's going to become that because Connor Wong told him to locate his pitches, and ever since he's done that, he doesn't walk people anymore.
Connor looking up at Aroldis, I think you should change how you pitch.
If, sir, maybe you could think about possibly locating your pitch. Don't get mad at me. No, I don't think he's going to regress to that level. He was just so good last year. I think I did a 3-point stance at one point saying he should kind of be an MVP candidate because he was as good as any closer in baseball for a team that was
best year he's had in like 5 years.
Absolutely. And he's not getting any younger, although if you listen to Alex Cora, he works out like a maniac, like at the hotel, then he goes to the stadium, works out there, like he is in pristine condition. I just wonder if there's any more juice in that sort of season. So, Fitzy, who did you say next?
I'm going to go surprise pick. It seems like I'm going with everyone with the last name of Mayer today. I'm going with Marcelo Meyer. I just think that this guy's defense, if he can hit like he did intermittently last year before the wrist injury that preemptively took him out, further hampering the Red Sox defensive and offensive efforts. I think the sky's the limit. I know you never played more than 100 games in a season, injury prone, but like so good on defense, such a defensive wizard, so smooth. Again, more youth, more charisma. I said yesterday I thought the key word for the season would be development, like the development for the future is underway. I can't wait to see this guy, and I hope he stays healthy long enough to make contributions all through the infield.
Can't hit left-handers, though. Can't hit left-handers.
He's young enough that maybe he'll learn.
Okay.
I think he's a good answer because I think there's some unknown to him. He's supposed to be in lockstep with Roman Anthony, right? Like they're the dynamic duo. They shared a car.
They're Nantucket twins.
They are, and they shared a car. Until you know what Roman did? He went out and got his own car. When he signed his contract, it's a Lamborghini. Marcelo Meyer told everyone.
$230 million.
Yep. He's got a Lamborghini now. He's not sharing a car with Marcelo anymore. I think he's an interesting answer, but he wasn't my answer. And I think I'm going to shock you with this one because I just looked up his stats from a year ago. Would you be surprised if the guy I'm most excited, 3rd on the list, tied for 99th in baseball with a 249 average, tied for 127th with 16 home runs, tied for 118th with a 708 OPS, tied for 110th with 63 RBI, Cedar Rafaela.
Yeah, he had 3 home run game ending home runs.
Yes, he's got a little it factor, and he had that, Dan Ball, you can refresh it. I don't know whether it was a month, whether it was 5 weeks. There was a period there where he was awesome, leading up to the break, trade deadline somewhere in there, and I thought we had a superstar on our hands.
Dude, He
and
was
then
insane there for a while.
Then he started
Cooled
swinging at everything again, and he swings too much.
Does this?
But the raw talent and athleticism of him is alluring to me.
When I saw him play second base for like a couple games, I was like, oh my god, dude, he's like doing behind the backs.
Yep.
I mean, you talk about an athlete.
If you said draft a Red Sox player, and I'm not telling you what sport we're going to play or what events we're doing, I'd say, give me Sadon. I think we'll be okay with that.
He's
that
probably
kind of
play any sport on planet Earth, and it just happens that he chose baseball. And yeah, his he's a Gold Glove center fielder, and I'm sure if he played a full season, he'd be a Gold Glove infielder as well. My one concern with him, so flippin' streaky at the plate.
Yes. I don't have a retort to that. That's what he is. I'm hoping he gets rid of that. He matures out of that, whatever that, gets coached out of that.
He's right-handed Jackie Bradley Jr., sadly.
Oh, no. He could be. We're not there yet. We're not going down
way
that
more
road.
Dynamic, but...
Dan Ball.
Yeah, your average by month, 213, 267, 283, 287, 208, 244.
Yeah, give me the 287 where you're hitting game-winning bombs and Fenway's lighting up. They're flashing the lights, and then you dive in the gap and make a catch. I think he has the tools. If he puts all of them together to be a superstar, I just don't know if he'll do it.
And I think a key this year, and I'm hoping they stand by it, it really seemed like the downturn offensively after that streak you're talking about happened when they moved him to second base.
Yes.
When he was playing center field. It's the same thing that happened to Duran the season before. When he was playing center field every single day, that's when he kind of started to find it. Then because of the injuries and Roman Anthony getting called up, you move him to second. He loses his form, never really found it after that.
But you asked Cora, does that affect their hitting? Oh, no, it has nothing to do with it. Okay.
He's full of crap.
Okay, Alex.
I look forward to talking to him every Wednesday, but he's full of crap because one of the best players in baseball went through it. Mookie Betts, having to play shortstop, was not as good offensively having to play shortstop. Like, it affected him in some form or fashion. Okay, so Dan Ball, do you have a name to throw out there? How are we going to come up with a consensus third most exciting player?
I do have a name that I did want to throw into the conversation, and I find it ironic that you went with Rafaela because I'm going with Wilyer Abreu.
He was next on my list.
Yeah, if he gets to play every day, I think of all the guys that we listed as, okay, who's going to step up and be the power bat, I think he has if not the odds-on chance, a very good chance. In less games, he jumped his home run output from 15 to 22 last year. And if they're going to let him play every day and play against lefties, it seems like he might have that ability to drive the ball out of the ballpark at a level that has been growing year over year. So I think there's untapped power-related potential with Abreu.
Do you happen to have his monthly averages? I'd be curious because he got off without Wilyer to start the season.
He was the hottest hitter last year.
He was insane to start the season. Then he cooled off big time, I thought.
It was 295 between March and April with an OPS of 965. Oof. Then 212 in May, 271, 222, 277, and 143. Yeah. So he legitimately went up, down,
every
up,
other.
Wait, he's even streakier than Rafaela. I know he carried a lot of favor with Boston sports fans walking into spring training the other day wearing a Drake May jersey. Solid choice. He definitely, Andy, I know you were hooting and hollering about Zip said that the Red Sox are the only team in baseball that has no 20 home run hitter potential. Abreu could not only eclipse that by the All-Star break if he catches fire like he did last April, has a hot spring. I'd say he's the best chance at a 30 home run hitter.
He might have the best chance because he hit 22 last year despite the injury and a little more mature, a little more lefties, boom, boom. All of a sudden you hit 30. I could see it. So Dan Ball, who are we putting third? You're the judge, jury, and executioner here.
No, I'm sorry. You guys are the hosts. You have to figure this out amongst yourself. I would also throw in honorable mentions to Wilson Contreras, who I think we're kind of sleeping on as a middle of the order bat.
He was fifth on my list.
And Ranger Suarez is going to be really, really good for this team. He was good in the regular season and better in the playoffs. I think Andy, you're going to get a couple months into the season and go, I don't care that they didn't get Joe Ryan. I'm not worried about Freddie Peralta because Ranger Suarez is a dude. Wow. But that's my personal opinion on it.
But just because you're good doesn't mean I'm excited about you.
Okay.
There's a little difference there in terms of excitement. That sort of plays into their pitching and defense philosophy. Is that exciting? Yeah, that'll be exciting if it's in the World Series. But on May 12th, it might be a little bit boring night to night in terms of entertainment value.
Okay.
So I think our candidates here, I think Wilyer Abreu has to be a candidate because I had him next on my list at 4. You had him at 3.
Yep.
Fitzy, you have Marcelo Meyer, and Ted, you had
Aroldis Chapman.
Aroldis Chapman. Did anybody want to change their vote, make this easier if they come to their senses?
I can go Abreu.
Okay, we got 3 votes for Abreu. Abreu's in the 3 slot, baby. That was easy. So that means the 4 slot is Chapman, Meyer, or Contreras. And Contreras is the new guy who Dan Ball before today would have told you that his launch angle, power in the air to left field is impressive.
Oh, baby, I feel it.
Yeah,
let's go.
Who scored, baby?
We got a goal from Dylan Larkin. Is that what the... Yes, Dylan Larkin got a piece of it. 1-0 Team USA.
There we go.
Over Sweden.
Hey,
you guys aren't lying. I felt it immediately in my body. There was energy.
This is a great game.
Let's go.
This is a great game. Dude, they're getting... There's honestly, both teams are getting so many shots on goal. These goalies are having worked their ass
pretty
off.
deflection there, right past the goalie. That was nice. 1-0 USA.
You guys picked the best song to pop in with that. I love
Freebird.
it.
Are you kidding me?
That's
Come
the
on now.
best.
Okay, now I feel it. Now I
You
know
feel
why
it?
you guys had so much fun and
Like
5 goals
electricity
last week.
from the
Yeah,
top
I
of your
felt it
head
right
to-
in me.
to the tip of
Like
your
right
toes.
through my spine and everything.
Andy, that was the great. You guys weren't lying. I feel it in my body.
I did. We had like an instant injection of energy. Wow.
It is Larkin from the Hughes brothers, by the way, if you want the PA read. Dylan Larkin from Jack Hughes and Quinn Hughes. And it's 1-0.
And that's
Dan,
a
who's
true
in net
PA
for
guy.
Talbot for the U.S.? Who's in net for Sweden?
It is Jacob Markstrom. I believe he's with the Devils now. Yeah. They've kind of gone through 3 different goalies during this. I'm Ron Burgundy. They've gone through 3 different during the. That's been their Achilles heel and why they had to play in the qualifying round because they didn't really settle on a goalie.
But besides Canada and the United States, Sweden's got the most NHL players on.
Yes. That's why this is going to be an impressive win on their way to. There won't be any fool's gold when the USA takes the real gold, baby. They'll beat everybody in their path to a real gold medal. Reminder, Red Sox spring training coverage on WEEI is brought to you by McFarland Energy, the heating, cooling, and bioheat delivery pros that Eastern Mass and all of Cape Cod depend on at McFarlandEnergy.com. By the E.L. Harvey companies, including Nauset Disposal and Miga Disposal, your local trash collection and recycling providers by Aviva Trattoria, Italian-inspired, American-made with fresh, whole, locally sourced ingredients, and by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Up next, we're going to continue to talk Red Sox baseball. We are going to finalize our top 5 most exciting players. We also have to get to this list, this vote, put out by The Athletic, where they asked the most irreplaceable subtractions of the winter in Major League Baseball. Red Sox fans, you're not going to be happy to see this list. So that's next here on WEEI Afternoons. But first, Dan Ball gives you what's trending.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Right now, just under 7 minutes remaining, second period. The United States a 1-0 lead over Team Sweden right now in the Olympic quarterfinals. The game-opening goal just a few moments ago by Dylan Larkin, member of the Detroit Red Wings from the Hughes brothers, Jack and Quinn Hughes. 1-0 U.S. over Sweden midway through the first. Elsewhere in the Olympic hockey tournament, Slovakia beat Germany 6-2. Canada snuck by Czechia 4-3 in overtime. And Finland came back from down 2-0 to beat Switzerland by a score of 3-2 in overtime. If the United States were to win this afternoon, they will play Slovakia in the semifinals on Friday afternoon. The U.S. women's team has advanced to the gold medal game and will play Canada tomorrow at 1:10. The U.S. is currently riding a shutout streak of over 331 minutes and have outscored their opponents 31-1. Overall, the United States has won 7 gold medals, 11 silver, and 6 bronze. Their 24 total medals rank 3rd at this year's Olympics behind Norway's 33 and Italy's 25. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported last night that the Patriots have elevated inside linebackers coach Zach Core to their defensive coordinator role on a full-time basis. The move comes after the team elevated Terrell Williams to a higher-ranking role on Mike Vrabel's staff late last week. In other Patriots coaching news, Southern Miss running backs coach B.J. Edmonds has been hired by the Pats in an undisclosed role, and defensive assistant Milton Patterson will reportedly not be back with the team in 2026. The Red Sox begin their spring training schedule with their annual exhibition game against Northeastern on Friday. First pitch for that one will be at 1:05. The Sox begin their Grapefruit League slate against the Twins on Saturday afternoon. First pitch will also be at 1:05, with coverage beginning here on WEEI at 1 p.m. And finally, the Celtics return to the court tomorrow when they begin a 4-game Western road trip against the Golden State Warriors. Tip-off will be at 10 p.m. Boston holds a 35-19 record and currently sits second in the Eastern Conference, a half game up on the New York Knicks. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Dan Ball on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. More afternoons coming up right after this.
You guys aren't lying. I felt it immediately.
Damn right we were. That USA that's up 1-0 over Sweden. Olympic hockey right now.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Yeah, let's turn up the scoring a little bit, though.
We need another one.
I want a couple more goals.
We need 2 more.
Well,
2-0 lead.
I did lay a
Never
goal
safe.
and a half that I'd like to win that bet, so I'd like to.
Oh, there it is. He didn't even care about the Eagle screech.
No, I do. I loved it. It was
Andy's
awesome.
goal horn is a ka-ching. That's it.
And it was ahead of my cynical pace. I told you, Dan Ball, I was like, it's going to be scoreless late in the third period. I'm not going to get to hear it and feel it.
You know, they just showed the score differential for the first 3 periods for the U.S. throughout this tournament. They get off to the slowest starts. They can't. They don't do anything in the first period, and the second period's been their best, and then their third has been their second best. But the first period, they're worthless, man. So it followed. They stayed. They stayed on their brand today too. But up 1-0 with a little less than 4 minutes to go in the second now.
All right, Dan Ball. So let's put a bow on our top 5 most exciting Red Sox players before we move on to this interesting athletic story here. If I remember correctly, we have Roman Anthony, we have Garrett Crochet, and we have Wilyer Abreu at 1, 2, and 3. Who's in the 4 slot, Dan Ball?
Well,
and who are our candidates?
We have Aroldis Chapman, who's been brought up. We have Cedon Rafaela.
Boy, did he get poo-pooed on the text line. Should have traded him when we had a chance, when he was hot.
Rafaela. Is he your new Christian Campbell?
Apparently no one likes him. Well, at least he's a big leaguer.
Oh,
proceed.
He's got a big league contract, though. Can't take that away from him, even though I'm sure they wish they could. So it is Rafaela, Aroldis Chapman that is in the mix. Marcelo Meyer was nominated by Fitzy. We talked about Wilson Contreras, and then you said you're not excited about Ranger Suarez. Any love, Fitzy, to Garrett Whitlock on your list, or is he an outside top 5 kind of guy?
I always love Garrett Whitlock. I feel terribly that everyone's last look at Garrett Whitlock was when he got exposed and overpitched and overfished in the Yankees series and was left out too long. I think the guy is dynamite. If you need an 8th inning guy, a 7th inning guy to lock it down just for 4 batters, there are a few, I think, better than he is. But I kind of always expect him to be great. So, no, he's not in my top 5.
All right, I'm willing to change my vote. Ted's right. He swayed me. He looked at me. He goes, closer, closer. Why do I always lust after another team's 100-mile-an-hour closer when my team has a 100-mile-an-hour closer? So I will change my vote to Aroldis Chapman, the 100-mile-an-hour closer for your Boston Red Sox. So that leaves us in the 5 spot. Rafaela, Meyer, Contreras?
Yes, I would side with Wilson Contreras in that list.
Why?
Because I think he's going to end up sneakily being your second best hitter behind Roman Anthony when all is said and done, as well as a very good
Dan Ball.
as well as a refreshing upgrade at first base.
Okay. And the first base part is also, we've bitched long enough about first. Why can't you just find a first baseman? Jeez, it's not that hard. Get a first baseman. We've been doing this for years. So if he fulfills first base, if he hits 20 home runs and hits
65 to 70.
I was going to say 70
and
something.
not named Tristan Casas?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So let's go. I'm on board. Plus, he has 2 L's in Wilson, right? I enjoy
He
that.
does.
I enjoy that. It's how it should be. If the nickname shortened is going to be Will, then you should have the 2 L's there. Wilson Contreras, number 5 most exciting Red Sox player in spring training. One guy, though, Ted Johnson, I don't have to tell you, who's not in spring training. Well, at least not in Florida, because he's in Arizona, and not for the Red Sox because he's with Chicago. That would be your boy, Alex Bregman. The Athletic just posted a story recently, the most irreplaceable subtractions of the winter. And I know it's a weird phrase. You got to kind of wrap your head around it for a second. But they went around and asked a bunch of executives, who is the most irreplaceable subtraction from a Major League Baseball team? And you know who got the most votes?
Who?
That
Saint
would be
Bregman.
11 votes for Saint Bregman. Alex Bregman, although followed closely by another guy Red Sox fans wanted to see in a Red Sox uniform, that was Pete Alonso for the Mets. 10 votes for the most irreplaceable subtraction. And you won't be surprised that some of the things that guys said, because of everything he brings, even off the field, was one of the voters about Bregman. A major impact and a perfect fit in Boston that they can't replace. Losing him hurts the core young guys in Boston. And that's where I wanted to start, Fitzy, because we just talked about maybe the most exciting player in Boston is Roman Anthony. And we know that Roman Anthony and Alex Bregman got along. We know that they often spent seemingly every post at bat in the dugout next to each other, talking, smiling, leaning on that top rail. So is that part of what makes Alex Bregman irreplaceable? And are you worried the impact that his loss could have on guys like Roman Anthony and your guy Marcelo Meyer?
Yes, and here's why. Because we've spent so much time over the last couple of days talking about why we think the Patriots should hold on to Steph Diggs because of what he meant in the ears of the other receivers, what an emotional centerpiece he was, what he meant to the coaching staff, the sideline, the locker room. And so as much as Alex Bregman gave you a fine season defensively, a good season at the plate, a little below expectations at both, Andy, it's that the unquantifiable that he represented that I think the Red Sox are going to miss most. How about all those shots of games on Nesson where there's Bregman in the middle and you've got Meyer on one side and Anthony on the other, and they're just picking his brain for veteran MLB expertise? That quotient sadly is gone.
So this is what I was talking about yesterday, though, Ted. We got a text. As soon as we start talking about this, top of the list, the 413. I think there are some that turned on Bregman at some point during the season.
More than I was hoping would turn on him.
The 413 says the list maker was drunk. Bregman is an intangibles merchant who plays slightly above average ball for a mid-30s quote-unquote legend.
Wait, intangibles merchant might be my favorite description of any athlete that I've heard in a long time. That is outstanding.
What do you think, Ted?
I think that's a little harsh. I think that's a little bit too much. Look, I mean, didn't you feel just more comfortable when he was in the lineup?
Yeah.
It just felt like a big league lineup. I mean, that was your big name, accomplished player. I know he wasn't the same player when he came back from the injury, but a lot of people said that he came back sooner than he maybe should have because he wanted to help the team. So he should get something for that. I don't know. I put a lot of stock and value into the off-the-field intangible stuff. I do. There's, 162 games. They're on the road all the time. They need to learn, what's good shower shoes, what isn't, Crash Davis, Nuke Lelouch. They need someone to tell them what the cliches to use and stuff. So I just thought there was huge value in what he brought to the team, and I just think it settled the younger guys down. So you take that. I just don't like Trevor Story being that next guy. I just think he's got his own things to worry about. I don't like him having to carry the weight of being kind of leader and mentor to the younger players, which Alex was very comfortable being. He wanted to be here. He loved the history here. I don't know. To me, it was a mistake letting him go.
So the texter accused the list maker of being drunk, and I may have been drunk in this instance, but I said to you guys when we went to that Friday night game, when you watch Alex Bregman, the totality of a baseball game, the jogging in and out, the infield, the end of a play, and the look he gives a guy, the trip he takes to the mound to hand the ball over, and just said, maybe I was making too much of it because I was caught up in that, Friday Fenway environment.
We all were, bro.
But I also think that's what these beat writers get caught up in because they see that all day, every day, right? They get there at 1 PM and they see him in the clubhouse. They see him, on the field for BP and things of that nature. Now, what value there is in that, I couldn't possibly know. Is that worth $175 million?
You know what it is, Andy? He's seamless. Like nothing. Alex Bregman, Ted, has this manner of being in which nothing looks like it phases him. Like whether it's a sharp ground ball that takes a hop right toward its face or like a nasty curveball or high heat, he always maintains that same clinical sort of doctorial ease of being that kind of makes it think everything's going to be all right. I think that's the calm and the professional reassurance that he brings that they'll miss. Hopefully, with a Wilson Contreras and with the addition of some other guys, they can make up for some of it, perhaps.
The Durbinator. He's next. But Dan Ball?
Yeah, everything that he does is purposeful. There's a reason, there's a method, there's a thinking behind every bit of his pregame routine, mid-game routine, with the ball, without the ball, all that kind of stuff. And
spring training, go to see the guys
the bus
play.
ride, the whole thing. Yep.
Let's get suits.
There's a purpose
Let's
for himself and for the rest of the team with what he did. So I think in a team that had so many ifs and what ifs and is William Abreu going to hit 150 or 280 in a given month, you knew what Bregman was going to bring every single day, and there was kind of a lack of that outside of him last year.
You know what, guys? It really, truly, if Alex wanted to be here, he'd be here. I mean,
That's true.
Hey,
Thanks for chiming in, Sam.
But to that degree, even though that was kind of a borderline enraging statement, and I'm with you guys, every time Sam Kennedy tries to open his mouth and say something to like put out a fire, he actually starts 3 new ones. How badly do you think Bregman really wanted to stay?
I think he wanted to stay here bad.
I think he wanted to stay here. I don't know that it's like the be-all, end-all. I think there probably is some truth to Arizona's more convenient for him, right? And I think he's also a mercenary at this point in his career. And I don't fault him for that.
I mean, that's fine. You guys don't know him like I do. I covered him in Houston for a long time.
Yeah,
so
I think you're biased. I believe that's called bias.
I just know
Is he one of your top 8 friends on MySpace?
He's one of my buddies and one of my bros. And he wanted to play here. He did. He wanted to play here.
I also kind of get this.
Oh, that's it?
I kind of
Ted, that really sort of just trailed off.
Yeah, like I thought you were going somewhere.
Pick me up.
Looking for a rousing conclusion.
I was like, why does he want to stay here, Ted?
Yeah, I thought there'd be a why. I thought there might be some substance to that at the end.
Well.
I do think he wanted to be here. I think he loved playing for Cora. Above anything else, I think he loved the baseball town and loved being back with Alex Cora. I also got the sense before the season, and this might have been something he said directly, he just wanted to play somewhere for the rest of his career.
Correct.
He wanted to establish his family, establish a home base, and after the kind of the 1 year dip your toe in the water, opt out with the Red Sox, he wanted length and stability over seemingly anything else. So I think he would have loved to get that with the Red Sox, but it seemed to be that was his biggest priority.
The 865 goes the other way, though. With this love, it's this balance or imbalance with Cora. The 865 says, for what reason did Alex Bregman suck so bad for the last 5 weeks of the season?
Injury,
bro.
Oh, just injury?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. Just wondering.
Do you have something else you'd like to add?
No,
to the pile?
I'm just wondering the coverage of, say, a Will Campbell versus the coverage of a Drake May versus the coverage of an Alex Bregman, and how injuries or excuses are made and torn ligaments and can't run out balls to first base. I don't know. I think sometimes bias comes into the way we evaluate these things.
So did you want Alex Bregman back?
No.
You didn't. Wait, what?
No, not really at the end. When I saw where the numbers were going, I think that's going to be a regrettable contract. And I can't pay him that money. Like, he's not the manager. He's still just a player. I didn't see the value in that contract.
There's never going to be value in that contract.
Right.
It's just what level of regrettable would
right.
it be.
And because some people are like, year 4, year 5. What about year 1 or year 2? What if it's regrettable in year 1 or year 2? Like, that could be a realistic possibility. I also find it hard
Honestly,
to believe.
I'm glad he's gone.
Yeah.
I don't want him to be here if that's how you guys are going to be.
But is he the only good guy and leader in baseball? Is that why he's so hotly in demand?
There's something to be said for if you based all of your leadership and your growth of the young guys on a guy who had a contract that he could opt out of after 1 year, then maybe your leadership wasn't as good as you thought it would be.
Right.
Like if one guy who had the chance to leave after 1 year, like, no, he's our leader, he's our North Star, then maybe your structure wasn't as good as it needed to be.
Or maybe he sprinkled enough of that dust on Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer and some of these Abreu and some of your young guys. Maybe that leadership is going to, that pay it forward
You know what?
mentality.
That's a good thing to point out. Can we see a little bit more of that from those guys?
Absolutely.
Let's go. This is your team. Can we see them take ownership of this team a little bit more?
So we could spin it into a positive, much the way that Mike Vrabel cleared the runway for Drake May and some of the other leaders on his team. Maybe the Red Sox have cleared the runway for Roman Anthony, Marcelo Meyer, and these guys to take ownership, to be true leaders for the Boston Red Sox in 2026. We'll see. The proof will be in the pudding. Up next, we do need to touch on a couple more Red Sox items. I wanted to ask a question. Sometimes I steal from the Jones and Keefe show. They asked a simple question. How far if you think this pitching staff is great, how far can this pitching staff take you? Kind of alone. Pitching staff and defense, how far can it take you? That's up next here on WEEI.
The Christian Arcand Show.
Red Sox.
Got rid of them toxins. Sports in the top 10. I can put the ball in the end zone, put a bad in the friend zone. Sound like an intro jet song, give me that
It's an interesting mix of rejoins from Stiz today.
Told her don't let her
Rush,
in the Ville, and I move like a
Bruce Springsteen,
A song he heard in a commercial. That was a big one.
This, whoever this is. Who this is?
Jack Harlow.
Who?
Jack Harlow.
Oh, okay. Jack Harlow does not pitch for the Red Sox. But
White
they have a great
rapper.
pitching staff. A white rapper? So Eminem?
No.
Stiz Grimy, more like.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I asked it going into the break. Dan Ball, I want you to chime in here because I know you analyze all those ratings and all that stuff.
Not stats, though.
No. Ratings, different, totally different from stats.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think it is widely considered that the Red Sox have one of, if not the best pitching staff in the American League. Is that accurate?
Yes, absolutely. I think they are, you could put them top 3 at this point. I think Seattle's still got them beat, but it's a conversation past them.
Okay. So how far does that take you? If that is true, and we see it round out, whatever it may be, with a guy like Bayo bumped down to like the 4 spot. I should mention on the list of most irreplaceable subtractions is 4 votes for Ranger Suarez with the Phillies, and you added him to your rotation. Sonny Gray, you got young guys. By the way, a wild card for me on most interesting or exciting Red Sox player would be Peyton Tolley. I know he's not really in the conversation yet, but that guy is just interesting. That guy is just fun. So whenever he is actually in the conversation with the Boston Red Sox, spring training, Fenway Park, whatever, I'm interested. But how far can this pitching's first team, Ted Johnson, take you? If they do have a top 3 rotation, what does that get you? Where does that take you? Can that alone make you a playoff team?
I think it probably could. I think it could. I do. I just think you got to be buttoned up, and I think in all the other areas when it comes to base running, when it comes to just making good decisions on the base paths. Can you get on base a lot? Can you knock guys in when you have guys on base? That's going to be important. Can you play to the small ball kind of, if you're not going to be, big hitting home run team and you're going to, kind of lean into your defense and your pitching, then you got to be a really sound kind of offensive team when it comes to base running, stealing bases.
And they do kind of go
athletes on
together,
the
right?
Bases,
It's usually you say pitching, defense, base running. That's kind of next in that trio. So it will be interesting to see. I mean, Trevor Story was Mr. What do you go, 30 for 30, I believe? Or
He's 30 for 31, I think.
31.
He got caught on one, I think.
He got caught a couple times. Like when he ran out of gas, Ted, he ran out of gas.
Yeah.
But Fitzy, this pitching staff that is so roundly lauded by everybody, where do you think it can get you?
On a deep postseason run. I mean, if you just need 3 good pitchers. You need 3 really good starting pitchers. You've got one of the top 5 starters in baseball in Crochet. Suarez is a great number 2. Who's the third? This is the one of the, if we had like 5 fascinating storylines for the Red Sox heading into spring training. I'm sure this has already been surfaced, written at .com, or Bradfo will be swooping in with it momentarily. Who's the third starter? Is it Sonny Gray? Does Bayo pitch way above replacement and claim the spot? Does Connolly Early shock the world? Does Peyton Tolley develop a second pitch and become a force to be reckoned with, or is he in the bullpen? Like, there's such great potential for this pitching staff to carry this team this year, because I think they're just behind the Tigers in terms of a 1-2 with Skubal and Valdez. But man, this pitching staff can carry you an awful long way, Andy.
I think it can carry you a long way in the postseason if you get there. That's kind of the way I look at this team. I think this team could win in the postseason.
I like it better in the postseason.
Yeah, but you got to get to the postseason.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of, remember we had that weird Devers talk last year? Like, I'd rather have him in the postseason, but I don't want him in the regular season. This team is built for the postseason. Unfortunately, I don't know how confident I am they're actually going to get into the postseason to utilize that roster and style of play. I just think they're going to be potentially offensive challenged. I still think that could be a lacking factor in this team, and maybe I'm wrong. And the base running will be interesting, too, because that's something that has sort of ebbed and flowed in terms of whether they were a good or a bad base running team in recent years. Yep. And I don't think if you have a good pitching staff, you don't want to waste opportunities to score runs, right?
And you need, the pitching staff, you need 3.
Yeah.
3's the magic number, right? You know, you look at the Braves with Maddox, with Glavine, Smoltz.
Yep.
You know,
how about the A's? Remember the A's? What was it? Zito, Mulder, and
Hudson. Yep.
Yeah,
Astros with Verlander, Garrett Cole, Dallas Keuchel.
Absolutely.
You know, so it's you need 3 solid pitchers.
And another factor that I think makes this team built for the postseason potentially, you know, I talk about Peyton, Tolley, and Connolly early, and they're going to start in Worcester and all that. By late in the year, those guys could be invaluable as extra arms, whether it's long relievers, weapons for Alex Cora, because I think we all like Alex Cora and the way he pushes buttons in the postseason with a pitching staff. You give him the solid veteran starters up front and then options behind that, whether it's Bayo, Tolley, early before you have to get to a Whitlock. And like that feels like a team that's built for Alex Cora to manipulate through a postseason.
And real quick, I asked this question a while back. You guys remember we talked about what's more exciting, to have a dominant pitcher or a dominant hitter? Like, what is, at the end of the day, what is more fun to watch?
Dominant.
I vote pitcher.
It's pitcher for me.
For a one-off, the problem is I got to wait 4 more days before I get to see him again. So that's an interesting question.
Like Pedro? I mean,
it was the highest.
Pedro was pitching. Didn't we want to go to the game?
Yes.
That's the answer, Ted.
Yeah.
But you know what the best answer is? You bring up the Pedro era. How about we have Pedro and guys like Ramirez and Ortiz, so we have the best of both worlds. We have hitters that entertain me.
Greedy now.
Yeah, I am getting a little greedy. Yeah. All right, coming up next, it is 5 o'clock. It's time for The Drive, and we're going to go back to our conversation about the Patriots rookie class. Everybody loved it on draft weekend or thereabouts thereafter. During the regular season, everybody loved it. And the postseason hit, and it feels like some people have kind of turned on the rookie class. So we'll get Ted's thoughts on the Patriots rookie class, their grade, how good they were, and how bright the future is. That's next on WEEI in The Drive.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on W. and 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on WEEI.
WEEI Afternoons, fourth and final hour. Update out of Italy. USA still up 1-0. I've only gotten to experience the energy of an Olympic goal once here in the show.
You know what? Some people never get to experience that one time. And
it's true.
And you've at least experienced
I sampled it, yeah. I want a little more. Left me wanting more.
Felt good, didn't it?
Yeah. Left me definitely wanting a little bit more. But we'll keep you updated. We're in the third period. What is that? 14 minutes to play. USA 1-0 over Sweden.
I could use an insurance goal, boys.
Yeah, so could I.
Yep.
But Stiz, it's 5:05:49. Time for the drive.
This is The Drive.
Swings and drives one. High and deep into left field. Gone!
The top stories, stats, and quotes from around the sports world for your ride home. On WEEI Afternoons.
The drive today is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market. Proud to be local since 1860. And as you heard from the melt that we played coming in, a radio term that I didn't know till about a year and a half ago, everybody loved the Patriots draft, right? Back in whatever that was, early May, late April, raving about it. You heard Kay Adams, Tom Curran, local, national. Yep. They did great things. And then that group, which is an impressive group led by Will Campbell, went out, and you had Will Campbell, your starting left tackle. You had your second pick, Travion Henderson, was an Offensive Rookie of the Year candidate. Kyle Williams played, scored a couple big plays. Jared Wilson, your third-round pick, also was a starting left guard. Craig Woodson was your starting safety. You might argue the best rookie on your team. And then you had Andy Borregales was your kicker. You had Julian Ashby was your long snapper. And Marcus Bryant was on the roster as an extra offensive lineman. But you had a lot of guys that contributed, Ted Johnson, to the Patriots this season. And the Patriots, by the way, just for put everything into perspective, they won 14 games. They went to the playoffs.
Yep.
They won the division. Yep. They won the AFC, and they went to the Super Bowl. That didn't go well, but up until that point, it was an impressive season. And I'm just wondering, ESPN, for example, had the Patriots as the fourth best rookie class in the NFL, but NFL.com had them eighth. And actually in their write-up said something to the effect of, if we had done this after the regular season, they'd be much higher. But after the postseason and watching the games and the way it unfolded and the offensive line and Travion Henderson's limited contributions, they bumped them down to eighth. So, Ted Johnson, we kicked the show off by grading the rookie class. And so I want your grade. What grade for the totality would you give the rookie class?
I thought it was a solid A. I thought they were great. I mean, they're rookies. So you got to keep that in mind. Very difficult to come in and just ball out your rookie year. These guys all contributed in meaningful ways. I think you had the most snaps probably played by any rookie class in the NFL. I think was the Patriots rookie class. Look, I'd be curious with the teams in front of the 7 teams in front of the Patriots. How many of those teams were actually in the playoffs? Just getting to the playoffs, the season they had, the way they contributed, very, very difficult to play in the NFL, especially as a rookie. They're going to be better there next year. I thought they were excellent. I know Travion Henderson kind of fizzled out there at the end, but, dude, he's a big play waiting to happen. Will Campbell, he'll get better. I mean, come on, Jared Wilson. I know he had a bad game in the Super Bowl, but those were elite defenses they were playing against. And then Craig Woodson, to me, was spectacular. Craig Williams, Woodson, was you talk about a steal in the fourth round. I mean, that guy is a first rounder, masquerading as a fourth rounder. So that was a huge steal. I don't know how you don't look at this class and think anything but an A.
That's a great point, Fitzy. I don't know how quickly the websites do these things, but when they redraft and they do those 2025, Craig Woodson is going to go in the first round. I don't know how high. I haven't run all the numbers of the top 32 players taken, but Craig Woodson's
Devin
going to be
McCourty level, right? He's got to go late first round.
He is going to be a first-round pick.
Rounder, yeah.
So that plays into it. But we also, Fitzy, have to come to the realization that in some ways this draft will be carried by Will Campbell. You know, what you did with the 4th overall pick. Is he a left tackle for the future? Is he your franchise left tackle? And along those lines, there was some interesting audio that popped up on Instagram recently. I want you to listen to this. It's Joe Thomas, who knows a little something about playing left tackle, I believe, and his thoughts on Will Campbell.
Will Campbell got exposed in the Super Bowl. He has no shot at being the Patriots' left tackle. Wrong. What's up, guys? It's the Hoff. First ballot Hall of Fame left tackle Joe Thomas. Yeah, also the guy that was diagnosed with T-Rex arms coming out of college. And let me show you why everybody is missing this. People are saying arm length, but he's not even extending his arms. You could have Stretch Armstrong arms here, and it wouldn't matter because without base, you don't have any power, and your arms are going to collapse immediately. That's just physics. That's not arm length.
Okay, that was Joe Thomas. He really calls himself the Hoff. Does that stand for HOF?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like Hall of Fame?
He's a first ballot Hall of Fame.
I like that. It's a little weird. I mean, I'll be honest, but
no, he was cast in a Knight Rider remake.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought that nickname was taken.
Yeah, at least that guy's name was Hasselhoff.
You know what? If you make it to the Hall of Fame, call yourself Hoff if you want.
So I just wanted to balance that out because I've noticed here, and like I said, I think to some degree this rookie class will be tied to Will Campbell and what he is, your top pick, right? That's just how it works, especially when you're the 4th pick in the draft. And Ted, it feels like there is a little bit of a divide here where fans, other people are wondering, is he even going to be a left tackle? Is the arm length an issue? Whereas the fraternity, whether it's Dante Scarnecchia, an offensive line coach, whether it's Mike Vrabel, his head coach, whether it's other tackles, it feels like the fraternity of offensive linemen, offensive line coaches are all supporting and surrounding Will Campbell. You're dumb if you don't think he's a tackle. It's technique. It's not arm length. What do you make of this?
I think there's more to it because I was one of the, look, I've gotten my arms measured a million times. So there's a reason they do it. They collect data over the years. There's a reason. They still do it now. They've been doing it for 50 years for a reason. So when people were talking about him maybe going to the Patriots, I was one of those guys that was saying I would be a little bit mindful and careful about his dimensions. His dimensions matter. Not everybody's built to play left tackle. I mean, you have to have a certain dimension to be really good at it. It's not even as much the arm length to me. It's how narrow his shoulders are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you think of it, he's kind of shaped. And the scary part to me a little bit is his base isn't strong. He's all base. He's like a pear. Think it's ball, butt, and legs, right? And it's narrower at top. So I just the fact that he's got narrow. If you were to put Andrew Whitworth stand in front of you, and then you could put Will Campbell right behind Andrew Whitworth, and you would never see Will Campbell because of how wide Andrew's shoulders are, and then his arms. Joe Thomas the same way. So it's a narrow shoulders and narrow top to me that makes him not suitable to be a dominating left tackle. That was my opinion when we drafted him. I was the one saying that they'll probably end up going to a guard someday. That's probably where he'll end up, and that's how I feel about it.
Because I'm all about that bass, about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, about that bass.
I'm glad I recognized what that song was, and it wasn't like the song Stiz would play if Sweden scored a goal.
Totally different thing. It's just making it clear it's all about the base. It's not
weird.
The arm length.
It's just weird, though. When all we talk about is this technique. He just got to be better at technique.
That's what they all say, though. Whitworth and the Hoff. I just learned he's the Hoff.
You didn't get better at his technique by now? That's shocking.
But he has a rookie.
Yeah,
so there's rookie technique.
But he has Doug Marrone to. Okay. I feel like I don't feel like he's not comfortable in his own abilities, and so the technique falls apart.
So he gets a little lacking of confidence, freaks out, and kind of scrambles and loses it. Could be.
And he loses confidence because he just doesn't have the bodily dimensions you need to dominate that position.
Fitzy, what do you think about the idea? So it's Whitworth has said technique and angles. I think Schlereth told us technique and angles. Yep. Scar told us technique and angles. The Hoff just told us technique and angles,
You know,
right?
Andy, I'm starting to think that maybe it's technique and angles on this Will Campbell guy.
But are they sort of...
It's such an easy fix to me.
So why didn't they do it would be the question.
Well, the point is, I'm not sure he can. Like, I think they're just saying it's technique and angles when it's really more than that, and they just don't want to say it.
And you've talked about it. Part of the angles is the arm length. If your arms get out further, you are meeting the guy at a different point, right? Like that.
Correct.
So that is angles and technique and arm length all coming together actually in one amalgamation of talent. And like that's part of it. So my guess is the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? Like I don't like, is arm length a factor for him? Yeah, it's going to be a factor forever. Can he overcome it? Probably. He can probably overcome it. What level does that take him to? But are there other factors in there? Yes, it's probably a little bit of truth in all of these things, right? Like that's probably like most things. The truth is in the middle, right?
Probably so. Yep. And I just you look at him, he's all butt and legs, and I just don't know how people get more sand in his pants. Really? I mean, how much more sand can you put in those pants? I mean, he's got a big bottom half. I just don't. To me, that I just think it's the upper that is the issue, and that's not an easy fix.
Okay, so I think we all agreed. The voters just gave a B on the poll today, show poll. 60% of the voters said it was a B. I think they downgraded him for the Super Bowl. I think that lasting memory sort of hurt the stock a little bit. I think before the Super Bowl, everybody would have said A. I think almost everybody would have said A for the contributions. That said, you've been a part and around some really great draft classes. This is not on that level yet. This is not on, do you have a Hall of Famer in the group? That'd be the next question, right?
No, I don't see one yet. No.
So that's how you get to that next level if you want to start talking about Ty Laws and Curtis Martins and those types of people.
I look at how the class in totality, how many participated and how many had meaningful snaps for this team, and it was a lot. A lot of them had meaningful snaps and contributions to this team, and that to me is impressive when you hit on that many rookies in their first year like that. What are their future hold? I don't know, but just in their first year, to me, it was a solid day.
All right, so Ted, we talked about the Zach Core situation, the Terrell Williams situation last week, and you actually kind of swayed me because you're like, Mike Vrabel's loyal. So this is, loyalty. You think he's just – and the way it has played out, we had the report initially that Terrell Williams was going to go to promoted basically to a role within the organization, a higher role. And then officially yesterday, Zach Core is going to be your defensive coordinator. I said earlier, my gut tells me that the guy that made this work easy was Terrell Williams, that he kind of went into this offseason with a humble, realistic, team-first attitude, right? Like he could have pouted and said, no, I'm the defensive coordinator. It says in my contract, you hired me. Right. I get the feeling, I don't know anything, but I get the feeling that he made this fall into place, Fitzy. Do you think that's an accurate read on some of these tea leaves?
Took two to tango in this particular case, that Mike Vrabel wanted the continuity of his hotshot, young, highly energetic, de facto, interim signal caller mixed with that sort of slow, steady hand football knowledge and great presence that Terrell Williams brought. Absolutely. I think he could have easily, pounded the table, slammed his fist down, put his foot down and said, no, this was my job, damn it, and I'm not losing it just because the inside linebackers coach aptly filled in for me. I think it's a magnanimous gesture on his behalf if so. The Pats are in great hands. And now, think about this. Last year, you just had an inside linebackers coach you didn't know that much about and a guy coaching defense who sadly became sick, who had never done it before. Now you've got a guy who's on a heater as defensive coordinator, and you're adding this person that with this great energy and a great football mind to the upper tier of management on the team. This is a win-win for the Patriots, Andy.
And
I can't imagine Terrell Williams putting up too much of a fight. Like, I know he was the first time he would have been a defensive coordinator, but he just went through, cancer, getting over cancer. Yep. Maybe he's like, you know what, I'm okay not having all of those duties and responsibilities of a D coordinator right now, at least, for the next couple of years. Like I would be better suited in a cushier, kind of less stressful job. And so you never know. He might have been more open to the idea than we think.
And I pose the possibility that if Zach Core continues to do what he's been doing, he's going to start to get head coaching type talk. Might get some interviews. And if he, God forbid, a year or two from now gets a head coaching job, you might have Terrell Williams ready to slide right back into the defensive coordinator role that he was originally brought here to do. under Vrabel.
You never have enough good coaches, man.
And we're going to get to that point in 1 minute because I do want to talk about that, but I wanted to work in a phone call. Let's go to the phone line, 617-779-7937. Cam in Wilmington's been waiting a little bit. What's up, Cam?
Hey, guys, great show as always. Wanted to jump in on the grade because I actually gave it an A, and I think a lot of people gave it less because of the Super Bowl. You had 19.6% of snaps played by rookies going into this year, which is, I think, third or fourth most. So I think, anytime you can have a guy playing left tackle, left guard, starting safety, you got a gadget receiver, a second running back, like a lot of that over the years, we used to kill them for how many bad draft picks they had that couldn't even make the roster. So I think it was a win for that, and I think a lot of people need to be happy with what we have as a core for this team.
It's so true.
Thanks for the call, Cam.
For so long. Bill used to play rookies. At the end of his last 5, 8, 10 years, rookies hardly ever saw the field. They hardly contributed at all. And so for these guys to contribute as much as they did, like the caller said, I think is really impressive.
I also wanted to touch on something you just said right before Cam called. The coaching staff was something you kind of harped on all year long, the experience, the head coaches, the playing experience, and they basically they're coming off a Super Bowl, and they basically kept the entirety of the coaching staff together.
Perfect. I knew that's what would happen because nobody in this coaching staff was going to get plucked to go have better jobs, right? Josh wasn't going to leave. Zach Core, is he a fly-by-night? Is he a real D coordinator? I don't know. I need to see more from him before I, take him to be the head coach. So it all kind of worked out perfectly in the sense that everyone's in these coaches are all in positions where they're really not upwardly mobile right now, based on their status. And so the perfect thing is that they all come back. There's continuity in the coaching staff. That is huge, huge for a football team.
All right, that's going to do it for the drive today. Up next, we have a new fun segment. We're going to call it My Guy. My Guy, the wide receiver edition. So we look to the offseason. Who do you think the Patriots need at wide receiver? Who can be the guy that can change everything, improve this offense? Who knows? Maybe your guy is a guy who's already here. Maybe it's a guy in the draft. Maybe it's a guy for a trade or is going to be cut, free agency. My Guy, the wide receiver edition, up next here on WEEI Afternoons. But first, for the final time, Dan Ball, what's trending?
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. And with 5:22 remaining in the third period, it is still the United States 1 and Sweden 0 in the quarterfinals of the Olympic men's hockey tournament. Dylan Larkin scored earlier in the game, about halfway through the second period, and that is still where we stand as time is winding down in the third. Elsewhere in the tournament, Slovakia beat Germany 6-2. Canada snuck by Czechia 4-3 in overtime, and Finland came back from down 2-0 to beat Switzerland 3-2 in the extra frame. The United States women's team will play for gold tomorrow against Canada. Puck drop for that one is at 1:10 p.m. Overall, the U.S. has won 7 gold medals, 11 silver, and 6 bronze. Their 24 total medals rank third at this year's Olympics, behind Norway's 33 and Italy's 25. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported last night that the Patriots have elevated inside linebackers coach Zach Core to their defensive coordinator role on a full-time basis. The move comes after the team elevated Terrell Williams to a higher-ranking role on Mike Vrabel's staff late last week. In other Patriots coaching news, Southern Miss running backs coach B.J. Edmonds has been hired by the Pats in an undisclosed role, and defensive assistant Milton Patterson will reportedly not be back with the team in 2026. The Red Sox begin their spring training schedule with their annual exhibition game against Northeastern on Friday. First pitch for that one will be at 1:05. The Sox then begin their Grapefruit League slate against the Twins on Saturday afternoon. First pitch will also be at 1:05, with coverage here on WEEI beginning at 1 p.m. And finally, the Celtics return to the court tomorrow when they begin a 4-game West Coast road trip against the Golden State Warriors. Tip-off will be at 10 p.m. Boston holds a 35-19 record and currently sits second in the Eastern Conference, a half game up on the New York Knicks. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online at bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Dan Ball on Boston Sports Original WEEI. More afternoons coming up right after this.
That's not what anyone was looking for. Nope. No sounder, no energy, no fun. No lead for the U.S. It is now 1-1 USA and Sweden with 1:30 to play.
We needed that insurance goal.
Damn. Canada went to OT. Maybe the U.S. go to OT.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine.
Maybe
we got them right where we want them.
This is kind of building up the story and the path and the narrative for USA and Canada. Both were tested and had to go to overtime to advance and all of that.
Wow. With about a minute 30, so people know, the U.S. gives up a tied goal. They pulled the goalie.
Yep. Empty net.
Sweden, empty net. And boom. They've been peppering Hellenbach all day, man. It feels like they've, just from my angle, they've had a lot of shots on goals, and one finally slipped through.
Well, now you got to hold them for another minute 15 and get to overtime.
Get in there.
Oh,
okay.
I learned this on the Jones and Keefe program. They play 10 minutes of 3-on-3 hockey in overtime in the Olympics.
And then they go to a shootout.
Love it.
Yeah.
And the overtime is basically immediately after the end of the game. They have a little break, but there's no 20 minutes off, Zamboni, all that. Like they get right back out there. And then, yes, they go to a 5-on-5 shootout if it is still tied after overtime.
Oh, man.
Yes, Dan Ball?
Shots are 10-4 Sweden in the third period, so they've kind of had the momentum here.
Yeah, that's the peppering that Ted Johnson was talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Just felt like they were just hanging out in our kitchen, eating our food, sleeping in our beds. Let's go, USA.
So we got about 40 seconds left in regulation. U.S. looking to hold on right here. They're a little bit on the ropes. This is a little bit like the end of a round where you're up against the ropes and you're like, wow, that bell needs to go. I need a break. I need to get to my corner.
You're kind of playing this game around early. Like as Ted mentioned, Sweden was regarded as the third best team in the tourney, but because of how poorly they did in the prelims, you kind of got this one around earlier than you were supposed to. But not an excuse. We only make plays on this show, not excuses, but that's what's going down.
Yeah, and you didn't want to have Cam Newton saying fool's gold. You didn't play anybody. Nope, you're playing somebody. You're going to earn it. You're tied with less than a minute to play here. We'll keep you up on the final score or if and when it goes to overtime. But we do want to play a little new game here called My Guy Wide Receiver Edition. We're all going to pick a guy. We're going to pick a guy that we think can be the perfect acquisition for the Patriots at the wide receiver position. And again, I leave it open. If you think your guy is simply to make things right with Steph Diggs and get another year out of Steph Diggs, I think Steph Diggs is in play for the My Guy category. But Nick Fitzy-Stevens, why don't you start us off here for your guy at wide receiver?
Okay, I think everyone thinks that just because I talked about the possibility of the Patriots acquiring him last year and because of his relationship with Vrabel, I'm going to go Arthur Brown from the Philadelphia Eagles. But no, I'm not. I'm actually going to pivot. I have fallen for and I'm all about my guy, George Pickens, currently a wide receiver sort of the Dallas Cowboys. Many people expect the team to franchise tag him, but we've seen what has happened recently with teams that have had two $30 million plus wide receivers to placate their quarterback. They have a dynamite offense. They're a lot of fun to watch, great for fantasy football rosters, terrible for actual football teams because they don't have enough money for defense. And Dallas's defense was pretty anemic last year to begin with. So if there's any way he hits the open market and the Patriots want to choose chaos, I know he can be a lot to handle. Some say a quitter, some say a locker room pain in the ass. But 94 catches for 1,500 yards and 9 touchdowns last year, that is your elite winning outside receiver these Patriots need.
Yeah, he's sort of the classic wide receiver. Like he had a great year. And he's going to be a pain in the ass for your quarterback and your offensive coordinator at some point. Like, you watch Cowboys games, and they're on national TV enough. We've all seen Pickens. Like, he's a head case. And he was a head case in Pittsburgh. He's going to be a head case wherever it's Dallas or whatever next place he goes to. So, he is not my guy. Ted Johnson, can I go second?
Yeah, go.
So I got a guy, I've loved this guy since he was drafted 2 years ago. When he came out of LSU, I actually thought there was a chance he was better than Malik Neighbors. But he went to Jacksonville with the 23rd pick in the draft, I believe. Brian Thomas Jr. Had 80-plus catches for 1,200 yards as a rookie. And then this year, the first year with Liam Cohen and that offense, and then they ended up bringing in Jacoby Myers. Whatever transpired, his numbers fell. He was down to like 700 yards receiving. Travis Hunter, he only had 2 touchdowns. And now there's all these reports out of Jacksonville that they might be looking to move on from him. I've read multiple reports that it's a second-round pick they're looking for Brian Thomas Jr. Guess what? I'll do you one better. I'll give you the 31st pick in the first round so you can sell it to your fan base that you didn't just give up on a first-round pick. No. You got a first-round pick back. Oh, and by the way, all that you gave up to get Travis Hunter, I get you a first-round pick back. So Brian Thomas Jr., I think, can be an absolute number one superstar. And in my head, I'm envisioning Drake May, Will Campbell, Brian Thomas Jr., like you're putting together this young core, add in the
Travion.
Christian Gonzalez, the Travion Henderson. All of a sudden, you have all these potential big play, superstar, prime position talents at all the marquee positions.
It's hard to argue with that because you look at his – boy, I'd feel a lot better if they gave him that second rounder. Second round for Brian Thomas. He's played 2 years. You got him for 3 more.
Yep.
Because he's a first-round pick.
Yes.
So you give him that fifth-year extension. You know, you look when I looked at the free agent list, I was like, boy, what's Chris Olave? What's he looking like? You know, what's his contract looking like? What's Drake London's contract look? They're both going into their 5th years. So they're looking for big-ass paydays. So you have to give up a lot, and then you'd have to pay him. So that is out. Patriots don't do that. Brian Thomas is the most – if he's really on the trade market, that to me is probably the target. But I'm going to love the one I'm with because I just think it's so hard to get quality receivers, that are already seasoned, guys that have been in the league that are high-end guys. You had a guy just had 1,000 yards for you. I'm going to love the one I'm with, so I'm sticking with Steph Diggs.
So Steph Diggs is your guy.
That's my guy.
Okay.
I thought he had a tremendous season. I'm a little bit worried with the off-the-field stuff. Like, it's just the dam's about to break. But, man, can you do it one more time for me, Steph? Let's see you do it one more year for me. That's the guy I'm going with. I just think he brings he kind of settles that whole group down. They all look up to him. He was a great teammate for these guys. So, I mean, why there's a part of me that's like, you could sell high, but can we get one more year out of Steph Diggs?
You're being a little greedy, if you ask me. I have my doubts about that. I do, and
I just don't know what the alternative is. If you can't land a trade, you're. And here's what: if you bring in like a big name, like an A.J. Brown, that's not what Josh wants. He doesn't want one guy to be the centerpiece of an offense. That's just not how he rolls. He likes to kind of change what he does.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive.
Well, because he traded for Devontae Adams when he got to Vegas, and Brian Hoyer. Remember what did he say a couple weeks ago? Like, if you get that number one or something, it takes it to the next level.
I'll tell you what, the constraints he has on what he can get, because they're not going to spend money on high-end talent.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so he's shifted his philosophy to we got to have a bunch of 2s, and 3s, and not have a dominant one. And you got to work with that, Josh. So to me, that's kind of been the principles in which they've been working with. And I don't think that's going to change. And so to me, you got to think in those terms. They're not going to ever get a big number one wide receiver unless it's distressed asset or they're just something's off that nobody wants to pay him.
Well, yeah, Pickens is probably be a headache, and it's going to cost you a lot of money, but you don't have to part with draft capital. Yeah,
if he hits the market, if he's franchise tagged, then you're going to trade for him.
Then it's not even a question. With BTJ, you have to ask, well, why does Jacksonville want to move on from him?
I do ask that question. I'm not going to lie to you.
Control of him for 3 more years, and who says, oh man, they're such a better team not having Myers, Hunter, and BTJ? Like, does you just want to go somewhere else and be a 1? And with you, Ted, my one question about Steph Diggs, see, I'm in on him as well. I say hold on to him for 1 more year. I'm paying him the $6 million on March 13th. But who's the number 2? Is it still going to be Kayshon Boutte, or can I get someone more dangerous?
I'd like to upgrade the 2. What if I'd feel more comfortable upgrading the 2 than I would trying to go out and get a number 1.
What if it's Brian Thomas and Steph Diggs?
I mean, that's the
no saying you can't do that. Brian Thomas is on a rookie contract. As you said, you have him basically for 3 more years.
I mean, that's the most, to me, that's the best target out there.
Like, if you can get Brian Thomas, keep Stephon, because that